I clearly awakened the strongest world-destroying fierce beast, yet was told I'm a useless trash. Just because when I awakened my companion beast, the pet egg didn't even have a single beast shadow inside. To this, I paid no attention at all, because just yesterday, my companion beast came down early. At this moment, I looked at the system panel floating in my mind. Link, companion beast, dark nether dragon. Dark element talent, heaven and earth same source. Master can double share companion beast's body strength. Link sucked in a cold breath, he had never seen this kind of grade before. The most terrifying thing was heaven and earth same source. This would mean the stronger the beast taming becomes, the stronger he himself would also become. Wouldn't that mean in the future he could withstand attacks with his bare flesh? Just thinking about going down the stage, another hatching egg appeared in his arms. White Frost said with a serious face, "Try again." Link once again stood on the hatching platform, blood drops fell, a white light shone over the entire square. The Special Forces captain strangely supported his waist, the steel frame installed in his spine, the hidden pain from years seemed to be all better. However, the hatching platform was still empty, people around burst into loud laughter, this was just thunder without rain. Link's heart trembled though, new companion beast information appeared on his panel again. Light Holy Dragon, Light Element World Destroying Grade Talent, Never Die Never Destroy, Master will gain terrifying healing power. Link stood there stunned. Heaven and Earth same source plus Never Die Never Destroy, this was the rhythm of becoming invincible. White Frost thought Link was hit by shock, gently comforted, "Actually don't worry too much, later you can become a blacksmith or potion maker." White Frost also learned from the teacher that Link's grades were always good, so wanted to give one more chance. But unable to become a beast tamer, he could only fall to the bottom layer. Returning home, father was preparing dinner. While eating, Link curiously looked at his father. "Dad, how come I've never seen your companion beast?" Lin Shangsheng breathed out a smoke ring, died when entering the dungeon. Then casually said, "What companion beast did you open?" Link didn't say anything much, then returned to his room. He quickly opened the computer, then rapidly searched deep-sea dungeons. Most dungeons were on land, deep-sea dungeons were very few, many sea areas were even listed as forbidden zones. He didn't find that mysterious sea area where the Dark Nether Dragon was located. Just when he prepared to close the computer, he saw father send him a post share, "Can be strong even without being beast tamer." Link smiled bitterly. Immediately after, he saw father send a string of mysterious code. Link unconsciously clicked in, then saw all kinds of colorful mosaics appear on the screen, followed by a member account. Link's head was full of black lines. After lying down, towering mountain peaks kept floating in his mind. This dead old man. In confusion, Link fell asleep, but saw in the endless deep dark sea, a pair of golden beast eyes suddenly opened wide. Along with his own consciousness, this creature kept swimming in the sea, feeling his desire for surrounding creatures, made it rush toward nearby fish. Kill novel fish, experience +1, gain novel fish scale +1. Two notification sounds rang in his mind. Looking at the blood box in hand, blood box production was very low, generally only appeared above level 10. Nearby fish schools were quickly swallowed completely. Link excitedly watched the panel level up, all attributes increased by 10 points. Affected by talent, he himself doubled the increase. Link was extremely shocked, ordinary companion beast level up attributes were generally between 1 to 5, he completely broke the normal rules. Companion beast Dark Nether Dragon Young level LV2 element dark type, great world destroying level skills, Dragon Breath Fierce, Golden Claw Dragon Might. Link spent half an hour clearing surrounding novel fish, also successfully got 5 blood boxes, prepared to explore surrounding sea area more, maybe could find specific location information. Link swam, body, dark golden dragon eyes in the deep sea extremely fierce. His body was completely placed in darkness, slightly approaching, surrounding sea creatures scattered in all directions, not giving himself chance to get close at all. Dragon Breath. Link unconsciously urged his companion beast's skill, a whirlpool gathered in his mouth, fish schools planning to escape kept being sucked over. Fierce Golden Claw. Link urged attack skill, golden claw marks rushed out from his body, fish schools being swallowed face on were ground into pieces. Kill red bloodfish, experience +1, a series of notification sounds appeared in his mind. Link, like Ocean Overlord, enjoyed the pleasure brought by Dimensional Reduction Strike. There's a big guy. Link keenly noticed a black shadow filled with fierce bloodlight in darkness opened both eyes. What creature is this? Link could feel this big guy flashing red lantern-like huge eyes, swimming rapidly toward his direction, huge body kept stirring the sea area, rolling up waves of whirlpools. Coming. When the huge black shadow approached, Link finally saw its appearance clearly, was a huge red bloodfish, body fully dozens of times bigger than ordinary red bloodfish, eyes like huge red lanterns, every scale on the fish body seemed to come alive, constantly opening and closing. Link felt some crisis feeling for the first time, he accidentally intruded into this red bloodfish king's territory. This guy kept fanning its tail, pressing toward himself, he seemed to be angry at me. Red Bloodfish King only dared to rage helplessly, didn't dare actively launch attack at all. Link silently released skill, fierce golden claw golden light took shape rushing toward Red Bloodfish King. Knowing there would be a battle eventually, Red Bloodfish King no longer hesitated, although he feared Link's pressure, but he was the overlord of this territory, how could he easily let people need him? Red Bloodfish King opened fish mouth, invisible airwaves released from mouth, collided together with fierce golden claw. Airwave attack contact, fierce golden claw instantly was ground to pieces, golden claw marks tore open Red Bloodfish King's fish mouth, large amounts of black blood seeped out from Fish King's torn mouth. Greatly angry Rampage, Lantern Big Eyes became even more bright red. Red Bloodfish King fanned Fishtail rushing toward Link to crash, trying to use its huge body to die together with himself. Linku was about to continue activating his skills when suddenly, in the darkness, a shadowy dragon claw shot out and slammed the mighty Red Bloodfish King directly to the seafloor. The dragon claw embedded into the Red Bloodfish King's body, trapping it tightly beneath the claw, unable to move. The murky seawater bubbled continuously, and in the darkness, the golden dragon eyes regained their brilliance. Is my body no longer under my control? Linku quietly observed, like a superior being, watching as the imposing Red Bloodfish King was torn into pieces by the dragon claw. Large chunks of fish flesh, sticking to bones, entered the body of the shadow dragon. Killed the Red Bloodfish King, experience plus 100. LV2, Shadow Dragon experience, 89.27%. It was about to break through to level 3 in an instant. Obtained the Red Bloodfish King's blood core. The final strike was not made by Linku, only the true form of the companion beast could easily control its body like this. Does the companion beast have its own consciousness? Linku pondered for a moment, but decided to test it out. He needed to understand whether this terrifying creature was truly his companion beast. Can you hear my voice? The shadow dragon, which was greedily devouring fish flesh, seemed to sense something and its eyes burst with an innocent gleam. Its expression uncontrollably twisted into a wicked grin. This scene looked like a demonic dragon had descended. Is it smiling? Linku instantly felt a chill run down his spine. How many children would it take to make it smile so maliciously? Sensing Linku's response, the shadow dragon shook its body, excitedly rolling around in the sea. In an instant, a small-scale sea quake was formed. Stop. Why does it behave like a child? Aside from its fearsome appearance and terrifying aura, this shadow dragon was truly in its infancy, its mind like that of a child, still far from entering an evolutionary sequence. I'll call you Little Black, Linku decided, since the shadow dragon looked so terrifying, a cuter name might balance things out. Little Black, do you know where you are? The shadow dragon showed confusion. Clearly, it had no idea where it was. The shadow dragon seemed to sense Linku's disappointed mood and immediately caused waves to stir again in the sea. Linku continued to ask. Can you only survive in the sea? Linku asked the question that concerned him. The shadow dragon let out a mournful cry. It could ascend to the sky and descend to the earth, it was not limited to the deep sea. It was still in its juvenile stage, so it needed a long time of sleep each day. When you grow up, you won't need to sleep so much, that's a good thing. Maybe by then, you can come find me. Immediately, the shadow dragon respectfully asked Linku a shocking question. You ask me, when will I destroy the world? Linku fell into silence. The existence of world-destroying beasts, was it simply to destroy the world? Morning. Blinding golden light shone through the window screen into the room. Linku opened his eyes, climbed out of bed, and went to the mirror. He slightly clenched his fist, and with a thought, faint dragon scales appeared on his arm. A shadow of black energy seemed to surge behind him. Linku felt the immense energy rising within his body, gently clenched his fist, and struck out. Boom! A sonic boom appeared in the air. The increase in strength was terrifying. Even seasoned soldiers could not reach this terrifying physical state. And this was only the enhancement of the Shadow Dragon at level 2. Besides the Shadow Dragon, there was also the Light Saint Dragon, but Linku had been so caught up in his conversation with Little Black last night that he forgot to study the Light Saint Dragon. Linku lay back on the bed, feeling incredibly relaxed. That's right. Linku tried using his thoughts, reaching out his hand, and a bright red crystal core appeared in his palm. I really can take it out. Linku was ecstatic, this was the biggest surprise from the Black Sea. He wasn't without ambition, at 18, the age of youthful vigor. He had once dreamed of becoming a powerful beast master, admired by thousands. But the death of legendary beast masters. For him, it was a wake-up call. No matter how strong a companion beast is, a beast tamer is still just a mortal being. Even though technology is advanced now, and they have developed a series of alloy beast tamer battlesuits, they are so expensive that an average beast tamer can't afford them. Son, breakfast. A voice came from outside the door. Oh, coming. Linku stepped out of the room and was surprised to find that the food on the table wasn't instant noodles. Old man, what's the meaning of this? On the table were scrambled eggs with chives, soy sauce oysters, and a bowl of sea cucumber cooked into Buddha jumps over the wall. How are you talking to your father? Lin Changsheng extinguished the cigarette in his hand and roughly scratched his hair. Hurry up and eat, no more nonsense. After sitting down, Lin Ke joked, I'm still young, you should eat more of this, old man. I don't like this. Lin Changsheng sat down beside Lin Ke with his own instant noodles, his gaze deep. I'll just have something simple. Lin Ke looked at Lin Changsheng suspiciously, this wasn't his usual behavior. Lin Ke reached out to snatch Lin Changsheng's instant noodles and noticed the peculiar fragrance coming from it. Beneath the noodles, there was a complete and thick sea cucumber. Unfilial son, put down your father's instant noodles. You don't want to die. After the drama. The father and son finished their breakfast, and Lin Changsheng, rarely, returned to his room to change into his old suit. Lin Ke remembered he had only seen him wear it once, when they took their wedding photo. Dressed so handsomely, are you rushing to find me a stepmother? Lin Changsheng extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and with an air of old age, he tied his tie and said, I plan to quit smoking. Then I'll go back to the army. Lin Changsheng looked at his slightly aged reflection in the mirror, grinned, and said lightly, Wait until I make some money, I'll buy you a companion beast. Chapter 5, Do you think this is a midlife crisis, blood-boiling show? Old man. Lin Ke's nose tingled, and he stood up and walked in front of Lin Changsheng. Son. Lin Changsheng opened his arms, but Lin Ke raised his hand and flicked his forehead at lightning speed. It cracked. It cracked. Unfilial son, you're using your strength. Lin Ke deliberately pulled back his strength. Old man, do you think this is some midlife, blood-boiling show? Even the lowest level companion beasts cost hundreds of thousands, and their cost effectiveness is extremely low. If you go into the dungeon like this, won't you be eaten alive by the monsters? Are you planning to sacrifice yourself for the country, so I can inherit your 2,000 T-rubber springs? Lin Changsheng listened to Lin Ke's rebellious words without getting angry, just staring into Lin Ke's eyes. Without a companion beast, aren't you ashamed? If you're not ashamed, why should I be ashamed? Lin Ke looked at the shabby house and the bare walls of the decoration style. Old man, just wait, your son will soon get you into a big villa. After saying that, Lin Ke left the house. Lin Changsheng lit another cigarette, moving the cigarette between his teeth as he squinted. Has this fool lost his mind? Even though he knew it was meant to be comforting, the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Then, he dialed a phone number. Old Lu, I heard your son has raised a maggot? Don't worry, I'm not mocking you, I just want to ask if we old guys should do something for the younger generation. Don't forget, we were once the iron-blooded soldiers who retired, the sharp swords are not rusty. Lin Ke left home and boarded the city's magnetic levitation train, riding all the way to the Beast Tamer Library in the city center. He thought that before going to the dungeon, he should investigate more about the mystery of his own companion beast. The central library in Quan City has an astonishing collection, with a total of 20 floors. The bottom 10 floors are open to the general public, while the top 10 floors can only be accessed by members of an association or official beast tamers. Lin Ke walked into the library and first searched the first floor area. He was very familiar with it, as he often came here when preparing for exams. There are many types of companion beasts, and the most authoritative classification includes flying, elemental, illusionary, and auxiliary systems. Of course, there are also some mutated companion beasts that belong to the special system. Lu Dazhuang's maggot is even hard to qualify for the special system. Some powerful companion beasts even possess dual or even triple attributes. Lin Ke quickly skimmed through the book and found no record about a companion beast being away from its owner, yet the owner could still share the beast's abilities. The closest thing he found was related to the auxiliary system and illusion beasts, which could provide corresponding enhancements to both beast masters and their beasts. But it could never achieve the abnormal physical enhancement effect that Lin Ke had. I didn't find any related records. Lin Ke disappointedly put the book away, casually lifting a few irrelevant books that he had used as a seat and placing them on the bookshelf, intending to leave. Is that you? A familiar voice appeared near his ear. It was Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang was dressed in a light blue long dress, refreshing and charming, with a neat high ponytail. Her gaze fell on the heavy Beast Mastery Emperor's Guide to Entry that Lin Ke had placed on the shelf, and she spoke. You've started studying the Beast Mastery Emperor's direction? Lin Ke felt a bit awkward. He had only thought that the thickness of the book was just right to be used as a seat. Actually. Bai Shuang grabbed Lin Ke's wrist and spoke as if to herself, let me take you to the upper floors. The lower floors are just superficial, I'll take you to the Beast Master Authority floors. I hope it will be helpful to you. Senior Bai Shuang, let's talk about it another time. Right now, those professional books are too advanced. I might not be able to understand them. Lin Ke shook his head in refusal. He still had other plans and didn't want to waste too much time in the library. Okay. Bai Shuang didn't force him. She took out a magnetic card from her bag and handed it to Lin Ku. This is my debit subcard. If you need anything, just go upstairs to borrow books. Just remember to return them. Lin Ku took the card and asked, is this allowed? No. Bai Shuang turned her head, a sly smile on her face, but this library is my family's property. She raised her slender, jade-like finger and whispered, remember to keep it secret. Leaving the library, Lin Ku slipped the debit card into his pocket. This was a pleasant surprise. As soon as he boarded the maglev train, Lin Ku received a call from his classmate Lu Dazhuang. Old Lin, today the class is organizing an initial experience of the artificial underground dungeon. Are you coming? Lin Ku paused for a moment. I didn't receive any notification. Perhaps because he had not awakened a companion beast, the homeroom teacher did not notify him. The underground dungeon was extremely dangerous. Even the lowest level dungeon was hard for ordinary people to survive in. Only with the help of a companion beast could one have the means to protect themselves. The maggot is coming, so you can come observe. It won't hurt. Lu Dazhuang said anxiously, I'll be waiting for you at the Bailu station. Let's go take a look together. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ku put away his mobile. Even if Lu Dazhuang hadn't called, Lin Ku still planned to check out the low-level dungeon. He also wanted to test the strength of his body now. At Bailu station, the cabin door opened. Lu Dazhuang entered, holding up a maggot-like creature in his hand, walking in with high spirits. A pure white maggot floated in his palm, and if you didn't look closely, you wouldn't even notice it. Most beastmasters would inject their companion beasts into their soul bodies and chant to summon them when necessary. Currently, beastmasters had also developed corresponding companion beast containers, usually fitted into weapons, but they were expensive and generally only high-level beastmasters would choose to buy them. Old Lin, you came? Lu Dazhuang grinned and said, do you know? My companion beast is really a great plumber. Last night, I was invited to Principal Xiao's house, and in no time, I cleared the drain. The surrounding passengers frowned and moved away. Only Lu Dazhuang was chattering nonstop about his glorious achievements. Your maggot seems to have grown quite a bit. Lin Ku said in surprise. The pit has nutrients, and Xiaobai loves to eat it. Maybe it will grow into a lord-level beast in the future. The conductor could no longer bear it and coldly spoke, Fatty, if you keep discussing this topic, I'll have to ask you to get off. Reward of $1 million? After the two got out of the car, the passengers in the cabin immediately opened the windows for ventilation, greedily gulping down fresh air. I hope your toilets never get clogged. Lu Dazhuang's face turned red with anger, wishing that when he woke up tomorrow, every toilet in Quan City would be clogged. These foolish people would kneel down, praying for a sea of feces and maggots to appear. Sigh, old Lin, wait for me. Lu Dazhuang chased after Lin Ku's footsteps, and just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he met two classmates. Lin Ku came too? Wang Hao was a bit surprised. Isn't today the Beastmaster's debut battle? Kong Xiaoyan nudged Wang Hao's arm. After all, we're classmates. Let's not say too much. Our awakened beast is only an F-level companion beast. So what? Wang Hao immediately became a little displeased. At least it's better than some people who haven't awakened anything, right? I'll beat you if you don't believe me. Lu Dazhuang immediately bared his teeth. His companion beast might be a maggot, but its body was a meat and egg war machine. Wang Hao immediately shrank his neck, not daring to speak again. Lin Ku didn't care, he just felt it was a bit noisy. 10 minutes later, the class advisor, Chen Wei, and the remaining classmates also got off the bus. Lin Ku? Chen Wei subconsciously spoke, what are you doing here? He noticed the mocking looks from the surrounding classmates, then coughed lightly and said, forget it, since you're here, just treat it as gaining some experience, this is a man-made instance anyway. Chen Wei patted Lin Ku on the shoulder, don't take it too seriously. The teacher knows your future is limitless, you mustn't get discouraged. Lin Ku's grades had always been first in the grade, but unfortunately, he hadn't even awakened a companion beast, which made Chen Wei feel sorry for him. Teacher, I'm just passing by. Lin Ku spoke, you guys go observe the instance, I've made plans with a friend later. I see. Chen Wei could understand Lin Ku. At this age, kids care about face. He treated it as just an excuse to avoid, not exposing it. Oh, isn't this the sea of feces and maggots and the egg-laying rooster? Lu Chang got off the bus and immediately began to speak. Lin Ku smiled slightly, isn't this the boy who digs files? How's your little earthworm? What did you say? Lu Chang's face immediately turned red. Lu Chang, I actually feel a bit sorry for you, almost 20 years old and still wearing diapers. If you really want to remember, send it to me, I can help you get a discount. You. Lu Chang, stop talking. Chen Wei spoke angrily and said to Lu Dazhuang and the others, alright, let's go. Lu Chang, me? I only said one thing. Damn. Watching Lin Ke's back as he walked away, Lu Chang could only gnash his teeth and get on the bus. At the bus station, several buses from the Companion Beast Association were parked. Today, in addition to First High, students from 18th High and 7th High and other 5 universities would also be going to observe and participate in the underground instance. Old Lin, you're really not going? Lu Dazhuang opened the car window, hesitating. How about I? Stop. Lin Ke casually waved his hand. I have something to do, I'll go first. Watching Lin Ke walk away alone, Lu Dazhuang reluctantly closed the window. There were some things he could stand up for Lin Ke, but when it came to companion beasts, he couldn't help Lin Ke. Master, I'm going to the 01 underground trial ground. Lin Ke got in the taxi and said smoothly, please hurry up, thank you. All right. In the passenger seat, a mischievous golden-furred monkey blew up a sausage balloon with its hands, skillfully shaping the balloon into a cute little dog. Handsome, we've arrived at the 01 underground, the fare is 35 yuan, and the balloon viewing fee is 200. The driver grinned, showing his yellow teeth. Slap. Lin Ke quickly grabbed the balloon from the mischievous monkey's hands and popped it, throwing 30 yuan down and getting out of the car. It was impossible to deduct a steal G from someone who ate instant noodles every meal. Sequence, 01 Underground Instance. Commonly known as the Beginner Instance, located on the border of Quan City, Fengyang Mountain, this is an artificial instance created by the Beast Master Association. It's the initiation ritual for all Beast Masters. The danger level is not high, and most of the beasts are plant-based demon beasts. There was once a newcomer who got swallowed by a man-eating flower and was only rescued after a whole day, his body covered in slime. The digestive system of the flower takes at least 7 days to turn a human into feces. So this place is more than perfect as a beginner's dungeon. At the cave's entrance, there is a magic formation. 4 pillar stones suppress the entire underground. This is an ancient barrier, said to come from the upper ranks of the Companion Beast Association, crafted by the legendary 9th rank beast master named Curse. Curse's companion beast is an array demon, which belongs to the special category. Little brother, why did you come alone? Xia Yuntian saw Lin Ke standing all alone and eagerly stepped forward. I am an excellent graduate of Xia University. If you want to break the speed record of dungeon clearing, you can come to me. Just 10,000, and I can help you reach the top 10. Dungeon clearing speed? Lin Ke looked up and saw a light screen above the barrier, showing the speed rankings for clearing dungeon number 01. Look, the current 10th fastest record on the list was refreshed by me. Xia Yuntian placed both hands on his waist. Impressive, right? Leaderboard. 1. By Shuang speed, 1 hour 1 minute and 34 seconds, minutes. 2. Mu Hongyu speed, 2 hours 2 minutes and 33 seconds, minutes. 3. Ejan Tian speed, 2:09:83, minutes. 10. Heaven on Earth Bathhouse, can receive companion beasts, speed, 5 hours 21 minutes and 29 seconds. Even ads are placed here? Seems like Beastmasters really have a wide range of career options. You look like a high school student, right? Just imagine, while others are still trembling and exploring the dungeon, your name is already in the top 10. How cool is that? Lin Ke asked curiously, is there any reward for being number 1? Xia Yuntian opened his mouth but didn't answer. He turned and went to find his next customer. Crazy guy. The fastest record for clearing dungeon number 01 hasn't been broken in 5 years. Is it that no one wants to? No, it's just not possible. That record has long been welded shut. By Shuang's companion beast, the Skyflame Demon Tiger has sky and fire attributes, which completely suppresses wood-based dungeons. It's simply impossible to beat. The only one who could beat that record is Bai Shuang herself. Little brother, which school are you from? The Special Forces soldier guarding the gate to the barrier heard their conversation and laughed. Captain Bai's record is not something easily broken. It's the top one even nationwide. If I break the record, is there a reward? Lin Ke asked again. Of course there is. The association and the government have announced it. To encourage newcomers, anyone who can break the record of dungeon number 01 will be rewarded with 1 million beast coins. But that 1 million is something impossible to get. Lin Ke was stunned, his mind calculating non-stop. 1 million, how many instant noodles could that buy? Blockhead. If you're making 1 million, why not add a marinated egg and sausage? After recording his student ID, Lin Ke's figure disappeared and he directly entered the dungeon. Another foolish kid who doesn't know the limits of the sky. I also wanted to break that record back in the day. Reality will teach him how to behave. Captain Bai's record, maybe only a legendary beastmaster could break it. Once, a successful businessman offered 100 million to hire a quasi-legendary beastmaster to break the record, trying to boost his brand value. The quasi-legendary beastmaster cursed him out furiously. We are shedding blood and risking lives on the front lines, and you think you can hire me to break a newbie village record with just some money? I seriously suspect you're a traitor from an enemy country. In the end, the businessman cried and donated the 100 million to the military, receiving a banner in return. To become a legendary beastmaster means having the power to protect a nation. They live in glory and carry much greater responsibilities on their shoulders. Money simply cannot move them. I heard Captain Bai is already aiming for 7th rank beastmaster? Isn't she just starting her college internship? She's a divine figure. I only reached 3rd rank when I graduated college. She might be the next legendary beastmaster. Talent builds an unbreakable wall between people. Some people are just born to be admired by the masses. Is this the legendary beginner dungeon instance? Is this the man-made underground dungeon instance? Lin Ke stood in the dense forest, surrounded by green leaves, and the flowers and trees around looked terrifying. The tree trunks resembled terrified human faces, and the roots, not in the soil, looked more like octopus tentacles crawling along the ground. Bright, dripping flowers bloomed from the middle, revealing sharp teeth. F rank, ghost face tree, wood type, no offensive ability, loves to chase running creatures. F rank, sawtooth flower, wood type, moderate attack, limited by range, attacks creatures within 1 meter radius. F rank, man-eating vine, wood type, very low attack, likes to swallow people, stomach secretes low concentration gastric acid. Although it was man-made, Lin Ke was still somewhat excited. The things from the books had come to life. Lin Ke remembered clearly the characteristics and attack mechanisms of each monster. He found that the killing rules in dungeon instance number 01 formed a closed loop. If frightened, one would run. The ghost face tree particularly liked running prey, so if it locked onto you, panicking and running would lead you into the territory of sawtooth flowers and man-eating vines. Lin Ke walked up to the ghost face tree, reached out, and touched it. It felt no different from an ordinary tree, but it was tall, and its roots continuously squirmed. It's quite cute. Bang! Lin Ke struck with all his strength, and the ghost face tree's body shattered into wood chips and vanished before his eyes. The sound of the impact, like the blast of a cannon, echoed throughout the dungeon. Lin Ke still didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. One punch, and the ghost face tree was gone in a puff of smoke. If it were a beast tamer, they would probably need to command their beasts to attack, right? The sawtooth flower, noticing Lin Ke approaching, opened its blood-red mouth and bit down on Lin Ke's arm. Immediately afterward, its delicate flower bud, along with the roots, exploded into pieces. Several magic vines stretched out from the ground, wrapping around Lin Ke's ankles. The vines tried to pull but couldn't move Lin Ke's body. Lin Ke grabbed the vines and tugged hard, pulling out a cactus-like plant from the soil, completely exposed before him. Man-eating vine? This beast tamer, something's not right. Lin Ke smiled in delight, completing his analysis. The only thing in this dungeon that could pose a threat to him was time. I must speed up, otherwise, the 1 million will be too far away. Students! Get off the bus in an orderly fashion, dungeon instance number 01 has arrived. Shenwei got off the bus. Remember, after entering the dungeon, you must follow the teachers and cannot act alone, understand? The students don't need to participate in the battle, just need to understand the dungeon. Shenwei repeated it several times, afraid of any accidents. Even though it was a man-made magic dungeon, the death rate was not 0. Another student from our school, you didn't come together? A special forces soldier guarding the magic dungeon outside said with surprise. A student from your school just entered the dungeon ahead. Our student? Shenwei said in surprise. That's impossible, we gathered and came over together. Look, he registered with a student ID. Shenwei took the materials, it said Lin Ke. Lin Ke? Shenwei's voice grew louder by several times. Comrade, let us into the dungeon quickly. Shenwei said anxiously, Lin Ke has no beast, he's just an ordinary person. What did you say? The staff was also shocked, immediately darkening their face and asking, are you messing around? How can you let an ordinary person into the dungeon? Shenwei, you let him in. Stop talking nonsense, let's go in and see. In the crowd, many students immediately began to discuss. Lin Ke went into the dungeon? Doesn't he have no beast? He just said he was meeting a friend. How is he in the dungeon now? Could his friend be in there? Wang Hao immediately sneered and said, he hasn't recognized reality. Not having a beast is one thing, but not being able to find his place, an ordinary person going into the dungeon to die? Wang Hao, you're right. Lu Chang immediately agreed. Although he's from the regular class, at least you have some sense. Wang Hao immediately became excited, thanks for the praise, Lu Xiao. Lu Chang sneered, what, are you? Do you want to be my lackey? If I can. You think you deserve it? Lu Chang's words struck Wang Hao so hard that his face turned red, his ears burning. Inside, he was cursing Lin Ke fiercely. It was all his fault, otherwise, how could he be humiliated in public like this? Principal Xia and a few other school leaders immediately gathered when they heard the commotion. This is ridiculous. As he understood the situation, he immediately spoke out loudly. Students, stay outside. Let me and a few teachers go in first and have a look. It was an extremely rare event for ordinary students to enter the dungeon, even if it was man-made. If something happened to Lin Ke, it could affect the school's reputation. Principal Xia and the others quickly entered the teleportation array, and the next second they appeared in dungeon number 01. Beast Spirit, appear. Principal Xia drew out his cane, and a slender metal sword was drawn from its sheath. Immediately after, a giant bat materialized in the sky. Night Bat, a dual-skill bat with both flight and soundwave abilities. Each teacher summoned their own companion beasts and was about to search for Lin Ke, but the scene in front of them caused them to stagger, almost falling to the ground. He had been on the battlefield when he was young, and it was in the dungeon where a wild beast had gnawed off his leg, leaving him crippled and forcing him into secondary education. Even with his vast experience, he had never seen such a miserable sight in a dungeon. The ground had deep craters, and the bodies of plant-type demon beasts were completely broken. The ghost face trees were all snapped in half, their faces torn apart. The remnants of bodies on the ground were still trembling, while sawtooth flowers only had their stems swaying in the wind. The vines of the flesh-eating vine had broken into pieces like snapped pencil leads, and the demons in the dungeon were all howling in agony. Everywhere was in ruins, a scene of utter despair. In the abyss, a figure whispered, "The power doesn't seem too strong, but my agility is terrifyingly fast. So this dungeon needs agility." The figure was none other than Lin Ke. Who? Principal Xia reacted from his shock. Principal, what is going on here? Chen Wei swallowed hard. How the hell should I know? Principal Xia was equally confused. How could a perfectly good beginner dungeon turn into such a disastrous scene? Where's Lin Ke? Principal Xia finally remembered the purpose of their visit. The flying bat suddenly launched a soundwave attack, its gaze fixed on the fiery depths of the dungeon. Principal Xia followed its gaze. Among the layers of fire, a completely black creature bathed in golden blood glowed in the searing flames. The immense pressure caused him to freeze in his breath. What level of demon is this? Why is it in a beginner dungeon? As soon as he finished speaking, an electronic prompt came from above the dungeon. Dungeon number 01 fastest clearing record has been refreshed. Refresher, Lin Ke, clearing time, 59 seconds 23. Chapter 8, the record is refreshed again. As the dungeon was cleared, Principal Xia and the others were forcibly teleported out of the dungeon. Once someone successfully clears the dungeon, the artificial dungeon enters a 10-second reset period. However, since artificial dungeons exist in multiple spaces, they can accommodate multiple people starting trials simultaneously. And the administrator has the right to enter all multi-dimensional dungeons through the key granted by the Spell King to rescue students trapped in dungeons. Did you just hear some kind of prompt? Principal Xia looked uncertainly at Chen Wei and the other teachers. Did you hear it? Chen Wei was still in a daze, unsure. I think I heard someone refresh the dungeon record? It must be an illusion. The fastest clearing record for dungeon number 01 was set by that girl, by Shuang. Principal Xia knew very well what this record meant. How many people had tried to clear it alone but couldn't even come close to the record set by Shuang? Look at the leaderboard, it's been updated. One of the students noticed something unusual. Lu Chang looked up and saw that Bai Shuang's entry, which was ranked first, had dropped to second. The new number 1 on the leaderboard was Lin Ke. When Lin Ke's name and clearing time occupied the first place. The students were boiling with excitement. Holy crap! Someone actually broke the clearance record, under 1 minute. Did I see that right? Who is this Lin Ke guy? He's even faster than Senior Bai Shuang? Don't you guys think this name sounds kind of familiar? Chen Wei walked up to Principal Xia, unsure. Principal, isn't there a Lin Ke in my class? Must be a coincidence. Principal Xia stared blankly at the leaderboard, not daring to believe this was their school's Lin Ke. A student without a beast companion, how could he possibly break the record? What did he use to clear it? I think so too, Chen Wei agreed. Lin Ke teleported out of the dungeon, and the shocked crowd didn't even notice his appearance. Hey, wake up! Lin Ke walked up to the dungeon staff and found the two staring blankly at the screen with his name on it. 59 seconds? Lin Ke patted one of them on the shoulder. I'm here to collect the money. Just transfer it to my card. Don't bother me now, can't you see the record was just broken? The staff member instinctively rejected Lin Ke. Yeah, I'm the one who broke the record. Lin Ke got anxious right away. What? You guys won't admit it? Wait a sec, what did you just say? The staff member finally looked at Lin Ku. He glanced at the leaderboard, then at Lin Ku's student ID. Holy sh*t. The staff's loud reaction drew everyone's attention. Principal Xia snapped out of his shock. When he saw Lin Ku, he immediately hobbled over with his cane. Lin Ku, are you alright? You were way too reckless. Before Lin Ku could explain, Principal Xia started talking non-stop, almost drowning Lin Ku in words. You're a good kid, but you can't give up on yourself just because you don't have a beast companion. With your grades, you could totally go into research or become an analyst. Good thing you're safe. Otherwise, how could I explain this to your father? Sorry Principal, I won't do it again. I'll leave after I collect the record reward. Lin Ku took out his bank card. My card number is. What reward? Did you even look at the name on the leaderboard? It says Lin Ku, not your Lin Ku. Wait a minute. Principal Xia looked up at the leaderboard, then looked at his student. He felt completely confused. What the hell? Principal Xia stood frozen, staring in disbelief at everything happening in front of him. Chen Wei, sweating all over, stepped between them and shielded Lin Ku behind him. Principal, I think the dungeon might be bugged. Maybe the monsters inside suddenly got weaker. Lin Ku just happened to go in, and by pure luck, he cleared it. Lin Ku frowned, a bit annoyed. So are you giving the reward or not? The staff had no words. The dungeon can't possibly be faulty, one staff member explained. This dungeon was personally built by the legendary Beastmaster Curse, and it was just maintained yesterday. There's zero chance of a glitch. There was one thing he didn't dare say. Curse had secretly increased the dungeon's difficulty. Even Bai Shuang might not be able to beat her own record now. The dungeon isn't faulty? Principal Xia fell silent. Then how did Lin Ku break the record? I don't know either. The official was still in shock. Lin Ku, we'll send the reward to your card after we report and get approval. If we need you to help with the investigation later, please understand. No big deal. Hearing the reward was coming, Lin Ku finally felt a bit better. By the way, if someone breaks my record again, is there another 1 million reward? In theory, yes. Then wait here, I'm going in again. Before anyone could react, Lin Ku vanished again in front of them. Miss, someone broke your record in Cave 01, the Bai family's old butler brought the news to Bai Shuang. In the martial arts room, Bai Shuang wore a specially made combat suit. Sweat slid down her flat stomach as she slowly sheathed her tang blade. Really? Aren't you surprised? The old butler looked at the documents and said. The one who cleared it seems to be called Lin Ku, from the first high school, not from a key university, and he's just a high school senior who just graduated. Bai Shuang turned around in confusion. Lin Ku? Yes, miss, do you know this person? Prepare the car, I need to go. At the number 01 artificial dungeon instance, Principal Xia and others finally reacted. Lin Ku. How did he go back in again? Lin Ku's academic performance had always been the top of his grade, so Principal Xia naturally didn't want such a top student to be sacrificed in the artificial dungeon. Inside the student group, people kept discussing. I heard Lin Ku broke the record. The one who couldn't even see his companion beast? He can break the record? Looks like this dungeon instance isn't that hard after all. Are you all idiots? Lu Dazhuang shouted loudly. That was Bai Shuang Sr.'s record, one that hasn't been surpassed for many years. In the crowd, Lu Chang's eyes burned with resentment as his fists clenched. Today was supposed to be his moment, he was the one everyone was supposed to be adoring. Now, all the glory was stolen by Lin Ku. Even if he found a loophole, his spotlight was stolen. Damn it! Principal Xia's expression turned anxious as he leaned on his cane, about to enter the instance to save him. No matter if Lin Ku was lucky or exploiting a system bug, he was still a student from the first high school. He was about to step into the teleportation instance when suddenly, Lin Ku's name disappeared from the ranking screen. Principal, look. Chen Wei noticed the anomaly. The bug has been fixed. Immediately, Lin Ku's name reappeared on the screen. The announcement broadcast sounded. Lin Ku, fastest record-breaking clearance time, 30 seconds, and 01. Principal Xia looked up, staring at the numbers that appeared. TH 30? Chapter 9, no, why does he deserve this? 2 million transferred. When the new score appeared on the screen, the air seemed to freeze. 30 seconds 01. The record was broken again. Teacher Chen, slap me, just slap me. Principal Xia's mouth dropped wide open, and saliva nearly dripped onto the floor. Chen Wei beside him couldn't stop trembling, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, trying to confirm this record in name once again. Lin Ku, 30 seconds. Chen Wei murmured. Lin Ku's name on the leaderboard was already shocking enough. But 30 seconds, this record, even if it gets out, no one would believe it. This record was twice as fast as Bai Shuang's. And that's Bai Shuang. 2 million. Lin Ke smiled expectantly. If I break it again, will it be 3 million? Stop. The staff member shrank back, not daring to make more promises to Lin Ke. Who knows if this kid is cheating? He broke the record to 30 seconds, and he still had energy left? What a monster! Lin Ke, did you awaken an S-tier companion beast? Principal Xia finally woke up from his shock and grabbed Lin Ke's shoulder, asking with concern, tell me, did you? Principal, my companion beast is a bit special. Lin Ke answered vaguely. Before Principal Xia could ask further, a black jeep roared to a stop in front of everyone. Bai Shuang got out of the car. When she looked up at the record that had been refreshed again, her expression showed a bit of surprise. 30 seconds? Bai Shuang was very clear about the record she had set. Her fastest time was about a minute. If she were to challenge 30 seconds, she wouldn't necessarily be able to do it. The shock that Lin Ke brought this time was quite big. She held the hilt of her sword and walked up to Lin Ke. Lin Ke, was it you who broke this record? Yes. Lin Ke was calculating how many instant noodles he could buy with this money while the staff asked. When will the payment be processed? Right now. Bai Shuang took over the conversation and gazed into Lin Ke's eyes as she asked. Is this your limit? Does it matter? Lin Ke responded. Bai Shuang shook her head, give me your account number. Captain Bai Shuang, this money should be paid by the association, this doesn't comply with the rules. Bai Shuang didn't explain much and directly transferred 2 million to Lin Ke. The bank card was just received after the coming-of-age ceremony. The first 2 million of his life arrived. Lin Ke was indeed a little excited. Although this money couldn't buy a villa, it should be enough to get the old man a permanent VIP card. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. At this moment, Lin Ke was eager to go home. Wait. Principal Xia still wanted to ask more details, this matter was simply too bizarre. How exactly did Lin Ke break the record? If he didn't find out, he didn't want to easily let Lin Ke go. It must be cheating. Lu Chang, frustrated, finally spoke, I don't believe that a commoner without a companion beast could break the record twice in a row. What right does he have? Lu Chang's family was well off, and his parents had been buying blood synthesis agents and various new drugs to strengthen his blood since he was in the first year of high school. Because of this, he hatched a B-grade companion beast. Today was supposed to be his home field. Lu Chang's lackeys around him also began to echo. Maybe the artificial dungeon isn't difficult at all, we could all easily break the record. I think all you need is hands. Bai Shuang, upon hearing this, walked up to Lu Chang. Roar! The sky-flame demon tiger leaped out of Bai Shuang's sword sheath, its whole body solidifying. It pinned Lu Chang and the other students to the ground. Captain Bai Shuang. Special Forces Captain Wang Jin rushed over with his team upon hearing the news. What are you doing? Bai Shuang didn't answer, and the sky-flame demon tiger grabbed Lu Chang by the collar and tossed him directly into the dungeon. The students who had been echoing were also thrown in one by one. Teaching them a lesson. Bai Shuang replied coldly. Contestant, Mu Yu dead. Contestant, Huang Hua dead. Contestant, Lu Chang dead. 1 minute later, the system began to announce the deaths of Lu Chang and the others. The previously arrogant top students of the class now knelt, disoriented, some hugging their knees and trembling, others sobbing uncontrollably on the ground. Lu Chang endured his fear and looked at Lin Ke with hatred, his mind filled with images of the ghost-faced tree chasing him. Is there anyone else who refuses to accept it? Bai Shuang looked at the top students of the class. None of them dared to respond. Bai Shuang's voice grew colder, only in the artificial copy can you have infinite chances to make mistakes. In a real dungeon, there is no room for error. If you can't merge with your companion beast and control it precisely in battle, you will die. Bai Shuang's beautiful eyes turned cold, showing no emotion. Instead of gossiping, you should focus on improving yourselves. The students lowered their heads, only Lu Dazhuang, excited, said to his companion beast. Xiao Bai, you also need to work harder and eat shit. I believe in you. Wang Jin, belatedly looking up, exclaimed, damn, the record was broken? Who is Lin Ke? I'm inviting him to join our Fierce Tiger Special Forces as an official member. Lu Chang was completely desperate. He was just a reserve member. Lin Ke had directly become an official member. This person, I can't give to you. Bai Shuang made the decision for Lin Ke. He has more important things to do. Lin Ke looked at Bai Shuang, puzzled. Although he wasn't interested in joining any special forces, didn't he have nothing else to do? Bai Shuang walked in front of Lin Ke and spoke in a voice only he and she could hear. Let me see your limit. Sister Bai Shuang, this is the limit. If he broke the record 3 times in a row, the association or relevant departments would probably intervene. Lin Ku knew this very well. If you can break through again, I'll give you an extra 3 million on a personal basis. This is not about money. 4 million. Bai Shuang smiled and said. I'm not actually interested in money. Then, 5 million? Bai Shuang's beast scar at her eye curved, even showing a bit of a playful, cunning smile. Ahem. Lin Ku gritted his teeth. 5 million it is? Then I'll just take a break. Only tonight. Bai Shuang moved aside with a smile. I'm waiting for you. Got it. Lin Ku left the scene under the astonished gazes of everyone. Did Sister Bai Shuang just confess? Lu Dezhuang muttered. I clearly heard her say she's waiting for Lin Ku. Damn it. I'm so jealous. Why? The money is his, and now even Senior Bai Shuang. Lu Chang's eyes were almost bleeding from envy. Others didn't know Bai Shuang's background, but he knew it like the back of his hand. Bai Shuang's father was a legendary beast tamer, and his grandfather's background was even more terrifying. Not only was he a legendary beast tamer, but he was also the creator of the Beast Taming Emperor's artifacts, and the former president of the Beast Companion Association. Chapter 10, Wanting to make his son a dragon? Shocked Lin Chongsheng. Bai family. Uncle Fu, help me open the weapon storage. Bai Shuang looked at the scene in the holographic image in front of her, where a figure was punching and smashing the demon face tree, and said to the old butler beside her. I want to take the set of battle armor that Grandpa recently researched. The old butler was in disbelief, struggling to say, Miss, that Imperial-grade battle armor is still in the testing phase. The old master and the others have clearly ordered that it cannot be used recklessly. After all, adding an unstable crystal core to the alloy material is too dangerous. Grandpa told me to conduct the test, didn't he? This opportunity is perfect. Bai Shuang continued, casually wrapping white bandages around her hands. I've already found the right person for it. Miss, are you referring to that person called Lin Ku? Bai Shuang didn't answer, only urging, go do it. Lin Ku returned home with 2 million in cash. It was just afternoon. Lin Ku returned to find that Lin Chongsheng was not at home, and the cigarette butts in the ashtray on the dining table were still burning. Where did this old man go? Lin Ku planned to surprise Lin Chongsheng, so he directly called his phone. The phone rang for a long time but wasn't answered. He didn't really go to the abyss pit, did he? Lin Ku suddenly became anxious, and just then, he received a call from Lu Dezhuang. Old Lin, your father blew up. Lin Ku, your father blew up. Yes, my father also blew up. Lu Dezhuang spoke excitedly and incoherently. No, these two guys, I don't know where they got the courage, gathered a few old comrades, and insisted on going into the abyss pit. Now they've all been sent to the station. Lin Ku? Why would they get arrested for going into the abyss pit? Lin Ku was confused and said, Are you sure they went into the abyss pit? Not a brothel? Ah, I can't explain it clearly in a moment. I'll come over to your house. Lu Dezhuang quickly hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Lu Dezhuang arrived at Lin Ku's house, panting heavily, his face red, and immediately wanted to give Lin Ku a bear hug. Old Lin, you were really amazing today. Lu Dezhuang was full of what he saw earlier. You don't know, after you left, the expressions on those guys' faces when they ate shit. Especially Wang Hao, he was still thinking about asking me to plead for you. Lin Ku wasn't interested at all and frowned. Fatty, get to the point. Oh. Lu Dezhuang scratched his head and said, I heard that uncle and the others planned to break into an abyss pit. The 5 of them couldn't summon 2 beast companions, so they were persuaded to turn back. Then, uncle and the others insisted on breaking in. Lin Ku still didn't react. Then they'll probably just get a verbal warning and be sent back, no big deal. The real abyss pit is nothing like a man-made dungeon. It's full of dangers. A human without a beast companion entering it is like sending themselves to die. But they even attacked the beast tamers guarding the abyss pit. Lin Ku's face turned dark, and he sighed, let's just pretend we don't have this father. So embarrassing. I clearly told the old man not to act recklessly, and yet he's so impulsive. Old Lin, aren't we going to do anything about it? Do you think 2 broke students who just graduated can handle something like this? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of a police siren came from downstairs. Lin Ku went to the balcony and saw Lin Chongsheng get out of a black police car. The driver was a distinguished-looking old police officer, who kindly helped him light a cigarette. All right, that's enough. Lin Chongsheng waved his hand and walked upstairs with big strides. Isn't that Director Quan Hai? I've seen him on TV. Lu Dezhuang breathed heavily. Old Lin, your uncle has this kind of connection? Could he be a hidden big shot? Lin Ku didn't think much of it. Big shots eat instant noodles every day, right? Lin Chongsheng opened the door, saw Lin Ku, coughed, and then noticed Lu Dezhuang standing nearby. Dezhuang, just now your father said the toilet at home is blocked and asked you to go back. Huh? Then I'll go back and take a look. Though it felt somewhat strange, Lu Dazhuang still left. Only Lin Ku and Lin Changsheng, father and son, remained at home. Son, come here. Lin Changsheng spoke in a low voice. What is it? Lin Ku walked up to Lin Changsheng. Lin Changsheng hesitated, frowning tightly. Did you get into trouble? Get into trouble? Lin Ku shook his head. Old man, just say it straight. Just now, Director Lu from the police station dropped me off on his way home. The entire conversation was about you. This was the strangest thing Lin Changsheng had felt. Director Lu was an important figure, the chief of Quanhai City. He personally appeared at the small police station and got him out. On the way back, he greeted him with a smile, calling him old squad leader, which made Lin Changsheng feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. In the conversation, Lu couldn't stop mentioning his son, Lin Ku. He asked about Lin Ku's well-being, and even about the schools he planned to apply to in his thoughts. If Lin Changsheng hadn't raised Lin Ku himself, he would have really suspected that Director Lu was Lin Ku's real father. If you didn't get into trouble, that's good. Lin Changsheng scratched his head, thinking his son didn't have a companion beast, so he shouldn't have done anything illegal. Dad, I heard you went to the underground ruins? Lin Ku suddenly changed the topic. That's not true. Lin Changsheng's old face turned red. He couldn't exactly tell Lin Ku that he hadn't even gone inside the door, right? Alright, what's for dinner tonight? Lin Ku couldn't be bothered to ask more. The demobilization pay was just given. Let's go to a restaurant for the next meal. Lin Changsheng said and then went to the bathroom to shower. Lin Ku picked up his phone and skillfully bought a lifetime VIP membership on a website. In the bathroom, an astonished voice came out. Damn. So eager? Lin Ku smiled bitterly and muttered. This old man really. Lin Changsheng suddenly ran out wrapped in a grey bath towel, his refined muscles clearly not looking like a 40-year-old. He spoke with a trembling voice. Son, do you know who just called me? Who? The minister of the Quanhai Navy. My old leader's leader. Lin Changsheng swallowed and said, he said he would come visit me on a chosen day. Really? Lin Ku wondered if the sudden attention from high-level figures was because of the record he just set. As soon as his voice fell, Lin Changsheng's phone rang again. Hello? The Imperial Capital? Vice President of the Divine Beast Academy? You also plan to visit? President of Quanhai University? Wait, let me check. Sorry, you might have to wait, we're full. Ah, you accept, right. Lin Changsheng was shocked and hung up the phone, muttering to himself. Is this a scam? Chapter 11, Beast Mastery Empress Weapon, Perfect Match. Lin Changsheng experienced a thrilling night. His phone never stopped ringing, and it was all from people who used to be out of reach. By the time he received a few more calls, he had become indifferent. They keep saying they want to visit, but why don't they mention a specific time? He was increasingly convinced this was a scam. So many big shots gathering, only a legendary beast master's funeral could possibly gather them. Lin Ku, on the other hand, was unconcerned. Whether it was the military or the academy, they were secretly competing. But breaking a record alone wasn't enough to fully impress them, at least not enough to make them come visit in person. Right now, it was just a way to show goodwill. I heard that senior sister Bai Shuang just graduated, and 30 heads of beast master colleges from across the country came to visit. In the end, it was actually Quanhai University that benefited, the one that didn't dare to visit. On his way to the artificial dungeon, Lin Ku paid attention to the news about Bai Shuang. Coming from a prestigious family, she should have attended an elite school, but she graduated from the ordinary class of the first high school. Everyone thought she would choose the most powerful Divine Beast Academy in the Imperial Capital. But Bai Shuang chose Quanhai Capital University with the best grades. The president of Quanhai Capital University stayed up all night, receiving countless mysterious threatening calls. Furious, he directly rushed to the Provincial Education Bureau to threaten them. Leaders. Since Bai Shuang has come to our Spring Sea Academy, she is one of us. If those deans from Divine Beast Academy or Madman Academy come to me again, then don't blame me for being rude. Do they really think you are someone easy to bully? The director also awkwardly asked the principal to get up from the ground. After all, kneeling is cold. Senior sister really is a legend. Under the night sky of Fengyang Mountain. The dungeon is in a closed state. Normally, man-made dungeons run all day. Except for maintenance, they are rarely closed. But today, it was rarely locked down. The official news said it was a military exercise. Brother Lin, you're here? Just as Lin Ku got off the car, Special Forces Captain Wang Jin walked over with a smile. We've all been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ku remembered Wang Jin, he was in charge of the elite class during the test. Someone like this, normally would never cross paths with him, but now he was unusually warm. Let me take you in, Captain Baishuang and the others are already waiting for you inside. There are other people? Lin Ku asked curiously. You'll know once you're inside. Wang Jin didn't explain much. Lin Ku noticed, along the way were heavily guarded soldiers, and there seemed to be many warriors in battle suits, not sure what unit they belonged to. Alright, this is it. Wang Jin stopped on his own. Brother Lin, if there's a chance, I'll treat you to a meal. To Wang Jin's flattery, Lin Ku only responded with a gentle greeting. The normally noisy man-made dungeon was especially quiet now. In front of the sealed dungeon were two tall guards. The aura from them was far beyond what the morning staff had. Baishuang was holding the sword hilt, standing in front of the dungeon gate with eyes closed, resting and recovering. Only when Lin Ku appeared, she opened her eyes and stepped forward. You came? Are we starting now? Lin Ku quietly observed the surroundings, noticing that there seemed to be many people hiding. But these people had no intention of showing themselves. Audience under the stage? Lin Ku acted like he didn't care and walked in front of Baishuang. Senior sister, I am ready. Let me show you something. After Baishuang spoke, two strong guards went to the armored vehicle by the road and carried down two alloy boxes. A trace of seriousness and pain appeared on their faces. Clearly, the weight of the box was beyond imagination. After putting down the box, one of them looked at Lin Ku and frowned slightly. Miss, can he really wear this? Lin Ku noticed the doubt in his tone and asked curiously. Wear what? Baishuang walked to the box, entered the password and fingerprint, then the box made a gas release sound. Soon, a well-equipped black battle armor appeared in front of Lin Ku. Lin Ku, this is the Beast Control Emperor armor, also the first battle armor developed by the group, about to be tested on the Special Forces frontline. I want you to test its limits. Of course, you will definitely be paid well. Baishuang smiled and said, this set of armor is still in the tuning stage, I want to hear your thoughts. Why me? Lin Ku asked the question in his heart. Baishuang didn't explain. She took out a tablet, playing footage of Lin Ku speedrunning the man-made dungeon. Your awakened companion beast should be from the special phantom beast type, it can give your body strength. This matches our test standards better. Lin Ku understood, Baishuang must have misunderstood the attribute of his companion beast. The phantom beast type can indeed attach to the host and boost strength or a certain ability. The death rate of this type of beast master is the most polarized. The ones who die the most and the ones who die the least are both from the phantom beast type. I hope you put on this Beast Control Emperor armor and clear the dungeon again. Baishuang spoke sincerely. Lin Ku squatted down, looking at the Beast Control Emperor armor in the box, eyes bursting with burning light. The textbook once said, the two highest costs for beast masters are potions and the Beast Control Emperor armor. They can protect the life of a beast master to the greatest extent. The cost of the Beast Domain Imperial armor is extremely expensive, requiring high-level materials like the bodies and blood of magical beasts from dungeon instances, so very few beast tamers can afford a complete set of battle gear. Some, in order to increase their survival rate, will first focus on buying the chest armor and helmet, with the cost of just one item potentially reaching tens of millions. The cost of a full set of Beast Tamer Imperial armor exceeds 100 million. This is an astronomical sum of money. Lin Ku picked up the helmet, his hand paused slightly. It's heavy, isn't it? The guard said with a smile, his arms crossed. Don't be fooled by the size of this helmet. Before he finished speaking, Lin Ku casually tossed it in his hands. It's okay, not as heavy as I imagined. The guard's pupils contracted. The weight of this helmet was no joke, so why did it seem like Lin Ku was playing with a basketball? Battle gear, unlocking. A system sound appeared in Lin Ku's mind. Lin Ku noticed that a lot of text appeared before his eyes. Power test in progress. Body enhancement in progress. Battle gear matching in progress. After Lin Ku fully donned the chest armor, arm guards, and leg armor, red light flickered in his eyes like a beast, and thick steam rose from the back of the battle gear. Battle gear match complete. A voice indicating the completion of the match sounded in his mind. Lin Ku slightly clenched his fist, feeling a continuous surge of vigorous power flowing into him. Lin Ku, what's your match percentage? Baishuang asked curiously. Match percentage? Yes, every beast tamer has a different match percentage with their battle gear. The higher the match percentage, the stronger the capabilities it can unleash. Baishuang took a deep breath and said, this battle gear is about to be used on the front lines, but the match percentage has always been poor. Lin Ku looked at the screen as the percentage climbed steadily from 0%, reaching 100%, and still glowing red. Seems like 100%? Are you sure? Baishuang was also a little surprised. The two guards looked shocked. Is that 2 zeros behind? You're not mistaken, right? Lin Ku slightly exerted force with his legs, and his body leaped high into the air. The scenery in front of him suddenly appeared 20 meters above the ground. Tall trees appeared beneath his feet, and Bai Shuang and the others' figures shrank rapidly. When Lin Ko returned to the ground, 2 pits appeared where he had stepped. It really is a perfect match. Lin Ko didn't expect that the Beast Tamer Imperial armor would bring such a huge improvement to his body. His physical strength was already powerful with the enhancement of the Dark Nether Dragon, and with the Battle Gears boost, he was like a human-shaped iron beast. Bai Shuang, Sr., can we start now? Lin Ko was eager to test how far he could push his abilities now. The 2 guards, who had looked stern before, now wore a different expression, continuously asking Lin Ko about his feelings, their eyes filled with envy. They had also worn the test version, but they couldn't reach Lin Ko's level of freedom. The battle gear even hindered their mobility significantly. That was a huge drawback. Perfect match? In the forest, there were constant sounds of shock and whispering. Old Bai, are you sure this is the Beast Domain Imperial armor that was sent to our military department? Beast Tamer Imperial armor, Black Azura 190 battle gear, this masterpiece of mine, how could I be mistaken? Are you questioning whether I'm getting senile? But how can it be a perfect match? Many of our elite soldiers couldn't even reach 60%. Let alone a perfect match. That's because you all are not capable. Why question my work? Bayan Bang said proudly, see, there are still young ones who match my work. This person, our military needs him. Dream on. His current priority is to enter a higher education institution. I think, you're celebrating too early, huh? As the factions continued to debate, Bai Anbang spoke again. He is more suitable to be my granddaughter's son-in-law. Old Bai. You're not the only one with a granddaughter. I have 2. Our academy is full of beautiful women. At the same time, Bai Anbang's earpiece echoed with Bai Shuang's cold voice. Grandpa? The discussion came to an abrupt stop. Cough cough cough. I'm old and hard of hearing, my dear granddaughter, don't mind me. Lin Ko was still basking in the beauty of the battlesuit, wishing he could take it away. The battlesuit he was wearing was worth at least several hundred million. Lin Ko, let's begin. Bai Shuang's expression was calm, but Lin Ko noticed that her cheeks seemed a little flushed. Okay. Lin Ko didn't think much of it and entered the instance. Prepare the test records, focusing on strength, speed, agility, and other data. With the enhancement of the battlesuit, the completion speed could reach 20 seconds. As soon as Bai Shuang finished speaking, a voice came from the instance. Fastest completion record for the instance. 6 seconds in 1. When the new record appeared at the top of the leaderboard, Bai Shuang's breath caught. Where's the data? Bai Shuang immediately turned around and walked to the computers of the 2 technicians. In front of the computers, data on strength, speed, and explosive power kept soaring. When all the values reached max, the computer emitted a warning sound. Captain, we can't determine the exact numbers. This battlesuit shouldn't be able to exceed its limit. A staff member trembled, adjusting his glasses. Could it be a system error? What's the situation? Lin Ko left the instance, very satisfied. Bai Shuang, this battlesuit is really interesting. I can even see the levels and damage of the beasts in the artificial instance. It felt like experiencing a video game. Lin Ko, do you know your record? About 10 seconds? Lin Ko was also a bit uncertain. After entering the instance, he pierced through it in one hit and didn't have time to check the exact time. 6 seconds. Bai Shuang's breath was heavy. How do you feel now? Very good. Lin Ko was also a bit surprised by his achievement. The destructive power and speed added by the battlesuit were terrifying. Captain. Lin Ko's matching performance with the battlesuit is still at 99%. The staff member was completely shocked. The loss is only 1%. What are you saying? In the dense forest, Bai Anbang could no longer contain himself and strode out. You are Bai Lao? Lin Ko saw Bai Anbang and felt a bit dazed. This was a legendary figure from textbooks. Bai Anbang approached the computer, checking the data feedback from the battlesuit. With each item he checked, his breathing grew heavier. All the data were limit data. This was the Shura battlesuit, an elite beast master's weapon he designed, a perfect killing tool for an excellent small team. The battlesuit couldn't bring out Lin Ko's limits. Instead, Lin Ko easily pushed the performance of the battlesuit to its peak. Little guy, you're doing great. Bai Anbang walked in front of Lin Ko. Can I ask you to go through the instance one more time? Lin Ko hesitated. Focusing on clearing the instance is actually quite tiring. It's a contribution to scientific research. Lin Ko didn't respond. Bai Shuang understood and came to Lin Ko's front. Lin Ko, earlier I promised to pay you 5 million. If you can help again, we will pay you 1 million extra for each instance you clear. Bai Shuang. Lin Ko interrupted her, his eyes shining as he put on the helmet, followed by the machine voice from the battlesuit system, firm and resolute. It's our duty to contribute to scientific research. He turned around and left. It seemed like he had made a decision. Hurry, continue testing. Bai Anbang personally approached the computer to prepare for the second round of data collection. Bai Lao, the staff member assisting with the testing, said sharply, the Shura battlesuit and his body's loss have returned to 100%. Is there a problem with the battlesuit? Bai Anbang glanced at the data. The numbers that had just been reset rocketed again like a volcano erupting. All data were pushed to the limit again. The durability column changed to 98%. Again only a 2% loss? Bai Anbang sank into the chair in deep thought. In order to control research and development costs, he did not equip any healing functions or means in the Shura battlesuit. Using the battlesuit intensely for 2 consecutive times, the total consumption was barely in single digits, which was not just shocking, it was simply monstrous. 6 seconds. Young friend, how do you feel now? Seeing Lin Ke walk out of the instance, Bai Anbang asked with a bitter voice, are you feeling very tired? I think we should test a few more times to ensure the authenticity of the data. What do you think, old Bai? Lin Ke asked with a smiling face. Chapter 13, Will the common people's hero fade into oblivion? Bai Anbang frowned slightly. He could not understand why Lin Ke's consumption was almost zero after breaking through twice in a row. Could it be that Lin Ke was a perpetual motion machine? Let's try again. Lin Ke quickly entered the instance wearing the Shura battlesuit, not pausing for even a second. Old Bai, the consumption has restored again. Bai Anbang fell completely silent at the shock of the staff. Clearly, the Shura battlesuit was developed by him, but at this moment, why did it feel so unfamiliar? So unfamiliar that it made him feel a bit fearful. The human body has limits, flesh and blood cannot be compared to steel and mecha. The advantage of the battlesuit is that it can enhance human functions to the extreme in a short time, but there is one very fatal problem: consumption. Those whose physical strength is not strong enough, even if they wear the top battlesuit, cannot advance even a bit, at most they become a high-defense lump of flesh. Thus, when Bai Anbang saw that Lin Ke's consumption not only did not decrease but actually increased, he silently closed the computer. The battlesuit is malfunctioning, the test data cannot be used for research. Bai Anbang's voice was cold and harsh. Let me adjust and test again. Today, this matter is top secret, no one is allowed to disclose it. The 2 testers swallowed their saliva and dared not refute. After speaking, he sighed and returned to the dense forest. Old Bai, how's it going? This strong voice came from Xiao Zhenghua, the minister of the Marine Corps. There's a bit of a problem with the test. Bai Anbang said, somewhat frustrated. What problem could there be? The test subject is just a high school student, right? Is it possible that he could break the physical record set by the younger generation of the military? Xiao Zhenghua said with some disdain, I see, the batch of battlesuits you provided must be different. You're talking nonsense. Bai Anbang's face turned red. Even if there are some differences, they have improved performance on the existing basis. If your soldiers can't even handle the first generation, don't mention this set. Old Bai, stop bragging. Xiao Zhenghua didn't believe him at all. Quick, send me the data. If there's no problem, I will let my men upload it to the big database. If this data gets uploaded, then the data provided by your military will be immediately obliterated. Heh, I've seen all kinds of storms before. Xiao Zhenghua clearly did not believe it. Show me the data. I'm afraid you'll wet your pants. You scholars are just making a fuss. I want to see how much the data can be. Xiao Zhenghua's microphone was silent for over 10 seconds. This data, are you serious? Bai Anbang, that's why I say the data might be wrong. What do you mean maybe? It must be wrong. Xiao Zhenghua's breathing became heavier. Aren't you old by claiming to be a master of forging? How could there be such a large error? Heaven knows. He would rather believe it was a problem with the data than consider the terrifying physical strength of Lin Ke. Otherwise, could this high school student still be human? Even if the data is wrong, this younger generation's ability to use the battlesuit so skillfully is extremely rare. Bai Anbang smiled slyly. The more I see him, the more I like him. Old Bai, the military is in need of fresh blood, why not let me have him? Are you dreaming? Damn it, fair competition. Do you think there aren't any female soldiers of the literary and artistic troupe in my army? Lin Ke reluctantly took off the Shura battlesuit. It was truly a wonderful item, but unfortunately, it did not belong to him. No wonder so many beast tamers would rather bear millions in loans to purchase specific parts of the Beast Emperor device. Common beast tamers have very few means to protect their lives, and the Beast Emperor's artifacts can protect their lives to the greatest extent, but unfortunately, the high price makes them daunting. Lin Ke, I've put 7 million on your card. After finishing the operation, Bai Shuang inquired with concern, make sure to rest well after you go back. The battlesuit puts a huge burden on the body, so don't rush it. Got it. Lin Ke didn't tell Bai Shuang that he actually felt refreshed and was not affected at all. Senior Bai Shuang, is this battlesuit very expensive? Lin Ke asked curiously. Bai Shuang explained, this is the standard equipment for elite troops in the future, a whole set costs about 100 million beast coins. 100 million? The joy of the large sum of money just received disappeared by more than half. Lin Ku initially thought of buying a set, but now it seems he couldn't afford it at all. What a great thing! Lin Ku sincerely praised. There's even better. Bai Shuang smiled and said, the Beast King Emperor artifacts made from high-level monster materials in the Demon Cave can buy dozens of these, and beast coins cannot buy them. Lin Ku fell silent. For beast tamers, a high price is not unattainable. After all, deep in the dungeon, they can always obtain precious materials. The ability for beast tamers to make money and spend money is almost equal. When he saves enough money in the future, he will buy himself a Shura battlesuit. Senior Bai Shuang, I'm heading back. Lin Ku scratched his head. Coming out this time earned him a few million, making him feel a bit embarrassed. Lin Ku, do you have time this summer vacation? Bai Shuang suddenly asked. I do, but I still have to train. Lin Ku embellished sleeping. Indeed it was training, risking his life in the deep sea. His biggest worry now is whether he can sleep, which could affect his cultivation progress. Then you should set aside a day for me. Bai Shuang said. I'll take you to experience the real Demon Cave. Bai Shuang looked into Lin Ku's eyes. Are you interested? Of course. Lin Ku replied without hesitation. In 3 years of high school, the textbooks repeatedly mentioned the Demon Cave, and eager students always fantasized about summoning powerful contracted beasts to shine in the Demon Cave. Lin Ku was naturally one of them. Then it's a deal. Bai Shuang hesitated for a moment and then added, by the way, in a few days there will be an online virtual competition. If you have time, you can pay attention, the prize is quite generous. Virtual competition? Lin Ku's understanding was still stuck in the world of computers, so he was a bit confused about what Bai Shuang meant. When he heard that the champion's prize for this competition was 100 million beast coins, he immediately inquired about the details. It's a virtual battle against the smart brain. First, you need to have a smart brain device. Is it expensive? Lin Ku's heart raced. He had earned quite a bit of money, but it still felt far from enough. I can have my grandpa think of a way to help you. This competition might be a bit difficult for you, so make sure to improve your strength quickly. You might have a chance. Thank you, senior. On the way home, Lin Ku's mind was filled with the prize of 100 million, no wonder he was so obsessed. After all, he was afraid of being poor. Senior Bai Shuang seemed very hesitant earlier. This virtual competition probably isn't that simple. I need to hurry and improve my strength. Lin Ku rushed home, greeted Lin Changsheng, and then returned to his room to start cultivating. Hey, kid, take care of yourself. Lin Changsheng obviously misunderstood. After Lin Ku left, Bai Shuang returned to the dense forest. Bai Anbang had finished his conversation with Xiao Xinghua. Girl, where did you find such a talent? This battlesuit is custom-made for him. Bai Anbang said vividly, if that data is true, then no one in the world is more suited to wear the Beast Domain Emperor artifact than he is. I also just found out he's a talent. Bai Shuang briefly informed Bai Anbang about Lin Ku's experiences. He comes from a common family. Bai Anbang sighed slightly, his tone showing a bit of regret. What a pity, if he were born in a prestigious family, even if it were just a wealthy merchant's family, his achievements would be far beyond this. Common people give birth to extraordinary talents. Ultimately, they will all fade into the crowd. This is not a one-man show by Bai Anbang, but the truth is as such. Grandpa, I just wanted to talk to you about this, Bai Shuang said. I want him to participate in the National Genius Battle. Chapter 14, The Potential of Lin Ku. Let him take part in the Genius Battle? Bai Anbang's expression was remarkable, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little Shuang, you should understand the value of this competition, right? I admit Lin Ku is indeed very talented, but he's only 18. You want him to compete with the geniuses from prestigious universities? It's hopeless. You should know how terrifying the geniuses from prestigious universities are. Even a freshman who is only a year older would be 10 times stronger than Lin Ku. His spirit would shatter. How will we know if we don't try? Bai Shuang disagreed. She always felt Lin Ku had hidden cards, she could sense potential in him. I've looked into Lin Ku's background, he's not from a wealthy family. It would be hard for him to make a big improvement in a short time. Unless. Bai Shuang smiled and said, unless Grandpa can help him. You've won this round. Bai Anbang shook his head helplessly. Alright. This kid has a good compatibility with battlesuits, he will probably be useful in the future, so helping him is not out of the question. Considering Bai Shuang's request, even though Bai Anbang was reluctant, he would help Lin Ku, primarily due to Lin Ku's compatibility with battlesuits. So he was naturally willing to help Lin Ku once. Thank you, Grandpa. Bai Shuang smiled brightly, and Bai Anbong raised his hand gently to touch the scar on her eyelid. Silly girl, what do you keep that scar for? With Bai Shuang's family background, removing the scar would be very easy with today's technology. It serves as a reminder for me, Bai Shuang said, her smile fading. As a caution. Ah, time flies. That incident has passed 3 years, hasn't it? 3 years and 21 days. Bai Anbong closed his eyes and said, I hope we won't repeat the past. Lin Ke returned home, took a shower to wash away the odor, and lay down on the bed, quickly falling asleep and entering dreamland. In fact, he wanted to try and see if he could enter the realm of the radiant holy dragon. If sleep could take him to that mysterious dark realm, what would it rely on to enter the domain of the radiant holy dragon? There must be some kind of opportunity in between, Lin Ke just hadn't found it yet. Unknowingly, Lin Ke fell deeply asleep. When he opened his eyes, he found himself once again in the mysterious Black Sea. Little Black? The Dark Abyss Dragon was still asleep and did not respond to Lin Ke. Let's level up to level 3 first. Lin Ke skillfully controlled Little Black's body to begin the devouring journey. The most terrifying aspect of the ability Heaven and Earth share a source is that it allows him to share the attributes of the beast and gain a double enhancement. Thus, every time the Dark Abyss Dragon leveled up, it was a qualitative leap for Lin Ke. Is this Black Sea really on Blue Star? Many of the creatures did not even resemble fish, they were almost monsters. Lin Ke had never seen these creatures before. 10 minutes later. Lin Ke successfully devoured a lot of swimming fish, and the Dark Abyss Dragon leveled up to level 3. Physique plus 20. Companion Beast, Dark Abyss Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV3, 0%. Strength, 70. Constitution, 70. Agility, 70. Talent, 100. Element, Dark Type. Grade, World Ending. Skills, Dragon Absorb, Beginner/Shattering Claw, Beginner/Dragon Might, Beginner. Even with the adaptation to the world-ending talent, Lin Ke always felt a shock with every breakthrough. The Dark Abyss Dragon was only at LV3, yet its strength had already reached a terrifying 70. Usually, a companion beast would only be able to reach such a terrifying value before its first evolution. Each enhancement in physique brought not only strength but a comprehensive improvement. Lin Ke felt his perception was getting sharper. He still did not have a clear understanding of his own strength. I will strive to level up again tonight. Lin Ke tirelessly wandered through the Black Sea. If he could encounter some elite creatures, he might just jump directly to level 4 after defeating them. What is this? In the Black Sea, a faint purple light appeared, like a heart placed on the ground, accompanied by a slight, rhythmic trembling. Lin Ke was about to step forward when the consciousness of the dark underworld dragon took over his body. Xiao He, you're awake? Hearing Lin Ke's voice, Xiao He became excited. You woke up just in time, let's go explore the glowing place ahead. Lin Ke had a feeling this thing was not simple. The dark underworld dragon heard Lin Ke's command, and it noticed the source of the light. Roar! The dark underworld dragon let out a low growl, seeming a bit wary. Xiao He, what's wrong? Lin Ke then realized there were no creatures around. It was as if it were a forbidden land. Are you saying this thing is very dangerous? Lin Ke understood Xiao He's meaning. Then can you handle it now? Xiao He informed Lin Ke that it could try but wasn't sure if it could defeat the opponent. Watching the dark underworld dragon slowly approach, Lin Ke suddenly spoke, Xiao He, let's not go there for now. Risk and opportunity coexisted, and the dark underworld dragon was still in its juvenile stage. Although it had world-destroying talent, it was still a young creature. If this strange heart was a monster like Tesla, the current dark underworld dragon would definitely not be the match. Xiao He, remember this place, first find a safe place to grow, and come back after getting stronger. Whoa. After Lin Ke gave the order, the dark underworld dragon turned and moved away from the area. After waking up, the speed of absorption increased significantly, and a few hours later, Xiao He successfully broke through to level 4. Physical enhancement, plus 20. Lin Ke was overjoyed and full of energy as he continued on the leveling path with Xiao He. Until dawn. Xiao He, are you going to sleep again? The dark underworld dragon seemed a bit reluctant and soon fell into a deep sleep. Lin Ke calculated the time, and his body was gradually pulled out of the Black Sea, returning to his room. The sky was becoming faintly bright. The dark underworld dragon's every awakening and slumber coincided perfectly with his own. The sky brightened, and Lin Ke woke from his sleep. The lingering feeling left him a bit reluctant. Why can people only sleep for 10 hours? It would be great if we could just keep sleeping. To practice, Lin Ke had slept a few more hours than usual. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lin Qiansheng with a mischievous smile. You little rascal, still being stubborn? You must be exhausted from last night? It was quite exhausting. Lin Ke did not argue. After eating, Lin Ke originally planned to continue practicing but received a call from Bai Shuang on his phone. Lin Ke, come downstairs, someone is waiting for you. Chapter 15, Is this the shock of circles? Lin Ke went downstairs and saw a black sedan parked at the door. The car window slowly rolled down, and an elderly man's smiling face appeared before Lin Ke. Hello, young friend Lin Ke. Bai Lao? The visitor was Bai Yuntian, president of the Spring Sea Beast Association. He was also a prominent figure in Spring Sea. Get in the car. Bai Yuntian invited Lin Ke to get in. Bai Lao, what is so mysterious? Lin Ke asked curiously. You'll know when you get there. Bai Yuntian signaled the driver to start the car, driving toward the Spring Sea Riverside Avenue. Spring Sea is a coastal city, boasting an ultra-first-class seaside garden city with a port, and Riverside Avenue is the wealthy area of the entire Spring Sea. Here, the real estate, business district, entertainment facilities, and safety features are all top-notch. Most people living in the coastal new city are distinguished beast masters. The car drove toward the core area of Riverside Avenue, the Jinhai Diyuan community. Lin Ke looked at the tall buildings outside, unable to help but speak. This is the most expensive community in Spring Sea, right? Yes. Bai Yuntian said with a smile, not only that, but only beast masters can purchase here, no one else has the right to buy. The car stopped under a large flat-floor building facing the coastal landscape, and Bai Yuntian got out first. As soon as Lin Ke exited the car, he smelled a salty, humid sea breeze. The community was built extremely high-end, with an all-steel frame structure. Everywhere, there are expensive landscapes of bonsai trees. Taking the scenic elevator, the Golden Beach and Azure Sea come into full view. Lin Ke, what do you think of this place? Very good, Lin Ke murmured, feeling somewhat dazed. The elevator doors opened, revealing a 5-meter-high entrance door. 2 butlers pushed the door, and nearly 20 meters of huge floor-to-ceiling windows faced the sea. The entire building is fully equipped, and Lin Ke stood before the door in a daze. Bai Yuntian gently patted Lin Ke's back. Let's go upstairs and take a look, you will definitely be amazed. Lin Ke quickly pulled himself out of the shock of the mansion, feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity that didn't belong to his circle. Last night, the old president instructed me that this place will be for your training in the future. Old Bai, this is too precious. Lin Ke did not agree, feeling he shouldn't take anything without effort, and he couldn't bear such a heavy gift. This isn't a gift to you, rent will be charged. Of course, if you have money in the future, you can buy this place, as an early investment from Old Bai for you. Bai Yuntian urged, alright, let's go upstairs and take a look, you'll definitely like it. On the second floor, besides a master bedroom and 4 guest rooms, over 70% of the remaining space is used for a virtual combat room, daily training room, beast training room, and brain transmission space. Lin Ke had never seen such equipment, let alone a training room larger than his house. The empty room was completely made of special metal. Lin Ke walked up to the beast strength testing device, which was an instrument used for testing various attributes of beasts, made of memory sponge, adjustable to any shape, used to test the strength of beasts. The alloy space also has powerful defensive attributes. In the daily training room, there are various devices to test strength, and many tools to relax muscles. You can command the intelligent butler to generate testing wooden puppets to understand the strength of your physical body. Lin Ke stepped forward. Test. The testing device generated a puppet. Lin Ke threw a punch. A light screen appeared with a power prompt, 1.6T. Lin Ke calculated, his punch was about 1,600 kilograms of strength. The peak boxers can hit around 800 kilograms at full strength, while his punch surpassed that by more than double. Young man, you're remarkable. Bai Yuntian's eyes lit up. He originally thought Lin Ke could only produce a value of 1 or 200, but unexpectedly, a punch had the strength of 1,600 kilograms. This was only the enhancement brought by the level 4 juvenile Dark Phantom Dragon. For every 20 points of physical strength, it could bring hundreds of kilograms of increase to himself. With the calculations on data, Lin Ke gained a clearer understanding of his own strength. This is a great place. Lin Ke's fondness for this training room far surpassed his admiration for the mansion. This is just the beginning. Bai Yuntian took Lin Ke out of the training room and into the brain transmission space, where a precision instrument resembling a giant capsule appeared in the room. Lin Ke, the next few instruments are crucial. The brain transmission space can upload your consciousness to the virtual world, where you can shop, auction, and purchase mentor courses. If you need, you can even rent an electronic girlfriend. With any body type and appearance you can DIY, and the real touch can at least restore 90%. You really understand. Ahem, let's go to the next room. Bai Yuntian awkwardly walked out, saying, My girl said you need a beast battle room, this is a good thing. Even wealthy families find it difficult to afford a virtual beast battle room. Under Bai Yuntian's introduction, Lin Ke entered the virtual beast battle room. This room was relatively spacious, with a machine resembling a massage chair, wrapped in precious leather, with a luxurious champagne gold color. After I leave, you can see for yourself, virtual beast battles are quite interesting. Linka nodded repeatedly. Every item here was refreshing his worldview and understanding. He could imagine the training room, but the intelligence brain and beast battle room were equipment only a true noble family could provide. Not even the top students in high school would have such conditions at home. Alright, Linko, this house is now yours. Bai Yuntian also sensed Linka's impatience, and after a simple introduction, planned to leave. Old Bai, what is the rent for this house? Linko was indeed tempted. The luxurious house and breathtaking scenery could not compare to the equipment on the second floor, so he decided to rent it. Don't worry about the cost for now, Bai is said to let you prepare well and wish you success. Bai Yuntian hurried away. In the large house, only Linko remained. He returned to the second floor. He arrived at the intelligence brain transmission room. The huge capsule device could transmit the will of the Beast Master into a special space, which was quite similar to how artificial copies were formed. This kind of equipment he had only heard of in textbooks before. He couldn't wait to give it a try. Chapter 16, The Price of Mutation Crystals, Getting Rich Begins. Linka lay in the intelligence brain transmission device as the capsule space slowly closed. Respected Lord Linko, identity matching in progress, detecting your first login, your virtual ID is 047250, modifiable. Colorful beams of light continuously swept past him, and when Linko reacted, he found himself on a huge platform. His body gradually solidified. In the intelligence brain space, everyone's appearance was adjustable from default settings. Linko appeared in this world with an initial appearance. Respected Mr. 047250, welcome to your first entry into the Beast Master Intelligence Brain platform. This platform can be used for trading, purchasing, and other related activities. Please first check the usage guidelines. An introduction page appeared in front of Linko, densely filled with the rules of the intelligence brain world. This is a platform for communication, trading, and purchasing of beasts. The intelligence brain world does not allow combat or death, only for commercial and learning activities. If you are over 18, you can unlock the adult mode feature. Would you like to enter your identity information? Linka licked his lips and forcefully pulled back his thoughts. As expected of the intelligence brain world, it was too advanced. Only beast masters with deep pockets would buy intelligence brain equipment for their homes. A single device could even cost more than a house. Linko discovered that in the intelligence brain world, the goods available for purchase also included courses from legendary beast masters. Legendary 9-star beast master courses required the use of Hunyuan for purchase. Linko temporarily did not know what Hunyuan was as a unit. He casually explored and found the link device for the Spring Sea Auction Association's auction venue. An auction invitation floated in front of Linko, and he suddenly remembered he could use this device to auction his mutation crystal. After uploading the data and appearance of the crystal, Linko re-registered and directly entered the auction hall. Respected Mr. 047250, welcome to the Beastmaster Auction Hall, may you be happy every day. His consciousness appeared in a bright and clean pure white hall, and a woman with a pleasant appearance gently asked, "Hello, how can I assist you?" This was no different from reality. Linko forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart. If Lin Changqing knew about this device. Cough, I want to consign items for auction, Linko said. May I ask what the process is? Please wait a moment. The receptionist checked Linko's identity, and her expression instantly became serious. Sir, you are a VIP. Please follow me to the VIP room. She did not forget to size up Linko carefully. He was so young. Beast masters with VIP status were usually over 30, such status required a record of accomplishments and achievements. Linko, clearly a young boy, could use such expensive equipment. This person was certainly not simple. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Linko walked into a spacious private room, where a girl squatted on the ground, supporting her tight skirt. Sir, do you have any requests? I want to sell a crystal core, Linko said directly. Okay, I will arrange for a dedicated appraiser for you. The female employee smiled gently. When he was in school, Linko had heard that high-level beast masters could complete training and shopping without leaving home, just by sending their consciousness into the virtual network. To his surprise, he had also achieved this. Thank you for your help. After the attendant left the room, Linko began browsing in the room, discovering a wide variety in the virtual network, including crystal cores, monster materials, and various blood modification potions. Some items were priced unreasonably high. Soon, the woman knocked on the door and quickly returned to the room. Sir, thank you for waiting. The crystal core you sent for sale has been appraised, and it is classified as a low-level crystal core. However, this crystal core is quite special. The bloodline energy within it is 5 times denser than a typical low-level crystal core, so it will be auctioned at 5 times the market price. The price is 500,000. All right. This price was not far from Linko's estimate. He then took out an even larger crystal core. I just remembered I have another one in stock, could you help me appraise this one too? No problem. This time, Lin Ke waited for a full half hour. The door was pushed open, and it wasn't the female attendant who walked in, but an old man wearing monocle glasses. He was breathing heavily, sweating, and seemed to notice he was a bit out of sorts, lightly clearing his throat as he said, "Young friend, I am Wang Yan, the head of the Crystal Core Appraisal Department. This crystal core was provided by you, right?" "Yes." Curious, Lin Ke asked, "Is there something wrong?" "This crystal core." Wang Yan had a complicated tone. "The energy is extremely concentrated, it should belong to level 15 elite monsters, but the amount is more than 5 times denser than usual elite levels." When Wang Yan saw the appraisal report, he doubted whether the instrument had malfunctioned, so he monitored it 3 more times. The results were still the same. "This is a mutated crystal core," Wang Yan said excitedly. "Therefore, we plan to raise the auction starting price to 5 million. Lin Ke stood up, his expression slightly changing. Wang Yan thought it was the price that made Lin Ke dissatisfied and hurried to explain, "This is just the starting price. We predict that this crystal core may ultimately sell for over 10 million. Thank you for your help." Lin Ke suppressed the excitement inside. Such crystal cores still exist in the Black Sea, and if he searched hard, he might find quite a few more. Before the auction starts, you can log into the Smart Brain Network to check. We will provide you with a VIP room. Got it, thank you. Lin Ke logged out of the Smart Brain Network. Such a terrifying rate of generating wealth likely surpassed many high-level beast masters. Currently, the exploration of the Black Sea might still be less than 1%. Once the Dark Underworld Dragon successfully entered its first transition, it could accelerate exploration, perhaps even revealing the location of the Black Sea. This was truly a private treasure trove. Lin Ke walked into the last room, which was comparatively smaller than the Smart Brain and testing rooms. In the center of the room was a device similar to a massage chair. Beastmaster Battle Room. The battle equipment was a helmet device, and Lin Ke curiously put on the helmet. As Lin Ke put on the helmet, a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Beastmaster Battle Initialization. You can create a room, watch battles, and match with random opponents. Chapter 17, Beastmaster Virtual Battle Room. Is this the special training platform for Beastmasters? Lin Ke was not in a hurry to match randomly, he began to read the terms in detail. This device is specially designed for beast training. It not only allows for competitive training but also for purchasing guidance from high-level beast masters. Lin Ke glanced roughly, and these beast masters charged several million for just one session. The beast tamer is indeed the strongest money-making profession. A high-level beast tamer earns millions per class. It's truly terrifying. But on second thought, millions of dollars for face-to-face guidance from a legendary beast tamer isn't too expensive. What is the battle ranking list? Lin Ke read to the end and saw a giant golden list formed on the screen, showing the rankings of the top 100 beast tamers across various cities in China. From level 1 to level 8. Lin Ke first looked at the rankings of level 1. The first place is called A Hint of Sadness, with 200 wins and 20 losses. The second place just beat A Hint of Sadness, with 189 wins and 50 losses. The third place, specially targeting the second place, with 170 wins and 56 losses. Lin Ke glanced roughly and found that this golden list was linked to the national system, and there was also a world ranking that he couldn't access yet. Lin Ke found Bai Shuang in the level 6 list. First place, Bai Shuang, with 1240 wins and 10 losses. This record is truly terrifying. Only true confidence can allow one's real name to be written there, and most of the people on the rankings below Bai Shuang were a whole generation older than her. As expected of a senior, truly outstanding. Lin Ke noticed that in all the lists he could see only the rankings from level 1 to level 7, and all the lists after level 8 were inaccessible. What would it be like if a level 9 legendary beast tamer actually started battling? In every move, the server would probably crash. After roughly reading the terms, Lin Ke entered his identity information as a level 1 beast tamer. Then he couldn't wait to click the random matchmaking button. Random battle matchmaking, no level restriction. He heard some beast tamers could be lucky enough to match with legendary beast tamers. Random battle matchmaking successful. Lin Ke quickly found himself in a battleground that resembled a beast fighting arena. Why are all the opponents today amateurs? As soon as he entered, the opponent was a bit impatient. Alright, quickly summon your beast, I'm in a hurry and don't have time to play with amateurs. Clearly, he did not take Lin Ke seriously. However, Lin Ke was slow to summon his companion beast. As expected, even in the virtual network, he could not summon the Shadow Dark Dragon. He had been hoping to see Little Black in the virtual network. Stunned by fear? The opposing beast tamer felt helpless and directly summoned his beast, Shadow Wolf. Amateur, today I will give you a good lesson. Shadow Wolf, go for it. He was about to issue an attack command when he found Lin Ke had vanished like a ghost before his eyes. With a howl from the Shadow Wolf, it perished, leaving the opponent dumbfounded. Points +1. Congratulations, you have achieved victory in this virtual battle. What the heck? The opponent stood there in shock, unable to comprehend what had just happened. He never saw Lin Ke summon a companion beast, and in the blink of an eye, the battle was over. Did the system bug out? What the hell was that? Lin Ke was teleported out of the arena. In his first battle, Lin Ke didn't feel much. After all, the opponent was just a level 2 beast tamer, and the overall stats of the companion beast were not even as high as his physical strength. A single punch easily ended the battle. Let's try again. In the afternoon, Lin Ke tried many matches, with wins and losses mixed. Strong beast tamers wouldn't let Lin Ke off just because he didn't summon his companion beast. Just as Lin Ke was about to take a break, an invitation message appeared in front of him. Account 000001 invites you to enter a room for battle. Note from the other side, by Shuang. Senior? Lin Ke had just appeared in a brand new arena and noticed many spectators in the virtual audience, and the number was still increasing. Virtual battles allow spectators to watch, unless it's a privately created room that requires a password. Randomly generated battles can be learned from. Clearly, Lin Ke's current level of fame was not enough for that. These spectators must be here for their opponent. When the capable figure appeared before Lin Ke, a fierce cheer rose from the audience. Senior Bai Shuang is participating in the virtual battle. Oh my god, I've been following Miss Bai Shuang's account. I joined as soon as she started battling. What great luck. Her opponent is just a first-tier beast master, not very exciting. Who cares who her opponent is? I'm here to admire the goddess Bai Shuang's stunning beauty. Ah. She's simply a Valkyrie. Lin Ke couldn't hear the discussions in the audience, he focused more on Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang's appearance in the virtual battle was exactly the same as in real life. Her slightly cartoonish Q version look had a hint of playful cuteness, and she had a torn scar on her eyelid, somewhat similar to the pirate emperor red-haired. No wonder so many people adored her. Senior's aura couldn't be described as beautiful, heroic was more appropriate. Let's begin. Bai Shuang said little, her image in the virtual battle still in an initialized state. Roar! The Skyflame Tiger appeared in the arena, clearly a virtual number but giving a sense of intense heat. As expected of Captain Bai Shuang, her summoned beast has a high growth potential for flame combat, and it also has a sky attribute, so cool. This is simply Beauty and the Beast. What if Senior Bai Shuang chases me? I'm peeing yellow, I'm coming. Diabetes, step back, don't let this kid taste sweetness. While everyone was discussing, many bystanders in the audience noticed that Lin Ke had not summoned his own summoned beast. He must be scared silly, it's normal. If I encountered Bai Shuang, I'd probably be dazed too. Even summoning a beast wouldn't help, he would be instantly killed, right? Seeing that Lin Ke hadn't even summoned his beast, Bai Shuang curiously asked. Where is your summoned beast? Lin Ke was hesitating when suddenly Bai Shuang's voice appeared in his mind. Lin Ke, don't be nervous, the future star battles will be watched by hundreds of millions at the same time. Go for it. Chapter 18, Senior's Friend Request. Then I can use my full strength. The two locked eyes, and Bai Shuang sensed a change in Lin Ke's aura. Even though it was in a virtual network. Let's begin. Bai Shuang smiled slightly, let me see your strength. Okay. The Skyflame Tiger stared at Lin Ke, giving a low growl, waiting for Bai Shuang's command. Little Bai. At Bai Shuang's command, the Skyflame Tiger immediately dashed out, so fast that it left an afterimage in its place. The Skyflame Tiger raised its heavy front paw, tearing down. So fast. Lin Ke wanted to observe, but before he knew it, the big cat appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Had he not been fully focused, he might have become a victim under the tiger's claws. Under the tiger's paw, Lin Ke's body began to turn into an afterimage. The Skyflame Tiger shook its head, looking surprised at a distance. Did you see that? This person is also very fast, even an afterimage has appeared. Wow, is this speed even something a first-tier beast master could have? Is it on? I can't be seeing things, right? How can his speed be so fast? The spectators thought this was supposed to be a one-sided battle. Lin Ke hadn't even summoned a beast and the fight would end in an instant. But the continuous aggressive attacks of the Skyflame Tiger were all dodged by Lin Ke. The scene suddenly became tense. Bai Shuang stood in place, quietly observing Lin Ke's movements. She knew Lin Ke had a hidden card, a purely physical body could reach such speed, which was unreasonable in itself. Although Lin Ke's movements were somewhat clumsy, he knew how to use his physical advantages to fight wisely, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Flame Demon Tiger. Let me see how much potential you still have. Lin Ke dodged the Flame Demon Tiger's attack once more. The tiger, having been teased repeatedly, finally became enraged, a wisp of flame seeping between its sharp fangs. A huge vortex of fire spewed from its mouth, charging straight at Lin Ke. The flames ignited intensely, turning the Colosseum red, and Lin Ku immediately wanted to turn and escape. It's over. Even though he can dodge the flame demon tiger's close attack, its most terrifying aspect is still its fire attribute. There's no escaping. Once locked onto by an elemental attack, the battle is finished. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the speeding Lin Ku, with flames constantly tracking and locking onto his body. Even as Lin Ku dodged repeatedly, the flames twisted through the air like fiery snakes, continuing to pursue him. Lin Ku clearly realized that simply relying on dodging was not a solution. He suddenly sped up, moving towards Bai Shuang's direction. Is he trying to lure the danger away? What a bold idea. Bai Shuang won't lose, right? What are you joking about? The opponent is only a first-tier beast master, while Bai Shuang is a 6th tier. This is just like a praying mantis trying to stop a car, overestimating oneself. Bai Shuang stood still, not surprised by Lin Ku's actions. She just smiled slightly. Lin Ku, you've given me quite a few surprises, but it's over. Lin Ku appeared in front of Bai Shuang, and the two locked eyes. His feet moved slightly and, using clever force, he circled to Bai Shuang's back. The flames did not appear on her but instead turned back to attack Lin Ku. Indeed, it's been locked on. Lin Ku instantly made a change. Bai Shuang, I apologize. Lin Ku executed a move that nobody expected. He hugged Bai Shuang from behind and lifted her high. Bai Shuang did not anticipate that Lin Ku would use her body as a shield. It was quite a novel angle. Damn it, what is this kid doing? How dare he tease Bai Shuang? You don't want to live anymore, quickly put my goddess down. I want to bet my life with you. Amidst the crowd's curses, Lin Ku rushed in front of the flame demon tiger, and with all his strength, he threw Bai Shuang outward. Roar! The flame demon tiger roared in anger, leaping high to catch Bai Shuang in midair, and the flames dissipated. Xiao Bai, below. Bai Shuang spoke with some urgency. Lin Ku had already appeared beneath the flame demon tiger, gathering all his strength to punch it in the abdomen. A dull, terrifying force penetrated the flame demon tiger's body. Although it had not disappeared, it roared and raised its paw to swipe at Lin Ku. This blow hit the flame demon tiger squarely but did not break its defense. Such thick skin. Lin Ku was somewhat surprised. He had underestimated the flame demon tiger's defensive power. Facing the flame demon tiger's attack, Lin Ku could only adopt a dual-handed defensive stance to withstand the heavy hit of the tiger's paw. His body continuously retreated, and he cautiously looked up at the flame demon tiger's fire attack, gathering once more. Xiao Bai, stop. She patted the flame demon tiger's head, and her beast companion transformed into a streak of light, disappearing in place. Bai Shuang actively recalled her beast companion and walked up to Lin Ku with a smile, saying, Lin Ku, your idea is quite interesting. If you had fought just now against a beast master of your level, you would have lost. I'm still not a match for you, senior sister. Lin Ku recalled the battle just now. If it weren't for taking shortcuts, there would be no chance to land that punch. I saw your move just now. You should have no systematic martial arts training, right? No. Lin Ku scratched his head awkwardly. Even though it was a virtual battle, he accidentally touched Bai Shuang's. If you have time, I can train with you. In martial arts, I might not necessarily lose to you. Bai Shuang chuckled lightly. Add me as a contact, and I can teach you some martial arts styles. Ding, Bai Shuang sent a friend request. Chapter 19, Bai Shuang's Crazy Pursuers, First Experience. Bai Shuang, senior sister, actually took the initiative to add a mail account. I must be hearing things. Who on earth is this guy? I am so envious. Wang Butler, go check, I want to know his identity. Damn, I am so envious, I curse him to have no little pursuers. As the most outstanding presence of the new generation, Bai Shuang had never proactively added a male contact. Countless people spent huge sums to get a friend request from her and failed. Now, Bai Shuang took the initiative to add Lin Ku's account, which undoubtedly made others green with envy. Unknowingly, thousands of young beast masters gathered to watch in the gladiatorial arena. Bai Shuang noticed this and called off the fight. Lin Ku, you can pull me in for training anytime in the future. I'll head out first. After saying this, Bai Shuang directly exited the room. The room then dissolved. Lin Ku was still savoring the details of the fight. His physical strength was far from able to match the flaming demon tiger head-on. Full of brute strength, he completely lacked martial arts and techniques. That was the current situation. ID 394204 sent a friend request. Note, brother, give me Bai Shuang's contact info, I'll pay 100,000. ID 232344 sent a friend request. Note, daddy. ID 249233 sent a friend request. Note, let me test you, what is Bai Shuang's ID number? Lin Ku. The friend request section was flooded. After Lin Ku helplessly rejected all in one go, he selected the option to prohibit friend requests. Bai Shuang's popularity exceeded his imagination. It seemed he still had to act low-key in the future to avoid being targeted by people with ill intentions. After trying out the convenience brought by the virtual battle, Lin Ke planned to log out and go home to talk to Lin's father about the house situation. Just as Lin Ke was about to log out, a golden virtual announcement suddenly appeared before his eyes. Notice, the Beast Battle system will welcome the 2.0 version update. The first heroic golden list battle for those 23 years old, inclusive, and below will begin, covering the entire country, with a deadline of 2 months. Heroic list rewards: first place, 100 million beast coins, a massive amount of beast cultivation resources, entry into the key training program for heroes. Second place, 50 million beast coins, a massive amount of beast cultivation resources. Third place, 30 million beast coins, a massive amount of beast cultivation resources. Update maintenance time, 24 hours. Please look forward to it. Heroic Golden List? Is this the virtual competition's senior sister mentioned? After reading the terms, Lin Ke was ejected from the battle space by the system, and the update maintenance began. Old Lin, have you seen the news? Lu Dezhuang quickly sent a message, extremely excited. The heroic golden list battle will be held on a certain battle platform. I heard the total prize money is over 100 million. Lin Ke replied to Lu Dezhuang. I know a bit. I'm so envious. I also want to experience the beast battle room. Unfortunately, this is all the privilege of rich people. Lu Dezhuang did not hide his longing and envy for this heroic battle. Lin Ke replied. Isn't the competition announcement written? Beast masters over 18 can rent equipment at the nearby Beast Association or any martial arts hall. You can participate too. Really? Lu Dezhuang was extremely excited. Then I'll try it too. Who knows, a blind cat might just stumble upon a dead mouse and get a ranking. Finishing the conversation, Lin Ke found that the entire forum was discussing the heroic battle. The heroic golden list battle's age limit is to select and pick out more powerful heroic contestants. This battle was obviously not prepared for Lin Ke, who was a high school graduate. But it is facing higher institutions. The real main force should be these young beast masters from the first to third year of various universities. In other words, this is a nationwide college competition selection tournament. Yet, Lin Ke always felt something strange that he couldn't explain. Before this competition appeared, there wasn't even a hint of news or hype, as if it had been decided on the spur of the moment. By the time he got home, the forum had already started ranking the major universities in China that might win the championship. Lin Ke took a cursory glance at the rankings before he was called out of the room by Lin Changsheng. Son, do you have any thoughts about university? Lin Changsheng felt that Lin Ke had been extremely busy lately, yet as a father, he had no idea what Lin Ke was occupied with. I haven't thought it through. Lin Ke leaned on the sofa, holding a pillow, and said, I might choose one close to home. The Imperial City Beast Academy is great, but it's too far from home, otherwise I would consider it. Lin Changsheng was silent for a long time. Listen, is this even human talk? How many young beast masters are breaking their heads to get into the highest level university in China, yet it's being almost dismissed in front of Lin Ke? Are you aiming for the sky? Lin Changsheng glared at Lin Ke fiercely. Recently, I keep receiving unknown calls, all asking about your news. Just now when I came back, there were a few guys hiding downstairs. Really? Lin Ke gradually realized that if this continued, it might affect the normal life he had with Lin Changsheng, which wasn't a good thing. He had heard that there had been news of talented individuals disappearing lately, and Baishuang had also warned him to be careful. Old man, let's move. After thinking it over, Lin Ke still informed Lin Changsheng about the mansion issue. After fully explaining, Lin Changsheng lit a cigarette, which he didn't smoke until it burned out. Only after the ash fell onto the back of his hand did he snap back to reality. Son, let's go to the hospital. Lin Ke originally thought Lin Changsheng would be shocked, but unexpectedly, he thought he was going crazy. This was understandable. Late at night, Lin Ke brought Lin Changsheng to the Jin High Emperor Court. When Lin Changsheng stood in the vast and spacious mansion, he finally fainted. After settling Lin Changsheng in a spacious room downstairs, Lin Ke went directly to an independent room on the second floor. Lin Changsheng's reaction was expected by him. In the AI space transmission, the consciousness upload was completed. Honorable Mumu, welcome back to the AI space. Lin Ke specifically changed his ID. Originally, he wanted to call himself Mumu, but a slip of the finger turned it into Mumu. He didn't change it, it was just a codename and not important. The auction is about to begin, just in time to experience it. Lin Ke summoned the invitation and clicked to confirm. The scene of the light curtain transformed, and he found himself in a small independent room. Honorable Lord Mumu, welcome to the auction hall of the Great Xia Companion Beast Association branch. Here is the list of items for tonight's auction. A female robot maid wearing a maid outfit with attire for a lower body handed a flyer to Lin Ke. Thank you. Lin Ke casually glanced at it. Wow, items worth hundreds of thousands and even millions, with some starting bids in the tens of millions. His savings were definitely not enough to use. Lin Ke saw the mutated crystal nucleus he obtained from the deep sea on the list, and the starting price was exactly 5 million. I hope it can sell for a higher price. With a mortgage to pay, Lin Ke also felt the pressure. He planned to go back to the mysterious sea after the auction to hunt wildly and see if he could strike it rich. Outside the light curtain, a beautiful female voice rang out. Honored guests, the auction is officially starting. Chapter 20, Fiery Snatching, and a Wave of Sudden Wealth. It has begun. As this was his first time participating in a virtual auction, Lin Ke couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Today's first auction item is a low-grade crystal nucleus. The voice of the robotic auctioneer caught Lin Ke's attention. Before his eyes, a crystal nucleus appeared on the light curtain, slowly spinning. Sure enough, it was the crystal core I consigned. A crystal core as the opening bid. This auction tonight isn't interesting. What's so good about a crystal core? If I wanted, I could have it for dinner every day. Let's have something with real bite. This kind of thing has no appeal to us. It was clear that those who could participate in the virtual auction were from noble backgrounds and naturally looked down on an ordinary crystal core. Valuable cultivation resources in the eyes of common folks were worthless to them. Lin Ke held his breath. Truly, the methods of the Beast Partner Association were remarkable, only he knew that the crystal core obtained from the mysterious sea had special qualities. Everyone, don't rush. The auction robot smiled and explained, an ordinary crystal core would not serve as an opening. This primary crystal core contains bloodline energy 5 times richer than a normal one. For novice beast masters, this is undoubtedly a top-notch foundational material, extremely rare. 5 times? Now that's a bit interesting. The bloodline energy of an ordinary crystal core actually had a 5-fold difference, making one feel superior immediately. The rich loved the differences, they enjoyed that special feeling of being out of the ordinary. This crystal core is indeed good for enlightenment. Let's start the bidding. Starting bid, 500,000. 600,000. 800,000. 1 million. The continuous rise of bids made Lin Ke secretly click his tongue. Wow, 3 sentences could buy his life. The gap between people is truly vast. In the end, this special crystal core was sold for 2 million with a premium. Lin Ke couldn't help but feel a bit excited. Would that even more special crystal core auction price exceed 10 million? The auction lasted for 20 minutes. Lin Ke watched greedily as various treasures were sold. His heart couldn't help but stir. Next up for auction is still a crystal core. The auctioneer teased the crowd again. With the opening crystal core as a foundation, everyone knew this crystal core was absolutely extraordinary. This is an elite-level mutated crystal core. Its bloodline richness is still more than 5 times that of a normal elite level. How rare! Many people at the auction immediately became interested. Elite-level crystal cores are not rare, but once a mutated crystal core appears, its value is immediately different. This is like game equipment. A primary crystal core is the best white gear. No matter how outstanding its values, there will come a day it gets replaced. But elite-level crystal cores are like purple equipment. They inherently have elite attributes, and if there's an additional 5-fold bloodline richness, the effects will be immensely remarkable. The auction hall finally stirred a bit. So mutated crystal cores are so popular? Lin Ke was a bit surprised. If there's another chance to get one, he'd still reserve some for his own training. And the auction must be kept sufficiently secret. Starting bid, 5 million. Almost as soon as the auction robot finished announcing, the crowd erupted with urgent bids. 5,500,000. 6 million. 6,500,000. 7 million. 8 million. The rapid-fire bids made Lin Ke's heart race uncontrollably. 2 crystal cores had made people spend 10 million for him. When the price reached 8 million, consecutive bidding voices gradually faded, leaving only 3 or 2 powerful families still in contention. 10 million. The Zheng family will take it. An old voice spoke, revealing its surname. This indicated that the opponent intended to pressure others, signaling that everyone should give him a bit of face. Who is this old man? Lin Ke immediately felt displeased. He had originally hoped to make a bit more. This old man shattered his dreams of wealth with a single sentence. Indeed, there hadn't been any sound in the auction hall for a long while. Lin Ke's heart also cooled down halfway. Old Master Zhang, let's compete based on our own abilities. My Bai family is also interested in this. Just when Lin Ke thought it was settled, a soft voice announced a price. I bid 15 million. Well done, sissy. Lin Ke was immediately excited. He thought everything was settled, yet unexpectedly someone raised the bid again, by 5 million. The Bai family, could it be the family of senior sister Bai Shuang? Bai Runan, do you really think you can compete with me when my grandson is about to go to college? So what if he's going to college? I just started one yesterday. Bai Runan retorted without hesitation. What are you going to do about it? The old man's voice grew increasingly furious. 16 million. I bid 20 million. Byrunen, are you here to mess with me? The old man suppressed the urge to spit blood. I warn you one last time, don't push your luck. Oh? You dare to threaten me? Byrunen was completely unafraid, speaking in a playful tone. Let's talk in cash, or I'll crush you. Alright. Zhang Juanyang's beard nearly flew off in anger, but he didn't raise the bid again. And LV15, Elite Crystal Core is worth at most 10 million, offering 20 million is simply foolish. The family may be wealthy, but they are not stupid. You dead sissy, just wait. I will ruin you someday. A younger voice came from the Zhang family's box. You think you're qualified? Go screw your mother. Byrunen's words, like a shielding sound, turned the auction atmosphere strangely awkward. It seemed that everyone was already used to Byrunen's behavior. The Bai and Zhang families had always been rivals. Lin Ke didn't care who Byrunen was, in any case, she was his savior now. What a good person, truly a wonderful person. After witnessing the Crystal Core auction, Lin Ke left the venue in a good mood. Now he just needed to wait for the money to arrive. After deducting fees, Lin Ke netted over 20 million from this auction, and his wallet immediately felt much heavier. Upon leaving the auction, Lin Ke did not exit the intellectual brain space. He wanted to try something in the intellectual brain space. If he connected to the intellectual brain space, he could directly enter deep sleep. This function was developed by the intellect brain to ensure beast masters could maintain energy at all times. After all, the mental stress from years on the battlefield was immense. If this method worked, then Lin Ke wouldn't need to forcibly sleep as a bridge to enter the deep sea space. He could use the intellect brain to enter the mysterious sea whenever he wanted. Deep sleep mode, initiating. Chapter 21, Sleeping and Getting Stronger. Did it succeed? Lin Ke opened his eyes. A familiar ocean view appeared before him. Through the deep sleep mode of the intellect brain, he immediately entered the mysterious sea. This meant he no longer needed to worry about insomnia or bad conditions. As long as he wanted to cultivate, he could come to this ocean at any time. Lin Ke was very skilled in controlling Little Black, especially after the auction of the Crystal Core at a high price, which gave him endless motivation to cultivate. Strange, where are the fish? Lin Ke swam for several hundred meters, but the countless marine creatures from yesterday had vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated completely. What's going on? After 5 whole minutes, no creatures appeared beside Lin Ke. It seemed that aside from himself, there were no other beings in this sea. This eerie feeling made Lin Ke feel a bit uneasy. Beasts would only relocate their nests when threatened. There were 2 possible reasons for the disappearance of these beasts: either a powerful presence had appeared here, and all beasts dared not approach. Or secondly, all the beasts here had been killed. Lin Ke observed carefully along the way, moving cautiously, trying to find beast corpses in the sea to validate his thoughts. But this sea was now as clean as if a dog had licked it, with nothing left except for plankton and a few colorful corals. Little Black, are you awake? Just when Lin Ke was on edge, a thought from the dark phantom dragon came to his mind. This little fellow's wake-up speed seemed to be gradually speeding up, which was a good sign. Little Black, why have all the surrounding creatures disappeared? Lin Ke immediately asked the dark phantom dragon. The dark abyssal dragon excitedly wagged its tail, stirring up swirling waves, not forgetting to act cute and roll around on the seabed in front of Lin Ke. Did you eat all those little fish? Lin Ke got the answer from the dark abyssal dragon. But this answer left him a bit shocked. After all, the speed of consumption was just too fast. Lin Ke hurriedly opened the panel. Companion Beast, Dark Abyssal Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV6, 2%. Strength, 100. Bone Quality, 90. Agility, 100. Talent, 100. Element, Dark. Grade, World Destroying. Skills, Dragon Absorption, Beginner/Cleft Claw, Beginner/Dragon Might, Beginner. The Dark Abyssal Dragon leveled up. He realized it too late. Little Black, you're amazing. Lin Ke praised. The Dark Abyssal Dragon's awakening time was getting faster. Once it began training and hunting autonomously in the mysterious sea, the surrounding fish rarely stood a chance. The faster it leveled up, the stronger its physical power would become. The reason he couldn't sense the increase in physical power this time, Lin Ke guessed, was because he was in the cerebral space, so he didn't notice. I have to say, waking up and becoming stronger feels amazing. Oh whoa. Little Black howled. It complained to Lin Ke about its sleep issues. In its memory, during its juvenile period, it would only wake up for 2 hours each day, the remaining 22 hours it would be asleep, but after arriving in the mysterious sea, that rule seemed to have been broken. It would wake up due to a hunger sensation, reluctantly needing to eat to level up. Only after a hearty meal could it continue sleeping. Isn't this normal? If you're hungry, you wake up; if you're full, you sleep. Lin Ke didn't find anything strange. The dark abyssal dragon informed him that it didn't need to eat on its own, food would be delivered right in front of it, ready for selection. Linko was a bit surprised and said, "Little Black, humans don't often ask for help, you will have to rely on yourself in the future, and besides, there's me. At most, I'll help you." Oh whoa! The dark abyssal dragon was extremely excited. To it, Linko was its master, and he was willing to lower his status to help it, which was an incredible honor for it. Linka thought to himself that the origins of the dark abyssal dragon were not simple. He increasingly felt that binding with it was not an ordinary matter. By the way, Little Black, after you devoured those fish and strange beasts, did you leave some crystal cores behind? Linko remembered the essential point. You ate them, you little food lover. Linko couldn't help but smile. But thinking of Little Black's immense improvement, he didn't say much. No need to save any for me, eat as much as you want. The more you eat, the bigger you'll grow. Little Black acted cutely for a while and quickly fell into a sleep state. Linko controlled its body and moved forward a few kilometers, only then noticing the presence of life. The sense of oppression from the dark abyssal dragon was just too strong. Although its level was not high, its terrifying talent had a powerful suppression over ordinary strange beasts. Strange beasts were extremely sensitive to the fear of bloodlines. The pressure it created could even rival that of a lord level. Linko cautiously sneaked into the darkness and suddenly launched an attack. Don't be fooled by the dark abyssal dragon's size, its speed in the seabed was incredibly fast, and its explosive power was astonishing. The fish school didn't even have the chance to react before being swiftly killed by Linko. Just a bunch of small fish and shrimp, what a pity. Linko was also looking forward to finding another mutated crystal core, a treasure worth millions. If he could devour it, he should also see significant progress. Nowadays, his physical body was no different from a wild beast. As the level of the dark abyssal dragon continued to rise, the strength he possessed also kept increasing. Finally, a crystal core appeared. 10 minutes later, Linko successfully obtained a crystal core from a shadowfin fish. As if the goddess of fortune was smiling upon him, in less than 2 minutes afterward, Linko continuously obtained 4 blood-red crystal cores. Although not as good as a mutated crystal core, these few were still worth over 1 million. Linko was very satisfied. The experience panel of the Dark Nether Dragon reached 10%. Let's level up first, then go rest. Hours later. When Linko successfully killed a mutated blade shadowfish, the Dark Nether Dragon reached level 7. Smart brain prompt: you have spent 4 hours in the virtual space, please moderate your usage, do not become addicted to the internet. The smart brain is checking your physical condition. Your energy is at 100%, full score, congratulations, you are full of energy, the smart brain world welcomes you. Linko did not expect to trigger the anti-addiction feature. When the body's energy falls below the passing line, the smart brain space forcibly expels the user. If that's the case, then I can stay here forever. Smart brain, remind me to log out in an hour. Received. Friendly reminder, detected that the user is full of energy, you can go to the Beastmaster training ground or practice in the virtual space. Linko ignored the reminder. What a joke, what training ground can compare to the huge gains from the mysterious sea? Chapter 22, is this the senior sister's wedding house? An hour later. Linko left the smart brain world with a full harvest and returned to the mansion. Linko was increasingly grateful he had rented the Golden Sea Emperor Garden. Improving his quality of life was secondary, raising his awareness was much more important than enjoying life. Otherwise, Linko might not even know what the smart brain was. Having the smart brain made it much easier than forcing himself to sleep and practice. He could enter and exit any time, freely controlling it. During this trip to the mysterious sea, Linko successfully collected 10 low-grade crystal cores, about 5 million in profit. Linko's textbook once said that crystal cores could only be produced from beasts above level 10, but in the mysterious sea, even low-level beasts could have crystal cores. Linko also speculated that maybe the Dark Nether Dragon was too strong and could complete a level jump kill. But the meager experience he received told him that the level of the killed creature definitely did not exceed level 10. Even that mutated blood core, claimed to be level 15 by the Companion Beast Association, absolutely did not exceed LV 15 in true beast level. This is the terrifying aspect of the mysterious sea, it completely overturned Linko's understanding. My physical strength has indeed increased. He took off his helmet, and thin mist continuously seeped out of his skin pores, proving that his strength was growing. Linko noticed that both his vital energy and physical strength were wildly increasing. Not only strength, but also agility and root bones were getting stronger. If the Dark Nether Dragon successfully transitioned, it would be a qualitative improvement for Linko's physical strength. He could probably reach the entry-level big muscle rank. Time for a shower. Linko peeked down from the first floor. His father was cooking in the spacious kitchen, making instant noodles. Awake? It's time to eat. Lin Chongsheng had a blank expression, quietly sucking on a cigarette, trying to appear calm. Dad. What's up? You're smoking the wrong way. Lin Changsheng. Lin Changsheng never expected that nearing 40, he would become a rich second generation. Everyone says they wish their children to succeed. He had once hoped Lin Ke would succeed, but this speed of success was a bit too fast. Father and son finished their instant noodles in silence. After Lin Ke was done and got up, Lin Changsheng opened his mouth. Son, what's wrong? Is this house really yours? Yeah, Lin Ke wiped the corner of his mouth with a tissue. I just took a small loan. Lin Changsheng finally lit a cigarette. Amidst the swirling smoke, he quietly asked, how much do you still owe? I have some savings, you can take it as a loan. About 100 million. Lin Changsheng? After bringing the fainted Lin Changsheng back to his room, Lin Ke took a shower. Before leaving, Lin Ke left a note for Lin Changsheng, explaining the series of favorable policies and ample time the other party offered. The pressure was not too great, so that the old man wouldn't faint again. As the elevator doors opened, a thin, fair-looking person appeared inside the elevator. It should be the resident upstairs. He has beautiful peach blossom eyes, and a hint of softness and cunning in his brows makes Lin Ke unable to distinguish his gender. 18th floor? He took the initiative to speak. Isn't this property mine? His voice was thin, but you could hear a trace of weak masculinity, and his bright eyes constantly scrutinized Lin Ke, causing Lin Ke to feel a shiver all over. What is it? Byrunin smiled slightly, leaned beside Lin Ke like a little dog sniffing around. That old lady finally came to her senses. Are you her boyfriend? Lin Ke recognized his voice, the man who spent 20 million at last night's virtual auction to buy his crystal core. The Bai family, Byrunin, Bai Shuang's younger brother. Lin Ke stepped back to a relatively safe space, then spoke, I bought this house with a loan. Bai Shuang is just a friend. Ha! Byrunin rolled his eyes to the sky, teasingly said, buddy, do you know what this house was originally intended for? What purpose? Lin Ke guarded against Byrunin, afraid he might pounce on him. This guy looked like a top delicacy in the bear circle. Byrunin elegantly crossed his arms, and said in a deep tone, this is the wedding house prepared for my sister by the old man. Who besides a son-in-law of the Bai family can live in it? Lin Ke? Lin Ke's expression became extremely interesting, asking in shock, really? Of course. Byrunin noticed Lin Ke's expression was off and blinked, asking, you didn't know? Lin Ke did not answer. He remembered Bai Yuntian had told him that Bai Shuang should know about the house, but he hadn't said much about the specifics. Seeing that Lin Ke ignored him, the elevator happened to arrive at the first floor. Byrunin coldly snorted and said, dumb as a rock, didn't expect a tomboy to like this style, boring. Oh right, I'm not a gay. After giving Lin Ke a deep glare, Byrunin left with a light step. He wore a tight top, showing off his slim hips, with a rope tied around his delicate waist extending down to his butt. A thong? Lin Ke felt a wave of chills. Bai Lao. Lin Ke immediately dialed Bai Yuntian's number. Is that you, Lin Ke? Bai Yuntian's voice came from the other end of the line. What's the matter? Lin Ke thought for a moment and directly asked, the house I bought, is it Bai Shuang's wedding house? Cough cough cough. A series of coughs came from the other end of the line. It seems Byrunin was indeed mostly correct. It was about 9 times out of 10. Lin Ke, you must not misunderstand. Bai Yuntian quickly explained, the old president did indeed purchase it for that purpose, but Bai Shuang hasn't followed through or lived there, so don't think too much. I see. Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, if you have the ability to pursue her. Before Bai Yuntian could finish, Lin Ke had already hung up the phone. Women would only affect his speed of drawing the sword. Bai Shuang was excellent, but the problem was that at this stage, all he had in his heart was to get rich and grow stronger. Just as he walked out of the Jin High Imperial Garden, Bai Shuang proactively called him. Lin Ke hesitated for a moment but still answered the call. Don't take what that sissy says seriously. On the other end of the line, Bai Shuang was silent for a long time before continuing, that's all my grandpa's one-sided wish and not what you think. Lin Ke smiled, sister, I understand. That's good, Bai Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, don't worry, I have no ulterior motives towards you now. So direct. Lin Ke felt a bit awkward instead. After a mutual silence, Bai Shuang took the initiative to speak, oh right, Lin Ke, I hope you can participate in the Heavenly Pride Golden List battle. This selection is nationwide, all beast masters under 23 will participate. This is a high difficulty for you, but you can give it a try. This is a way for you to quickly accumulate battle experience. Ranking doesn't matter, participating in battles with strong opponents can make you stronger in a short time. In Bai Shuang's eyes, Lin Ke was excellent and a promising talent. But he was too young, and it was too difficult to achieve a good ranking in the outstanding talent battle. Age and time were exactly Lin Ke's biggest enemies. I understand. Lin Ke took a deep breath and exhaled slowly as if making a certain decision, saying lightly, I will sign up. Chapter 23, The Fiery Talent Battle. Go for it. After Bai Shuang encouraged him, she suddenly thought of something important. Alright, you should be in summer vacation now. Have you decided which school to go to? Not yet. Lin Ke's family's door was almost worn out from being stepped on, and Bai Shuang could not possibly be unaware. The Imperial Capital Academy is too far away, and those guys are pretty annoying. Bai Shuang said to herself. Actually, choosing our Quanhai Academy is not bad either. Although the overall teaching quality and resources are not as good as those top universities, but gold can shine anywhere. Lin Ke understood the meaning behind Bai Shuang's words. Senior, are you from that school? I am at Quanhai Academy. Do you want to come? Bai Shuang asked. Lin Ke did not answer immediately. He was actually still a bit conflicted inside. If it's about money, I can help you. Seeing Lin Ke's lack of response, Bai Shuang took the initiative to speak. I have some connections at this school. Senior, I'm not that materialistic. Then I won't give it. Just come directly. Ha! On the other end of the phone, a light chuckle echoed. Just kidding. Don't worry, I will give you a satisfactory price. Bai Shuang said decisively. You participate in the talent battle these days, and after you enter the preliminaries, I will take you to the demon cave. No problem. Lin Ke's mood lifted a little. As a student, he was filled with both fear and longing for the demon cave, and Lin Ke felt the same. But now he felt more anticipation. You seem very excited? Lin Ke gathered his emotions and cleared his throat. Eradicating the alien beasts is everyone's responsibility. Very good, wait for my call. Bai Shuang seemed to really like Lin Ke's answer and finally said in a very complex tone, if only you had such achievements 3 years ago. 3 years ago? It's nothing, I will hang up first. Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Lin Ke felt a bit confused, and he didn't think too much about it. Old Lin. I'm here. Quanhai, Tenjia Square. Lu Dezhuang stood at the street corner, waving at Lin Ke with a scallion beef pancake in his hand, his mouth filled with the aroma of meat oil. After casually wiping it with his sleeve, he said, Why are you so late today? I moved, and it's a bit far from here. Then why didn't you call me to help with the move? It's fine, I managed it. Lin Ke didn't say much more and didn't show off his new mansion to Lu Dezhuang. He changed the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the martial arts museum to experience the smart brain? Let's go. Sure. At first, Lin Ke didn't want to go out, but Lu Dezhuang was interested in the talent battle and insisted on dragging Lin Ke to experience the smart brain. Lin Ke initially thought Lu Dezhuang could just come over to his house to try it out. But the smart brain at the Jinhai Diyuan was labeled for the wealthy and could only match a single owner, which made Lin Ke feel a bit helpless. Old Lin, everyone's predicting the final rankings online now, have you seen it? So soon? Lin Ke was a bit surprised. Isn't the competition not even started yet? What of it? Lu Dezhuang took out his phone and said, This is the competition between different universities. Some data analyses list the battle strengths of the talents within the universities, and they are generally accurate. Lin Ke nodded but didn't say much. He had also roughly seen the online predictions for ranking. Considering the overall battle strength, the seed players from the Imperial Capital Divine Beast Academy were the most, which was not surprising as it was the strongest academy in China. Whether it was resources or the quality of students, they had priority. Every year, countless talents dream of attending this popular academy. Ah, too bad Senior Bai Shuang can't participate, otherwise those guys from the Imperial Capital Divine Beast Academy wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Lu Dezhuang passionately spoke about the gossip and experiences related to the talent battle, but Lin Ke didn't listen too closely. Unknowingly, the two had already arrived at the martial arts hall at the street corner. Now, every city sets up many martial arts halls for beast tamers to train. Many beast tamers who graduate from colleges choose to join martial arts halls if they don't have good job prospects. At least the pay is good, and they don't have to participate in dungeon battles often. You too, are you here to experience it? As soon as they reached the door, a girl wearing a practice outfit with a red silk band on her forehead came out, smiling brightly and asking. Yes. Lu Dezhuang scratched his head shyly, not daring to meet her gaze, his pudgy face blushing like a ripe tomato. Then you must have a membership card, right? No, we just graduated, we're poor students. The girl in the practice outfit changed her expression faster than turning a page in a book, rolling her eyes sharply. Go line up. After saying this, she turned to leave. This is crazy, just 2 poor students, and I thought they were potential customers. What a waste of my time as a soon-to-be college student. Indeed, there was a long line at the martial arts hall door, all youthful faces. During summer vacation, high school students have plenty of time, and the Tianjia War is the biggest current trend. Almost all martial arts halls in Quanhai are in a queue. How much is a membership card? Lin Ke asked curiously. 100,000. The girl in the practice outfit looked at Lin Ko with curiosity, trying to read reluctance from his eyes. This man. He wasn't scared off? Could it be that she misjudged him? Upon a closer look, Lin Ko was quite handsome, tall, and dressed appropriately. Maybe he was a big catch. She leaned closer, ready to start her sales pitch again. But Lin Ko ignored her. Fatty. Ha! Let's go, queue up. Lin Ko turned and walked to the back of the long line without looking back. I really didn't misjudge him. The girl deepened her stereotype, feeling quite angry. Why did she feel insulted? Lin Ko did indeed have money now, but his money didn't come easy. A card costing 100,000? Crazy? Getting a haircut costs 20, and blow drying is 500? Is there some kind of emotional service in that smart brain warehouse? Old Lin, your momentum earlier made me think you could take out that 100,000. Lu Dazhuang scratched his head. Right, you can take it out. Lin Ko had just broken a record in the dungeon. Damn it, now he was a land tycoon. Do I look like a fool to you? Lin Ko looked at the long queue, frowned, and said, forget it, let me take you to a place where we don't have to queue. Half an hour later. Lin Ko was drinking coffee in the VIP room of the Companion Beast Association. As soon as he sat down, Lu Dazhuang came in scratching his head. You couldn't even last a minute? Lu Dazhuang fidgeted. It was my first fight, I was a bit scared and accidentally stepped on Xiao Huang. Cough cough cough. Lin Ko put down his coffee cup and said to the somewhat awkward Lu Dazhuang, Dazhuang, you really are a talent. I didn't want to either. Lu Dazhuang felt very frustrated inside, thinking he would definitely feed his companion beast more shit when he got back. Mr. Lin Ko, the president asked me to remind you that the smart brain battle room is ready. All right. Lin Ko stood up. Dazhuang, I'm going to try it out. If you need anything, just tell the waiter. After Lin Ko left, in order to not let the little worm feel discouraged, Lu Dazhuang stood up awkwardly. Excuse me, where is the restroom? Chapter 24, Dungeon Intelligence, Upgrading the Holy Dragon. Lin Ko defeated his opponent in just 30 seconds. Before the opponent even saw Lin Ko, he was instantly defeated. Wait, isn't that the freak from the Divine Beast University? I didn't even catch a glimpse of his companion beast. What kind of joke is this? Roared a random passerby. After winning a battle, Lin Ko also obtained the qualification to enter the Tenjiao War. Getting the qualification is very simple, you just need to win one battle. But the subsequent climbing path gets difficult. As the tournament progresses, the battles become more brutal, losing just one match results in direct elimination. The strong will always be strong. If one cannot bear the cruel elimination system, what face do they have to claim they are an extraordinary talent? It's really cruel. After qualifying, Lin Ko chose not to continue. To be honest, the association's equipment is far worse than that of the Golden Sea Empire. Just lying down feels completely different. The equipment at the association feels like leaning against a wall, making my butt ache and my back sore. That one in the villa feels like being wrapped in clouds, supporting my back is cold, hard cash. I might as well go home for the later matches. Old Lin, you're done? Lu Dazhuang just came back from the bathroom and found Lin Ko already back in his room drinking coffee. Yeah, I qualified. Lin Ko wasn't too excited, instead, he started researching popular players on his tablet. Old Lin, maybe you really have a chance to get into the top 10 this time. Lu Dazhuang leaned over and said, that's the top 10 in the country. It's hard. Lin Ko briefly skimmed through before putting the tablet down. These popular players are all rich kids, the resources we can only get by exhausting our family fortune, they can just wave their hands and have. To catch up with them, not only do you need money, but you also need time. Lin Ko recalled what Bai Shuang said, indeed, his biggest enemy right now is time. You refreshed the record for completing the Spring Sea Dungeon, let them try, they definitely can't beat you. Lu Dazhuang said animatedly. You don't know, many classmates are looking for me in class, wanting to add your contact information. So how did you respond? Lin Ko asked curiously. I told them to wash and sleep. Lu Dazhuang said ruthlessly. Those guys used to make fun of you a lot, now that you're doing well, they're trying to please you, where were they before? Looking at Lu Dazhuang standing up for him, Lin Ko smiled. It's human nature, don't take it to heart. After bidding farewell to Lu Dazhuang, Lin Ko returned home. Lin's father had already woken up, constantly taking selfies with his phone, and every photo had a slightly different background, some showing the sea outside the floor-to-ceiling window, others with luxurious leather sofas. He even wanted to take a picture of the toilet brand while using the bathroom. Old Lu? Photos? What photos? Oh, that's from the Golden Sea Empire, just bought it. Sofa? The sofa must be genuine leather, I can't help but drool just looking at it, it can't be more real. Not expensive, just over $1 billion. Lin Ke looked at the dozen or so moments his father posted and felt a bit helpless. Sure enough, sudden wealth can make people lose their mind. Lin Changcheng happily put away his phone and came to Lin Ke's side. Dad, what are we eating for dinner? Lin Ke looked up, puzzled. What did you call me? Lin Changcheng looked serious. From now on, we'll each refer to ourselves separately. I'll call you Dad, and you'll call me Son. Lin Ke, let's go to the hospital. The father and son sat in the spacious kitchen, eating hot instant noodles, and both Lin Changcheng and Lin Ke felt that this was actually quite nice. Eating instant noodles in a mansion seemed to make the noodles taste even better. Dad, you've been to a lot of magic caves, right? Lin Ke inquired curiously. Lin Changcheng finished drinking the noodle soup in one gulp, wiped the corners of his mouth and said, Countless, every magic cave is a place that eats people. His expression was pained, as if he didn't want to recall it. Are magic caves really that dangerous? Tell me about it. It's not just dangerous, it's that you could die at any moment, Lin Changcheng said seriously. 90% of soldiers who go to the frontline magic caves to fight will suffer from severe psychological disorders. Some people never escape the trauma and choose to end their own life. If I hadn't retreated to the secondary line early because my beast died in combat, I probably would have gone crazy someday. Only beast tamers who have truly stepped into magic caves can really understand that kind of despair. Lin Ke's breath tightened, curious to ask, is it because of the countless deaths and injuries? Lin Changcheng put down the cigarette box he had picked up and asked in return, what do you think a magic cave is like? Lin Ke thought that the magic cave dungeon should be similar to the testing dungeon under Fengyang Mountain, filled with bizarre monsters. An astonishing number, after all, the magic cave is their world. Wrong. Lin Changcheng shouted sharply, in the magic cave, the real threats are often not those beasts, but people. They wear human skin, yet commit cannibalistic acts. Are there humans in the magic cave? Lin Ke asked with confusion. The books never taught anything about this. Lin Ke only knew that the magic cave had levels, from level 1 to 9, along with some special magic caves, etc. In addition, there are the legendary death caves with a 100% casualty rate. Of course there are. Lin Changcheng's expression gradually turned painful. I also heard from a few comrades that those people in the magic cave might have originally been our kind, but later underwent a shock and stood on the opposite side. Moreover, these people are very strong, even legendary beastmasters have been killed. I heard the leader say that these people in the magic cave cannot be defined, whether they are natives or have changed after entering the dungeon. Lin Ke curiously asked, can't we capture one for research? I am not clear about that. Lin Changcheng sighed deeply, feeling somewhat powerless. This was beyond the reach of someone at his level. It seems that the complexity of the magic cave was far more than he had imagined. After dinner, Lin Ke went to the second floor, ready to start training. An inexplicable wave of energy surged through his body. Did Xiao He level up again? Lin Ke curiously opened the panel, only to find that the panel for the Dark Underworld Dragon had no changes and should still be asleep. Xiao He is still sleeping, but I have become stronger? Lin Ke thought of something and opened another panel. Sure enough, it was his other companion beast that leveled up. The Light Saint Dragon. The level of the Light Saint Dragon had unintentionally broken through to level 2. Strangely enough, Lin Ke still couldn't find a way to connect with the Light Saint Dragon, nor could he step into the void where it existed. It seemed that by falling asleep, he could only reach the mysterious sea area. What is this? Lin Ke discovered that what he gained was not simply strength, but rather a milky white substance had appeared within him. It was right at his dantian position, small and difficult to notice, easily overlooked. Lin Ke tried to sense this energy substance, and soon, an incredibly pleasant healing sensation spread throughout his body, eliminating all fatigue. Chapter 25, Ox and Horse Series Combat Skills, Customized. My body seems to have been cleansed. Lin Ke found that all functions of his body could be improved to their peak state. This was different from simply healing physical power, it also nourished his spirit and energy. Good thing. Lin Ke was somewhat surprised, this was much more convenient and efficient than those expensive potions. As a beastmaster, a profession that spends money like water, aside from the exorbitant beastmaster gear, all kinds of potions are often the most important. Some beastmasters even have to bear loans just to buy expensive potions that ensure survival in dungeons. In addition, support beastmasters can also play a good role. But once the battle breaks out, the first to fall is often the support-type beastmasters. They have no self-defense ability at all, besides releasing some buffs, they are of no use. Every year, the number of support-type beastmasters sacrificed in the magic cave dungeons is the highest. So many support beastmasters ultimately choose to go into service. Healing clients in luxurious clubs is better than losing their lives in dungeons. In various high-end wellness centers, support-type beastmasters are hot commodities. How does the Light Saint Dragon level up? Lin Ke fell into deep thought. He was somewhat puzzled. After all, the Light Saint Dragon did not exist in the deep sea and showed no signs of awakening. Could it be, as Xiaohei said, that it just needs to sleep to level up? The Light Saint Dragon was nurtured in a unique space, and Linko had always been unable to connect with it. Perhaps it was upgrading through this special space. True sleep can make one stronger? Linko couldn't help but feel a bit envious, but upon thinking, everything about the Radiant Sacred Dragon was shared with him. This is the terror of being one with heaven and earth. Linko tried to contact the Radiant Sacred Dragon again, but found he still couldn't communicate. Well, its improvement is also a good thing for me. Linko decisively gave up. He put on the helmet and re-entered the virtual combat room. Update complete. The Talented Gold List battle has successfully started. You have obtained a ticket to the match. Go experience the thrilling battle. Linko closed the announcement and noticed a few more options in front of him. Talented Gold List, Spring Sea City, Provincial List, National List. The most dazzling was the National List, floating at the top, which was still in a closed state. This match would start from the district, then rise to the city, Provincial List, and finally reach the National List. After a month of competition, the top 10 in the nation would be determined. The rules of the match are simple: victory moves you forward, failure leads to elimination, and the system's matching mechanism will gradually become perfect. The further the match goes, the stronger the opponents will be. So there is no chance for competitors to enter the national list by luck. Matching. Linku initiated his first battle after being selected. The countdown quickly began, and Linku appeared on the stage. Kneel before my accompanying beast. His opponent was extremely arrogant, and seeing that Linko had not summoned his accompanying beast for a long time, he arrogantly said, "Hee, are you scared of my B-grade accompanying beast that I bought for a lot of money? Look, this is the gap between you and me." Linko was a bit speechless. Were all these rich youths made from the same mold? Roar! The B-grade demon ape pounded its chest, constantly striking its broad chest with its massive fists. Its crimson eyes had already locked onto Linku. Commoner, die! The demon ape launched an attack, lunging towards Linko, and only when it was right in front of him did Linko realize this creature was about 2 meters tall. With a low roar, the giant fists of the demon ape smashed down like iron hammers. Hee, it's over. This is the charm of money. The rich youth was about to enter the next battle when he noticed the victory prompt was delayed. His accompanying beast stood frozen like a stone. Is the system bugged? Bang! A muffled crash followed, and then the massive body of the demon ape flew out, smoke rising from its chest, landing right in front of the rich youth. What the hell? Both the rich youth and the demon ape were defeated, and Linku achieved victory again. This demon ape has quite the strength. Linku easily blocked the heavy attack from the demon ape. If it weren't for this rich youth committing the sin of arrogance, it might have been a fierce battle. Congratulations to the player for defeating the opponent. Ranking has improved. Linko looked at the panel. His rank had reached 10,932 in Spring Sea City. Only to 10,000? Linko scrolled through the ranking list and found that rich youth's name in the top 500. He has the strength of 500. Linko pressed match again. Soon, utilizing his unique combat style and unexpected ambushes, he smoothly won the battle. Ranking increased. Current ranking, 1020. Linko noticed that the opponents in the battles were mixed, mostly fish. In less than an hour, Linko successfully entered the 4-digit ranking. 15 consecutive victories. Looking at his victory record, Linko felt a bit pleased. In the knockout stage, losing once meant losing the chance to compete. He couldn't be careless. Linko exited the battle space and found a private message in the brain system. By Shuang, Linko, I saw your record, not bad. It should just be a matter of time for you to break into the top 500 in the district, but if you want to go further, you need to improve your combat skills. Your accompanying beast should be of a special type, able to enhance your physical strength, and combat skills should suit you well. Linko replied, aren't combat skills only usable on accompanying beasts? Isn't the price very expensive? Bai Shuang quickly replied, the combat skills of soul beasts are indeed very expensive, but for beast tamers, they are relatively cheaper. Goodness! In this world, soul beasts are much more expensive than humans. Linko had heard many rumors, such as the famous Imperial City Divine Beast Academy, which is known for being protective of its own. Linko initially thought they protected and cared for the students, but Bai Shuang said, the ones being protected at the Imperial City Divine Beast Academy are soul beasts. Many outstanding students may be bullied, and the academy might not react much. But if you bully a student's soul beast, that would be a life and death situation. This completely refreshed Linko's worldview. Thinking about it carefully, the human world has changed its structure because of soul beasts. In terms of importance, soul beasts might truly be more important than humans. Thank you, senior sister Bai Shuang, I will go check out the combat skills. With Bai Shuang's reminder, Linko entered the intelligence space to search for information on combat skills. Elemental system, power system, healing system, ox-horse system. Lin Ke searched for half a day and found that they were all about beast taming combat skills, so he asked Bai Shuang again and found no combat skills that humans could practice. Bai Shuang, Oxhorse system means human system. Lin Ke. Chapter 26, The Pay-to-Win Player? This is too insulting. Lin Ke angrily clicked on the Oxhorse system option, sending curses to the website's programmer in his heart. How can they insult people like this? But when Lin Ke focused his eyes, they suddenly lit up. This is so cheap. Compared to the high prices of beast taming combat skills, the human training combat skills are simply a great deal. Lin Ke had originally prepared for a big loss, but now it seemed like a fantastic website. Golden Bone Skill, 1000 yuan, Bullish Strength, 5000 yuan, Swift Steps Method Volume 1, 8000 yuan. Lin Ke casually glanced over. The prices for human combat skills were mostly in the thousands or tens of thousands, and the most expensive one, named Breath Healing Technique, was only around 100,000. The difference in price is like heaven and earth. Bullish Strength, a combat skill for beast tamers to train physical power. Reaching the peak is comparable to a demonic beast descending. To achieve greatness, one must endure suffering, strain their muscles, and starve their body. Review: this combat skill is amazing. After training it, I don't even need to buy a cow when I go home. I till the land with a plow, but I feel like I want to die a little. Now every time I see grass, I just want to eat it. 5 stars. After finishing training, I can't eat beef hot pot anymore. It's like eating my own kind, so tragic. Lin Ke frowned as he read the reviews, finding them filled with resentment towards the technique. Beast tamers are also human, mere mortals. Training is already difficult, and the training method for bullish strength is extremely challenging. Even the strongest bodies find it hard to reach perfection. In short, they don't treat humans as humans. This is inherently contradictory. Those who become beast tamers consider themselves superior. Even classmates who awaken an F-level soul beast think they are above others. How can these guys endure being trained like oxen and horses? Moreover, improving physical strength is no easy task. The rich don't need to suffer this pain, and the poor lack the means for advancement. But I'm different. This bullish strength is tailor-made for me. Lin Ke has the origin of heaven and earth. His body and bone power has infinite growth potential. If paired with the training of bullish strength, he will surely achieve remarkable results. Bought it. After placing the order, a loud bellow of a cow echoed in his mind. It sounded like a stubborn old cow letting out a long howl. After purchase, the content of the technique actually appeared directly in my mind? This is quite convenient. Lin Ke quickly began to browse the technique, and after finishing all the content, he deeply exhaled a breath. Although this technique is cheap, its requirements are very high. First, it needs exceptionally precise physical strength. If the body cannot meet the corresponding requirements, it will produce rejection. Detected that the user has purchased bullish strength, based on 99% preference, the system reminds you that you can purchase a physical gene modification agent to assist your training. What is this? The system's prompt sound ended, and Lin Ke clicked on the so-called transformation potion link. The high price hit him hard. The chilling air made Lin Ke instantly close the website. This is such a scam. Lin Ke finally understood why human combat skills were so obscure, filled with resentment. The price of a human combat skill was indeed cheap, but the harsh conditions limited beast tamers, forcing them to spend a fortune on various body transformation agents. Ordinary people couldn't even afford half a tube, let alone practice. He was completely trapped in an inescapable loop. Fortunately, I am not in this loop. With a touch of relief, Lin Ke started practicing the first level of the bull strength technique overnight. With energy transforming, meridians opening, containing mysteries, connecting the 5 organs. The tidal-like energy constantly surged through Lin Ke's body. The first level of bull strength, which others groaned about, felt like child's play to Lin Ke. Is this it? In less than an hour, Lin Ke successfully reached the first level. This speed was truly terrifying. Bull, rise. With a loud roar of the bull, Lin Ke was enveloped by an illusion of a bull, sharp horns gazing at the sky, like a Lamborghini logo. At the same time, Lin Ke could feel power continuously pouring into this illusion. Upon careful observation, the illusion seemed to be formed by fine energy, like a protective shield. Reaching the first level can enhance body quality by about 10%. I wonder how strong that will be. Lin Ke hurried back to the training room and summoned a dummy. He threw a punch. The value displayed: 2.0 T. Pure physical strength, one punch can already reach about 2,000 kilograms. Lin Ke first tested his physical strength, and in a short time greeted an increase of several hundred kilograms. What kind of effect will it have when paired with bull strength? Lin Ke activated the combat skill, merging the bull illusion with his body. In an instant the dummy appeared. Lin Ke's body shot out like a cannonball, charging at the training stake like a raging bull. Boom! After a dull roar, the value displayed: 2.2 T. Lin Ke looked at the value panel, an increase of about 10%, and he was very satisfied with this, considering it was only the first level. This was just the beginning. He couldn't be greedy. Besides, Lin Ke could also feel that the bull strength technique was enhancing him in more ways than just strength. His defense seemed to have grown significantly. The illusion acted like a layer of armor providing protection. Let's try again, see if I can break into the top 100. Lin Ke returned to the training room, equipped himself, and started a combat match again. Why is your companion beast riding on you? Before his opponent could react, Lin Ke activated bull strength and launched an attack. Kid, you're unlucky to meet me. His opponent was utterly unconcerned. His companion beast was a 2-meter-tall warbear, with a round, hefty belly comparable to a sumo wrestler, exuding a sense of security. My meat bear has extraordinarily high defense. My mom sold the house for this Tianjia battle. Moo. As soon as the words left, the meat bear was smashed into scraps, dissipating in place. Match over. Winner settled. Lin Ke's ranking rose again. Next match. Lin Ke couldn't wait to start matchmaking. Only in real combat could he accumulate experience, which was what he lacked the most now. After 3 hours of fierce battles, Lin Ke successfully pushed his ranking into the district, 233rd. Soon, he encountered a tough opponent. As soon as the opponent appeared, a cold female voice spoke. As long as you stand still and let me win, I'll give you 1 million Beast Tamers coins. A pay-to-win player? Lin Ke curiously assessed his opponent and activated bull strength. 150,000, this is the easiest way you might ever encounter to make money. Think it through, even if you qualify for district competition, what good is it? The national competition is still a high platform you will never conquer. Taking my money is your only way out. Talent. Lin Ke sneered and rushed forward in an instant. Chapter 27. Want to crush me with money? 2 million. The forceful bid was made at the same time as Lin Ke's attack. Lin Ke stopped his attack and asked in confusion. Are you very wealthy? Of course. The other party did not hide it. Let me put it this way, the rich, you understand, are still pitiful commoners in my eyes. The heavenly palace in the eyes of ordinary people is where someone like me lives. Lin Ke was silent for a while and continued to ask. Then your beast should be very strong, why not fight me? You also. The cold voice gradually became impatient and arrogant. 2 million, take the money and get lost. Did she just say I am not worthy? Lin Ke found it a bit amusing. This woman would rather crush herself with money than use her beast to end the fight. What a strange thought. 2 million is indeed a lot. Lin Ke spoke seriously, but do you think you are worth that 2 million? What do you mean? Mu Hongyu ground her teeth in frustration. She didn't expect Lin Ke to have some backbone. In her eyes, this was undoubtedly the most ridiculous thing. Can backbone fill your stomach? Only money can. I will ask you for the last time, 2 million, deal or not? This time, Lin Ke did not respond again and activated his power to launch an attack. Alright, you will regret this. Mu Hongyu had never seen such a shameless person. She clenched her teeth and said. Remember, if it weren't for this match, you would never have a chance to speak a word to me. Me Tuesday. Lin Ke responded mercilessly. Goodbye. In Mu Hongyu's pupils, a figure appeared. Lin Ke's lightning-fast and ghostly form had somehow reached in front of her. Despicable. She hurriedly gritted her teeth and summoned her beast, wanting to keep Lin Ke out of her view. How could a poor person stand beside her? Even through the virtual network, she still felt a sense of nausea. Young lady, go home and drink milk. Lin Ke punched Mu Hongyu's body, and before her giant summoned beast could form a domain, the host was already knocked out. You. Wait for me. An ear-piercing scream echoed in the space. She had never been so humiliated. Win. The settlement screen appeared before Lin Ke. District ranking, 199. He removed the brain chip. Lin Ke took a big gulp of cold water, unable to help but look at his clenched fist. That was too quick, I should have at least listened to the price. If Mu Hongyu had thrown out a price of 10 billion before Lin Ke's body even reacted, his soul would likely have compromised on the spot. 2 million, is that enough to fend off a beggar? Lin Ke no longer dwelled on this matter. Now the ranking had started with a 1, basically confirming him to advance from the district. The opponents would only become harder to deal with as he moved further along. In future battles, Lin Ke had to be more cautious. His greatest advantage was his terrifying physical strength and unpredictable fighting style. This was the key to winning. It was like two ancient warriors facing off, and Lin Ke suddenly pulled out a gun. Within 7 steps, fast and accurate. But if the opponent had a strong enough beast and caught on, he could fall into a bitter struggle. Continue to enhance bull strength, or else I would really be wasting this body. Whether it was longing for the muscle god or a bit of a perversion, Lin Ke's passion for practicing combat skills was only growing hotter. Entering the threshold could only prove that you have been diligent and hardworking. The truly cruel world is about to arrive. This was the introduction that appeared on the twofold title page. For Lin Kuo, who had just graduated, he simply did not believe in this evil. Let me see just how cruel it is. A night quietly passed. As dawn broke and the sky brightened, Lin Kuo changed into his training outfit and hurried into the training room to begin his training. After a night of cultivation, Lin Kuo had successfully stepped into the second realm of bull strength, and it was not as difficult as he imagined. The only challenge was the tearing pain that coursed through his body during the training. It is a process where power constantly grows. According to the introduction of combat techniques, the fastest speed to enter the first realm of training is 3 days, but once you reach the second realm, the fastest entry time is half a year. Lin Kuo spent just 1 day to step into the threshold of the second realm. If anyone found out, they would surely be shocked. It's terrifying. It really hurts. After completing a round of training simulation, Lin Kuo took a shower and checked the rankings, only to find he had dropped 10 places. It was still not the peak stage. The top talents were primarily saving their power. Lin Kuo, are you free today? As soon as he returned to his room, Bai Shuang sent a message. Yes, are we going to the demon lair? Lin Kuo replied immediately. Yes, I'll come find you. After finishing the chat with Bai Shuang, Lin Kuo changed into a lightweight combat outfit. His muscles had been rapidly developing without him noticing. On the outside, there didn't seem to be anything exaggerated, but a closer look would reveal that his muscle lines and proportions were heading towards perfection. So hard. Downstairs, Lin Changsheng's hurried footsteps could be heard. Son, a girl is looking for you. Lin Changsheng was a bit flustered. The aura around Bai Shuang made even this old soldier feel a chill, so he couldn't help but rush upstairs to find Lin Kuo. It's Bai Shuang's senior sister, isn't it? Lin Kuo immediately followed Lin Changsheng downstairs. Bai Shuang also lived in Jinhai Diyuan. It took just a moment in the elevator to reach Lin Kuo's place. In the living room, Bai Shuang sat upright on the sofa, holding a cup of water. She had good posture, her hair fell naturally, and even from behind, there was an unapproachable aura about her. Senior sister Bai Shuang, let's go. Bai Shuang put down her cup and curiously examined the room. You haven't changed the layout at all? I think this is just fine. Lin Kuo smiled teasingly. Any piece of furniture here could buy my life. Bai Shuang did not respond. After withdrawing her gaze, she said seriously, your life cannot be measured by money, don't underestimate yourself. All right then. Miss, why don't we eat something before we go? Lin Changsheng seemed to be treating a future daughter-in-law, rummaging around the kitchen for a moment but only found instant noodles. No need, uncle, it's not a bother. Bai Shuang was very humble, yet her gaze remained fixed on the instant noodles. I hope to taste your cooking another time. Sorry to disappoint, we just moved. Lin Changsheng said awkwardly, actually, we rarely eat instant noodles. Goodbye, uncle. Bai Shuang smiled gently, swallowing hard secretly. In the midst of Lin Changsheng's awkward smile, Bai Shuang and Lin Kuo entered the elevator, and the space fell into silence, with only the faint sound of the elevator operating. Lin Kuo. Yes? Are you ready? I've been ready. Lin Kuo answered without a second thought. No. Bai Shuang said softly, I'm asking if you're ready for a journey with no return? Chapter 28, Entering the Demon Lair, Such a Big Centipede. Lin Kuo's mood was not heavy. He just took a deep breath and said, every day, someone dies in this world. Lin Kuo had considered his own death. His tone was extremely calm. I can accept dying in a demon lair, but I cannot wait to die in a hospital bed. Bai Shuang was surprised. This is the first time I've heard such an answer. The two locked eyes, and Lin Kuo observed the tear scar on Bai Shuang's eyelid for the first time. Today I will take you to a special demon lair. After getting into the military green armored jeep, Bai Shuang finally spoke. This is a rare opportunity. Lin Kuo asked curiously, shouldn't it be harder than a beginner demon lair? To be precise, this demon lair used to be a beginner's lair. Bai Shuang replied, but recently, it upgraded without any warning. Demon lairs can upgrade? This was somewhat unimaginable for Lin Kuo, from both textbooks and online sources. Yes. From Bai Shuang's expression, Lin Kuo read the word serious. Clearly, even the information Bai Shuang's level could access was shocking. If all demon lairs have the potential to upgrade, then for humanity, this will be the end. Lin Kuo fell into silence. The strength of the creatures in the abyss is far greater than that of humans. It is only because of the existence of companion beasts that humans have the strength to fight back. If the already terrifying abyss evolves, it would indeed be a catastrophic blow to the human camp. Outside the car window, the sun shone brightly, and people enthusiastically enjoyed life. The scenery rushed into the car window and was soon swallowed up. Lin Kuo's thoughts drifted far away. He didn't even know what he was thinking. He suddenly lost interest in the beautiful views on the road. His mind felt like mush. Sister Baishuang, is it also because of that both UMO and Shun Yu are so eager to enter the SSS level abyss? After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ke suddenly asked. The car came to a sudden stop, and the seatbelt pressed painfully against Lin Ke's shoulder. Baishuang unfastened her seatbelt and answered. You're thinking too much. Get out of the car, we've arrived. Lin Ke then realized, unknowingly, they had reached their destination. The setting sun resembled blood, painting the sky. From the view ahead, they seemed to have already left the city. Towering mountains were shrouded in mist, and the air grew colder. Captain Bai, you've come? Two guards walked out from the dense forest at the mountain path's entrance. After recognizing Baishuang, they greeted her with smiles. Are you here to investigate? Yes, thank you for your hard work. Baishuang said, bringing Lin Ke to her side. Do a registration for him, I'll take him in. The two guards had already noticed Lin Ke. Seeing Baishuang say this, they asked curiously, who is this young brother? A prospective college student. Hearing Baishuang's words, the expressions of the two guards changed, somewhat incredulous. But thinking of Baishuang's power, they finally said, young brother, please register. Thank you. After Lin Ke completed the simple registration, the guards brought him to Baishuang and reminded him, once you enter 047, remember to stick close to Captain Bai, or you might not see tomorrow's sun. Understood. It was evident that if Baishuang hadn't brought him today, he probably wouldn't have the qualification to enter the 047 abyss. This made Lin Ke's heart tighten with anxiety. His physical strength was indeed strong, giving him an unparalleled advantage over ordinary beast masters. But he had never entered an abyss and had no experience with the dangers inside. You don't need to be nervous. In front of the teleportation array, Baishuang noticed Lin Ke's unusual emotion and said, with me here, nothing will go wrong. The ancient stone was carved with densely packed runes, for tombstone-like pillars formed the teleportation array. Until Baishuang and Lin Ke vanished, the two guards returned to disappear into the forest. This abyss is too strange, I want to use connections back home to leave. Since I came here, I've been having nightmares every day. Another guard spoke, no matter what, stand your last post well. Aren't you leaving? My family has no money. With a heart full of unease, Lin Ke entered the abyss for the first time. A terrible stench filled the air, flies continuously buzzed around the rotting corpses, and countless bodies piled up on the blood-soaked red earth. The acrid smell rushed into his nostrils, causing Lin Ke to feel his stomach churn, and he immediately vomited. Are you okay? Baishuang asked with an unchanged expression. I'm fine, blah. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ke vomited again. Baishuang said, this place was originally a primary abyss, intended as a trial ground for new college students, but it unexpectedly upgraded half a month ago. All the more than 200 new students inside perished, including the two teachers who entered with them. After clearing his stomach, Lin Ke dry heaved, and he quickly activated the bull strength technique to protect his body. The terrifying stench gradually faded away. Sister Baishuang, I'm fine now. You learn quickly. Baishuang noticed the illusory image of the bull appearing around Lin Ke and praised, you're indeed very suited for practicing combat skills. Lin Ke cautiously explored the surroundings. After entering the demon lair, his body involuntarily tightened. A low-level demon lair that had been conquered strangely upgraded and caused several hundred lives, this was no small matter. The organization sent me to investigate and see if I could find the reason for the demon lair's upgrade. What do I do? Lin Ke asked curiously. Just watch and absorb experience, Baishuang said, stepping into the pile of corpses. It's not that I look down on you, don't take it to heart. Lin Ke didn't think that way, being able to absorb experience beside Baishuang was a dream come true for many. It was something that couldn't even be bought with money. By the way, Senior Baishuang, we've been in here for a while, why haven't we seen a single trace of a beast? It's always here. A howl came from the void, and Baishuang's accompanying beast, the sky flame demon tiger, flew out from the air. After circling in the sky, it spewed out scorching flames from its mouth. The corpses on the ground were constantly burned and vaporized, rising thick black smoke. It was then Lin Ke discovered that those corpses seemed to have moved. This movement was not resurrection, but rather something was dragging them, rolling in a quite regular direction. There's something in the pile of corpses. Lin Ke observed carefully and finally found clues, thick bodies like black armor curled up among the corpses, and terrifying sharp tentacles like dry branches pierced out from among the bodies. On each tentacle, there was just the right amount of a corpse strung along. When it climbed up from the flames, Lin Ke finally realized its true face. What a huge centipede! Chapter 29, Comprehension of the Demon Lair, Upgrade of the Berserk Bull Strength. Black armored centipede, D-rank armored demon beast, body like a snake, head like a human face, the maximum growth length should be around 2 meters. It shouldn't have grown to this extent. As a top student, Lin Ke's mind kept recalling theoretical knowledge about this giant creature before him. He finally understood why theory could only be theory. This is unreal. The length of this black armored centipede was more than 20 times greater than the limit, and the oppressive feeling standing before him was already infinitely close to a lord level. Roar! The Skyflame Demon Tiger swooped down, aiming to bite at the huge centipede. The two beasts fought together, and the black armored centipede's several attempts to stab its sharp claws into the body of the flame tiger were all beaten down by its solid front paws. Lin Ke's heart raced as he watched this great battle, unable to help but ask, "Senior Bai Shuang, the entire demon lair won't be filled with such terrifying beings, right?" Bai Shuang paid attention to the battle and replied, "Of course not. This beast not only killed those students but also slaughtered its kind in the centipede forest, completing its mutation by devouring its own kind. The intelligence of D-rank armored creatures is not high, and the probability of the black armored centipede evolving by consuming its own kind is not high." On the battlefield, the Skyflame Demon Tiger had gained the upper hand. Bai Shuang, a 6th level beast master, and the same level of flame tiger completely crushed the black armored centipede. The agile figure of the flame tiger constantly moved around while the black armored centipede had no chance to touch it, completely being toyed with. "Lin Ke, do you want to try?" Bai Shuang suddenly asked. Fighting against a higher-ranked opponent, the terrifying pressure could not be described in words. Not to mention a novice, even an old hand would be scared stiff seeing this scene. "I want to try." Lin Ke did not hesitate too much, activating the Berserk Bull strength and actively approaching the battlefield. The Skyflame Demon Tiger sensed Lin Ke's approach, letting out low growls, as if somewhat unhappy. "Xiao Bai, just protect Lin Ke at the critical moment." Her mind echoed with Bai Shuang's voice, "When we go back, you'll get some meat to eat." The flame tiger immediately became excited. Elsewhere, in a heavily equipped command room, a large screen was playing the battle between the black armored centipede and the flame tiger. In the command room, Bai Anbang, Xiao Jinghua, and a thin middle-aged man with a goatee were watching the battle. More than a dozen professional technicians were constantly fiddling with computers, checking data. "Nonsense!" Bai Anbang immediately stood up from his chair. "How could Lin Ke possibly be a match for the black armored centipede? If it weren't mutated, it would be one thing, but now it's the mutated centipede king. This is a good seedling, if it dies, it would indeed be a loss." Xiao Zhenghua frowned a bit displeased. "Bai Shuang's actions are too risky." "What do you know? Shuanger has her own reasons." Bai Anbang retorted immediately. "Besides, with her around, there won't be any problems." Xiao Zhenghua puffed out his cheeks and stared. "I'm clearly agreeing with you, old man, don't push your luck. Dare to fight one-on-one? Just wait until I put on my battle gear." Bai Anbang stood up, ready to brawl. The atmosphere in the command room was quite awkward. Both Bai Anbang and Xiao Zhenghua were prominent figures, who would have thought they behaved like this behind closed doors. "Old men, settle down for a bit." A man with sunglasses and a beard held a cigarette in his mouth, staring intently at the screen, turning to Xiao Zhenghua and saying, "I say, Lao Xiao, if the opponent is truly a good seedling, then their performance in this level of battle should be outstanding. Otherwise, how could you all have noticed them?" "That's right." Xiao Zhenghua crossed his arms. "This person cannot be given to you, Bai Shuang is an exception, but we want Lin Ke in our military region." Song Danqing took a deep breath, burned out his cigarette, and released a thick cloud of smoke while giving his opinion. "This person, I have no interest in at all." Facing an opponent of an entirely different level for the first time, Lin Ke felt a bit anxious inside, but more than that, he felt excitement. The black armored centipede was indeed massive, but Lin Ke noticed one of its weaknesses through observation. It was extremely slow. And there were many blind spots in its vision. As long as he cleverly avoided its line of sight, it was possible to get through unharmed. "With my current strength, I should be able to make it shed some skin." Lin Ke quickly moved in from the right side, avoiding the main battlefield and quietly approached the creature's huge side as the black armored centipede attacked the flame demon tiger. Observing weaknesses and using the difference in vision to approach the opponent is quite clever. Song Danqing lit a cigar and took a deep drag. It's just a pity he underestimated one step. Just as Lin Ke was about to swing his fist at the thick armor of the black armored centipede, that centipede's sharp long legs shot out like swords, directly stabbing towards Lin Ke's body. "See? I told you he underestimated one step." Song Danqing shook his head helplessly, stood up, and with his hands in his pockets, intended to leave coolly. This hit, if he doesn't die, he'll at least feel pain. Everyone in the command room held their breath. Many testers couldn't help but exclaim. Song Danqing frowned, standing in place, hesitating for a moment before taking off his sunglasses to observe the situation on the screen through the glare. Even though the sunglasses had a limited field of view, he still clearly saw that the hard claws of the black armored centipede shattered like brittle bones at the moment they pierced Lin Ke's body. Lin Ke's punch landed solidly on the black helmet of the black armored centipede. Dark green blood gushed out from the other side, with large chunks of flesh continually flowing from the creature's body. Roar! The black armored centipede, tangled in midair with the flame demon tiger, let out an angry roar and crashed heavily to the ground. After Lin Ke struck, his expression slightly changed. He noticed the mighty force in his body was gradually moving towards the triple realm. The changes in energy and blood from actual combat seemed to have a ripple effect. Perhaps I can elevate to the triple realm here. Song Danqing's body stiffened, his hand slowly withdrawing from his pocket, adjusting his glasses silently as he watched. This kid has terrifying physical strength, he truly is a talent. Xiao Zhenggui excitedly clenched his fist, ready to celebrate, only to find Song Danqing still standing in place. Xiao Song, why aren't you leaving? Song Danqing naturally turned around and sat back down. Since you can't bear to see me go, I might as well stay and watch. After all, this kid is about to face some hardships. Chapter 30, Solo Raid. Oomph, shameless. Xiao Zhenggui snorted coldly but didn't refute Song Danqing. Lin Ke's punch did indeed relieve his anger and exceeded his expectations. But a dying centipede, even if it is dead, does not stop moving, let alone the mutated, evolved black armored centipede. Merely penetrating damage could not kill it, on the contrary, it would only provoke its anger. Young and reckless, he probably thinks he can easily kill the black armored centipede now, but reality will teach him a lesson. As Song Danqing spoke at length, he realized Lin Ke had completely disappeared. Where is he? Lin Ke, who should have been next to the black armored centipede, had vanished. On the other side of the screen, a figure was rushing toward Bai Shuang, almost grabbing hold, when Lin Ke swiftly retreated from the battlefield, mumbling something. What is he saying? Xiao Zhenggui squinted with curiosity. Bai Anbang turned and said, turn on the sound. Chief, the sound is synchronized. In an instant, Lin Ke's voice filled the room. Senior sister, save me. Bai Anbang. Xiao Zhenggui. Song Danqing's eyes sparkled, and he burst out laughing. Ah, interesting. This kid is so interesting, he's killing me with laughter. Lin Ke knew very well he was no match for the black armored centipede, landing a punch without injury was already the best outcome. If he continued to fight, he would not just be injured, he would be dead. Knowing himself and his enemy, not showing off, making the right choices was crucial. Most importantly, Lin Ke did not want to easily expose all his cards. If his body healing ability was revealed, he would lose a lot of initiative. Why is this kid so spineless? Xiao Zhenggui gritted his teeth in anger. Indeed. Song Danqing was filled with righteous indignation. Old Xiao, how can such a deserter remain in your army? It could create a bad influence. I say, let me suffer and take him in. Get lost. Xiao Zhenggui immediately got angry. Do you even have any shame left? Didn't you just say you weren't interested? Did I? I don't remember that. Xiao Zhenggui squinted and pressed a button in his hand. The screen immediately played back what Song Danqing had said earlier, filled with disdain. Looping playback X666. Enough, enough. Song Danqing's face didn't change, his heart not racing. Just kidding. Bai Anbang finally spoke. You don't really have your eye on him, do you? Song Danqing stood up and stretched lazily. How could that be? His current performance doesn't even meet the threshold, he's not qualified to join. But... As soon as the words came out, Bai Anbang and Xiao Zhenggui both frowned. Hee, I'm leaving now, we will investigate the situation with this mutated dungeon. Don't worry. After saying this, Song Danqing left the command room. Old Bai, do you think Lin Ke could be chosen by them? Xiao Zhenggui quietly asked. Bai Anbang, very difficult. Even if Lin Ke is excellent, without the guidance of a legendary beastmaster, he will never keep up with those people's pace. Don't forget how excellent Schwanger was, just barely meeting the threshold. Then, Bai Shuang's progress was astonishing, becoming the most dazzling genius among her peers. Sigh, damn it. Xiao Zhenggui couldn't help but curse. To be honest, I also feel Lin Ke can't meet the threshold. This is better, then he can join our army later. Battle Gear Fusion. Bai Anbang roared. Come here, you old bastard. In dungeon number 047, on the battlefield, Lin Ke returned to Bai Shuang's side, his face pale and filled with fear. Bai Shuang felt it was a bit strange. You're not acting the part at all. She saw through Lin Ke's emotional disguise. Curiously asking, even if you can't kill the black armored centipede, you should be able to fight it for a few rounds. Why give up? The gap is too big. If I provoke that big bug, I will definitely have no chance of winning, Lin Ke shrugged and said. If this continues, I will be killed sooner or later. Bai Shuang fell silent. The Skyflame Demon Tiger launched an attack, and flames shot out, piercing through the black armored centipede's head. The battle ended in an instant. Once the dungeon is cleared, the seal will be reinforced, and the monsters in the magic cave will no longer be able to invade human civilization. This is a balance that requires countless lives to achieve. Lin Ke felt a bit envious as Bai Shuang ended the battle so lightly. If Xiaohei appeared by his side, perhaps he could also swat this big bug to death? Alright, the dungeon is about to reset. The black armored centipede's mutated form should be lifted, Bai Shuang said. Shall we go? Okay. Lin Ke said nothing and followed Bai Shuang out of the dungeon. In front of the dungeon array, two guards noticed the fluctuation as Lin Ke and Bai Shuang appeared. Captain Bai, thank you for your hard work, one guard stepped forward immediately. It should be over now, right? I will sync the specific investigation results later. Thank you for your hard work, this dungeon should have become initial level again. As expected of Captain Bai, you have worked hard. Bai Shuang said little and was about to take Lin Ke away. Senior sister, the difficulty of this dungeon should not be high now, right? Lin Ke suddenly asked. For first-year students, the difficulty is low. A team should be able to pass. Okay. Lin Ke thought for a moment and said, can I try to enter alone? Are you crazy? The guarding guard couldn't help but speak up. Even first-year students need a complete team to ensure they can clear it. The other party clearly meant to warn Lin Ke not to entertain foolish thoughts of going to his death. Lin Ke's current identity was just a prospective college student. Wouldn't going in be equivalent to seeking death? Bai Shuang pondered for a moment. Have you thought it through? Lin Ke replied without hesitation. I want to try. Bai Shuang continued, to be honest, this dungeon is very difficult for you. Even if it has been reset, it's still hard for you to clear it alone. I understand. If I can't fight, I can just run away, Lin Ke said lightly. He was not acting on a whim, but had long since planned it. From the moment Bai Shuang and he entered the dungeon, Lin Ke realized Bai Shuang had a camera hidden, recording everything, indicating his every action was being watched. Lin Ke guessed it must be Bai Anbang and those guys from the military. This feeling of being monitored made Lin Ke a bit uncomfortable, and he couldn't complete the transformation of the mighty bull. Alright, then I will wait for you here. Lin Ke turned around and re-entered the array. Little brother, please let me teleport. Sigh. Okay. The two guards did not understand, Lin Ke's actions were no different from seeking death. Chapter 31, the dungeon mutates again, crisis descends. As the light beams disappeared, Lin Ke appeared again in the level 047 beginner dungeon. Almost the moment Lin Ke vanished, Bai Shuang received a call from Bai Anbang. Bai Shuang did not answer but took out her phone and pressed the countdown. What a mess! What a mess! What a mess! Seeing his call dropped, Bai Anbang became anxious immediately. Old Xiao, hurry and prepare a car. I need to go to the scene. Where are the people? Chairman Bai, General Xiao has already gone to the site. Xiao Jinghua, your mother. The dungeon really reset again, how magical. Lin Ke found himself alone in the dungeon this time, and the scene was no longer a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, everything was normal. Those corpses, the blood, had completely vanished, as if they had never existed. This is too cruel. After refreshing, the blood that once flowed has been buried. Lin Ke's mind echoed the phrase, a general success rests on the bones of thousands, a success that comes at the cost of countless sacrifices. The centipede forest reappeared, eerily quiet in the dense forest. Hearing no bird calls at all. As Lin Ke just stepped in, a long black shadow fell from the tree above him, a black-shelled centipede as thick as an arm. Lin Ke dodged to the side and punched the black-shelled centipede in the abdomen, its body shattered into pieces, spewing thick green blood. What a pungent blood! After killing the first black-shelled centipede, sounds began to emerge in the dense forest, the sharp claws scratching against the ground in tree bark. Lin Ke slowly activated the bull power combat skill. This was his reason for diving deep into the instance alone. The first and second levels of training only required him to stay in his room, but the third level not only needed powerful physical strength, but also practical combat assistance. The frustration he felt stuck at a bottleneck vanished completely, and with each black-shelled centipede he eliminated, the speed of his blood energy surge quickened a few notches. That's right, this is the feeling. Lin Ke fully urged forth, and the image of the bull gradually solidified and expanded, the bull's head form changing unconsciously. Lin Ke grew increasingly convinced of the bull power's fierceness. If he continued to cultivate it persistently, his physical strength would reach a new height. In half an hour, Lin Ke had nearly wiped out all the black-shelled centipedes in the centipede forest, his body continually enveloped in blood-red mist, the bull's eyes also gaining a blood-red hue. I'm about to break through. Lin Ke completely fell in love with this feeling of battle, as if he was born to fight. But the number of black-shelled centipedes in the forest rapidly decreased, and the ground beneath him was covered in thick green blood. Where did these centipedes go? In the depths of the dense forest, terrified bird calls echoed, all flying into the sky, as if something terrifying had been disturbed deep down. Lin Ke moved lightly and climbed a tree to observe. He discovered that the surviving black-shelled centipedes were regrouping towards the depths, no longer attacking him, as if obeying some command. Suddenly, a bad feeling surged in Lin Ke's heart. These guys, aren't they going to? After hesitating for a moment, Lin Ke gave up on the idea of exploring deeper. If anything truly happened, Bai Shuang forcibly entering the instance wouldn't guarantee she could save him from so far away. Even if he possessed a powerful physical healing ability, he couldn't easily take risks. After weighing the pros and cons, Lin Ke decided to leave the instance first. He turned and jumped down from the tree. Just as he stepped out of the centipede forest, a familiar roar came from the depths. Hearing that sound, Lin Ke sprinted out, and the soil beneath his feet turned blood red again. The entire instance is sky-shrouded in bloodlight. It mutated again. Lin Ke didn't know whether to praise his good luck or curse his bad luck. How could the mutation of the black-shelled centipede lineage be so simple? At the same time, outside the instance, Bai Shuang, sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened her eyes, looking confused at the stone pillars in the formation, which were heating up and developing cracks on their surfaces, with a loud bang. The stone pillars shattered directly. Captain Bai, the formation is damaged. Damn it, this instance is leveling up again. Immediately getting up, she prepared to enter the instance. Clearly, she had already killed the mutated black-shelled centipede. The instance should have reset. How could it mutate again in such a short time? So strange. Open the passage, I'm going in to take a look. The two guards dare not be negligent and immediately activated the formation. No, Captain Bai, the stone pillar is destroyed, we can't enter for the time being. What about the formation inside? She asked urgently. Shouldn't be a problem, as long as that young man reaches the formation smoothly, he can come out. Bai Shuang took a deep breath, praying in her heart that Lin Ke would appear. Damn it, I was careless. Lin Ke urged with all his strength. Each step on the ground felt exceptionally heavy, dust flying everywhere, his body progressing like a heavy cannonball. The roar from deep within the dense forest was gradually approaching. Clearly, this mutated black-armored centipede has become faster. We're almost close to the exit passage. Lin Ke's heart soared with joy. As long as he maintained this speed, that guy shouldn't be able to catch up with him. A shadow suddenly emerged from the soil beneath him, rapidly expanding, extending right under his feet. The dense shadow with countless antennae whipped up a gust of wind that nearly blew Lin Ke off his feet. Lin Ke looked up. He only saw a giant black-armored centipede hovering in the sky. Lin Ke? No, buddy. This black-armored centipede is much smaller than the previous giant, but on its sides, cicada wings have sprouted, flapping wildly, and in the blink of an eye, it flew right in front of Lin Ke. There's no escaping now. Seeing the flying centipede had already reached in front of him, Lin Ke immediately changed direction and rushed toward the centipede forest. God knows the mutations could happen so quickly, with no warning at all. Could it be that I've killed too many black-armored centipedes, breaking the rules? If the dungeons are all like this, what can humanity even play? I must occupy favorable terrain. The centipede forest has a complex layout with many hiding spots. It's the best option. Lin Ke calmly analyzed the battlefield. If Bai Shuang discovers something unusual, she would likely enter the dungeon to rescue him. But he couldn't place all his hopes on Bai Shuang. Any kind of unexpected event would only lead to the final outcome of facing it alone. So Lin Ke decisively chose the battlefield in the centipede forest. Roar! The flying centipede let out a sharp roar, seemingly not expecting Lin Ke to turn back. It flapped its wings in the air and then followed Lin Ke's pace. Chapter 32, Crazy Promotion, The Collision of Flesh. Stones, branches, slime. Lin Ke searched for everything that could be useful to him. 30 seconds had already passed, and no sounds came from any direction, indicating Bai Shuang couldn't get in. He had to save himself. In principle, I shouldn't be a match. Lin Ke kept calculating his winning chances. The shock brought by the flying centipede was gradually diminishing, replaced by the excitement growing in his heart. Lin Ke collected stones and held them in his arms. If the flying centipede perched in the sky, he didn't have the ability to fly. The only way to deal damage was by throwing. Fortunately, stones were everywhere in the centipede forest. In Lin Ke's hands, these stones could become terrifying projectiles. A fierce wind gusted through the centipede forest. The flying centipede circled above, its hideous face constantly searching for Lin Ke's figure. A stone suddenly flew out from the centipede forest, accurately hitting the flying centipede in its abdomen. The flying centipede curled up, letting out a painful scream, its body twisting and smashing the trees of the centipede forest. The first attack hit the flying centipede accurately, achieving a good effect. Lin Ke immediately changed his position and vigorously threw another stone. This time, the flying centipede seemed to be on high alert, flapping its wings to create a strong storm that disrupted Lin Ke's attack. Just as Lin Ke was about to change his position, a branch above him suddenly snapped, burying him underneath. The raging bull roared, turning the trees to ashes. Lin Ke nimbly jumped out from the ruins, hiding once again in the dense forest. He breathed heavily, checking his body's condition, and realized he wasn't injured at all. which made him breathe a sigh of relief. In this first battle with a dungeon creature, Lin Ku instinctively wanted to come out unscathed, leading him to make judgment mistakes at times. In fact, his body's healing ability was incredibly powerful. Even if he was injured, he could recover in a short time. As long as I don't receive a fatal injury, I can keep dragging it out. Wait, where's the flying centipede? Lin Ku noticed the sky had fallen silent, and the flying centipede's figure had disappeared. Lin Ku scanned the sky, trying to find this guy's trace. The entire forest was chillingly quiet. The pungent smell of blood constantly assaulted Lin Ku's nostrils. Tick-tock. Damp mucus dripped to the ground, a chill ran down Lin Ku's spine, and his sharp senses told him that something was behind him. Lin Ku gathered his strength, leaping up and twisting his body to see a flying centipede raising its head too. The two were less than 2 meters apart, and in midair, the flying centipede locked onto Lin Ku, its sharp claws following closely. Lin Ku held his breath. He knew there was no way to avoid injury. This beast was far smarter than he had imagined. Let's see who has a tougher life. Lin Ku dodged a claw, aiming for his heart while gripping another claw to shift himself closer to the flying centipede. Several claws pierced into Lin Ku's body at the same time. It hurts. So painful. Lin Ku couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, forcefully stifling the tremble of his body, and clenched his fist, channeling the power of a wild bull to strike the flying centipede's abdomen. With tremendous force, like a meteor crashing, his punch bent the flying centipede's body into a U-shape. It had never expected that a human could possess such terrifying strength. The flying centipede immediately counterattacked. Since Lin Ku had attacked its soft belly, it meant he had completely locked onto him. All the claws closed in like a prison, continually slicing into Lin Ku's back. Lin Ku's skin instantly split open, blood flowing. He merely let out a soft grunt, raised his bleeding fist, and struck out again with a heavy punch. The flying centipede's body twisted and cried out in agony. It finally sensed something was odd. This damned human, despite being pierced by its tentacles, nearly turned into a hornet's nest. How could he still unleash such terrifying power? Lin Ku's bleeding skin was continuously damaged and healed, the healing speed even surpassing the damage. That kind of pain only made his spirit clearer, even sinking him into a certain kind of intoxication. So my body's healing ability is so terrifying. Then don't die too soon. With a clear realization, Lin Ku's attacks became increasingly reckless. His hands embraced the flying centipede's meaty abdomen, and his terrifying grip tore off a large chunk of flesh. Dark green juice sprayed onto Lin Ku's face, but he forgot himself and continued to attack. His body's vital energy surged. The wild bull made a dull moo sound. Lin Ku's frenzied fighting style helped the wild bull power smoothly enter the third level. Not enough, still not enough. Give me more. Lin Ku was completely immersed in the beauty of the battle. The flying centipede, having a chunk of flesh ripped off, screamed hoarsely, twisting its body continuously. It couldn't understand why this human could be so terrifying even when wounded. Is this even a human? Lin Ku didn't care about the flying centipede's wailing. He tightly clutched its body, attacking wildly, each punch creating terrifying shadows of fists in the air. Fourth level. Fourth level. Bathing in blood. Lin Ku was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity. In actual combat, his powerful physical strength and surging vital energy significantly boosted the wild bull power. He wanted to achieve a continuous breakthrough. In the frenzied attack, he broke through 2 levels. Roar! The flying centipede, unable to endure the humiliation, frantically flapped its wings and flew high, wanting to throw Lin Ku off, far away from this madman. But its hope was destined to be dashed. Lin Ku clung tightly to its body, giving it no chance to shake him off. Big bug, you should still have some residual blood mutations, right? You can do it, right? Don't you dare die. The devil's whispers. This is the whisper of a devil. Feed me peanuts. Bai Shuang, has Lin Ku come out yet? Xiao Jinghua and Bai Anbang arrived one after another, while the military had dispatched a team of over 100, completely sealing off the area. Seeing Bai Anbang and the others, Bai Shuang. With a heavy tone, he opened his mouth. Grandpa, I messed up. Lin Ku might already be. It won't happen. Bai Anbang interrupted Bai Shuang's words. He walked to the front of the formation and said, this kid has a hard life. He will definitely not die. Xiao Jinghua frowned with regret. If Lin Ku could come out, he would have done so long ago. Absolutely, he wouldn't wait until now. I'm afraid, he is not far from death. Chapter 33, Defying Healing Power, the Senior Sisters Stay. Damn it, I finally found a good seed, and now it's all ruined. Xiao Jinghua's forehead bulged with veins, extremely unhappy. Little Shuang, not everyone has talent like you. No matter how strong Lin Ku is, he is just a college student. You really took too much risk this time. Everyone calm down. Bai Anbang spoke in a deep voice. If Lin Ku was dead, the dungeon would have reset long ago. The dungeon hasn't restarted yet, which means he is still alive. Maybe he has a chance to come out. Xiao Xingguo waved his hand, don't talk about useless things. Even if he is alive, it must be worse than death. Why did this dungeon upgrade? It's man-made. A light voice came from not far away, thick smoke continually coiling around him. The person had not arrived, the smoke came first. Why are you here too? The newcomer was Song Danqing, his ghostly presence made it difficult to grasp. Xiao Song, what do you mean by man-made? Bayan Bong hurriedly asked, do you know something? Confidential, no comment. Song Danqing had no intention of revealing anything, scratching his head with slight regret, don't wait anymore. Even if he did manage to survive by luck, it wouldn't matter. There should be a second person present in this magic cave. So, no matter what, Lin Ke's end is death. Song Danqing walked up to Bai Shuang, looking at her extremely dejected face, and comforted her, you don't have to blame yourself too much. I guess when you guys entered, that guy probably wasn't in the cave dungeon. He must have entered after you left. How, is that possible? Xiao Xingguo spoke in disbelief, I've never heard of such a strange occurrence. Besides the formation we set up, is there anyone else who can enter the magic cave dungeon from another place? Song Danqing no longer explained, just said lightly, the formation is also set up by people. I never said there was only one exit in the magic cave dungeon. Alright, there's no need to wait here. After the dungeon resets, I will personally go in and take a look. Otherwise, it's not okay to let the other party play tricks like this. Bayan Bong and Xiao Xingguo said nothing further. If Song Danqing takes action, that would be best, even avoiding many unnecessary troubles. Seeing the two still reluctant at the cave entrance, Song Danqing frowned and said, let's go. Making such a huge fuss will only cause panic. There shouldn't be so many people left here. That kid can't possibly survive. If he walks out alive today, I will call him Dad. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Xingguo and Bai Anbang noticed a wave coming from the glowing red teleportation array, and a figure appeared at the formation's mouth. He looked as if he had crawled out of magma, entirely covered in blood, with his features indistinguishable. His entire body was tainted with a strong smell of blood, and his steps were staggering, extremely disheveled. Dad, you really came out? Song Danqing quickly supported the blood-soaked Lin Ke, hey, guess what? I just said you would definitely come out. You are. Lin Ke only said this one sentence before fainting. Quick, send him to the hospital. Song Danqing was about to pick up Lin Ke, but Bai Shuang rushed ahead of him. She disappeared into the mountains like a nimble rabbit. Bai Anbang and Xiao Xingguo had expressions that were extremely wonderful. Deep down in their hearts, they had already judged Lin Ke as dead, yet they never expected that he had actually come out. The formation's blood-red aura began to fade, returning to the aura of a basic dungeon. The dungeon downgraded again? Seeing this scene, Song Danqing unbelievably said, that guy killed the mutated boss? This was a battle with a huge power disparity. Xiao Song, I'll leave this to you, we're leaving. Bai Anbang and Xiao Zhengguo quickly found an excuse to leave, leaving only the frowning Song Danqing. Strange, how did he do it? At the first hospital of Quanhai, the president, vice president, and chief doctors were almost crammed into a patient room, all for the patient Lin Ke on the bed. Miss Bai, are you sure he is seriously injured? The president pushed up his thick glasses, speaking skeptically, I have been in medicine for 40 years, I've never seen such a serious injury. What do you mean? Bai Shuang asked, did you not see him covered in blood when I brought him in just now? The president said awkwardly, why don't you go in and take a look? Bai Shuang scoffed and entered the patient room, discovering two nurses carrying large bundles of bloody gauze out, clearly indicating he was severely injured. But on the bed, Lin Ke had pale skin and a perfect figure, awkwardly looking for his clothes. This was completely different from the bloodied figure he was just moments ago. Lin Ke, what happened? Seeing Bai Shuang, Lin Ke immediately grabbed the blanket, Senior Bai Shuang, why do they all look at me strangely? Bai Shuang slightly frowned, confirming Lin Ke was fine, and said, after all, your situation can generate a lot of academic reports, you might even win an award. The president spoke excitedly, friend, please be sure to stay in our hospital, we are willing to pay you a salary. What price do you think is appropriate? Lin Ke? After completing the routine operations, Lin Ke was deemed a healthy and perfectly normal person. He put on his clothes and left the hospital under the lingering looks of the president and chief doctors. Lin Ke, how did you do it? After getting in the car, Bai Shuang could no longer help but ask, did you successfully kill the boss? I was pretty lucky. Lin Ke simply explained to Bai Shuang that the strength of the boss after the second evolution was not that strong, and he fought with his life to finally gain a slight advantage and defeat the opponent. By the way, Senior Bai Shuang, I also exploded a blood core. Lin Ke excitedly took out the crystal core of the flying centipede from his pocket. How much can this thing sell for? Bai Shuang glanced at it, although it is a mutated crystal core, it probably won't sell for much. I'll take it, I'll transfer you $1 million? Then thanks. Lin Ke knew the crystal core definitely wasn't worth that much, probably because Bai Shuang felt guilty inside, so he accepted it readily. After all, he needed money right now. If only I could meet that silly rich woman again. Lin Ke thought to himself. Just as they were about to arrive at Jinhai Dai Yuan, Bai Shuang remembered what Song Danqing said. Lin Ke, when you were in the dungeon, did you feel another person's aura? Another person? Lin Ke recalled carefully. He had been too engrossed in the intense battle to pay attention to those things. After killing the flying centipede, his bull strength had successfully crossed the 4th level, and he directly pretended to be weak and left the dungeon. He hadn't considered this issue at all. I don't think so, I didn't notice. Bai Shuang nodded, okay. The two walked into the community together, and the security guard at the entrance looked at Lin Ke with envy. After all, there were almost no young males standing next to Bai Shuang. This was the first time in years he had seen it. Once they exited the elevator, Lin Ke was about to say goodbye but noticed Bai Shuang followed him out as well. Senior, what's wrong? Bai Shuang hesitated for a moment, softly said, Lin Ke, although it's a bit abrupt, can I stay over for one night? Lin Ke stood frozen in place, thinking he must have misheard. Seeing Lin Ke's expression was off, Bai Shuang immediately explained, don't misunderstand, I just need to confirm something. If you think it's inappropriate, I can sleep outside at the door. No problem at all. Lin Ke immediately replied, you can sleep in whatever room you want. Thank you. Bai Shuang did not explain too much. Instead, Lin Ke seemed a little embarrassed. He did not think that Bai Shuang would decide to make any compensation due to the guilt from this demon cave. Son, back home? Lin Chongsheng happily came out holding a bowl of instant noodles. You must try this new flavor of instant noodles, it's really damn delicious. Cough 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 cough. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Bai Shuang following closely behind. Uncle, sorry to disturb. Bai Shuang politely came in front of Lin Chongsheng and gently bowed. If possible, please let me try this instant noodle too. Lin Chongsheng was stunned, looking at Bai Shuang, then at Lin Ke. Dad, your nostrils. It was only then that Lin Chongsheng realized a piece of instant noodle was waving in his nostrils. How embarrassing. Lin Ke went to the bathroom and washed his face in front of the mirror. Damn mouth, stop laughing. Even knowing that Bai Shuang must have other intentions, Lin Ke still couldn't suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. From Bai Shuang's previous conversation, Lin Ke roughly had a concept. Dungeon, someone, strange upgrades. Perhaps the dungeon upgrade was man-made, and this guy should be hiding in the dungeon. That's why Bai Shuang would ask herself if she felt the presence of another person in the dungeon. Lin Ke carefully recalled and found that he had no memories in this regard because he was too excited. Thinking about it now, it was indeed creepy. Is Senior Bai Shuang worried about someone coming to assassinate me? Lin Ke made his own deduction. There is a possibility of this. Lin Ke had also seen similar information online. There are some antisocial organizations that especially like to recruit geniuses for assassination. To vent the world's injustice against them. I never expected to encounter such things. Dinner. The dining table had turned into 3 people. Although Lin Chongsheng wanted to change his tall and mighty image and call for a sumptuous dinner, Bai Shuang refused. The reason is, she also loves eating instant noodles. Of course, Lin Ke definitely did not believe this reason. A girl who grew up with a golden spoon would like to eat instant noodles? Slurp. Bai Shuang first slurped a big mouthful of noodles, then picked up a braised egg and gently bit half of it, savoring it before drinking a big mouthful of instant noodle soup. A truly happy smile appeared on her beautiful face. Even her little feet couldn't help but sway gently. She really likes it. This scene left Lin Ke somewhat baffled. Cough cough. Lin Chongqing secretly kicked Lin Ke, eat your food, what are you looking at? Okay. Lin Ke then remembered to eat instant noodles. Senior, do you really like eating instant noodles? As she ate instant noodles, Bai Shuang spoke less, fully focused on demolishing the instant noodles in her hand. Her fair cheeks turned slightly charming, a touch of peach color was quite cute. Girl, eat slowly, if it's not enough, there's more at home. Lin Chongsheng regained his elder tone. I can't say about other things, but instant noodles are definitely enough. Thank you, uncle, can I cook another pack? 1 egg scrambled, 1 egg on the noodles. No problem. Expert. The two actually exchanged insights about instant noodles without any generational gap, discussing details like timing and pairings. Lin Ke wanted to interject many times but found that he couldn't get a word in. So professional that it was shocking. Lin Ke scratched his head irritably, unwittingly noticing Bai Shuang looking at him, silently letting out a satisfied burp with a smile on her lips. In the evening, Bai Shuang went upstairs to take a shower first, and Lin Chongqing couldn't help but sigh on the sofa. What a thrifty and home-loving good girl. Thrifty? Home-loving? Do these two words really relate to Bai Shuang? Bai Shuang came from a distinguished family, and she had made achievements on the battlefield. She clearly was not this kind of person. However, today Lin Ke did see a cute side of Bai Shuang. I didn't expect Senior to have such a moment. Could it be that this is what others call? Is it that the one close to the water gets the moon first? In Lin Ke's wandering thoughts, the doorbell rang at the entrance. Lin Ke opened the door to find Bai Ruanan standing at the doorway. She held a bag with disdain and said, "You two are living together now?" "No." Lin Ke was about to explain when Bai Ruanan handed the bag to him. "Anyway, I respect you for being a man, actually managing to tame such a tigress. Make sure you lock her up tight, don't let her out to harm anyone again." "Go for it, Wu Song." Lin Ke had no chance to explain. Bai Ruanan's little mouth wouldn't give him a moment. "Alright, let me remind you, although she's a downright monstrous tigress, many people pursue her, probably second only to me." Bai Ruanan patted Lin Ke on the shoulder. "Good luck with that." Lin Ke finally seized the chance to ask, "What's in this bag?" "Lingerie, you should take it to her." After speaking, she raised her eyebrows. "The design is very sexy." Leaving behind a snicker, Bai Ruanan left. Only Lin Ke was left, looking dumbfounded. In his mind, the image of senior sister Bai Shuang in black lace couldn't help but cross his thoughts. No way? Lin Ke nervously carried the bag upstairs, and the sound of water in the bathroom suddenly stopped. "Senior sister Bai Shuang, your brother brought clothes for you, should I leave them at the door?" Just as Lin Ke was about to leave, the bathroom door opened, and steam billowed out, revealing Bai Shuang dressed in clothes. Water droplets beaded in her hair. She casually put it up into a beautiful sight. "Thanks, I'll go change in my room, let's meet in the training room later." "Meet in the training room?" "Yeah, I had him bring my training suit, rare chance for us to practice privately." The image of the lace quickly crumbled in Lin Ke's mind, and he woke up from his beautiful dream. "What's wrong? You don't look so good." Bai Shuang blinked, her bright peach blossom eyes filled with confusion. "It's nothing, I'll go prepare." Lin Ke quickly found an excuse to leave. Bai Shuang returned to her room in confusion, and a message from Bai Ruanan came to her phone. "Tigress, there's a sexy lace set underneath the bag, don't thank me." Bai Shuang's gaze instantly burst with a murderous chill. She finally understood why Lin Ke's expression was off. It must be that this guy said something. "Bai Ruanan, I guess you don't have the courage to open this voice message. Next time I see you, I guarantee I'll make you into a woman." Chapter 35, The Gap, the Heritage of a Noble Family. Just as she was about to put down her phone, another message popped up, followed by dozens of text alerts in succession. "Mu Hongyu, Bai Shuang, where have you been lately? This lady has been bullied and insulted. Mu Hongyu, let me reassert something. What I said about not being defeated by anyone before beating you is in real life, does not count on the internet. Mu Hongyu, I must find that person and smash him to death with money. Mu Hongyu, you better reply to me, or I'll smash you too." Bai Shuang directly turned on message blocking. Crazy woman. Lin Ke returned to his room, changed into his training suit, took a deep breath, and adjusted his state. Initially, he had planned to practice with Little Black tonight to level up, but with Bai Shuang inviting him to train, it was hard to refuse. Even if Lin Ke didn't use Little Black for leveling, this glutton would always cultivate for food whenever he woke up. It's better to cherish the opportunity to train body techniques. Moreover, the strength of his bull-like power had just broken through to the 4th level. Lin Ke also wanted to see how much he had improved. "Old Lin, I'll come find you tomorrow. I haven't visited since you moved, just right to get acquainted." Lu Dezhuang suddenly called. "Sure. By the way, are you still participating in the Tianjia War? This year so many monsters appeared in Quan Hai. I haven't really paid attention to the opponents, we'll see later." "Lu Dezhuang, what are you doing now?" "Training." "Lu Dezhuang, so hardworking, alright, good luck." At this moment, Bai Shuang's voice came from outside the door. "Lin Ke, are you ready?" "Coming." Lin Ke hurriedly hung up the phone. "I'm going to train first." "Hey, how can there be a woman's voice during training?" "No, buddy." "Buddy." Bai Shuang was wearing an all-black tight battlesuit, and her figure, usually unassuming, was surprisingly stunning. Lin Ke suppressed his inner restlessness and didn't dare to show it. "Lin Ke, your physical strength should be very strong, right?" Bai Shuang said, "If you combine it with combat skills, you should be able to reach a higher level." "Senior, if it's just pure physical strength, you probably won't win against me," Lin Ke said seriously. "Oh really?" Bai Shuang said with a smile, "You can attack me with all your strength." Lin Ke hesitated. "I can currently exert at least 2,000 kilograms of strength, it will hurt you." "Lin Ke." Bai Shuang calmly said, "Among my peers, there have been countless talents, some have great beast master talents, some are undefeated in physical training, all are geniuses. But, genius is just the threshold to meet me. Go all out, 2,000 kilograms is the level I reached on my 18th birthday. Bai Shuang threw a punch, and it actually created a sonic boom in the air. The energy from this punch made Lin Ke feel dazed. He suddenly realized he had been naive. For Bai Shuang to become an absolute existence among her peers, merely having an S-class beast master talent was far from enough. Real aristocratic families never lack material and financial power. What seems unreachable to Lin Ke is easily within their grasp. Since Bai Shuang could remember, the education and resources she received were the best: potions, imperial-grade battlesuits, she had them all. If measured by Bai Shuang's standards, those wealthy people were all monstrous beings. Now, Lin Ke's physical strength, which he takes pride in, seemed merely average in her eyes. He wasn't frustrated because the human body has limits, but he didn't. If a few more years pass, those who claim to be undefeated in physical training would completely pale in comparison to him. Senior, I'm coming. Lin Ke no longer boasted and punched toward Bai Shuang. But this punch felt like hitting cotton. Bai Shuang's body gradually disappeared from his sight. Phantom. Lin Ke reacted, bending his elbow to strike, but found his eyes had shifted to the ceiling as his body crashed down awkwardly. Get up, continue. Bai Shuang did not make any comments, just assumed a combat stance. She was like a terrifying beast. Lin Ke was sure he had never experienced such pressure even in the flying centipede demon cave dungeon. Bai Ruanan's evaluation of Bai Shuang was still rising in value. Fierce Bull Strength. Lin Ke directly activated the 4th level of Fierce Bull Strength. A blood-colored bull shadow appeared behind him, and his state also entered a bloodthirsty mode. Noticing the changes in Lin Ke's body, Bai Shuang finally showed some interest. Now that's more like it, make your move. Lin Ke stepped heavily with his right foot, his figure turning into a phantom, raising his hand to throw a punch at Bai Shuang's head. Bai Shuang neither dodged nor evaded, and forcefully received this punch with one hand. Bang! A huge and muffled sound shook the training room. This punch was actually caught by Bai Shuang. Lin Ke seemed to have anticipated it, with another punch following closely after. A series of punches rained down on Bai Shuang like a storm, each one as fast as lightning. But Bai Shuang caught all of Lin Ke's attacks effortlessly. The gap was astonishingly large. The terrifying level of Bai Shuang's physical strength exceeded his imagination. After several exchanges, Lin Ke fell to the ground again. A few beads of fine sweat appeared on Bai Shuang's delicate face. She casually wiped them away and said, "Your strength is indeed impressive, but there is one fatal flaw." Lin Ke got up from the ground, listening to Bai Shuang's teachings. "You have no killing intent towards me." Bai Shuang said, "It is precisely because of this that you cannot use your full strength." "Senior, we have no grudges, I can't hate you." Lin Ke spoke honestly. Killing intent does not need to rely on hate. Bai Shuang closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a hint of red light glimmered in her pupils. With just one glance, Lin Ke felt like he had fallen into hell, a bone-chilling cold spreading through his body, making him tremble uncontrollably. A terrifying feeling, as if he had been targeted by the god of death, swept over him. Bai Shuang seemed like a goddess of slaughter. This is what killing intent is. Bai Shuang said, "I do not hate you, but I can awaken this. It is a primal response of the human body. You can understand it as turning on a switch in your genes." Lin Ke was drenched in sweat, even more exhausting than the close combat he had just endured. He gasped for air, continuously feeling that sensation from before. "Senior, how do you train killing intent?" Bai Shuang brushed her sweat-soaked bangs aside and pointed to the scar at the corner of her eye. "Enter the gates of hell, then crawl out, over and over again." Jumping back and forth between life and death? Lin Ke pondered thoughtfully. "Keep going. During this time, I will help you unlock your killing intent switch." Bai Shuang asked with a smile, uttering frightening words. "Senior?" On the first floor, Lin Changsheng listened to the occasional screams coming from the soundproof training room, unable to help but sigh. Youth is truly wonderful. The inhumane torment continued for an hour. Lin Ke lay on the ground, intact yet exhausted. Even with his terrifying healing ability, he could not withstand such high-intensity torture. Bai Shuang saw that the timing was almost right. "All right, let's stop here for today. If we train any longer, I will tire too." "Lin Ke, your healing ability is your greatest trump card. I suggest you find an excuse." "I understand." Lin Ke contemplated. His physical healing ability was indeed terrifying and his greatest trump card. "Senior, can I ask a question?" Lin Ke suddenly spoke up. "Call me Bai Shuang." Bai Shuang nodded. "Go ahead." "Am I being targeted by someone?" Chapter 36, The Demoness, The Evil Path. "Yes." Bai Shuang did not hide it and did not explain too much. "In the dungeon, there may be a second person. They have likely noticed your performance, so I need to ensure your safety." "Are they antisocial elements?" Lin Ke asked. "Not entirely." Bai Shuang explained, "Generally, those who are antisocial do not create much disturbance. The real threat comes from those geniuses who have gone down the evil path." Their ideology is not to oppose human society, they also deal with demon lairs, but their thoughts and methods are extremely varied. Seeing Lin Ke's confused expression, Bai Shuang countered, for example, there was once a demon lair inhabited by a vampire clan. Its weakness was that after consuming blood up to a certain point, it would fall into sleep, making it vulnerable. Those who walk the evil path bring in a lot of nutrients to the dungeon, charging into battle without hesitation to achieve their goals, a typical case. There are many such examples. If you encounter them in the future, you must be cautious. The less they seem like madmen, the sicker they truly are. Lin Ke nodded and silently remembered this phrase. Alright, let's end today's training here, we'll continue tomorrow. Understood. Thank you, senior, thank you, Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang smiled and left the room. Lin Ke took a shower, he recovered quickly, soon back to his peak energy. He returned to the smart brain room, planning to practice some more. Lu Dazhuang had reminded him, so he planned to check the ranking of top talents in the battle. With the smart brain on, just as Lin Ke was about to begin matching, a PK invitation appeared before him. The ID was Bai Shuang. Is the senior looking for me? Lin Ke felt it was somewhat strange. Bai Shuang wasn't at home right now, how was she inviting him? Out of curiosity, Lin Ke chose to accept. After all, in the world of the smart brain, it was very safe and would not be dangerous. A battle platform appeared before Lin Ke, and a person with a face filled with pixelation appeared before him. In the audience, 3 people also appeared, their faces pixelated as well. Hello, my kind, we finally meet. Who are you? Lin Ke did not panic, guessing that they should be that group of madmen. Ha, you should know who we are. I didn't expect the goddess of tomorrow, Bai Shuang, to actually live in your house. It's a pity she misjudged us. We have never thought about harming our kind. After all, we are family. Lin Ke fell silent. He hesitated about whether to withdraw. The opponent had such means to invade the brain program. You don't need to rush to leave. We will finish speaking and then go. In the stands, a woman's voice appeared. You performed very well in today's instance. I especially like carnivores. If you ever need help in the future, feel free to find me, including in the physical sense. Even though her voice was processed, the enchanting tone could not be hidden, gently plucking at the strings of his heart. Lin Ke felt a chill in his heart. I'm not interested. Ha, the succubus is actually being rejected, his companion mocked. Shut up. The girl smashed his body with a punch and returned to a soft voice. Sister will come to find you, wait for me, you smelly little brother. The call ended, and Lin Ke was automatically kicked out of the room. Although it was in the network, the girl's voice still made Lin Ke feel goosebumps. He left the brain room and informed Bai Shuang about what had just happened. Did they really say that? Bai Shuang smiled, I didn't expect you to be quite popular. Senior, what will happen if I refuse to join? Bai Shuang comforted him, don't worry, these people's actions won't go too far. I said before, their goal is not to deal with humans, but with the demon lair. If they really like you, they might use various methods, including seduction. Lin Ke swallowed his saliva, calculating if he could withstand it. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Bai Shuang left the room, barely suppressing her laughter. Lin Ke then realized he had been tricked. I didn't expect Senior Bai Shuang to have this side too. Lin Ke, who was unwilling to think more, couldn't help but picture an image in his mind. What if this woman called Succubus was Bai Shuang? He wondered if he could withstand it. Ending his wild imagination, Lin Ke lost the desire to continue climbing in the Tenjia battle. He decided to go pan for gold in the mysterious sea. The upgrade of the Dark Dragon was the most significant for Lin Ke. Lin Ke originally planned to work hard to cultivate during this summer vacation, striving for a qualitative leap before college. Especially the battle with Bai Shuang tonight benefited him greatly. Black Sea, activate. Using the brain, Lin Ke instantly appeared in the mysterious sea. Little Black, are you awake? As soon as he entered, Lin Ke noticed that Little Black's perspective was swimming around. But after checking the level, Lin Ke found that the level of the Dark Dragon had not changed much. Still LV is 6, not dragging the numbers. Little Black, have you been slacking off? Oh whoa. Feeling Lin Ke's voice, Little Black immediately became excited, then playfully complained. Did you leave all the blood cores for me? Lin Ke then discovered that in a coral forest at the bottom of the sea, there were a dozen blood cores piled up. Fool, didn't I tell you to devour and train by yourself? Despite complaining about Little Black, Lin Ke felt somewhat touched inside. Don't be fooled by Little Black's terrifying appearance, he's quite considerate. Oh whoa. Little Black told Lin Ke that he kept a few good ones, and he ate the rest himself. This made Lin Ke want to laugh and cry at the same time. The upgrade of the Dark Dragon was what he needed the most. As for making money, that could not be rushed. Alright, just devour these and I'll control your body to collect later. Woo. The dark dragon seemed a bit reluctant. Don't you want to level up early and leave this sea area to come find me? Hearing this, the dark dragon happily began to devour. Experience instantly surged by 50%. Only one step away from LV7. Alright, Little Black, hurry up and level up. Let's aim to reach level 9 tonight. After Lin Ku appeared, Little Black became excited. He took Lin Ku to roam and wreak havoc in the sea. It gradually revealed the dominance of the ocean overlord. Wherever it passed, all creatures would retreat. Feeling its breath, one would not even have the heart to resist. This greatly delayed the process of the dark dragon devouring. Just when Lin Ku regretted the loss, the breath of the dark dragon actually disappeared. The school of fish did not sense the approaching dark dragon until it was too late, being torn to pieces by Little Black. Little Black, how did you do that? Born with it? Lin Ku was a bit shocked. His companion beast's talent was quite terrifying. Woo woo. At this moment, the dark dragon suddenly informed Lin Ku of a message. Chapter 37, Purple Cocoon, the dark dragon breaks through continuously. You said there is a good thing that can help continuously upgrade by devouring? Lin Ku immediately became interested. After careful inquiry, Lin Ku then remembered. When he killed the Crimson Bloodfish King, he had accidentally passed by a place with a mass of purple energy. It was like a heart implanted in the earth, pulsating, giving a heart-stopping feeling that made him want to retreat. What Little Black was eyeing now was this thing. Little Black, are you confident to fight it? Lin Ku asked. Woo. Little Black explained, I'm not sure, but it doesn't matter if I can't win, my escapability comes first. Little Black's answer made Lin Ku's heart move a little more. Yes, what if we can't win, we can still run away, right? The mysterious sea area is boundless, if we really can't defeat it, we can always change places. Okay, then let's go and try. Lin Ku didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. If he could continuously upgrade, then his physical strength would have a huge enhancement. Lin Ku naturally understood the logic of high risk and high reward. The dark dragon changed direction and swiftly moved towards the destination. About 5 minutes later, Lin Ku vaguely saw a purple light coming from the seabed in the distance, much more vibrant than before. Little Black, wait. Conceal your breath. Upon hearing Lin Ku's command, the dark dragon's gigantic form vanished into the darkness. Lin Ku observed carefully, a group of fish aimlessly wandered into the purple light, quickly trembling in pain, bubbling from their mouths before perishing. These corpses fell into the purple light and were completely devoured. This purple light seems to have destructive power. Such a strange scene made Lin Ku alert. Little Black, use your skills to attack from a distance. Lin Ku was unwilling to let the dark dragon take risks. This purple light was too mysterious. If something went wrong, it would be the greatest loss. The dark dragon obeyed Lin Ku's order, activating the golden claw in a concealed state. The golden claw accurately tore into the purple heart, and quickly tremors came from the deep sea. The dark dragon's attack caused the seabed to shake, creating a thick fog. When the fog dissipated, Lin Ku discovered that the purple heart implanted in the surface had no damage. The only change was that the purple light had dimmed considerably. Little Black, hit it with full power. Noticing the light dimming, Lin Ku immediately commanded the dark dragon to attack again. The dark dragon continuously activated the golden claw, relentlessly attacking the purple heart, and indeed, under the dark dragon's attacks, the purple light gradually dissipated. Finally, it vanished. Whoa! The dark dragon was extremely excited, immediately telling Lin Ku to come forward and take a look. Let's go! Lin Ku instructed, Little Black, if there is any danger, run away immediately, don't act foolishly. Little Black immediately agreed. The immense figure gradually approached, and that oppressive feeling weakened significantly. Lin Ku observed through the dark dragon's perspective, this purple heart was flickering, the light extremely dim. In the contrast of bright and dark, Lin Ku keenly noticed that there seemed to be some creature inside this object. Upon closer inspection, he found that this thing did not look like a heart, its surface was more like the texture of belly meat. Like a tumor implanted in the earth. Is this a hatching egg of some kind of creature? Lin Ku made some kind of hypothesis. It is very likely to be this way. Just a single egg could create such immense pressure at that time? Little Black, do you know what this thing is? Lin Ku asked. The dark abyssal dragon stared with its big dragon eyes and observed for a while, perplexed, told Lin Ku that it did not recognize it at all. It only knew that this egg looked somewhat appetizing. Eating it won't be poisonous, right? The dark abyssal dragon expressed a craving to Lin Ku, wanting to eat this thing directly. From its beastly instinct, it could sense that eating this thing would bring huge improvements. Just as Lin Ku hesitated, the creature inside the huge bulging mass seemed to be about to come out, and movements were felt from the surface, followed by a pair of dark claws poking out. First came the limbs, then a head emerged. What kind of creature is this? It looked fluffy and was quite cute, entirely black, but its eyes were golden. If a girl saw it, she would definitely think this creature was very adorable. Clumsily, it stood up, and at first glance, it saw the dark abyssal dragon, and with innocent eyes opened its hands towards it, as if welcoming its family. The dark abyssal dragon licked its lips, drool uncontrollably flowing down. If it weren't underwater, it probably would have already flooded the place. Linka's mind was wildly overwhelmed with the thoughts of the dark abyssal dragon. Want to eat, want to eat, want to eat, want to eat. The little black egg looked at the dark abyssal dragon with innocent eyes, obviously already taking the other as its father. Dragging the shell-like material on its body, it awkwardly moved forward, lightly jumped onto the face of the dark abyssal dragon, and affectionately snuggled up. Ah! The dark abyssal dragon opened its wide blood-red mouth and directly swallowed the cute little black egg in one bite, not forgetting to lick its lips to savor the taste. Linka instantly felt as if something beautiful had been torn apart by a brute. The dark abyssal dragon excitedly expressed, "Delicious." Linka was both amused and helpless. He had wanted to research what kind of creature this was and why it appeared in this strange deep sea. But then, a massive amount of experience surged into the body of the dark abyssal dragon. It first crossed into LV7, and then LV8. LV9. The triple-level upgrade notification left Linka bewildered. The dark abyssal dragon had suddenly increased by 3 levels. The changes brought by the upgrade did not stop there. The already fierce forehead of the dark abyssal dragon became even sharper, and its dragon scales shimmered with a dark glow. Its body had expanded by a full 30%. At this size, it had surpassed the sky-flying centipede. Linko hurriedly opened the panel. Companion Beast, Dark Abyssal Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV9, 50%. Power, 130. Bone Root, 90. Agility, 130. Talent, 100. Element, Dark System. Rank, Apocalypse Level. Skills, Dragon Suck, Beginner, /Cracking Claw, Beginner, /Dragon Might, Beginner, Black Beast's Blood, Passive. The increase in these attributes is simply terrifying. Lin Ku was overjoyed. Little Black, eat well. What a cute little beast, to hell with it, improvement is the way to go. Lin Ku thought a battle was about to unfold. He had prepared himself for it, but now it seemed, this was simply a massive experience egg. After devouring, Lin Ku found that a new passive called Black Beast's Blood had appeared in the Dark Abyssal Dragon's panel. Although he didn't know what it was, the increase in level was already enough to astonish Lin Ku. Only 50% experience away from level 10. Little Black, try hard to see if you can reach level 10, and help me collect some crystal cores while you're at it. Lin Ku thought to seize the moment. He was in a good mood and perfect for making some money. So thrilling. So thrilling. The wonderful unity of heaven and earth, no matter how many times he experienced it, always made Lin Ku addicted. Chapter 38. I and the senior sister are just friends. After the Dark Abyssal Dragon fell into a deep sleep, Lin Ku controlled its body and chopped for an entire night. He increasingly discovered that this mysterious sea area was a huge treasure trove. Endless resources were waiting for him to explore. The changes brought by the upgrade of the Dark Abyss Dragon's level are immense. Its skill release range has increased by approximately 15%, along with the simultaneous release of abilities like Stealth, Dragon's Breath, and Golden Claw. One night, Lin Ku successfully raised the Dark Abyss Dragon's level to level 10. The power value of the Dark Abyss Dragon has reached 140, and it is still in its juvenile phase, not even past its first evolution. Lin Ku can hardly imagine how terrifying the improvement will be when the Dark Abyss Dragon undergoes its first evolution. Aside from the level, Lin Ku's hard work has also earned him quite a few exotic beast cores, which should total around 20 pieces. Their value is estimated to be around 10 million. At this rate of progress, it won't be long before he can completely pay off his mortgage. In the morning, Lin Ku changed into his combat uniform and came to the testing room. His body needs to be consolidated again. Lin Ku's build is not that of an exaggerated bullfrog physique, on the contrary, his proportions are very perfect. The increase in strength has not made his muscles grow larger, but has remained within a very perfect range. My strength should be close to 3,000 kilograms now. Lin Ku held his breath and threw a punch. The iron stake puppet let out a wail, followed by a number appearing. 2.8 T. 2,800 kilograms. If he activates the bull strength technique, his punch could easily reach over 3,500. I wonder what the limit weight is for senior sister Bai Shuang. Lin Ku went downstairs and found Bai Shuang and Lin Changqing eating instant noodles. Neither of them looked up to communicate, they quietly ate their noodles. Yet the admiration and shock in their eyes were evident. Girl, your instant noodles are truly exceptional. Unlike my useless son, who can't do anything. Bai Shuang smiled slightly. Uncle, your instant noodles are also quite refined. Ah, same to you. Lin Ku felt a chill watching the two share such a bond. What are you two even getting so fired up about? It's just boiling instant noodles, is it that serious? After the meal, Lin Ke took the initiative to find Bai Shuang. He wanted to continue battling with her. What's your ranking in the Tenjia battle now? Bai Shuang asked, showing concern for Lin Ke's situation. I guess I'm around 200 in the district ranking. Lin Ke estimated he hadn't participated for 2 days, so his rank surely dropped. I hope to break into the provincial competition. Bai Shuang looked at her instant noodles with reluctance, saying, I can consider staying at home a bit longer. Ah? Bai Shuang asked in confusion, aren't I welcome? Uncle said I could stay as long as I wanted. No problem. Lin Ke scratched his head. It was only when his phone rang that he suddenly remembered something. It seems Lu Dazhuan was coming to see him today. Old Lin, send me an address, and I'll just take a cab over. Alright. Lin Ke casually sent the address to Lu Dazhuan. Soon, Lu Dazhuan called. Old Lin, are you still asleep? The coordinates you sent are for the Golden Sea Empire Garden. I live here now. Lu Dazhuan fell silent for a moment. You live in the Golden Sea Empire Garden? Then Bai Shuang is still my wife. Lin Ke turned to Bai Shuang, senior sister, are you married? Bai Shuang shook her head seriously, no. Lu Dazhuan on the other end fell silent, standing still like an ice sculpture. I'm not kidding, hurry over. Lin Ke put his phone away, curious, and asked Bai Shuang, senior sister, I'm very curious how much strength you can exert at your full power? Me? Bai Shuang thought for a moment, I haven't tested it yet, after all, I don't train my body, and I'm close to the limit weight of the potion. What is the limit weight for not training? 10,000 kilograms. Lin Ke had a rough idea now, following Bai Shuang to the training room. She tested it, and the number popped up. 8.2 T. 8,200 kilograms? Lin Ke was seeing such a terrifying number for the first time. The iron stake was nearly smashed to bits. Bai Shuang shook her head and said, I spent a lot of money to reach this, breaking 10,000 kilograms is very difficult, after that, it's no longer something money can solve. Unless you focus on your body. Lin Ke continued to ask curiously, Senior, is it possible for rich people to achieve your physical strength? Of course not. Bai Shuang said with a smile, first, money is important, but even a family with hundreds of millions can't bear such a cost. Secondly, even if you don't consider money and use drugs to enhance strength, physical strength may not be able to withstand it. Finally, a little talent is also needed. So, families with financial power are basically around 1,000 pounds in combat power. After hearing Bai Shuang's explanation, Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that even rich people cannot do whatever they want when it comes to physical strength. Do you plan to pursue physical martial arts? Seeing Lin Ke's inquiry, Bai Shuang guessed his thoughts and said, actually, I highly recommend you take this path. I've never seen a beast master with strong physical strength have such terrifying healing abilities. I'll try my best. Lin Ke's current goal is to charge towards 10,000 pounds, at least reach Bai Shuang's level first. 20 minutes later, Lu Dazhuang appeared at Lin Ke's house. He was as stiff as a new recruit, neither able to stand nor sit properly. Old Lin, I think I heard Senior Bai Shuang's voice on the phone just now. It must be an illusion, right? I suspect I'm sick. Lin Ke sighed, poor Dazhuan would rather suspect he was sick than admit that Senior Bai Shuang lived in his house. Lin Ke, has someone come to visit? Lu Dazhuan's body stiffened, and he turned his head mechanically, only to see Bai Shuang. Oh, old Lin. I'm not dreaming, am I? No. You two are living together? Lu Dazhuan's mind crashed. As Lin Ke's good brother, he naturally hoped Lin Ke would get better and better. But Senior Bai Shuang is a goddess that many people dream of, not just in high school, but even in college. It was even crazier. Old Lin, you and Senior Bai Shuang. Lu Dazhuang suppressed the impulse to tear up. You can't really be in a relationship, right? What are you thinking? Lin Ke waved his hand to refuse. Senior and I are just friends. That's good. Seemingly sensing Lu Dazhuang's exaggerated performance, Bai Shuang slyly smiled and suddenly said, now we're friends, but in the future, it's possible. Oh. Dazhuang, why are you crying? Dazhuang, your teeth are about to bite through. Hey, breathe quickly, don't suffocate yourself. Chapter 39, Impacting the Champion District Race Ranking. After the farce, Lin Ke and Bai Shuang began close training. Lin Ke's progress was rapid, his strength, though not up to Bai Shuang's, became increasingly mature in combat skills. A few tricky attacks even caught Bai Shuang off guard. Once again, after throwing Lin Ke to the ground, Bai Shuang adjusted her breathing rhythm and wondered, how did your strength increase so much in just one night? Lin Ke's physical strength could reach about 3,000 kilograms, and with the force of a wild bull, it could approach 3,500 kilograms. In one night, he gained over 100 kilograms. Even the most expensive new drugs on the market cannot increase strength so rapidly in such a short time. Otherwise, the demon cave would have been speedrun already. Maybe this is talent. Lin Ke pretended to be humble and asked, Bai Shuang, I want to ask how long it takes to cultivate killing intent? That depends on the person. Bai Shuang used herself as an example and said, some understand it in a few years, some take more than 10. For me, it took a year to master killing intent. Doesn't that mean the fastest I'll take a few months after this? Lin Ke murmured to himself. Unbeknownst to him, after hearing Lin Ke's words, Bai Shuang's mouth couldn't help but frown. Junior, do you think your understanding speed can exceed mine? The damned desire to win quietly planted itself in Bai Shuang's heart. I was just saying it casually. Lin Ke chuckled and didn't explain too much. Until the training ended. Bai Shuang was also exhausted by Lin Ke. In terms of physical recovery speed, she is nowhere near as strong and fierce as Lin Ke. At noon, there was another Lu Dazhuang at the dining table. Everyone's meal was still instant noodles. Lu Dazhuang fidgeted and didn't dare to eat the noodles openly. His timid behavior made Lin Ke feel disgusted. Can't you just act normal? Lu Dazhuang elegantly put down his chopsticks and asked curiously, I have always been like this, haven't I? Giant baby. Lin Ke was too lazy to pay attention to Lu Dazhuang. He quickly finished his meal and returned to the training room to continue his daily practice alone. Since entering the 4th level of the bull strength technique, the benefits for Lin Ke were quite evident. In just a few days, Lin Ke had trained to the 4th level, a stage that was expected to be reached only in 10 years according to the technique. His progress was astonishing, but he faced another problem. Relying solely on training in the training room could not truly let him experience life and death, so he was still unable to ascend to the 5th level. It looks like I need to find an opportunity to dive into the demon cave again. Only by being between life and death could the bull strength technique possibly lead to the next breakthrough. During this period of practice, Lin Ke discovered the marvel of the bull strength technique. If he continued training, his power could explode to more than double in a short time. This was an extremely terrifying prospect, meaning his pure physical strength could reach 5,000 pounds, and with the bull strength's amplification, it might even exceed 10,000. It seems that training as a beast tamer while focusing on physical strength is too demanding for this technique. Lin Ke told Bai Shuang about his idea of going into the demon cave. Do you want to go recently? Bai Shuang didn't expect Lin Ke to have such an idea so soon, especially since he had just experienced life and death in the demon cave. Yes, this time I will try to choose some that aren't too hard. Lin Ke thought for a moment and added, of course, it can't be without difficulty, I want to practice combat skills. If it's just to practice combat skills, you actually don't need to go to the demon cave. After hearing Lin Ke's thoughts, Bai Shuang recommended, you can buy courses online. The prices for training in physical beast taming are very cheap because very few people take them. And they can provide more professional guidance to avoid you going the wrong way. Then I will try that later. Lin Ke took note of the method. After all, you still need to participate in the champion battle, and the deadline for the district competition should be tonight. I remember it's the top 100 who advance. Reminded by Bai Shuang, Lin Ke suddenly recalled the champion battle. Because the fighting method relies on the smart brain, Lin Ke always lacked a sense of experience, so he had been somewhat resistant to this training mode. Once the top 100 district competition ends, the provincial competition will start immediately, and at that time, the simulation's realism should reach 90% of reality, including pain sensation. Lin Ke's eyes brightened. Has the smart brain developed to such maturity now? If so, that would be something to look forward to. At that moment, Bai Shuang's phone vibrated continuously. She helplessly answered, Mu Hongyu, what do you want? Mu Hongyu? Lin Ke felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar but didn't think too much about it and directly went upstairs to start the selection for the district champion battle. Given his current strength, entering the top 100 in the district shouldn't be difficult. Old Lin, can I still come to find you in the future? Lu Dezhuang followed Lin Ke upstairs, his expression reminiscent of when Lin Ke first saw this house. Both showed a kind of confusion and helplessness. Of course. Lin Ke smiled and said, you can come anytime you want. Lu Dezhuang nodded with a smile, but deep inside, he felt a bit lost. He wasn't jealous of Lin Ke, but had a deep sense of helplessness. Is this what the life of rich people is like? Ordinary people can be so happy that they can't sleep all night after getting a companion beast. At least Lu Dezhuang was like this. That night he hugged a maggot and slept for the whole night. Old Lin, then I will go back first. Lu Dezhuang was about to leave. Wait. Lin Ke stopped Lu Dezhuang. After some time, I will take you to clear a dungeon so you can experience what it's like to fly on a plane. Really? Lu Dezhuang's eyes were red. Thank you, old Lin, let me kiss you. Get lost. Seeing Lu Dezhuang return to his usual annoying self, Lin Ke finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Dezhuang and he were true best buddies, their friendship shouldn't be divided by money. Although Lin Ke might rise higher in the future, he still wanted to try to keep this friendship. After all, the people he would meet on the road ahead might not offer true sincerity. Recollecting his thoughts, Lin Ke put on his smart brain and decided to push for the top 100. His ranking had dropped to around 280. The deadline was getting closer, and these beast masters began playing their hearts out to climb the ranks, afraid they would miss the final step. Lin Ke easily returned to the 120th position in 20 minutes. With his current strength, it was very simple to get into the top 100. Even getting into the top 10 was no longer a problem. Most of those entering the top 100 were second and third year students from various colleges in the Quanhai area. Fourth year students couldn't participate due to age limits. Lin Ke entered lightspeed matching mode. After clicking on the next ranking up, suddenly many spectators appeared in the battle room, and the number was continuously rising. Soon, the whole battle room was filled with nearly 100 spectators, with no empty seats. Lin Ke was a bit curious. Who was he matched against this time? Chapter 40, Young Master Zhang, it's you that I'll crush. When his opponent appeared, the audience began to stir. If young Master Zhang wins this round, he should be able to push into the top 2, right? Not just should, it's certain. I think as long as young Master Zhang wants, he can easily take the first place in the city competition. After all, young Master Zhang has a prominent background, a city competition is simply easy for him to win. Facing the enthusiastic audience, young Master Zhang Songyun was already used to it, he had felt the star treatment from birth until now. This was because he was the eldest son of the Zhang family in Quanhai, a real top-tier person. Young Master Zhang? Lin Ke was a bit sensitive to this surname. It seemed that an old man from the Zhang family wanted to exert pressure during the auction, and if it weren't for Bai Runan stepping in at the critical moment, he might have lost quite a bit of money. Everyone, quiet. Zhang Songyun raised his hand as if he was superior, and the noise in the audience disappeared instantly. For this kind of dominion, Zhang Songyun enjoyed it very much. People really are different, from childhood to now. Whatever he, Zhang Songyun, wanted could be easily obtained: luxury cars, villas, women, all the training resources. Except for recently facing setbacks at the auction. His opponent's ranking just entered 100, looks like he's going to be one shot. If I meet young Master Zhang, I would just give up, that way, I could still gain his favor. Lin Ke held back his disgust and said, "What an idiot, is he your dad? What did you say? Who are you cursing?" Many sycophants in the audience immediately boiled over, with several of Zhang Songyun's little fangirls included. After all, he was handsome and had a considerable fanbase. Okay, everyone don't get angry. Zhang Songyun still maintained his composure, glancing sideways at Lin Ke. It is your honor to encounter me. And it is even more your honor to be defeated by me. Lin Ke felt extremely speechless. Why are these rich people so dumb? In comparison, that girl who threw money around was relatively cuter, at least she knew to put in some effort. This young Master Zhang was too arrogant. Summon your companion beast, what's wrong? Are you so scared to summon upon seeing me? To beat you, I don't need a companion beast. As Zhang Songyun was enjoying himself, Lin Ke's words reached his ears. What did you say? Zhang Songyun's smile froze. What audacity, a mere 100-ranking player dares to speak so boldly. Since you are not summoning, then I will respect your wish and not summon either. Zhang Songyun grinned maliciously. Just kidding. Do you really think I, Zhang Songyun, am an idiot? He wanted to quickly and beautifully win this battle. How else can one seem superior? Flames surged as a giant python engulfed in fire appeared beside Zhang Songyun, a blood-red gem embedded on its forehead and a steel blade at its tail. Zhang Songyun's companion beast was a fiery steel python, close to S-level quality, with ironclad defense and the ability to unleash fiery elements. Show time! Strangle! The steel giant python responded to Zhang Songyun's command, spewing flames from its mouth. After the flames were unleashed, the giant python slithered low to the ground, unexpectedly appearing behind Lin Ke. This was a common attack method for the giant python, using its sharp fangs to grip prey tightly and wrapping its strong body around them until they suffocated. In reality, if one were ensnared by such a giant python, their bones might shatter instantly. Seeing the python surrounding Lin Ke, Zhang Songyun turned to the stage, raising his hands to bask in the cheers of victory. Everyone, I have not failed my mission. The audience erupted in cheers, as if Lin Ke's defeat was the best outcome for them. Steel giant python, slowly choke him to death, I want him to die in humiliation. After issuing this command, Zhang Songyun felt something was off. His companion beast did not respond to him. He turned around in confusion and was met with an incredibly terrifying scene. Lin Ke had somehow grabbed the tail of the steel giant python and was effortlessly spinning it around, like a propeller. Flames continued to pour from the python's mouth, rolling towards the audience. Though this was a virtual brain world, this scene was still shocking. Zhang Songyun's face darkened instantly. Kid, do you even know who you're up against? Do all you rich folks like to introduce yourselves this way? Lin Ko casually threw the steel giant python, which was now in a sorry state, twisted like a strand of dough, just a breath away from passing out. Zhang Songyun thought this would be a fight with no suspense at all, but he never expected his proud companion beast couldn't even defeat a beast tamer. I underestimated you. Even though his beast was killed, Zhang Songyun remained calm and composed. His body was far stronger than that of ordinary people, having been enhanced by various potions, making his physical strength extremely formidable. Even without relying on his companion beast, he could easily crush Lin Ku. As long as he wanted to. Kid, I originally planned to use my companion beast to humiliate you to death, now it seems I should take action myself. Lin Ku guessed Zhang Songyun's confidence came from his physical abilities, but he was not worried at all, as he had learned from Bai Shuang about the physical limits of noble heirs. Considering Zhang Songyun's age, his physical strength was like that of an elementary school student in Lin Ku's eyes. One strike, take you down. Zhang Songyun attacked first, his speed wasn't slow, drawing gasps from the audience. Lin Ku remained unfazed, watching Zhang Songyun approach and raise his fist. His speed was too slow. In Lin Ku's eyes, it was as if the pause button had been pressed. Lin Ku casually caught his fist and reversed it, dislocating Zhang Songyun's arm. In just one exchange, Zhang Songyun had sustained a loss. So fast. Too fast. He didn't even have time to react. The scene gradually fell silent. Cheers and applause slowly faded away. People in the audience wore various expressions, looking in horror at the injured Zhang Songyun. Young Master Zhang has been taking potions since he was young, even in a virtual world, his strength should be several times greater than this guy's, right? I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Young Master Zhang is injured? Zhang Songyun stared in disbelief at his severed arm, realizing he couldn't feel pain in this virtual world, which was why it took him so long to react. You are hiding your strength. Zhang Songyun's gaze turned fierce. Lin Ku had easily injured him. Clearly, the power is much stronger than oneself. Lin Ku threw away Zhang Songyun's arm, transforming into data and disappearing. Zhang Songyun took a deep breath and calmly said, how about this, I indeed underestimated you just now. As long as you admit defeat now, I guarantee to give you a considerable amount of wealth. Otherwise, I will find you and make you regret appearing in this world. Lin Ku silently walked up to Zhang Songyun and, in front of everyone, slapped him across the face. Smack! Zhang Songyun spun around and fell to the ground. Even in the virtual world, this humiliation was very real. Lin Ku precisely controlled his strength, so Zhang Songyun was not shattered. The audience fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding. Zhang Songyun was actually humiliated by someone. You brat, are you looking for death? As Zhang Songyun tried to get up from the ground, Lin Ku stepped on his chest and lifted his foot to crush his arm. Next were his legs. Watching parts of his body turn into data and slip away, Zhang Songyun went completely insane. I will kill you, I will definitely kill you. Don't think I can't find your IP. Zhang Songyun, remember, it was the virtual world that saved your life. Before Zhang Songyun could finish speaking, Lin Ku smashed his fist into his head, and after doing all this, Lin Ku looked around at the audience, and everyone lowered their heads. Chapter 41, Mu Hongyu and Bai Shuang. You rascal! You dared to eliminate my grandson. In the audience, an old voice thundered with blame, sounding like thunder. If you don't give the Zhang family face, I will make you know where to hide in the Spring Sea. If I find you, I will definitely make you taste the pain of having your limbs severed. Lin Ku ignored the old man's taunts and instead chuckled a bit. The competition for the young talents was meant to determine the true prodigy. Those who are weaker being eliminated is normal. These wealthy families, thinking they held the resources, are proud and arrogant, truly believing they are invincible. Lin Ku, your ranking has risen to 10th in the city competition. Bai Shuang leaned against the door. She had been paying attention to Lin Ku's match. Senior, did you watch the match just now? You did really well. Bai Shuang encouraged, don't worry, the Spring Sea doesn't have the surname Zhang, they can't touch you. Lin Ku was not too worried, just smiling as he said, even if they really come, Senior, you will stand up for me, I am at ease. Bai Shuang's lips lifted. You're right. Now Lin Ku was not alone, whether it is Bai Anbang or Xiao Jinghua, they treat him like their own. If the Zhang family dares to act rashly, it will only infuriate everyone. Moreover, Lin Ku's ID is Mu, the other party can't trace it at all. Wait until you enter university, there will be plenty of time for revenge. Bai Shuang said, the most important thing now is still the competition for young talents. I understand. Bai Shuang repeatedly emphasized the importance of the competition for young talents, and Lin Ku could feel that this competition is far from as simple as he imagined. It seems there are some rewards he doesn't know about yet. Oh, by the way, I might go out this afternoon. Bai Shuang said a bit sheepishly, I need to handle a troublesome person, and I'll come back to train with you at night. Seemingly realizing her words were too logical, Bai Shuang quickly added. Uncle's skills in cooking instant noodles are very high, I still want to learn here. Lin Ke couldn't have asked for more than Bai Shuang accompanying him for training. He just didn't expect she would stay because of instant noodles. In the afternoon, Lin Ke put on his smart brain intending to purchase mentor courses. He found that there were many types of Beast Master mentor courses, and even extremely rare legendary level mentor courses, but the number of combat skill courses was very limited. The mentors of combat skills mostly trained their physical bodies, their accompanying beasts were not powerful, otherwise, there would be no need to choose such a hard path. Who wants to torture themselves if they have money? Just giving drugs to their accompanying beasts would be fine. The price is indeed very cheap. From 10,000 down to a few thousand per lesson, Lin Ke quickly went through all the martial arts mentors. Beautiful mentor, online tutoring. In the photo is a stunning beauty, but when Lin Ke clicked in, oh my gosh, a double-door big fridge. This can fit two of me, right? Her whole body looks like the Hulk. Is this the body of someone practicing martial arts? Her chest muscles must be harder than mine, right? Lin Ke hurriedly scrolled past and continued to search. Each mentor has their own specialty in martial arts. Lin Ke wanted to find one who specializes in the bull strength, as this would benefit his training more. Lin Ke's gaze landed on an introduction of a mentor. Compared to other mentors' lengthy self-introductions, eagerly listing every competition they participated in, this mentor's introduction was very simple. Top-notch livestock, proficient in bull strength. Lin Ke clicked into the mentor's information and booked his class. 10 minutes later, the smart brain sent a message. You want to practice bull strength? In fact, I have already started. What level? If the layers are too few, I won't teach. Lin Ke truthfully replied, 4 levels. The other side seemed to be silent for a long time before sending a message. I only have time in the evening, 1 hour tutoring for 1,000 yuan. Lin Ke asked, may I ask, what level have you reached? 8 levels. Sure enough, it's top-notch livestock. Lin Ke immediately agreed, no problem, I'll send you the location, you can just come over later. Okay, but I have a request, can you pay half the fee in advance? Lin Ke stopped replying. The other side was clearly anxious. I am not a scammer, I can send you my identity information, I have an urgent case. Got it. Lin Ke first sent the other party a 500 yuan deposit, then sent the address and logged off. Bye-bye, I'm here. In Quanhai Central Street, dressed in a bright blue short skirt, the fair-skinned Mu Hongyu waved at Bai Shuang not far away. She looked very sweet, with a slim figure, a standard sweet image. But the strength in her chest was striking. Who said that slender branches can't bear fruit? As Mu Hongyu waved, her soft body shook, attracting the attention of passers-by. Could you not be so flamboyant? Bai Shuang was dressed simply in a white short-sleeved shirt and black leggings, exuding a heroic vibe. Mu Hongyu naturally wrapped her arm around Bai Shuang's, squeezing gently, making Bai Shuang a bit helpless. Pay attention to your image. No way, where have you been lately? I tell you, a jerk bullied me. With my strength, I was eliminated in the city competition, can you believe it? He'd better not let me see him again, otherwise, I will use money to crush him. Bai Shuang had already gotten used to Mu Hongyu's constant complaints as the two got into a black Rolls-Royce. Bye, what have you been busy with lately? Why do I have to look for you, and you won't let me visit? I've been a bit busy lately. Bai Shuang pulled her hand out of the soft fabric, pretty busy. Woo, are you hiding someone from me? Mu Hongyu once again wrapped her arms around Bai Shuang's. I don't care, today I want to go home with you, and we will sleep together. He. Mu Hongyu gazed at Bai Shuang's chest with longing. You obviously have a figure that is not inferior to mine, why do you always like to cover it up? Good figure, show it off. Mu Hongyu proudly pushed out her chest. You're so annoying. Bai Shuang helplessly took out her phone, intending to ignore Mu Hongyu. Their rhythms were inconsistent, yet surprisingly harmonious. Who is this senior sister you mentioned? Mu Hongyu caught a glimpse of Lin Ke on Bai Shuang's phone. Male friend? You actually added a guy. He's an excellent junior. Bai Shuang didn't hide it. He can't be your boyfriend, right? Mu Hongyu probed further. Bye, you wouldn't betray me by secretly dating, would you? No. So who is he? You never added the opposite sex before. Bai Shuang closed her eyes and said nothing. It's gone, the feelings between us have faded. Mu Hongyu's eyes were teary. I'm going to suffocate myself. After speaking, Mu Hongyu dove towards Bai Shuang's chest. Don't stop me. Chapter 42, the 5th level. Nightfall. Xian Xing has sat in a wheelchair pushed to the entrance of Golden Sea Imperial Garden. He puzzledly took out his phone, confirmed the address, and his face turned even uglier. How can anyone cultivate battle skills here? Even he wasn't so foolish as not to recognize this place. A gathering place for the rich, those who could live here were all elite beast masters. It was simply not a place where someone like him could enter. He was just a low-level person. Even before his injury he couldn't touch such places, let alone now as a cripple. Realizing he had been tricked, Xian Xinghe was about to leave. "Who are you?" Two security guards, accompanied by a black dog beast, came to Xian Xinghe's side. "I?" Xian Xinghe shook his head, about to turn his wheelchair to leave. One of the security guards looked at Xian Xinghe and asked in confusion, "Are you Mr. Xian? The battle skills instructor? You know me?" Xian Xinghe was astonished. "I don't know you, but the owner registered you. Just wait, I'll call to confirm." From being anxious to shock, Xian Xinghe looked at the two security guards with friendly words. "Mr. Xian, it's confirmed, shall we escort you inside?" "No need, I can." Before he could finish, the two security guards had already flanked him, escorting Xian Xinghe into the community. This strange feeling made Xian Xinghe uncomfortable all over, always having an indescribable sensation. Golden Sea Imperial Garden, in front of Lin Ku's house. After the two security guards welcomed him with smiles, they left, and Xian Xinghe took a deep breath, about to press the doorbell. "You are the instructor?" Lin Ku opened the door and saw Xian Xinghe sitting in the wheelchair. "Yes." Xian Xinghe was about to explain his disability when Lin Ku proactively stepped aside. "Come in." Okay. In the past, Xian Xinghe had encountered many students. After negotiating orders online, they would not meet offline. Simply because he was a cripple. "My experience is very rich, I can definitely help you," Xian Xinghe explained. "You must have overtrained, leading to your disability, right?" Lin Ku saw through Xian Xinghe's situation at a glance. "Yes." Xian Xinghe never expected Lin Ku could tell the reason for his disability. Only then did he realize Lin Ku was far younger than he had imagined. "Wait a minute, you've already cultivated to the 4th level?" Xian Xinghe was astonished, nearly recovering. Observing Lin Ku's youthful appearance, he looked no more than 20. At such an age, it's difficult to even enter the 1st level, let alone the 4th level. Xian Xinghe immediately became tense, suspecting if this was a trap. But thinking again, he was just a poor man now. What could the other party possibly cheat him of? In his days, Lin Ku released bull strength, a phantom descending onto him, blood energy diffusing. Indeed, the 4th level. Xian Xinghe was filled with envy. "You must have supplemented with potions while cultivating, right?" Otherwise, at Lin Ku's age, reaching the 4th level was impossible. Xian Xinghe also understood that even with potions, entering the 4th level at this age required effort and pain. "I didn't expect you rich people to also enjoy torturing yourselves." Lin Ku took Xian Xinghe to the elevator and up to the training room. "Why are you, who have cultivated to the 8th level, sitting in a wheelchair?" This was what Lin Ku wanted to understand the most. "Is there a hidden danger with bull strength?" "Yes." Xian Xinghe explained. "To be precise, our body's limits cannot keep up with the limits of bull strength. Ultimately, the body cannot bear it and collapses." Xian Xinghe sighed. He came from a slum, and due to financial constraints could only cultivate physical battle skills. For decades, he had only practiced bull strength, achieving significant results. He relied on the bull strength technique to lead small dungeon teams, and his life had become better and better. Unfortunately, he still overestimated his physical strength. When charging to the 8th level of bull strength, his physical strength ultimately could not bear the terrifying impact of the bull strength, leading to his muscles and meridians tearing apart, leaving him disabled. We underestimated the bull strength technique. The 8th level of bull strength is a qualitative change. Its height is more than 20 times that of the 7th level. At that time, Xian Xinghe never expected that the enhancement of the 8th level of bull strength would be so terrifying, directly turning him into a cripple. Xian Xinghe said with a heavy voice, "I once spent years searching for the founder of bull strength, wanting to understand the secrets of this technique. But when I found the founder, I discovered he had died in the 8th level." At this point, Xian Xinghe smiled self-deprecatingly. "I suppose I was lucky, having accidentally broken through to the 8th level, but unfortunately, I ended up crippled, equivalent to being useless." Lin Ku thought for a moment and asked, "Even the founder died suddenly, that shouldn't be right?" Xian Xinghe didn't want to say too much, but he felt that Lin Ku was different from ordinary wealthy young masters. At least there wasn't a piercing gaze in his eyes. "I later found out that the so-called founder merely stumbled upon bull strength. The true creator of bull strength cannot be found at all. You seem like a straightforward person. If you don't want to end up like me, I advise you to give up." After Xian Xinghe explained, Lin Ku fell into deep thought. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Seeing that Lin Ku had not responded for a long time, Xian Xinghe pushed his wheelchair and planned to leave. "Let's have a lesson." Lin Ku called out to Xian Xinghe. To be honest, he was excited inside. Today, Xian Xinghe's words were incredibly beneficial to him. He never expected there to be such depth to bull strength. The unbearable physical limit of others was their problem. He didn't need to worry about that at all. Even if physical strength could not support bull strength, Lin Ku's healing ability ensured that he would not end up disabled. Do you still want to cultivate bull strength? Xian Xinghe was a bit curious. He had warned Lin Ke, yet Lin Ke did not back down. You won't know if you don't try, Lin Ke said without much explanation. What do you need me to do now? Seeing this, Xian Xinghe no longer explained, bluntly stating, you first demonstrated once for me to see. Okay. Xian Xinghe indeed had some skills, even though he could not engage in actual combat with Lin Ke, his understanding of bull strength reached a high level. Many ideas and solutions he explained caused Lin Ke to have a sudden realization. He discovered that his original thoughts about bull strength were somewhat off. Improvement didn't necessarily require insights gained through life and death, expanding muscle and meridian strength might also achieve enhancement. Before the first 5 levels, you can still rely on potions for enhancement, but once you reach the 6th level, no amount of money can help you improve. Xian Xinghe vividly described, in fact, I suspect that this bull strength technique has a secret volume, I just don't have the ability to find it. After the conversation ended, Lin Ke sat cross-legged. Seeing this action, Xian Xinghe smiled self-deprecatingly, you are too impatient, bull strength is far from as simple as you think. Lin Ke began to comprehend Xian Xinghe's words about expanding meridians and surging vital energy. Immediately after, Lin Ke's body became heavier with vital energy. Unconsciously, Lin Ke entered the 5th level. Chapter 43, Visiting with Hostility. Did I just break through? Lin Ke's vital energy continuously solidified, and the meridians throughout his body expanded wildly under the infusion of this energy. His physical strength constantly grew, with blood mist seeping from his skin's pores. A blood-colored bull demon phantom continually expanded to several zhang in height, then quickly shrank, attaching itself to Lin Ke's skin, as if merging with the bull phantom. This is the 5th level, Blood Demon Armor. Xian Xinghe initially predicted that Lin Ke would need years to possibly step into the 5th level. After all, no matter how much financial power Lin Ke had, the physical forces make it by no means easy to step into the 5-fold realm. Xian Xinghe originally felt some pride in his heart. What is money worth? My talent is still better than yours. Did you really think the 5-fold realm could be achieved with just a few words? But at this moment, Xian Xinghe was completely shocked. Are you just one step away from the 5-fold realm? Xian Xinghe blurted out. Lin Ke remained in silent meditation, not responding. 10 minutes later, Lin Ke let out a deep breath, and the bull war armor gradually dissipated. I have reached the 5-fold. Xian Xinghe awkwardly cleared his throat. You have great talent, but as I said earlier, the 6-fold realm is very difficult. If you are not fully prepared, do not attempt it lightly. If you trust me, you can opt for a monthly package. I guarantee you can step into the 6-fold realm within a few years. Lin Ke did not agree but was still savoring the understanding from his recent breakthrough. What a martial arts enthusiast. What did you just say? Lin Ke asked. I said, if you trust me, consider the monthly package, my prices are quite cheap. After saying this, Xian Xinghe's cheeks felt hot. He was originally a future star. Although his partner beast was not as strong as others, his achievements in physical arts were enough for him to be proud. Now, in this situation, he felt like a commodity being picked over, with no way to resist. This was the shame of a martial artist, yet he ultimately had to choose reality. A monthly package? Lin Ke pondered and then asked, when you were at the 7th level of bull strength, what level of beast master did your strength equal? About a 6th level beast master. Xian Xinghe's eyes dimmed. If I can successfully step into the 8th level, I wouldn't even look at a 7th level beast master. As for what level could be reached at the 9th level, Xian Xinghe dared not hope. Just stepping into the 8th level turned him into a useless person, and the 9th level would probably take his life. I will pay you normally, and we can discuss how long our cooperation will last later. All right. Xian Xinghe felt a bit disappointed. If he could find a job with Lin Ke, his life would at least have some security. Unfortunately, rich people are not foolish. It seems he was asking for too much after all. By the way, have you not been to the hospital for your leg? Is there no way to treat it? The hope is slim. Xian Xinghe said with a bitter smile, just 2 injections of muscle reshaping agents cost 100 million, not to mention the follow-up surgery fees, it's basically hopeless. Lin Ke nodded, got it, let's stop here for today. Lin Ke paid the follow-up fees, and Xian Xinghe left. Just as Xian Xinghe left, Lin Changsheng, who went out to buy instant noodles, returned home. Son, where's Xiaoshuang? Lin Changsheng rushed in and asked eagerly, I made a new flavor of instant noodles today. She will definitely like it. Lin Ke rolled his eyes at Lin Changsheng, old man, why do I feel like senior sister Baishuang is your daughter now, and I don't feel like your real child? If I could have a daughter like Baishuang, you could just go aside. Lin Changsheng ruthlessly mocked Lin Ke, then leaned closer and whispered, silly son, I have heard that Baishuang is too outstanding, you two between. Dad, what are you thinking? Lin Ke had never thought in that direction. Bai Shuang was the top talent among the younger generation, and genius was merely the threshold to see her. Moreover, Bai Shuang herself had no thoughts of romance, so how could he possibly think along those lines? It's not impossible. Lin Chongqing quickly analyzed, think about it, there are many excellent people, but have you ever seen Xiao Xuan living in someone else's house? You two are so close in the training room every day, I've seen it all. Lin Chongqing chuckled, actually, if Xiao Xuan could be your girlfriend, then we could study instant noodles together. Lin Ke looked at Lin Chongqing as if he were crazy. Dad, you should go to the hospital and get checked out. Senior sister Bai Shuang's affection for instant noodles is just temporary, she will surely get tired of them one day. In Lin Ke's view, Bai Shuang, born into a wealthy family, had been accustomed to gourmet food from a young age. Occasionally coming into contact with instant noodles, there will always be a day to get tired of it. Not necessarily. Lin Chongqing took out his phone, look, Xiao Shuang just messaged me, saying she'll bring friends back tonight, and asked if I could cook instant noodles. Lin Ke looked at the message from Bai Shuang and was momentarily unsure how to respond. Isn't she a sister? Does she really love instant noodles? Soon, Bai Shuang sent another message to Lin Ke. Lin Ke, I want to bring a friend back tonight, I've already talked to my uncle, sorry to disturb you. Lin Ke replied, it's fine. Bai Shuang's friend? Speaking of which, up until now, Lin Ke had not met anyone around Bai Shuang, outside of her family. Bai Shuang's friends should be as excellent as she is, they should also be easy to get along with. Soon, night fell. Lin Changsheng was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, while Lin Ke stopped training and changed into casual clothes, sitting in the living room. Son, do you think Bai Shuang will bring a male friend back? Lin Ke's heart skipped a beat, but he kept a straight face, shouldn't be, I heard Bai Shuang rarely has male friends. You know quite a bit. Of course, Bai Shuang is so famous, this is an open secret. While father and son discussed, the doorbell rang. Lin Ke opened the door. Bai Shuang appeared at the door, with Mu Hongyu naturally by her side. Lin Ke, sorry to disturb. Bai Shuang smiled and said, this is Xiaoyu, my friend. Lin Ke politely said, hello, please come in. However, Mu Hongyu didn't give Lin Ke a good look. For some reason, upon meeting Lin Ke for the first time, she instantly felt an undesired dislike. It was a displeasure as if a beloved item was about to be taken away. She wrapped her arm around Bai Shuang's and coldly huffed, bye-bye, let's go in. Seeing himself being ignored, Lin Ke scratched his head, why did this girl give him a dirty look? Xiao Shuang is back? Lin Chongsheng came out holding a spatula, but Mu Hongyu kindly greeted him, earning Lin Chongsheng's praise for being sensible. This old man is too old, he is quite handsome, but not Bai Bai's type. That wolf dog is my biggest competitor. No, I absolutely cannot let him take Bai Bai away. Mu Hongyu occasionally stared at Lin Ke, her eyes showing strong vigilance, sometimes pouting, sometimes frowning. Wait. Why does she always have a familiar feeling when seeing Lin Ke? Chapter 44, Black Gold Check, 100 million. Although Mu Hongyu couldn't say why she disliked Lin Ke, there must be a reason for it. Women really trust their sixth sense. Bai, why are you living at someone else's house? Mu Hongyu pulled Bai Shuang and questioned. Haven't I lived at your house? Bai Shuang didn't think it was a problem. But how can that be the same? We are sisters, we know each other well, and besides, we are both girls, you can't do anything to me. As Mu Hongyu said this, her tender white face couldn't help but blush. That night Bai Shuang stayed at her home, she did indeed act a bit out of line. But we are both girls, it's normal for me to be a little flirtatious. Bai Shuang ignored the jealous Mu Hongyu, she preferred to go to the kitchen and share tips on instant noodles with Lin Chongsheng. The living room was left with just Lin Ke and Mu Hongyu. Lin Ke couldn't understand why Mu Hongyu harbored an indescribable hostility toward him. Hey, are you Lin Ke? Mu Hongyu sat on the sofa, crossed her slender white legs, and examined Lin Ke with her arms wrapped around her knees. Yes. Name your price. Mu Hongyu straightforwardly said, you and Bai Bai have no chance. Such a familiar feeling. Lin Ke was still a bit uncertain. I'm just friends with the senior. Oh wow. Mu Hongyu's tone immediately rose a few degrees, imitating Lin Ke's tone, mockingly said, still calling her senior, I've never called her that. Lin Ke felt a bit speechless, he always felt like he had seen this woman somewhere before. Seeing Lin Ke indifferent, Mu Hongyu immediately questioned, do you like Bai Bai? I like it. Lin Ke stated bluntly, among the younger generation, who doesn't like senior Bai Shuang? She's so outstanding. Mu Hongyu nodded fiercely, expressing strong agreement, right. No one can refuse Bai Bai's charm. Wait. Mu Hongyu realized that she almost got wrapped up in Lin Ke's words, she collected her starry-eyed expression and, with a serious face, took out a black gold check. You can fill in any amount, as long as you stay away from Bai Bai, I will give you a satisfactory number. Lin Ke said nothing, and in his heart, he became more certain. This woman, he must have seen her somewhere before. Mu Hongyu elegantly crossed her legs, her fair and flawless toes gently swaying the crystal shoes. I heard Bai Bai mention some things about you. You were originally poor, right? It's just that you got lucky and gained some resources. Otherwise, in your lifetime, it would be hard to meet someone like me. You know Tiangong, right? Lin Ku, living there is exactly someone like you, right? Of course. Mu Hongyu smiled proudly. Wait, how did you steal my lines? Lin Ku stood up, too lazy to deal with Mu Hongyu. He was almost certain this guy was the girl who wanted to throw money at him back during the Tianjia battle. Whether in the virtual world or in reality, it remains the same. Seeing Lin Ku was about to leave, Mu Hongyu felt anxious and angry, clenched her pink fist, stood up, and blocked Lin Ku. You haven't given me an answer. Lin Ku frowned slightly and warned, in the name of Senior Bai Shuang, I am keeping you here. If you insult me again, please leave. Lin Ku pushed aside Mu Hongyu's shoulder and directly went upstairs. 5 full seconds passed before Mu Hongyu reacted, Lin Ku's words echoing in her ears. Is he looking down on me? Mu Hongyu was greatly shocked. Was there really someone who could withstand her financial attack? Mu Hongyu would never develop feelings for Lin Ku, that would be too brainless. She only felt humiliated. Want me to leave? Miss won't leave. I want to see what you can do to me. Training room. Lin Ku was typing on his phone. Black gold check. To be honest, Lin Ku's ability to attract wealth was extremely strong now. He wouldn't glance at small money at all. The reason he warned Mu Hongyu was that Lin Ku didn't want to get too entangled with a woman from such a noble family. It can only be said that people are different. Mu Hongyu fit Lin Ku's stereotype of a young lady perfectly. Thinking a check can impress me, who hasn't seen money before? Black gold check, a check with special characteristics from the Beast Bank. Minimum amount to fill is 10,000, 100,000, million, billion. Lin Ku. Billion? Minimum, billion? Tears inexplicably flowed silently. Lin Ku reacted quickly and hurriedly wiped them away. Still too poor, just a billion, what's worth crying about? It's still too soon after lifting himself out of poverty. When Lin Ku thought of a billion, he thought of his house. It turned out that with just a little effort earlier, the house's loan was paid off? Was I too harsh on her earlier? After all, she's a friend of Senior Bai Shuang. Besides, she was only worried about Senior Bai Shuang making bad friends. Words kept floating in his mind, and when Lin Ku came to his senses, he secretly slapped himself. Stupid head, you even spoke up for her? It seems the training volume is far from enough, the muscles hadn't even controlled the brain yet. Train. Several hours later, Lin Ku woke up. After training, he regained his reason. Son, time to eat. Going downstairs, Lin Changsheng was placing instant noodles on the dining table. Bai Shuang and Mu Hongyu were already sitting at the table, chatting and laughing, clearly having forgotten the earlier unpleasantness. After Lin Changsheng walked away, Mu Hongyu frowned slightly. Bye, are you just eating this? Is there a problem? If you don't want to eat, you can go back. As if the sacred instant noodles were being offended, Bai Shuang's tone was somewhat unfriendly. Mu Hongyu immediately shut up, covering her pretty nose with a distressed expression, looking at the instant noodles in the bowl, the rich soup color mixed with murky egg flowers, and the translucent noodles covered with fried eggs. She was about to pick up her chopsticks to give it a try. Wait. Bai Shuang and Lin Changsheng spoke in unison. What's wrong? Mu Hongyu thought that she had done something wrong with her table manners, which could harm her reputation as the young lady of the Mu family. There are 13 seconds, 12 seconds. Bai Shuang explained, you just need to pick up your chopsticks with us. Seeing the two of them timing their movements with chopsticks, Mu Hongyu felt confused. Was it really necessary to treat such ordinary food with such importance? This was nothing compared to the numerous delicacies she had eaten before, it was just instant noodles. The enemy of women and their obesity is just full of additives. Was it really necessary to treat it this way? Eat. Bai Shuang and Lin Changsheng instantly grabbed the instant noodles and brought them to their mouths, their movements almost perfectly synchronized, not forgetting to also bite into an egg while sipping the soup. Their expressions were awash with pure delight. Is this really necessary? Mu Hongyu took a small bite of the noodles and sipped the soup. It wasn't as amazing as she had imagined, leaving her to wonder if there was something wrong with her taste buds. But why were Bai Shuang and Lin Changsheng so entranced? Could it be that after staying in the heavenly palace for too long, she had evolved? Her gaze shifted to Lin Ku, and she noticed he was also eating the instant noodles indifferently, even with a look of slight disgust. Hey! What? How does the noodle taste to you? Mu Hongyu asked quietly. It's just instant noodles, as long as it fills you up, Lin Ku replied, continuing to eat blandly. Right. Mu Hongyu felt like she caught a glimmer of hope in the dark, like finding a comrade, and said. You're not as annoying as I imagined. Chapter 45, What's the right way to smash me? It was all so baffling. After swiftly finishing the instant noodles, Lin Ke planned to return to the training room to continue practicing. He realized that Lin Changsheng had been cooking him instant noodles all these years not just for convenience, but because he genuinely liked it. What he found hardest to accept was that the senior sister truly liked it too. This left him wondering if the world had flipped or if there was something wrong with him. He had once asked Bai Shuang why she loved instant noodles so much, and received a simple answer: because they were convenient. Finally finding a normal comrade, Mu Hongyu immediately followed Lin Ke away from the dining table. What are you following me for? Mu Hongyu huffed proudly, glancing at Bai Shuang and Lin Changsheng at the dining table. I'm worried about getting too close and getting infected with stupidity. Then you're free to leave. I'm going to train. Lin Ke couldn't be bothered to engage with Mu Hongyu, deliberately creating some distance. This feeling of slight disdain made Mu Hongyu extremely unhappy. Hey, I'm training too. She followed Lin Ke to the training room, hands on her hips, proudly declaring, I'm a level 4 beast master. I can easily be your sparring partner. Bang! Lin Ke threw a punch at the steel pole, the numbers flashing constantly, finally stabilizing at 3.5 T. What did you just say? Lin Ke turned curiously. Nothing, I think I'm a bit hungry, going to grab something to eat. Mu Hongyu quickly left the training room. This is a wild man. Mu Hongyu finally understood why Bai Shuang valued Lin Ke, a single punch unleashing over 3,000 kilograms of pure physical strength. He was simply a barbarian. She didn't like to work on her physical strength and rarely used strength gene medications, so her raw power was barely a fraction of that. The thought of Lin Ke's powerful punch from just now made Mu Hongyu feel a bit uneasy. As Bai Shuang was about to go upstairs, she saw Mu Hongyu coming downstairs. What are you doing here? I'm just wandering around. Mu Hongyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Bye, let's go out and play? I want to train with Lin Ke, you go by yourself. Bai Shuang rejected Mu Hongyu since enjoying Lin Father's profound noodle-making skills meant she had to pay some interest. Then I'll just watch. When you're tired, I'll take over. Bai Shuang sized up Mu Hongyu's delicate little body. You're not even strong enough to take one punch from Lin Ke. What happened? Mu Hongyu said, we are beast tamers, this is a world of beast tamers, what future can a martial artist have? Bai Shuang didn't explain much and went to the training room. Lin Ke, let's start training. Okay. The two quickly got into the zone, and Mu Hongyu could only watch from the side. The battle between Lin Ke and Bai Shuang was purely a clash of physical strength, neither summoned their accompanying beasts. The more Mu Hongyu watched, the more she felt something was wrong. Why weren't they using their accompanying beasts to fight? Unfortunately, neither of them had time to pay attention to her, and after an hour of continuous training, Bai Shuang panted, let's take a break. She was shocked at Lin Ke's rapid improvement. It's only been a few days, your strength has increased too much. I can feel it too. Lin Ke smiled and said. Keep it up, maintain this. Bai Shuang said happily, try to reach 5,000 kilograms before the school starts. Mu Hongyu seized the opportunity and finally asked, Bye, why don't you use your accompanying beasts? Bai Shuang explained, Lin Ke's accompanying beast is special, it can't be summoned. Is it an illusion beast? Mu Hongyu looked at Lin Ke in confusion, so your fighting style has always been pure physical technique? Yeah, what's wrong? Lin Ke wiped the sweat off and didn't care. Did you participate in the genius battle? Mu Hongyu seemed to have thought of something. Not long ago, I met a strange beast tamer who specializes in pure physical techniques. Lin Ke frowned and said, I don't know what you're talking about. But Mu Hongyu was relentless, her watery eyes fixed on Lin Ke. Do you believe I will smash you with money? Lin Ke saw that he had been exposed and helplessly shrugged. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall a bit. It really is you. Mu Hongyu immediately jumped to Bai Shuang's side. Bye, it's him. He bullied me. You promised to stand up for me, teach him a lesson. Is it Lin Ke? Bai Shuang was a bit surprised and turned to Mu Hongyu. You're in your second year, yet you can't beat a college freshman, isn't that a bit embarrassing? Bye, you. Mu Hongyu was furious, her chest rising and falling rapidly, and her delicate white face turned red immediately. That's because I couldn't summon my beast. No, we need to do it again. Stop messing around. Bai Shuang stopped Mu Hongyu's behavior. Lin Ke is not your opponent yet, wait until he's in college. Bye, are you scolding me for him? Mu Hongyu's tears began to flow, her pearly white teeth clenching her red lips. Lin Ke, I told you, if I see you again, you'll pay. Lin Ke coughed awkwardly and confidently approached Mu Hongyu, saying, Miss Mu, if you fulfill your promise, I'm willing to accept your hits. Please use money, smash me to death. Do you really think I'm scared? Mu Hongyu immediately went to the bank, but heard Bai Shuang add, it's closed early. Wow. Boo-hoo-hoo, you're all bullying me. Mu Hongyu had never suffered such humiliation and was about to take out her phone to instruct the butler to bring cash from home. Alright, stop crying. Bai Shuang frowned and was about to stop her. Senior sister, don't stop her, I just want to see how much money she can bring to smash me. I'm strong, the more I carry, the more likely it is to smash me. Bai Shuang knew Lin Ke's character well and helplessly spread her hands. Fine, you two resolve your personal grudges first. If you're not dead, we can continue training. Boo hoo hoo, I will definitely smash you to death with money. Mu Hongyu cried like a flower in the rain, and Bai Shuang didn't protect her, while Lin Ke was still being annoying. She had had enough. She wanted to smash this annoying guy to death with money right now. Lin Ke said that he really wanted to challenge his own soft spot. Such shocking events are rare in life. Mu Hongyu cried with hiccups, tears blurred her vision, and the eager sounds of Lin Ke rubbing his hands came by her ears. Miss Mu, are you done yet? Do you want me to lie down like this or lie on my side? You. Mu Hongyu trembled and finished speaking, her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Hey. Lin Ke supported her. Anxiously opening his mouth, are you okay? Hey, wake up. First, bring the money over before you faint. Wake up. Hearing this, Mu Hongyu completely fainted. Chapter 46, Golden Tiger Strength, Xian Xinghe's advice. Lin Ke, the little fish can only stay here tonight. Bai Shuang arranged the fainted Mu Hongyu into a room and turned back to the training room. She actually has no bad intentions, don't take it to heart. Lin Ke sat cross-legged on the ground, counting his fingers and thinking. Senior sister, how much money would it take to crush me given my physical condition? Bai Shuang chuckled, don't get lost in the money, train hard. A night passed. Lin Ke was tormented by Bai Shuang all night. Surprisingly, it was Bai Shuang who first gave up. Lin Ke's recovery ability even scared Bai Shuang. I can't take it anymore, Lin Ke, I need to go rest for a bit, you're really a monster. Lin Ke felt that even if he didn't sleep, it wouldn't affect his training rhythm at all. With the energy supply from the Radiant Holy Dragon, Lin Ke could maintain a high energy state all day. If the Radiant Holy Dragon wakes up later, it would be terrifying. Just past noon, Lin Ke called for his mentor, Xian Xinghe. Having had the first contact, Xian Xinghe became more familiar with Lin Ke. Mentor, you said yesterday, if I am not completely prepared, I shouldn't try to break through to the 6th layer. What specific preparations do I need? Xian Xinghe opened his mouth. First, you need to ensure that your body and meridians are in their prime state, and then the endurance level of your physical strength must at least cross 6,000 pounds to meet the entry threshold. And what happens if I forcefully break through? Xian Xinghe heard the urgency in Lin Ke's words and frowned. I don't recommend you do that. Although you have money, a slight misstep could leave you disabled. The subsequent medical treatment will cost a fortune. It's better to proceed steadily. Lin Ke was also assessing his own possibility of breaking through to the 6th layer. His healing ability should offset the impact of muscle tearing. The question is, if he forcefully crossed into the 6th layer, could he unleash all the energy of the bull strength? This question, Xian Xinghe couldn't answer for Lin Ke. After all, Lin Ke's physical strength couldn't be judged by common understanding. It seems he still needs to retreat for a few days. Focusing on leveling up with Xiao He to increase his physical strength more is the best strategy. After several hours of lecture and guidance, Lin Ke got up and approached Xian Xinghe. Thank you, mentor, I gained a lot. Setting aside Xian Xinghe's physical disability issue, he truly delved into physical refinement extensively. Many of the points he discussed were very useful for Lin Ke. By the way, mentor, if you are equipped with a smart brain, should you be able to battle with me? It can be done. Xian Xinghe hesitated and said, but the smart brain combat device is too expensive, and for virtual combat, unless we set the pain perception to the highest, it will be hard for you to make progress. No problem, I will arrange this. Lin Ke still wanted to fight Xian Xinghe and see just how strong a person who completely merges physical martial arts can be. By the way, after the guidance ended, Xian Xinghe took out a combat technique from his pocket. You can take a look at this combat technique, it's an unexpected find during my investigation. Lin Ke took the ancient book made of paper, the damaged cover read, Golden Tiger Strength. Does it feel similar to the bull strength? Xian Xinghe smiled awkwardly. I guess, the bull strength is just one of them, and there should be other branches of this kind of technique. It's a pity, my energy is limited, I only found this one. Thank you. Lin Ke casually settled the expenses for the day. Why is there an extra 10,000 beast coins? Xian Xinghe was astonished. We didn't spend that much in several hours. Consider it the purchase of this technique. Lin Ke said. Although Xian Xinghe felt undeserving, he still accepted the payment. If you need to use me in the future. At your service. He could only say that one line. After all, life was indeed tough now. No problem. Lin Ke agreed readily. After 2 encounters, Lin Ke felt that Xian Xinghe was just a pure martial artist. Whenever they talked about martial arts, he always spoke enthusiastically, with shining eyes. He was once an extraordinary martial arts talent himself. Lin Ke had thought about whether the energy substance of the bright holy dragon could help Xian Xinghe stand up. But he was not a do-gooder, Xian Xinghe was not related to him, and at most, it was just a matter of mutual benefit. He had no obligation to give Xian Xinghe a second life. At least not for now. If that day really came, then Xian Xinghe must completely stand by him and become a trusted confidant. After sending Xian Xinghe to the elevator, Lin Ke planned to return to the training room to check on the Golden Tiger technique. Lin Ke, I want to say something from my heart. After a long deliberation, Xian Xinghe pressed the elevator button. Actually, you don't need to be obsessed with physical skills. Why? Lin Ke held the elevator door. Speak plainly. I'm afraid you'll get completely lost in the training of physical cultivation and forget that beast taming is the dominant fact in this world. Do you know why physical cultivators can never compare to beast tamers? Because physical cultivators enter monster lairs, and all their attacking methods rely only on close combat, making it impossible to launch long-distance attacks. Once surrounded by monsters, it's extremely difficult to heal physical injuries, the cost is far too great. This is also the biggest pain point of physical cultivation. What use is it to have an indomitable body? Once injured, one has to bear high costs, and besides, the suffering in training is far greater than that of beast tamers. Even healing-type beast tamers cannot easily mend the injuries from physical cultivation. If compared to a game, physical cultivation is like a tank warrior, bleeding and sacrificing the most, while beast tamers are like mages who can pass through without injury. Moreover, with the right conditions, taking potions can easily grant a level of physical strength that ordinary families can hardly reach in a lifetime. You should think it over. Lin Ke relaxed his foot, smiled, and said, "Thank you for your advice." Seeing Lin Ke unmoved, Xian Xinghe stopped persuading him further. Lin Ke naturally understood Xian Xinghe's advice. This was common sense, but his body did not belong to common sense. What if one is wealthy? Relying on potions to gain over 10,000 pounds of strength, what about 100,000 pounds? 1 million pounds, 10 million. Can a mortal body withstand any number of syringes? Lin Ke's goal was not just 10,000 pounds of strength. As for a companion beast, he had 2 of them. In the training room, Lin Ke began to study the Golden Tiger technique. It is indeed similar to the bull technique, yet somewhat different. If the bull technique was a defensive physical combat skill, then the Golden Tiger technique was an offensive physical combat skill with utmost sharpness and strength. The bull technique focused on enhancing body strength, while the Golden Tiger technique aimed to refine energy, sharp as a blade, cutting through iron like mud. The only commonality was that both techniques required extremely high physical talent. Chapter 47, Seclusion, Leveling Up Road. Mysterious Sea Area. Golden Tiger Technique. Invisible airwaves transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the air and cutting across a metal stake. The entire stake was smoothly severed. The metal stake fell to the ground with a clang. Such sharp destructive power. After successfully entering the Golden Tiger technique, Lin Ke could not wait to give it a try. He found the destructive power of this technique was indeed astonishing. It required compressing the invisible air pressure in his body to the utmost, creating the sharp blades. As decisive and sharp as the king of beasts killing its prey in one strike. Just at the first level, the number and destructive power I can unleash are already terrifying. If I continue to train, it can also become one of my trump cards. After all, in the national competition, due to his top 10 city competition results, Lin Ke successfully advanced to the provincial competition. After 3 days of system maintenance, the provincial competition will begin. Before this, it would be good to have more trump cards. After all, the provincial competition will activate the pain system, making the battlefield more in line with reality. So Lin Ke was thinking about getting a virtual machine for Xian Xinghe, for training, which would also help him participate in the Tianjia battle later. The requirements for the Golden Tiger strength are too high, it feels like it will take some time to step into the second realm. Lin Ke no longer struggled and ended his training. Near noon, Lin Ke appeared in the living room on the first floor. You haven't left yet? Mu Hongyu was sitting on the sofa. When she saw Lin Ke come downstairs, she immediately became alert. I have figured it out, don't think you can trick me into giving you money. Do you really think I'm a fool? Wow, this girl has reacted. Lin Ke, however, didn't care and said, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to occupy someone else's home like this? So what? Mu Hongyu pouted, adorably opening her mouth. It's fine for others, why not for me? Senior can help me train. May I ask what Miss Mu can do for me? I can crush you with money. Mu Hongyu was both angry and anxious, unable to argue with Lin Ke, because this was Lin Ke's home, she had no way to refute. After teasing Mu Hongyu, Lin Ke sent messages to Lin Xianxing and Bai Shuang, informing them that he would be in seclusion for a few days, then hurried back to the intelligent brain room. Intelligent brain, start. Lin Ke's consciousness instantly fell into a deep sleep, entering the deep sea. Companion beast, Dark Abyss Dragon, juvenile. Level, LV10, 78.2%. Strength, 140. Bone quality, 90. Agility, 140. Talent, 100. Element, Dark type. Grade, Annihilation level. Skills, Dragon Absorb, Beginner/Split Gold Claw, Beginner/Dragon Might, Beginner/Blood of Dark Beast, passive. Lin Ke opened the panel and found that Xiao Hei's experience had increased from 1% to about 78%. It seemed that during this time he had woken up a few times and casually devoured some experience before going back to sleep. He had thought, if he hadn't awakened Xiao Hei, would he have fallen into a deep sleep like the bright holy dragon, leveling up in his sleep? But this way is not as fast as hunting actively. If luck allows and he encounters that purple heart again, wouldn't he get to enjoy another round of continuous upgrades? It's better not to have unrealistic dreams. Lin Ke secretly reminded himself not to think about getting rich overnight easily. It's still more stable to level up by fighting monsters himself. Xiao Hei's level had already reached 10, but the label of juvenile still existed. Lin Ke specifically checked the information and found that the juvenile period of a companion beast varies. Some beasts with lower limits might escape the juvenile stage around level 5. Once entering the first explosive growth phase, and those with higher ceilings might have a very long juvenile period, with some beasts even remaining in the juvenile stage beyond level 10. For example, S-class companion beasts have their juvenile period just at level 10. Lin Ke deduced that Xiao Hei might very well exit the juvenile stage at levels 15 to 20. Once he crosses from the juvenile stage to the growth stage, it would not be far from the first transformation. At that time, the Dark Abyss Dragon will undergo its first qualitative change. Therefore, enjoying the heaven and earth origin, Lin Ke would also welcome a huge upgrade. So Lin Ke planned to go into seclusion for these few days before the Tianjiao battle, striving to raise the Dark Abyss Dragon's level to 15 and earn some extra. Human desire grows along with the increase in money. Right now, Lin Ke wanted too much. The Dark Abyss Dragon let out a low roar in the deep sea, and Lin Ke's leveling journey officially began. As Lin Ke explored, he discovered that this mysterious sea area was truly a sacred land, almost impossible to touch the boundary, a natural hunting ground. It felt like a super large instance dungeon, with many monsters, and he didn't have to worry about the monsters being completely consumed. Moreover, it was full of opportunities. The only thing Lin Ke worried about was whether this mysterious sea area existed on Blue Star, or, as some netizens speculated, was it located in an absolute forbidden zone? Under Lin Ke's day and night relentless devouring, the Dark Abyss Dragon quickly reached level 11. In the moment of upgrade, Lin Ke did not choose to stop, but continued to obsessively devour. For manipulating Little Black, Lin Ke's actions became more skillful and confident. First hiding, then Dragon's Call, followed by using Golden Claw to kill enemies, with the few that escaped being finished off by the Dragon's Might. Every strike easily killed hundreds of fish. Whoa. After a night's hunting, Little Black finally awoke and immediately revealed a message to Lin Ke upon sensing his presence. Are you sensing the delicious guiding again? Lin Ke immediately became filled with anticipation. A creature that could attract the attention of the Dark Nether Dragon was likely a big one, just like the mutated Blood Fiend Fish King that Little Black had killed when it first awakened. That mutated crystal core brought Lin Ke tremendous wealth. It's rare for you to be so motivated, let's go and take a look. Whoa! The Dark Nether Dragon excitedly roared and swiftly swam toward the tempting spot. Its body had become incredibly terrifying, seeming like a moving house from a distance. The young Dark Nether Dragon already possessed the pressure of a lord. Along the way, the Dark Nether Dragon casually annihilated schools of fish. It also swallowed a huge mouthful of crushed meat. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Lin Ke's mind was filled with sounds of experience absorption. This feeling of harvesting was indeed pleasurable. Little Black, how far have we gone? 20 minutes later, under the full-speed movement of the Dark Nether Dragon, the style of the sea area completely changed. Lin Ke couldn't help but speak upon noticing the change. Whoa. The Dark Nether Dragon told Lin Ke that it wasn't sure either, it was just following the allure forward. This sea area was completely another world. The ocean sparkled with colorful lights, and this change was caused not by corals but by schools of glowing fish. The creatures here emitted various lights, illuminating the entire ocean. What a magical place. It seemed his understanding of the mysterious sea area was still too shallow. The Dark Nether Dragon quickly struck while hidden, opening its bloody maw and swallowing the vibrant fish. Experience plus 200. Experience plus 200. Experience plus 200. So abundant was the experience gain. Just as Lin Ke was about to celebrate Little Black's skyrocketing experience, his mind echoed once again with the sound of obtaining items. Obtained Beginner's Colorful Mystic Stone, red. Obtained beginner's colorful mystic stone, orange. Obtained beginner's colorful mystic stone, purple. P.S. Thank you everyone for urging updates and tipping, moi. Chapter 48, the bone quality of the dark nether dragon improves. Beginner's colorful mystic stone? Could it be the blood core of a strange beast? Little Black, do you recognize this thing? Whoa. Little Black expressed that being a rough dragon, it only knows how to eat and is not interested in materials at all. These colorful mystic stones also had suffixes, red, orange, purple. Could there be differences among these stones? Little Black, try swallowing one. The dark nether dragon directly swallowed a beginner's colorful mystic stone. Immediately, a red glow spread from within the dark nether dragon, which soon faded away. Bone quality plus 0.1. Linka checked the panel and found that the dark nether dragon's bone quality had actually increased. Originally stuck at 90 points, it increased by 0.1 points after swallowing a beginner's colorful mystic stone. Little Black, how do you feel now? Whoa. The dark nether dragon did not notice the subtle change. But Linka keenly sensed that this colorful mystic stone was undoubtedly a treasure. It can increase bone attributes, and if Little Black devours them all, he could also receive double returns. This thing can strengthen bone quality, which is absolutely a treasure for my physical training. Most importantly, in this vibrant and colorful world, there were countless creatures radiating brilliant lights. If he swept them away, not only would he gain immense experience, but he could also collect a wave of colorful mystic stones. Little Black, the delicious treat you mentioned is this place, right? Isn't it? The dark nether dragon's words made Linka fall into deep thought. He didn't want to leave this colorful ocean with so many opportunities easily. So he asked Little Black, how far is the destination? The dark dragon told Linko, it's just nearby. It seems to be the same area. Knowing the target's location, Linko made a plan. Little Black, the experience here is very high, and there are rainbow stones. Let's loot first, and after our strength increases, we'll find the delicious food you mentioned. Howl. Little Black immediately agreed to this request, and Linko fed all the rainbow stones to Little Black. Root plus 0.1. Root plus 0.1. Little Black awakened, equivalent to Linko turning on automatic hunting mode. He focused more on observing this completely different colorful sea area. These creatures emit various glows. Could it be because of the rainbow stones? Little Black launched another round of attacks. Gained experience. Experience plus 300. Experience plus 500. Experience plus 500. A massive amount of experience flowed in, and the experience data updated synchronously. At this moment, the experience reached level 11, 5%. As Little Black nodded, the rainbow stones were once again obtained by Linko. What exactly is the difference in color? Just as Linko was pondering. Howl. Little Black let out a comfortable low growl, telling Linko that the flesh of these creatures was rich into its taste. If you like to eat, eat more. Linko was in a good mood. The catch in this sea area was far better than the dark, gloomy Black Sea, both in quantity and quality of fish. It was a world apart. If Little Black continued hunting here, breaking through level 15 in a short time should not be difficult. Several hours later, the dark dragon entered sleep mode. Linko took over its body. Howl. The dark dragon was a bit reluctant. Don't worry, we will meet again soon. Linko comforted. Little Black's mood was still low. It wanted to appear beside Linko. There will be a day like that. Linka said firmly. Trust me. After Little Black fell asleep, Linka counted the number of primary rainbow stones he had devoured. There were 117 of them. Companion Beast, Dark Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV11, 69.12%. Strength, 150. Root, 102. Agility, 150. Talent, 100. Element, Dark System. Grade, Apocalypse level. Skills, Dragon Absorb, primary, /Crack Gold Claw, primary, /Dragon Might, primary, Black Beast Blood, passive. Experience reached 70%, the most improvement was in Root, which had already reached a height of 102. After several evolutions, Little Black's root data had remained stagnant. Linka felt a bit frustrated. It seemed he hadn't fed it enough. He didn't know how this root enhancement would affect his double return. Controlling Little Black's body, Linka continued to speedily loot. Abundant experience was within reach, and Linka didn't even know what tiredness meant. Countless colorful fish swarmed into his belly, and experience surged again. Linka thus devoured tirelessly throughout the night. Little Black's level smoothly entered LV12, while the root further rose to 135. Little Black seems to be getting bigger. Linka could clearly feel that every time it swam, it could create a huge vortex, and in a hidden state, the fish around could also react. It's no wonder, even if the breath was hidden very well, a massive creature approaching could still be felt. Fortunately, this sea area was extremely vast. By searching for bright spots, he could find the creature's locations. Leveling up wasn't boring, especially seeing the experience and root both growing, giving Lin Ku a full motivation. Just as Lin Ku was about to hunt the next target, he noticed those sparkling fish were swimming towards the ground in unison. In the blink of an eye, they gathered into a colorful rainbow bridge. Lin Ku silently maneuvered Little Black to follow along, wanting to see why these fish were gathering together. He could find an opportunity to gather them all. Continuing to swim deeper, the colorful light gradually illuminated the seabed. As the colorful radiance shone on the seabed, Lin Ku suddenly discovered. This place is a strange construction in the sea. Is this human civilization? Lin Ku immediately abandoned the thought of hunting, continuously observing the surrounding sites and buildings. The towering buildings were broken and incomplete, stretching across the seabed, worn to pieces by the ocean waves. By glimpsing a little, Lin Ku could almost be certain that there was once a brilliant civilization hundreds of meters below. Did this city get swallowed by the ocean? Or did something happen? Lin Ku kept moving through the buildings, even though some were already buried deep in the sand, they still possessed heights of hundreds of meters. This was definitely not a quiet and nameless small city, its scale was even more developed than Yuanhai City. He sharply noticed that these wandering fish kept entering the buildings to hide, and through the countless broken windows of the shattered structures, colors of light were continuously emitted. It was as if an ocean city was gradually awakening from darkness. They are afraid. The ocean creature's ability to sense danger is extremely sharp, their instinctive hiding must mean that some danger is about to arrive. Should I also hide and observe? Just as Lin Ku hesitated, the colorful light above completely disappeared. In its place was the deep darkness of the ocean. Chapter 49, Violent Boost, Devouring the Remnants of the Scarlet Sky Xuanwu. The bottomless dark sea seemed to swallow everything. Lin Ku did not expect the change to come so quickly. The light above had completely sunk into endless darkness, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Lin Ku controlled the dark ghost dragon to enter stealth mode. He planned to observe what the source of fear for these fish creatures was. He did not know how long had passed. A bright light, like a red sun, appeared above him. Lin Ku was astonished, thinking daylight had come. But this was deep in the ocean, how could there be a sun? Moreover, this sun was still moving. Lin Ku silently observed the path of the red light, discovering it kept spiraling in the dark sea, seemingly searching for something. Hiss. Lin Ku sucked in a breath, almost exclaiming how terrifying it was. This red light was the eyes of some creature. The darkness appearing above the Black Sea was precisely due to the immense pressure caused by this creature's movement. This thing is huge. Lin Ku couldn't help but hold his breath. At least its size was dozens of times larger than the dark ghost dragon. Lin Ku had never seen such a terrifying being in the mysterious sea area. Every movement it made caused the buildings to wail. Sure enough, unimaginable terrifying creatures still survived in this mysterious sea area. Given Little Black's current level, it would probably be unable to deal with it. I can only wait for it to leave, otherwise, if Little Black wakes up, it may very well be discovered. The appearance of this creature disrupted Lin Ku's plans. He originally planned to push for a level up, hoping to elevate the Dark Ghost Dragon's level to around 15 within 3 days, and see if he could shed the label of infancy. But the emergence of this gigantic creature forced Lin Ku to temporarily slow down on his plan. Roar! Above, several hundred meters away, the mysterious creature let out an angry roar. The ground kept shaking, and the entire city's buildings trembled and collapsed. This is truly a giant beast. Just as Lin Ku was filled with emotion, the Dark Ghost Dragon slowly opened its eyes. Golden eyes burst forth from the darkness, and it let out an unhappy low growl. The meaning was probably, "I've never had such a poor quality sleep." Lin Ku sensed the discontent of Little Black and immediately spoke. "Little Black, calm down." The Dark Ghost Dragon had an extremely overbearing personality, stemming from its superiority complex about its own bloodline. In the beast world, status is often based on bloodline. But the creature above was excessively enormous, and Lin Ku feared the Dark Ghost Dragon would take the initiative to attack and cause unnecessary trouble. "Oh, you say, is this what you call delicious?" Lin Ku's heart instantly sank. Oh dear. It was as if he saw ants gnawing on an elephant. "Little Black, it's much bigger than you, we might not be a match." Humph. The Dark Abyss Dragon snorted, spraying 2 jets of water from its nostrils, clearly displeased. Sensing Little Black's mood, Lin Ku immediately asked, "Little Black, can you really handle it?" "Oh, The Dark Abyss Dragon told Lin Ku that the creature above was not a living thing at all. To be precise, it was a remnant soul. Remnant soul? Lin Ku was shocked and hurriedly asked, "Are you saying this guy is already dead, and what's drifting in the air is just a wisp of soul?" A wisp of remnant soul can frighten all the creatures in this sea area, including the shadow that loomed over Lin Ke's heart. If it were at its peak, how terrifying would it be? This was far beyond the pressure of a lord-level beast. You want to devour it? Oh whoa! Little Black expressed its eager desire, saliva uncontrollably dripping. Lin Ke could feel the dark abyss dragon's yearning. He hesitated for a long time, as the oppressive feeling from the air was indeed real. Such a massive beast, even a wisp of its remnant soul still held fighting power. He constantly weighed the pros and cons. Oh whoa! The dark abyss dragon made another plea. Alright, let's do it. Lin Ke finally made up his mind. Little Black, I give you the initiative. Roar! Roar! At the moment the body was retaken, the dark abyss dragon's low roar echoed through the ocean. The dark abyss dragon surged from the underground city into the dark sea, and Lin Ke nervously focused on the view ahead. The dark abyss dragon was getting closer to that creature. What a huge body! Lin Ke swallowed hard, as if he felt the pressure of a legendary beast master. Roar! The dark abyss dragon opened its massive mouth and bit down on a piece of the gigantic creature's flesh. It was more like a massive substance. Experience plus 1000. Experience plus 1000. Experience plus 1000. The rapid waves of experience made Lin Ke's adrenaline spike, with each bite from the dark abyss dragon making the experience bar soar. Lin Ke was overjoyed. This was even more enticing than that black beast. Because this massive beast was so large, how high could the dark abyss dragon's level rise if it completely devoured it? Little Black, devour with all your might. Lin Ke wished he could jump in and devour this creature's remnant soul alongside the dark abyss dragon. The dark abyss dragon devours the remnant soul of the red sky Xuanwu, gaining battle skill, unmoving as a mountain. Just as Lin Ke was ecstatic, a message appeared in his mind at lightning speed. Devouring to comprehend battle skill? But Lin Ke had no time to observe. He focused his gaze on those 4 words. Devour. Red sky Xuanwu? Red sky Xuanwu. In an instant, Lin Ke's head felt like it had crashed. Who is the red sky Xuanwu's beast companion? The legendary beast master, Yuemo Chang. Not long ago, he ventured into the SSS dungeon seeking to seal it as his birthday approached but unfortunately perished. Why would his beast's soul appear here? Lin Ke's heart shook continuously. Complicated emotions of shock kept him from calming down. What on earth is going on? Could it be that this sea area is within the SSS dungeon? Lin Ke's ecstatic mood was instantly replaced with complexity. As he watched the dark abyss dragon's experience continually rise, its level reached 13, he felt nothing but gravity. Little Black, do you know where this remnant soul came from? The dark abyss dragon answered Lin Ke while devouring. It didn't know either. It was just drawn by a special scent and unconsciously came to devour. A legendary beast's soul was actually devoured by Little Black. Lin Ke's feelings were anything but simple. He was in a tangle, thinking of all the possibilities. The largest possibility was that the location of this dark sea was the SSS dungeon, meaning this place's danger level was unpredictable. No matter the possibility, it was beyond Lin Ke's current exploration. Roar! The dark abyss dragon completely devoured the massive remnant soul of the red sky Xuanwu. The level has reached level 14, and in the blink of an eye, it is getting closer to level 15. The remnants of souls are gradually being devoured by the dark ghost dragon amidst constant wails. Its body begins to swell and grow, its dragon horns becoming even more hideous and terrifying, and its dark golden eyes constantly flickering with fierce light. The Black Sea has once again grown silent. The fish in the underwater city dare not appear at all. At this moment, the shock brought to them by the dark ghost dragon has amplified countless times. Lin Ke opened the panel. Companion beast, dark ghost dragon, young. Level, LV 14, 52.01%. Strength, 180. Foundation, 135. Agility, 180. Talent, 100. Element, dark. Rank, world-destroying level. Skills, Dragon Absorb, Beginner, /Cracking Claw, Beginner, /Dragon Might, Beginner, Blood of Black Beasts, Passive, Unmoving as a Mountain, Beginner. The data of the Dark Ghost Dragon can only be described as luxurious. The appearance of Unmoving as a Mountain in the skill column is telling Lin Ke that what he just saw was not a dream. Little Black really devoured the remnants of the Scarlet Sky Xuanwu. P.S. Thank you for the rewards, thank you for urging updates, moi. Chapter 50, Bai Shuang is shocked, breaks through 4,000 kilograms. Damn Lin Ke, how come he still hasn't come out after almost 3 days? Mu Hongyu leaned against the sofa with a pillow, her delicate white long legs naturally resting on the marble table. It seems she has gotten used to living in Lin Ke's home. Wherever Bai Shuang is, she is there too. Bye, even if Lin Ke is targeted by evil forces, you don't need to protect him so closely, right? I can just send some people from home over, so you don't have to be so tired. Bai Shuang, who was wiping a metal combat knife, shook her head. Besides protection, training with Lin Ku was also a very important part. I'm afraid that if you all live and train together, you'll end up liking him. Mu Hongyu pouted and tested. You don't like him, do you? Bai Shuang paused in her knife-wiping motion, blinked, and said, not now. Not ever. Mu Hongyu propped her head up in her hands. Speaking of evil forces, they've recently shown up quite a bit at our school. Those guys are too crazy. Bai Shuang nodded. It will only increase from now on. Once they complete their assimilation in college, the next step will be in high school and middle school. Mu Hongyu got goosebumps. If minors become murderers, the world will be in chaos. Bai Shuang nodded. So, I hope Lin Ku doesn't change his mindset before going to college. He is very special. If he walks into the evil forces, it could cause a huge impact. Haha, him. Mu Hongyu said disdainfully, but then shrinked her head a bit at the thought of Lin Ku's talent showcasing during this period. Maybe it will have a bit of impact. By the way, the provincial competition is about to start. How long does he plan to rest in the smart brain? Mu Hongyu waved her pink fists. He at least defeated me, so he can't get eliminated just because he didn't attend. Bai Shuang shook her head with a smile. Don't worry, Lin Ku knows the importance of the competition. Black Sea. The dark ghost dragon burped contentedly, savoring its sharp claws. Little Black. Lin Ku pondered for a long time before speaking. Do you know what kind of remnants you just swallowed? The dark ghost dragon shook its wise head, completely clueless about what it meant. That is the remnant of a legendary beast. Awo, the dark ghost dragon indicated that it was no wonder the taste was good. It turned out to be legendary. Do you want to eat again? Lin Ku was almost laughing in anger at Little Black's thinking. This glutton simply did not understand the current situation. Forget it, you won't understand anything I ask you. Just promise me to rest here for now, and we'll talk about cultivating when I return. If another remnant soul appears, make sure to wait for me. Ow. The dark ghost dragon, having just had a big meal, happily agreed to Lin Ku's request. From Little Black's earlier thoughts, Lin Ku understood that the remnant soul of the scarlet Skyxuanwu it swallowed seemed to be just a fragment, not the whole. Otherwise, how could a legendary remnant soul be swallowed so easily? Lin Ku was not only happy about this mysterious sea area, but with a deep sense of awe. If it were not for being inside the Little Black, he would never survive here. By the way, Little Black, do you feel like you're growing up fast? Lin Ku curiously asked before leaving. Question mark. A huge question mark seemed to appear on the big head of the dark dragon, pondering wisely. Forget it, it's pointless to ask. See you next time. After bidding farewell to the dark dragon, Lin Ku exited the brain. Climbing up from the chair, Lin Ku took a deep breath, power flooding his body. The tingling sensation almost made him shout out. So good. Incredible. After nearly 3 days of seclusion, the dark dragon leveled up continuously, only one step away from level 15. Lin Ku could feel that his body had greatly improved. This immense pleasure probably came from the huge enhancement of his roots. Lin Ku left the brain room and directly walked into the training room. Downstairs, hearing the noise, Bai Shuang and Mu Hongyu also came in. Lin Ku, you still know to come back. Mu Hongyu said unceremoniously, do you know you almost delayed something big? The provincial competition is about to start. Bai Shuang didn't speak, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes filled with shock. Lin Ku held his breath, his whole body crackling, his muscles seemed to be alive, lightly pulsating. Just as Mu Hongyu was about to speak, she was suddenly suppressed by a terrifying aura. Ha! Lin Ku punched out. The iron stake sunk in, Lin Ku's fist directly pierced through to the back. Numbers rolled rapidly on the LCD screen. 4.0 T. 4,000 kilograms. Lin Ku took a deep breath, very satisfied with his current improvement. Mu Hongyu's mouth became an O shape, just like a cute little goldfish. Freak, pervert, madman, barbarian. Bai Shuang also sparkled as she approached Lin Ku. Lin Ku, what have you been doing these days? Your progress is so rapid. I focused on training. Lin Ku scratched his head and smiled. Senior sister, is it possible for me to compete for first place in the provincial competition now? Bai Shuang thought seriously before saying, if your physical strength continues like this, there is indeed a chance to compete. Once you get to the provincial competition, it will be completely different from the previous matches. Bai Shuang said. The opponents will be stronger, right? Lin Ku asked. Not just that. Bai Shuang shook her head. After the competition officially starts tonight, you will know. Seeing Bai Shuang being mysterious, Lin Ku did not ask further. He found a reason to go back to his room, opened the computer, and began to search for news and information about Old Yu. In the 90th year of the Spirit Beast era, the legendary beast master of Huagua, Umo, died in a mysterious magical cave, mourning throughout the country. Lin Ku searched many materials but couldn't find anything deeper. It seems I still need to ask Bai Shuang. Lin Ke left his room and knocked on Bai Shuang's door. After a while, Mu Hongyu peeked her little head out, with the door half ajar. What do you want? I have something to ask senior sister Bai Shuang. She is taking a shower. Mu Hongyu's mouth sparkled with drool, enticingly said, hee, do you want to see? Then I'll come back later. Lin Ke turned and left directly. Mu Hongyu turned to Bai Shuang and said, bye-bye, it seems Lin Ke doesn't have feelings for you after all. Don't be ridiculous. Bai Shuang changed into her casual clothes and said, you go take a shower, and I'll see what Lin Ke wants. Maybe he's here to confess to you. Ah. Bai Shuang angrily pinched Mu Hongyu's waist and turned to leave the room. Lin Ke, you're looking for me? In the training room, Lin Ke was sitting cross-legged. Bai Shuang came involuntarily. Ah, right. Lin Ke found it hard to speak, hesitating for a long time, not knowing how to begin. Please just speak up. Bai Shuang noticed Lin Ke's unvoiced concerns, feeling a bit puzzled. Lin Ke wouldn't be planning to confess, right? Senior sister, This kind of thing is better left for later, I really have no thoughts about it right now. Bai Shuang suddenly interrupted Lin Ke. Ah? What do you mean? Lin Ke was surprised and scratched his head. Bai Shuang's heart sank, she seemed to have misunderstood, her cheeks slightly flushed, finally showing the shyness that a girl should have. It's okay, what do you really want to ask? I want to learn about old Yu's matters. Chapter 51, the night before the provincial competition, intense training. Bai Shuang returned to her gentle demeanor. What do you want to know? I want to know, where did old Yu go to that demon cave? Lin Ke's expression was very serious. During his trip to the Black Sea, he consumed the remnants of the Scarlet Void Xuanwu's spirit, which greatly boosted Xiao He. But this also raised a warning bell for Lin Ke. If the location of the Black Sea is in an SSS-level demon cave, it's hard to imagine how long it would take for him to find Xiao He. Regarding old Yu's sacrifice for the country, it's a top secret, Bai Shuang said seriously. I don't want to lie to you, even I don't know where the demon cave he went to is. No one could stop the departure of a legendary beast master, especially someone of old Yu's stature, who acted decisively. All I know is that on that day, old Yu left in a hurry, without even revealing the news to anyone. Even the place where he fell is unknown, whether it's an SSS-level demon cave. Bai Shuang took a deep breath. That's everything I know. Thank you, Bai Shuang. Lin Ke memorized all the information in his mind. If you want to know more, work hard to come in front of me and surpass me, then you should earn the qualification to know everything. Lin Ke nodded and curiously asked, by the way, what did you just think I wanted to say? And nothing. Bai Shuang quickly turned to leave. This was the first time Lin Ke saw a hint of panic on Bai Shuang's face. Sister, what's wrong? Bai Shuang quickly returned to her room, her blush still fresh. Mu Hongyu wrapped in a white towel came out. The bouncy, fair skin made Bai Shuang instinctively take a step back. Bye-bye, why are you blushing? Mu Hongyu blinked in confusion. Are you coveting my body? She grinned and moved closer. Woman, hurry and possess me. Stop fooling around, we're in someone else's house. Bai Shuang called out to stop her. What if Lin Ke sees us? Hee, with my stunning figure before you, if you're not tempted, then forget it. Why are you talking about this mood-killing name? Mu Hongyu rolled her eyes. What were you two talking about just now? And nothing. Bai Shuang's blush soared again. Then why does your expression look off? Afternoon. The intelligent brain device Lin Ke purchased was delivered home, and he immediately contacted his combat skills mentor, Xian Xinghe, to come over. He had disappeared for 3 days, making Xian Xinghe worry whether he was about to lose a stable job again. He didn't expect that after Lin Ke's training in the Black Sea, he would directly choose to continue the tense pace and arrange for the mentor to teach. I have to say, this guy is quite hardworking, Mu Hongyu expressed her opinion. Like those freaks, he's a true overachiever. Bai Shuang said, that's because Lin Ke knows how rare his opportunity to rise is, unlike you, who clearly has such good resources but doesn't work hard. Mu Hongyu shrugged and said, anyone who has been to the imperial capital or the demon city knows that those noble heirs are the real freaks. Mu Hongyu's gaze dimmed slightly. With such a prominent family background, and still so competitive, I'd rather give up. Bai Shuang fell silent. In the training room, Xian Xinghe was also astonished at Lin Ke's changes. As a master of physical arts, his observational skills far exceeded those of Bai Shuang, and he could immediately see how terrifying Lin Ke's progress was. What have you been doing these days? Xian Xinghe gulped. You now look like a wild beast. Lin Ke smiled slightly and didn't explain too much. The intelligent brain device has arrived. Would you practice with me? No problem. Xian Xinghe also felt a bit excited. Even standing up in the virtual network was something he had always dreamed of. But the cost of such equipment is too high, with prices exceeding millions, which isn't something at his level can afford. Even when he initially released information, he could only go to the martial arts hall to announce it. The two put on helmets and appeared in the virtual network arena. Xian Xinghe clenched his fist, continuously leaping, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. It's better to stand up. Xian Xinghe clenched his fist, imagining his state back in the day. Lin Ke smiled and said, even if you were given another chance, you would still choose to challenge the 8th level of the bold bull strength, wouldn't you? Xian Xinghe was stunned, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. That's right. I would definitely charge forward. Even if there is only a glimmer of opportunity, I will not give up on the chance to climb higher. Whether beast masters or warriors, none will give up any chance to ascend. Let's get started. Lin Ke took the first move, and the realism of the virtual arena was almost comparable to reality. Activating the bold bull strength, Lin Ke suddenly appeared before Xian Xinghe. Xian Xinghe retracted his right leg, sidestepped to avoid Lin Ke's full-powered punch, and in that instant, he struck Lin Ke directly in the chest. Lin Ke did not dodge or evade, taking Xian Xinghe's punch head-on. Why not evade? Xian Xinghe was somewhat surprised. The force of this punch was enough to shatter a heart, yet Lin Ke showed no hesitation whatsoever. Could it be that in the virtual network, he does not take it seriously? But the pain he could bear felt just as real. Soon, Xian Xinghe realized he was wrong. Not only did Lin Ke withstand his punch without backing down, his attacks became even more frenzied. Doesn't he feel pain? What a lunatic! Seeing Lin Ke ignore the pain and continue attacking, Xian Xinghe had to respond. Lin Ke's attacking style seemed chaotic, yet he always managed to strike from tricky angles. Even Xian Xinghe, a master of martial arts, found himself extremely frustrated, and without realizing it, he was ignited with anger, throwing off his formation. Not good. Just as Xian Xinghe aimed to land a decisive blow, he suddenly noticed Lin Ke retreating for no reason, his hands tearing like tiger claws, and invisible blades instantly sliced through his body. Golden Tiger Strength. The moment the pain hit, Xian Xinghe refreshed again. You learned Golden Tiger Strength? Xian Xinghe was somewhat surprised. Just getting started. Lin Ke grinned and asked, based on that kind of attack I just showed, added to an unexpected release, can an ordinary beast master react? Almost impossible. Xian Xinghe said seriously, if used as a trump card, the release speed and destruction level of Golden Tiger Strength can almost end this battle instantly. Lin Ke silently noted this in his heart. What else do you want to train? I will accompany you. Xian Xinghe took the initiative to speak. I want to condense killing intent. Lin Ke said. Xian Xinghe did not expect Lin Ke intended to learn this, and after hesitating for a while, he said, killing intent is something hard to grasp in a short time. Lin Ke smiled. After fighting with Xian Xinghe, Lin Ke slowly discovered a terrifying reality. On this journey to the Black Sea, he evolved not just in physical strength, the enhancement in his bones made Lin Ke's pain sensory diminish to the lowest. What ordinary people could hardly endure, the excruciating pain felt like a mere trifle to Lin Ke's body perception. His body was gradually developing towards an inhuman direction. P.S. Thanks for your urging and free rewards, moi. Chapter 52, a little shock for the talents of the Higher Learning Institute. Moreover, Lin Ke's 5 senses were evolving: dynamic vision, sharp hearing, and outstanding sense of smell. If he wanted, he could even easily hear the heartbeat of those around him. Since you want to cultivate killing intent, you might have to endure some hardships. Can I use bold bull strength? Of course. Once Xian Xinghe got Lin Ke's agreement, he unleashed his bold bull strength. The pressure of 8th level bold bull strength was entirely different from Lin Ke's 5th level. It was like a complete battle armor covering Xian Xinghe's body. His body had almost no flaws. The following process was almost entirely Lin Ke being tortured unilaterally. He was never a match for Xian Xinghe, suffering from different blows in various dimensions. His physical strength and pain tolerance were unlike that of ordinary people, causing him to endure more torment before it was possible for Xian Xinghe to kill him once. While others jumped back and forth between life and death, Lin Ke was darting back and forth at the speed of light between life and death. This inhumane contest lasted a full 5 hours. Xian Xinghe finally could not bear to actively call a stop to the contest. Lin Ke, I can't earn money like this anymore. For a cash-strapped worker to say such a thing, it was enough to show just how horrifyingly Lin Ke had been tortured. Then let's stop here for now. Lin Ke actively disconnected from the AI. Xian Xinghe stayed a while longer, strolling around the ring before reluctantly exiting. Standing felt so good. Back in the training room, Xian Xinghe found Lin Ke had already entered a meditative state. Xian Xinghe murmured to himself, after being tortured like this, can he still quickly enter that state? During this time spent together, Xian Xinghe discovered that Lin Ke's training rhythm was too fast, almost like a robot, never knowing fatigue. Not only was there money, but also intense competition, truly despairing. Lin Ke sat cross-legged for a full hour, while Xian Xinghe quietly sat in his wheelchair, waiting for Lin Ke to wake up. Lin Ke opened his eyes, and a barely perceptible blood-red glare flashed in his eyes, quickly disappearing. Have you really comprehended the killing intent? It's still too early. Lin Ke shook his head and said, I've just touched a thread of understanding. Starting tomorrow, come over when you're free to be my sparring partner. Xian Xinghe inquired in a deep voice. Still at today's training intensity? Of course not. Xian Xinghe was about to breathe a sigh of relief. The training intensity must be increased. Xian Xinghe. You live in such a luxurious place. I'm not envious at all, Xian Xinghe said, taking a deep breath. Thank you. Lin Ke settled the payment, sent Xian Xinghe off, and then specifically returned to his room for a shower. Adjusting his physical condition to the best, he planned to greet the provincial competition that was about to start at midnight. Old Lin, have you been following the Tianjia War provincial competition? Lu Dazhuang sent a message to Lin Ke. I'm afraid you're going to stop here this time. Not really paying attention. Is the opponent very strong? Not just strong, they've formed an alliance. Lu Dazhuang threw Lin Ke a forum discussion post. It was titled, The Alliance of the Top Students of Beast Taming Colleges Meet at the Pinnacle of High Education. Lin Ke clicked in to look at the post. The initiator was the student council president of the top beast taming college in China, the Divine Beast Academy. Hello to all students from the Divine Beast Academies across the country. I am Ouyang Zhanqing. I believe everyone participated in the provincial competition of the Tianjia War during the summer vacation to defend our honor. Lin Ke briefly scanned the long and tedious post. The general idea was, this time the stage of the Tianjia War belongs to our Divine Beast Academy, and to all college students from high-tier institutions in the country. If those lower-tier colleges or social people occupy the spots, it's a shame for our higher academies. Lin Ke noticed that most of the comments were from the top students of various regions, and they mostly held an approving attitude. I am the number one in our city. As a student of the Divine Beast Academy, if I can't even take the top spot, I'll be too embarrassed to go back to school. The above is right, we represent the highest combat power of young geniuses in Hua country. If we can't even take the provincial competition first place, what face do we have to face our mentors? Wouldn't it be disgraceful to the school's cultivation? Aside from that, some different voices also appeared. Have you thought about us ordinary college students with what you're doing? Originally, our hope of advancing was slim. Now isn't it completely gone? Exactly. I work part-time for my studies, and it's hard-earned to have a chance to prove myself. You now form a united association, isn't that malicious competition? Until Lin Ke scrolled to Ouyang Zhanqing's comment. True gold is not afraid of fire's tempering. If you are the talented ones, why fear? Lin Ke directly closed the page. No wonder Bai Shuang said it would be a bit different. It turns out these high-level universities have united to dominate the rankings. If the higher education institutions come together, then these patchwork colleges and social individuals will indeed lose their chances. To get into a high-level school, students not only need extraordinary talent but also a prominent family background. The two complement each other, as the continuous influx of resources allows their strength to far exceed their peers. College is just a mirror of a small society. Even Lin Ke's high school has top classes with people like Lu Chang, who are merely a reflection of society. The higher one climbs, the more talented individuals they will encounter. However, Lin Ke did not pay much attention. He had no intention of dealing with the various public opinions arising online. Anyway, it wouldn't affect him. He would fight hard for first place in the provincial competition. Not for others, but for himself. He closed his computer and returned to the training room to silently practice the Golden Tiger technique. Night fell. Lin Ke went downstairs to eat. No instant noodles today? Delicacies rarely appeared on the dinner table. Seeing the seafood and big meat filling the table left Lin Ke a bit dazed. Lin Changsheng jokingly scolded, "What family can eat instant noodles every meal? Sometimes we need to switch to something normal." Little Shuang said that you have a very important competition tonight, so I prepared some dishes for you to replenish. Mu Hongyu had already enjoyed herself and was happily feasting. After several days of instant noodles, she almost forgot how delicious this food could be. Lin Ke, you must not lose face. Mu Hongyu said with her mouth full of king crab leg meat, juice dripping down, go and beat those rich people hard. In just a few days, she had completely lost her grace. Lin Ke smiled and asked, aren't you also a rich person? Mu Hongyu swallowed with difficulty. In Quan Hai, I truly live in the heavenly palace, but there are highs and lows in the palace. I live on the first floor at most. Bai Shuang also spoke up. Lin Ke, relax, try to get within the top 10, with your strength, it should be fine. My goal is first. Lin Ke replied with a smile. I hope to bring a little shock to those talented ones from the high-level universities. P.S. Thank you for the urging. Oh no, this is the first time I received an urgent update symbol. Thanks to everyone for the rewards. Let the love power me through. Chapter 53, Damn, is this cheating? A high school student made it onto the rankings. Midnight. Exactly 12 o'clock. Lin Ke put on his combat helmet on time. A line of golden letters appeared, saying, "Win," and seconds later, the title changed to the National Talented Battle Provincial Competition. Need to change the name? A pop-up box appeared asking for information to be filled out. Which university are you from? Well, it seems the officials aren't shy about stirring things up. They must have heard about the posts made by the talented individuals from the high-level universities, asking contestants to fill out their university information, making the competition on the leaderboard clear. Quan Hai No. 1 High School, Linku filled it out, and the system issued a prompt. Sorry, this school has not been found. Would you like to register as having no school information? Confirm. These titles are unimportant to Linku. Having the name of a high-level university does not guarantee a win. He noticed that above his head, there was a white Quan Hai No. 1 High School. Linku opened the leaderboard. Neat code appeared before him. 1. Imperial Capital Beast Academy, 2nd year, Zhang Tian. 2. Imperial Capital Beast Academy, 2nd year, Zhang Jiao. 3. Imperial Capital Beast Academy, 1st year, Zhuge Duo. 4. Magic Capital Beast Academy, 2nd year, Wang Ran. Current ranking 100+. Imperial Capital Beast Academy is dominating the rankings. The codes were uniform, and the student ranked 3rd was actually just a first-year student. Moreover, the top 3 positions had golden font, with the first-ranked Zhang Tian wearing a golden crown. When the provincial competition started, the sense of ceremony instantly surged. Linku completely finished looking at the top 100 rankings and found that all the 100 people on the list were from high-level universities. This leaderboard is truly the line of disparity between the rich and the poor in reality. Match up. Linku pressed the battle mark. He soon appeared on the arena. His opponent, with the emblem of the Quan Hai Hua Great Beast Academy above his head, clasped his hands and prayed. Please don't let me match against those freaks from the advanced academies. When he opened his eyes. Quan Hai No. 1 High School. Ha 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 ha. Heaven helps me. He was filled with excitement. Tonight I am the chosen one, the only one. Kid, go home and drink your milk. This is a life or death struggle, not something a high school brat can participate in. Meeting me is your bad luck. Linku remained silent, feeling somewhat amused. This guy changes his face faster than flipping a page, truly two-faced. Come forth, Magic Vine. As the match began, Linku's opponent directly summoned his beast, the plant-type devouring demon vine. Degrade, plant-type, and if mutated, can awaken poisonous vines. The vines twisted out like snakes, but Linku ignored them and instantly vanished from his position. Where did he go? Lose. The voice of defeat resonated in his mind. In the last second, he saw Linku standing behind him. He's done for. Someone is cheating. Winning the first battle was easy and within Linku's expectations. He continued to enter the matching mode. In 5 consecutive matches, Linku did not encounter any participants from advanced academies, quickly defeating his opponents with lightning speed. Ranking rise, 99. Ranking rise, 98. Ranking rise, 95. After the last match, Linku's ranking soared into the top 100. He also became the only one with the title of Quan Hai No. 1 High School on the leaderboard. The first place in the provincial competition, Zhang Tian, had just finished a match when someone sent a private message. Senior, there's a strange guy who entered the top 100. Zhang Tian replied leisurely, it's just the top 100, is it worth our attention? But his name is a bit eye-catching, it feels uncomfortable to look at. Really? Let me check. Zhang Tian scrolled through the leaderboard, his slender fingers gliding over it like he was touching the skin of a woman. Everyone's ID numbers were the same, looking pleasing to the eye. Until he reached about 90th place, amidst the neatly aligned ID codes, suddenly popped up a name that was indented, like a huge ravine. Quan Hai No. 1 High School. Are you kidding me? Zhang Tian repeated as he scrolled to confirm. He found that the name disappeared. The IDs from 90 to 100 returned to neat uniformity. Small fries are like beautiful fireworks, fleeting. Senior, he's climbed to 81st place. Zhang Tian, what did you say? Indeed, the Quan Hai No. 1 High School ID occupied the 81st position. As Zhang Tian continued to scroll, it rose another spot, like a splinter in the finger, making one feel disgusted. Pass the word down, anyone who encounters this Quan Hai No. 1 High School must humiliate him to death, making him withdraw. This is our advanced academy stage, a high school student has no right to step up. Not just Zhang Tian was paying attention to Linku. Once he rose in the provincial competition, the heat was entirely different, as these prideful talents were all competing for their respective provinces. The attention was almost 10 times that of the city competition. At the same time, the largest Beast Master Forum, Longxia, was also in an uproar. A post titled, Someone is cheating in the highly valuable National Heavenly Talent Competition. This is unfair. The poster was a student from the Shanghai High Beast Master Academy. Hi, I want to report to the organizing committee. My future was ruined by cheating. With my strength, I could have at least made it to the top 50. But instead, I got eliminated by a high school student. If he isn't cheating, I'll eat shit. I love beer duck, a high school student? This is too exaggerated, right? Want to succeed, first go crazy, bro. I encountered the same. The match just started, and I got eliminated. Iron cheating, let's push this post to the top, give me peanuts. Rich and pure college student, me too. I didn't even summon my beast, and my head was gone. This post gained high popularity and quickly soared to the top of the trending list. Look, Lin Ku is trending. On the sofa, eating melon seeds, Mu Hongyu immediately shared this news with Bai Shuang. It cracked me up, you should go take a look. Bai Shuang opened her phone and said, I'm afraid someone is going to suffer. Hey, look, someone from the Imperial Capital Beast Academy has spoken up, saying that if they meet Lin Ku, even if it's an outside help, they want him to die in a very humiliating way. The Shanghai High Academy has also made a statement. Bai Shuang put her phone away, completely uninterested in such matters. She knew that as Lin Ku's ranking continued to rise, his attention would also skyrocket crazily. Whether he is a worm or a dragon, it is clear at a glance. Meanwhile, Lin Ku was still matching for combat, completely unaware that his reputation was being smeared. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Matching. Opponent, Zhang Jiao, second year at the Imperial Capital Beast Academy. Current ranking, 2. As Lin Ku entered the arena, the audience seats around him were rapidly filling up. In the blink of an eye, every seat was taken. Daring to cheat in the National Heroes Championship, you're really asking for death. Meet me, your good days are over. Lin Ku, cheat? He was still confused. What does this mean? P.S. Thanks for the reward, Wah. Chapter 54, Invincible Cheat. Go look. Zhang Jiao from the Imperial Capital Beast Academy has matched up against that cheat. Oh my god, finally someone can take him down. Although Zhang Jiao isn't the strongest in the academy, dealing with this guy will be a piece of cake. The room is packed, don't push. Let me in to see. News that Zhang Jiao matched with Lin Ku quickly caused a stir on the forum. Those players who had lost the match resonated, and couldn't help but doubt if the opponents they encountered were also cheating. If they met a cheat, wouldn't that be a real injustice? Fairness. We want fairness. No cheating. We can lose fairly, but we cannot be eliminated by cheats. The audience's icy, disdainful, and furious gazes seemed ready to devour Lin Ku alive. Up until now, Lin Ku still hadn't figured out what was happening. He never expected to match against a student from the Imperial Capital Beast Academy so soon. The title above his head was indeed shining with golden brilliance. Kid, are you ready to endure the pain of seeking death? Zhang Jiao sneered coldly. Blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. Have I provoked someone? Lin Ku had no idea what was happening. He diligently matched and won every match, seemingly not having offended anyone, right? All his opponents were easily defeated, there should be no pain at all. He had already been so merciful, could he still offend anyone? A mere high school student can get this far, he must have cheated his way through the city competition. This kind of guy deserves to die, he's ruining the fairness of the competition. Master Zhang Jiao, take revenge for us. Listening to the incessant chatter from the stands, Lin Ku finally understood, so that's how it is. Zhang Jiao looked displeased, coldly glancing at the stands. Are you teaching me how to do my job? A bunch of low-level academies, talentless beast tamers, you deserve to lose. You guys would just be cannon fodder in the demon cave. Zhang Jiao's words were extremely harsh, showing disdain for those from low-level academies and commoners. I have no time to take revenge for these guys, you provoked our captain. Lin Ku frowned slightly and curiously asked, I don't think I've matched with anyone from the Beast Academy, right? Your name? Zhang Jiao said flatly, ruined the aesthetic of the leaderboard, our captain has obsessive-compulsive disorder, and your presence disgusts him. So he ordered all members of the Imperial Capital Beast Academy in the province that if they matched up with you, they should let you experience the feeling of seeking death. Even though the provincial competition battlefield is virtual, the pain system has been turned on, being tortured will certainly not feel good. Lin Ku felt a nameless fire rising in his heart. He had anticipated the arrogance of the high academies, but he didn't expect these guys to have such a strong sense of superiority. This is simply unacceptable. This guy, why does he look a bit familiar? Zhang Songyun squinted his eyes as he watched his older brothers match from the stands. It's this scoundrel. Cousin. It's him who showed no respect to the Zhang family and used despicable means to eliminate me. Zhang Songyun's eyes almost spat fire as he shouted loudly at Zhang Jiao, this is the person whom grandfather wants to deal with. Is that so? Zhang Jiao didn't expect fate to arrange things so coincidentally. Kid, I must say you are really unlucky, I originally planned to just torture you. But now. I will smash every bone in your body. Zhang Jiao sneered as he summoned his companion beast, a gigantic flame python soaring into the air. Its bulky body seemed to have swallowed a person, directly occupying most of the arena. Gasps arose from the crowd. Truly worthy of the Imperial Capital's Beast Academy, the pressure is overwhelming. This companion beast should be close to level 30, the flame demon python, belonging to both fire and poison types. The giant python continuously flicked its tongue, glaring at Lin Ke, opening its fangs as it mimicked the action of swallowing, as if measuring Lin Ke's body length. Humph, trash is trash, afraid to the point of forgetting to summon your companion beast. Zhang Jiao waved his hand. Demon python, let him taste your venom first. The demon python stood upright, like a giant spoon spreading its wings, spitting out purple sticky liquid needles. Lin Ke's pupils flickered as he tracked all the trajectories of the incoming liquid needles, retreating his body to dodge the attack. Chase him down, block his escape routes, I want to see how you run. The demon python moved, and Zhang Jiao followed the pace of his companion beast. He was different from the opponents Lin Ke had encountered before. He did not remain stationary like a wooden post, but focused on coordination. Zhang Jiao remembered this guy might have hacks, so he had to keep a safe distance. The demon python kept closing in, trying to restrict Lin Ke's space, but Lin Ke did not retreat, standing in place and looking at the demon python approaching him. The demon python was immediately displeased. This human withstanding its pressure was still standing still. It opened its big mouth, its body recoiling like a spring, then shot forward as it aimed to swallow Lin Ke whole. Lin Ke seized the moment, opening his hands and grabbing the giant fangs of the demon python. Ha ha, little scoundrel, I see you are crazy, daring to compare strength with a companion beast? Demon python, what are you hesitating for? Swallow him. After Zhang Jiao issued the command, he found that his companion beast still maintained its posture with the big mouth open, its tail continuously slamming on the arena floor. It showed no intention of executing his command at all. Beast, what are you hesitating for? Zhang Jiao became anxious and was about to give another order when he heard a crack. The two fawn-like tusks of the demon python were forcibly twisted off by Lin Ke. Hisses. Blood sprayed from the mouth of the demon python. Lin Ke seized the moment, plunging straight into the abdomen of the demon python. White teeth entered, red teeth came out. The seemingly hard abdomen of the demon python was instantly pierced by Lin Ke, opening a bloody wound, flesh torn apart. Flame pillar attack. Zhang Jiao remained calm. He was an elite nurtured by a prestigious academy. Roar! The demon python gathered fire in its mouth. A scorching fireball surged out toward Lin Ke's body. Ah, be burned alive. Zhang Jiao laughed madly, his eyes fixed on Lin Ke. He couldn't wait to hear the sound of Lin Ke's painful pleas. Bang! Two massive fireballs illuminated the stands, directly engulfing Lin Ke's body. Just as the flames surrounded him for less than half a second, a dull sound of a punch echoed out, and the two fireballs were directly smashed by Lin Ke's punch. Zhang Jiao's smile slowly froze, his slightly trembling hand raised, being surrounded by flames and still unharmed. Invincible hacks? Chapter 55, Tear Apart the Demon Sky Python, A Great Upheaval. At this moment, Zhang Jiao suddenly remembered that Lin Ke was a wallhanger. Demon Sky Python, strangle him. At this time, Zhang Jiao was also a little panicked, losing his previous composure. His opponent hadn't even summoned his companion beast, relying solely on physical strength to pull out the demon Sky Python's fangs. Wasn't this hanging on by a thread? Is there anyone who can do this without thousands of pounds of power? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon Sky Python continuously flicked its tongue and quickly launched a binding and suffocating attack on Lin Ke. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops. After 3 loops, Lin Ke's body was tightly bound in place. The demon Sky Python kept tightening its body, its scales pressing closer together. It lifted its head, drooling with desire. As long as it could strangle Lin Ke until he was almost suffocated and then swallow him whole, it could enjoy its meal openly. Seeing the binding skill taking effect, a flustered Zhang Jiao regained his composure and strolled leisurely over to the demon Sky Python's side. Kid, aren't you supposed to be quite OP? Why not give it a try? You must be feeling pretty uncomfortable now, right? The feeling of your bones being crushed piece by piece, today let you have a taste. No wonder you are a student of the Imperial Capital Beast Academy, you can easily deal with a wallhanger. Indeed, in the face of absolute power, any scheming becomes cloud and dust. Puff. Puff. Suddenly, the demon Sky Python started to cough violently, its beastly eyes trembling. Its binding skill had never failed, even against beasts of the same level, it could easily strangle them to death. Once 3 loops are completed, even gods cannot save you. But why now? Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon Sky Python let out violent shivers and roars, its tongue shaking rapidly to the point of almost forming waves, large drops of tears streaming from its beastly eyes. The scales of its proud body continued to rip apart with tearing sounds. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Amid the cries, a pair of hands reached out from the snake's belly, grabbing its lips. The demon sky python wildly shook its head to break free, but it was utterly powerless. Rip! A crisp sound of fabric tearing came from its body. Zhang Jiao watched helplessly as the demon sky python's body was torn in half by some monster starting from its mouth. Hot blood splattered all over his face. The fallen demon sky python's remains continued to writhe on the ground. Lin Ke walked out from it, his eyes filled with disappointment. Zhang Jiao's strength was much weaker than he had imagined. Even the demon sky python was just a useless piece of trash, being so big and scary yet not as good as Lu Dazhuang's maggot. The audience area was once again turned into a library by Lin Ke. The main reason was that the segment of tearing apart the giant python was too bloody and horrifying. Lin Ke, bathing in beast blood, looked even more terrifying than a devil. Zhang Jiao swallowed hard, nervously looking at the audience area. He was afraid that someone from the Imperial Capital Beast Academy would be watching. If they saw him in such a sorry state, he feared his future days would be tough. Kid, if you admit defeat now, you can still keep your dog life, Zhang Jiao said solemnly. In the genius battle, using cheats is a death penalty. Lin Ke said nothing, pressing his hand firmly on Zhang Jiao's shoulder. Crack! Zhang Jiao's scream echoed across the stage. He felt as if he was caught by steel pincers, his shoulder bone shattered. The intense pain brought Zhang Jiao to his knees, looking down at Lin Ke. Bastard! I will definitely kill you. Right shoulder. The powerless, rage-filled Zhang Jiao lost the ability to curse, leaving only hoarse howls. The pain sensation restoration system of the virtual battle replicated over 90%, and Lin Ke precisely crushed his bones. This pain felt no different than being hit by a car. Upper arm, lower arm, palm. Lin Ke upheld his own principle, mercilessly crushing them one by one, leaving no room for mercy. Hip bone, pelvis, leg bones, knees. Zhang Jiao's heartbreaking screams stopped after 30 seconds, his spirit finally couldn't bear the immense shock and vanished from the arena. Zhang Jiao, defeated. Lin Ke twisted his neck. Inside him, there was no ripple of emotion. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Zhang Jiao had always harbored murderous intent towards himself. Furthermore, he had already offended Zhang Songyun and the old man Zhang. He wasn't lacking Zhang Jiao. Win. After the huge victory settlement screen, Lin Ke's ranking rose to 50th. The news of him killing Zhang Jiao immediately exploded on the forum. Devil. He is a devil. I've never seen someone take on a companion beast with pure physical strength. The flames couldn't hurt him. What kind of cheat is this? Damn it, where is morality? Where is the bottom line? Where's the download link? In Quanhai, at the Cloud Sovereign Villa. Zhan Tian swirled his red wine, watching the match between Lin Ke and Zhang Jiao. When he saw Zhang Jiao defeated, he downed his glass of red wine in one gulp and said, "Notify Zhang Jiao, he has been expelled from the Divine Beast Academy. When school starts, come to handle the withdrawal procedures." Yes, young master. The Divine Beast Academy in the Imperial Capital represents the prestige of Huagua's top beast training institute. Zhang Jiao, as a student of the academy, couldn't even defeat a high school student. No matter what means his opponent used, this incident would become the shame of his life. It would also be the shame of the Divine Beast Academy. On the forum, the attention regarding this incident soared to the top. Participants were calling for the officials to take action and understand this harm. A miraculous scene soon emerged. Participants from high-level and low-level academies rarely stood on the same front. All condemned the punishment of Lin Ke. Although some people doubted whether Lin Ke really used cheats, they were quickly drowned out by others. What else could this be if not cheating? If his identity is true, how can a student from Quanhai No. 1 High School make it to the provincial competition? When I was in high school, I was still secretly crushing on my deskmate. I am from Quanhai No. 1 High School. Our school doesn't have such terrifying students. After all, only when you graduate from the third year can you unlock the companion beast egg. The next day. At Quanhai No. 1 High School, in the principal's office. Principal Xia's face was pale as he hung up another call from a high-ranking leader. The successive calls were all from figures he couldn't afford to offend, and their words were full of mockery. Most importantly, he had no idea what had happened. Did I offend that guy? Principal, what's wrong? You don't look well. It's Chen Wei. Principal Xia picked up his thermos and hesitated. By the way, is there a national talent competition happening recently? Yes, the hype is very high. It's aimed at the national higher education institutions, right? Chen Wei said dreamily. Although there is an age limit of 18, everyone knows this is a stage prepared for prestigious schools. Does our No. 1 high school have anyone participating? Principal Xia asked again. There should be quite a few, Chen Wei thought for a moment and said, but mostly small fry, all stopped at the city competition. Some people don't even know how to fight. Principal Xia remained silent for a long time before speaking. Do you think, could there be someone who broke into the provincial competition and shone brightly? Chapter 56, Even if the sky falls, I am still here. Principal, if there is such a person in our number 1 high school, wouldn't that be a huge success? Chen Wei didn't believe it at all. But Principal Xia's expression was serious. He thought of one person. Could it be Lin Ko? Lin Ko? Chen Wei only then remembered this student of his. Lin Ko refreshing dungeon records indeed left a significant impact on him recently. I heard that after Lin Ko refreshed the dungeon record, the recording function was cancelled. It should just be an accident, right? Chen Wei also couldn't believe Lin Ko had this capability. Even if his grades were excellent and his conduct was commendable, how could he participate in the talent competition without a companion beast? With a mortal body? Aside from him, I can't think of anyone else. Principal Xia's headache grew as he thought more. Find a time to ask Lin Ku. If it really is him. Only then did Chen Wei take out his phone and start following the competition forum, his expression growing worse by the minute. The forum is filled with sharp content, various insults, and doxing. Moreover, some have already started offering huge bounties for this one Zhong Gage brother, with a price tag of 10 million. Things seem to be getting more intense. Principal. Chen Wei interrupted Principal Xia's thoughts. I will find a chance to ask, but please do not disclose this. No matter if this person is Lin Ku or not. You underestimate me too much. Principal Xia picked up his cane to support his stooped body and said seriously. A dragon emerging from number 1 middle school is a good thing. As the guardian of number 1, if I have no ability to protect the youth, that's one thing. How could I possibly harm him? If he is indeed a student from number 1, no matter who he is, even if I exhaust all my strength, I will protect him and help him rise to greatness. Jinhai Empire Garden. Lin Ko had just finished his daily training with Xian Xinghe. Your progress is getting faster. Xian Xinghe said seriously. At this speed, you will soon reach the 6th level of the bull strength technique or even grasp the intent to kill. At the age of 18, terms like the 6th level of the bull strength technique and the intent to kill should feel very distant for Lin Ku. Yet under Xian Xinghe's witness, they were gradually becoming a reality. Lin Ku could also feel that his root bone enhancement was continuously raising his limits, whether in muscle or veins, always in a peak state. If he wanted to forcefully break into the 6th level now, it shouldn't put too much strain on his body. This is the benefit brought by root bone enhancement. Mentor, I have a question to ask. You say. Xian Xinghe became increasingly humble in his attitude towards Lin Ku. Every time Lin Ku called him mentor, he never dared to take it to heart. If I master the intent to kill, how much combat power can I increase? After serious consideration, Xian Xinghe explained, actually, this question cannot be measured with data, it varies from person to person. Some people forge the intent to kill through countless trials on the battlefield, and they can unleash several times more power than usual, but if their body cannot bear it, they will instantly die as if the light has returned. The training methods in modern society deliberately unlock the body's genetic locks, like flipping a switch. The advantage of the switch is controllability, you can trigger and end it at any time without prematurely overdrafting your body. Ordinary warriors, including beast masters, once they master the intent to kill, can at least double their combat power. Of course, I've heard that some freaks can even unlock 5 or 10 times in a short time. Xian Xinghe shrugged, however, once you reach that level, most of your body would be ruined. Operating beyond capacity, breaking down is just a matter of time. The intent to kill is truly a good thing. Lin Ku's heart became more determined, he must comprehend it as soon as possible. For someone like him, who relies purely on physical strength, it is like taking performance-enhancing drugs. When it comes to the intent to kill, remember to be cautious. Xian Xinghe reminded him. It seems his own failed experience made him unwilling to see Lin Ku tread the same path. Perhaps at first, he never thought he would feel pity for a wealthy young man. For a long time in his life, he always blamed the heavens and others, complaining about social injustice and resenting the rich. He had never imagined that one day his nature would change. I understand, let's continue the training. You've only rested for 5 minutes, are you sure? Xian Xinghe pressed his lips together, feeling a bit reluctant. Sure. For several hours, until the night was completely dark, Lin Ku finally ended his virtual training. Sorry, I got your helmet dirty. Xian Xinghe took off the helmet and realized he was drenched in sweat, with his heart rate even increased. Clearly, he was just a sparring partner, yet he felt immense pressure. It's fine, Lin Ku simply wiped off the sweat, tomorrow we continue. Okay. In recent days, Xian Xinghe has received a lot of money. Clearly, Lin Ku's intense training could bring him higher income, but he felt some resistance in his heart. He couldn't quite explain why. After sending off Xian Xinghe, Lin Ku took a shower. When he returned to the first floor, he found it a bit quiet. Bai Shuang was sitting alone on the sofa looking at her phone, while Lin Changsheng was washing dishes in the kitchen. Where's that chirping one? Bai Shuang quit the forum and looked up to say. She was taken back home. Finally quiet. Lin Ke scratched his ear and said, I'm still getting used to her being gone. Bai Shuang chuckled lightly and said, me too. By the way, senior, why haven't you been training with me lately? Bai Shuang shook her head and said, you need to practice your combat skills and participate in the genius battle, it's better to rest reasonably. Moreover. Bai Shuang hesitated, thought for a moment, and said, I might need to stay here a bit longer because you've been a bit eye-catching lately. Lin Ke could guess the reason, he never worried about these things. As long as his strength was strong enough, no one could bully him. Moreover, after stepping into the martial path, Lin Ke's mentality had changed significantly. If someone dared to provoke him, he guaranteed that the opponent would come and not return. I'll go take a shower first. Bai Shuang stood up and left. In the kitchen, Lin Changsheng saw his chance, wiped his hands clean, and came to Lin Ke with, son, Xiao Shuang said you're participating in some competition recently, feeling a lot of pressure, right? It's okay, why? I have quite a few good things here to help you relieve some stress. Lin Changsheng said mysteriously as he pulled out his phone. I'll send it to you. Respect your elders. Lin Ke directly turned and went upstairs. But then his phone vibrated. Having a father like this brought mixed feelings. Humph, when you finish feeling all itchy, don't come begging me to send you more. Lin Changsheng said proudly. Lin Ke received a call from Lu Dezhuang. Old Lin, the one they call the Hanged King on the forum, can't be you, right? It should be. Oh wow. You even dealt with the rich guy from the Imperial Capital Monster Academy? That's amazing. That Zhang Jia may not be top tier, but he's at least average level, a genius in the eyes of others. Now someone is hunting you on the forum. Lu Dezhuang said with great concern, you must be careful. Don't worry, I'm aware of it. Lin Ke hung up the phone, and Bai Shuang had just walked out from the side bathroom, a grey towel covering half her pretty face, her face slightly flushed from the steam, and even though she wore an unusually loose nightgown, it couldn't hide her perfect body curve. Those so-called geniuses looked dim in front of her. Lin Ke instinctively wanted to leave, but Bai Shuang stopped him. What's wrong, senior? Bai Shuang smiled slightly, her voice soft and calm as she spoke, you don't seem to like calling my name. After teasing, Bai Shuang said seriously, just participate in the competition well, it's fine to break the sky. And I'll be here too. That's what I plan to do. Lin Ke smiled and pointed at the sky. I also want to see if the sky falling can crush me. After Lin Ke left, Bai Shuang's smile slowly faded as she looked at the increasingly intense messages on the forum, her eyes radiating a malicious light. The wound torn by the beast near her eyelid continuously oozed a trace of coldness. It's time to show these so-called geniuses what despair really looks like. Chapter 57, Extreme Contrast, Lowly and Evil Enchantress. Brain matching in progress. Welcome back to the National Genius Virtual Battle. After finishing the conversation with Bai Shuang, Lin Ke put on the brain gear and continued the competition just after midnight. There are only 3 slots for advancement in the provincial competition, he must ensure he is in the top 3. He enjoys seeing those guys hate him but can't kill him. As for explanations, why get caught in a self-proving trap? Isn't it more appealing to crush a few more heads than to waste time explaining? Start matching. Lin Ke once again activated his slaughter mode. Any opponents matched against him were basically instantly shot in the head, shot through the chest, or crushed, ending the match. So that the opponents didn't even have a chance to beg for mercy or insult him. Throughout the entire process, Lin Ke didn't say a single unnecessary word. His ranking was rising at the speed of light. Current ranking, 40. Current ranking, 35. Current ranking, 29. Current ranking, 20. As Zhang Tian had said, his ID was like a nail, constantly eating away at the people on the leaderboard, climbing higher and higher in just a few minutes, stepping more and more people under Lin Ke's feet. Until Lin Ke's ranking reached 10th place. Matching. Opponent, Zhuge Duo, first year of the Imperial City Beast Academy, current ranking 3. Not bad, it's another match with the Imperial City Beast Academy. Lin Ke appeared on the arena. The audience quickly filled up, and what surprised Lin Ke was that the people in the seats did not curse, but instead held up various support signs, as if they were welcoming a big star. When the girl opposite him appeared, Lin Ke's eyes brightened. A small frame, with a short pink watermelon head, a round face with a pair of shiny black eyes, slender arms, and a captivating gaze, always making one feel an inexplicable desire to protect her. She wore a pink Lolita long dress, paired with pure white knee-high lace stockings, which tightly wrapped around her full, snow-white thighs, causing them to flush slightly. A perfect little girl. My name is Zhuge Duo. Her voice was sweet and tender, yet somehow impossible to dislike, clearly a natural cutie. This kind of little girl, I bet when she cries, it must be loud, right? Lin Ke didn't introduce himself, instead he just twisted his neck and took a fighting stance. Dodo, Dodo, we love you. Dodo, Dodo, the most beautiful. The audience in the stand shouted in unison, their cheers perfectly synchronized. Thank you, everyone. Juga Duo's eyes sparkled, clear and transparent, always giving off a watery feeling. Can we start now? Lin Kuo was a bit impatient. Juga Duo did not summon her companion beast, as if she were treating this arena like her own concert. Ah, hasn't the match already started? Juga Duo smiled sweetly. I know, actually, you haven't cheated. Her words intrigued Lin Kuo. You can defeat them, I'm not surprised at all, you're really strong. Juga Duo smiled mysteriously. After all, I've seen your fierce side, hee hee. She puckered her lips in a pretend cute way. I told you, we'll meet again soon. Lin Kuo. Who are you? Lin Kuo immediately became alert, a strange sense of danger rising inside him. His virtual world image was completely different from his real-world one. Unless someone knew his home IP address or had seen him in real life, it was impossible for anyone to know his name. But this Juga Duo, he had never seen her before. You're making me really sad. Juga Duo's expression turned a little displeased. Stinky little brother, didn't I say I would come find you myself? It's you. Lin Kuo finally remembered. The evil path, that voice like a succubus girl. But the cute little girl in front of him, it was so hard to connect her with the other image. It was such a stark contrast. You finally remembered me, huh? I told you, I love carnivores the most. Juga Duo's eyes gleamed with a trace of purple, and behind her appeared a shadow, a marionette clown. This was her companion beast. Special system. Lin Kuo was about to retreat when the scene in front of him changed instantly. He found himself on a soft big bed, the comfortable feeling making Lin Kuo suddenly feel exhausted. Stinky little brother, wake up. A voluptuous woman with red wavy hair and seductive lips was kneeling on his stomach, her delicate hands constantly drawing circles on his chest. Upon closer inspection, she even looked somewhat similar to Juga Duo, but her aura was completely different. Her upper body wore a thin black camisole, and her lower body was bare. Mosaic. Is this an illusion? You're really strong. Sister, I love strong men the most. The voice, completely different from Juga Duo's, echoed endlessly in Lin Kuo's head, lingering and refusing to fade away. As soon as you enter my domain, the outcome is already decided, but you still have to pay something before you leave. Sister feels sorry for you, so I'll reluctantly drain you dry and let you go. How about it? Lin Kuo discovered that apart from his lower body being unable to move, his hands could still move. He rested his hands behind his head and showed not a trace of panic. Instead, he looked teasingly at the alluring Juga Duo, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Is there such a good thing? You? Are you sure? Lin Kuo's provocative tone made Juga Duo giggle continuously. Do you know why all the men who have encountered me fear me? Because I will make you never want to touch a woman for the rest of your life. What a coincidence! Lin Kuo's smile widened further. I also guarantee that you will never dare to use your domain on me again for the rest of your life. Let's wait and see. This was a long-lasting, day and night, relentless, gluttonous, roaring, and reversing struggle. The competition lasted a full 9.5 hours. Shattering the heavens and shaking the earth. The sun and moon lost their light, and the world changed color. Finally, after the 10th hour, the marionette behind Juga Duo let out a painful scream, tearing apart and dissipating in place. Ah, ah. Juga Duo's body trembled, finally kneeling on the ground. Lin Kuo casually strolled over to Juga Duo, looking down at her from a high position. Don't come over. Please don't come over. I don't want it anymore. I'm too scared. Lin Kuo remained spirited and did not feel any pressure at all. You can't do it either. Just as Lin Kuo was about to make his move, Juga Duo let out a cute cry and actually chose to concede and leave the arena. Win. Lin Kuo raised his arm and shouted. This was the most fulfilling battle he had ever experienced. With his stamina and infinite recovery spirit, no one could stand a chance. Lin Kuo scored another point from the talented students of the Imperial Beast Academy. His ranking increased once more, 9. Formally stepping into the top 10 arena. Meanwhile, the news of Juga Duo's defeat quickly spread on the forum. People expressed their sincere respect for Juga Duo. A frail girl actually held out for 9 whole hours in the hands of a top-tier player. As public opinion reached its peak, the official explanation announcement finally appeared at the top. P.S. Thank you for the updates and the free little gifts, Manhwa. Chapter 58, Legendary Beast Tamer Speaks Out. Everyone, thanks to our united efforts, the official announcement has finally come out. The forum immediately exploded, with a flood of spectators pouring in. Great! As long as this cheater is banned, the so-called Wild Chicken Academy is nothing to worry about. Hey, what's your problem with the Wild Chicken Academy? Ah, the talents battle should be a stage for us high-level academy students, third-rate academies and laypeople aren't qualified to participate. In an instant after the announcement was made, the colluding contestants immediately showed their true colors. High-level academies remained on high pedestals. Lower-ranked academies felt that apart from high-level academies, no one else was their opponent. The Wild Chicken Academy thought, if a high school student could create such a stir, could I also? Goblin's meme. While the forum was filled with joy and excitement, many who returned after seeing the announcement felt worse than having eaten shit. Stop getting carried away, I suggest you go read the announcement. I guarantee that after you read it, you will definitely cry. Fine, let's see, third-rate academy and Wild Chicken Academy just lie down. After a participant from a prestigious academy left a message, they finally went to check the content of the announcement. The announcement contained no text information, just a picture similar to a details page, featuring various chat screenshots. The first picture. In the post where Linka's identity was most passionately discussed, a user with the ID, Kokuji commented, "This young man cannot be cheating, I can vouch for him." Once this statement came out, it immediately sparked a wave of ridicule. You vouch? What do you know? Believe it or not, I'll expose you and chop you into 3 pieces? Isn't this a clear cheat? You must be the cheater himself. Kokuji quickly replied. This system was personally supervised and maintained by me. As far as I know, around the world, there are no more than a handful who can escape my eyes and cheat. This young man does not possess that ability. Oh, you supervised and built it? Who do you think you are? A legendary beast master? Damn you. Come, if you have the guts, give me your address. I'll go to your door right now. Screw your ellipses, give me your location. Then he stopped replying. Just when everyone thought this matter should settle down, a user with the official title of Legendary Beast Master left a comment below. I live in the capital, Hongguan Villa, number 03, just push open the big iron gate on the left, and that's my home. Welcome to advise. V_V. Signed Curse. With this message, the entire comments section exploded. This is the official forum, official certification can absolutely not be faked, and nobody dares to fake the identity of a Legendary Beast Master, because that is a death sentence. Legendary Beast Master, Curse, suddenly appeared in the comments section, personally proving Linka's innocence. He is the youngest Legendary Beast Master in the whole Huagua, with an unparalleled reputation and strength. For nearly a decade, almost all instant stone formations have been built and guarded by Curse himself. This is a true hero. Those comments insulting Curse immediately turned into a tourist attraction. Bro, he posted his address, go there. The chance to solo a Legendary Beast Master is right in front of you. Take a picture, move the grave. 1 bow. 2 bows. 3 bows. Salute completed. The entire post was completely thrown into chaos. The most desperate part is that all the content published in this post is not allowed to be deleted, as if protected by a mysterious force. This immediately stirred up 1,000 layers of waves, and a demonic wind swept through the whole forum. What the hell, did you hear? That cheat king, no, that student from Quan High number 1 is actually not cheating, how terrifying is that? I said long ago he wasn't cheating. I can only say today's internet users are too foolish, easily manipulated. Backseat driver, NMLGB, you were the one cursing the loudest. Screw your ellipses, do you think you are Lord Curse? Curse? Sigma, degree winky face. Curse, _. Not cheating? How is this possible? What kind of joke is this? Anyone who has seen the post thinks they are seeing things. After reading it over 10 times, they had to accept this fact. You can doubt Quan High number 1, but do you dare to doubt a legendary summoner? Those proud students from prestigious schools are the most desperate ones. The proud students formed a so-called elite academy alliance, swearing to control all the rankings of each province. Now, Quan High has produced a monster. So powerful that they can hardly understand. They even wants to find him as a cheat. Now that Curse personally comes out to explain, no one dares to say another word. Linku, there are great scholars to discuss my matters. He secretly noted Curse's habit, likes to use ellipses. Don't provoke the wrong person later. Linku didn't expect that Curse would actually speak for him. Every legendary beast master is a vital treasure of the country, usually a hidden existence. To be able to be active on the internet is truly strange. Bai Shuang sent a message in the chat box, thank you. The other party replied. Bai Shuang knew the other party's temperament well and closed the chat interface. Bye. Did you see? That kid Linku was really lucky, he is actually Lord Curse. He personally came to help Linku clarify. Ha ha ha, I can't help but want to see the expressions of those elite academy stars, they must be worse off than eating shit. Ha, this miss is laughing to death. Now that I think about it, losing to him doesn't seem so angry anymore. Bai Shuang replied, I just saw it too, it's good that the misunderstanding is cleared up. Mu Hongyu replied instantly, I didn't expect Lord Curse would actually speak out, simply a miracle. Bai Shuang smiled and stopped replying. But his gaze could not help but look towards the battle room, softly murmuring. Lin Ku, go for it. At the same time. Quan Hai, Zheng family. Grandpa, I want him dead. I must make him die. Zhang Jiao was full of the smell of alcohol, his eyes blurred. The Imperial Capital Beast Academy actually wants to expel me, all because of this lowly student from Quan Hai number 1. Old Master Zhang sat at the head of the hall, casually sipping his tea. What are you panicking about? You're not the only one who has been defeated. Does the Imperial Capital Beast Academy plan to expel everyone he has defeated? Zhang Jiao's face showed joy. Yes, then I can go back to school. Of course. Old Master Zhang said coldly, however, there's one thing you said correctly, this kid has damaged the Zhang family's reputation, so he must die. Grandpa, do you have his identity information already? It's coming soon. Chapter 59, All Honor Together, All Lost Together. At the same time. Fuxing, Yunsang Supreme Villa. Zhan Tian walked into the limited edition BrainPod with a heavy expression, and after the data uploaded, he appeared in a solemn conference room. In the room, there was a massive round table made of golden silk nanmu, with 12 chairs arranged around it, and holographic screens began to appear, with people taking their seats. Zhan Tian was about to pull out his chair when a voice interrupted him. Zhan Tian, you might as well stand. Zhan Tian frowned but did not refute. Everyone, report your situation. The first place went very smoothly. Not only have we solidified our positions in the top 3, but we also plan to sweep the top 10. We swept the top 5, and all students from the Imperial Academy are undefeated. The top 3 is stable, besides our people, no one else has the qualification to take it away. We'll leave the 4th to 10th places to give other prestigious schools a little chance, all undefeated. After everyone in the room finished reporting, Ouyang Qing raised his head to look at Zhan Tian. What about you? Zhan Tian spoke, I promise to take 1st place. The room instantly fell silent. After a long time, someone spoke up, Zhan Tian, if I were you, I would have taken the initiative to step down as captain. You can't let the Imperial Academy lose face. Zhan Tian's expression was heavy, and he did not refute. I understand. Zhan Tian said, there were indeed some minor incidents, but I guarantee there won't be any problems going forward. If you fail, you'll bear the consequences. Ouyang Qing finished speaking, leaning back slightly in his chair, his legs naturally resting on the table. This high school student is indeed not simple, a bit talented. I can give you a chance to redeem yourself. Zhan Tian was delighted. President, please say. Go and investigate his identity. If he comes from a wealthy family, the Imperial Capital Beast Academy can consider pulling him in as an exception. If it's just an ordinary family with $1 billion, then give up on pulling him in. Ouyang Qing's voice was cold. Class is a gap he will never cross. Any talent shown in high school will quickly diminish once he gets to college, ultimately being surpassed at light speed. Perhaps, the only thing he can be proud of in his life will remain his high school years. In the conference room, everyone kept sneering. Once one enters a prestigious school, the costs become extremely expensive. Even an ordinary bottle of potion can reach a price of tens of millions, not to mention various precious cultivation resources. Even families worth billions cannot sustain even half a semester. Only families that are truly wealthy have the right to attend the Imperial Capital Beast Academy. Moreover, there exists a chain of disdain among high classes. For example, even if Zhan Tian comes from a wealthy background, he is from Quan Hai, which is a coastal city. Compared to cities like the Imperial Capital or Magic City, Quan Hai does not rank at all. Dismissed. I still need to meet with the presidents of the 3 major prestigious schools. Ouyang Qing shot a cold glance at Zhan Tian, speaking meaningfully. Don't let me lose face again. Everyone present stood up, their expressions solemn as they swore, to guard the glory of the Imperial Academy, we are duty-bound. Lin Ku just finished his match and went downstairs. Bai Shuang was in the living room conducting her daily polishing of the golden warblade. Seeing Lin Ku, Bai Shuang smiled and said, Lin Ku, congratulations on your injustice being cleared. Yes, Lin Ku scratched his head, I didn't expect a legendary beast master would speak for me. Indeed, I didn't expect it either. Lin Ku hesitated whether to tell Bai Shuang about last night's Zhuge duo. After all, it was his first encounter with the dark path. How should I put it, the experience wasn't bad. Senior sister, if I encounter the dark path again in the future, what should I do? Bai Shuang stopped her actions, blinked, and said, follow your heart, the dark path has many branches, and not all of them are perverse, at least some people are like that. That Zhuge duo is definitely a pervert. Lin Ke cleared his throat, thought for a moment, and decided not to inform Bai Shuang about last night's affair. After all, it wasn't a real event. Moreover, he hadn't suffered any substantial losses. What's wrong? I see your face doesn't look good. Bai Shuang put down her battle knife, walked to Lin Ke, and looked into his eyes. It's nothing, maybe I'm just too tired from matching. You can get tired too, Bai Shuang smiled gently. If that's the case, then take a good rest today, and adjust your state to face your upcoming opponent. That title of first place in the provincial competition is not easy to get. Hearing Bai Shuang's words, Lin Ke curiously asked, Senior sister, do you know who my opponent is? I know a little. After pondering for a moment, Bai Shuang spoke, there's a rather tricky opponent for you in F province named Zhan Tian, a descendant of the Zhan clan, a prestigious family. He has good talent and possesses dual companion beasts. Dual companion beasts? Lin Ke asked curiously, for a wealthy family, it shouldn't be difficult to buy 2 companion beasts, since they aren't lacking resources. Not exactly, Bai Shuang continued, Zhan Tian's companion beasts are a bit special, they are different from those that hatch from companion beast eggs. His dual companion beasts are inherently possessed, engraved in his bones and blood. Inherently possessing companion beasts? Bai Shuang's words reshaped Lin Ke's understanding of the world once again. The means used by wealthy families to cultivate beast masters are quite different from ordinary people. Their cultivation methods are much more cruel and complex. The companion beasts cultivated this way are one with the host, telepathically connected, sharing both glory and misfortune. If the companion beast dies, then the host will. There's always a price to pay, right? Bai Shuang returned to sit on the sofa, patted the space beside her, indicating Lin Ke to sit down. I don't know much either, I just know that Zhan Tian has never summoned a second companion beast, he generally only uses one beast in battle, and it's said to be a lightning attribute companion beast with extremely strong destructive power. Lin Ke listened quietly. Wow, senior sister was practically stripping Zhan Tian bare to feed him to himself, just short of revealing what color Zhan Tian's underwear was. Is she worried that I will lose? Senior sister. I will win. I believe you. The quiet Bai Shuang said quite a bit, although it was all information, it revealed her hope and worry for Lin Ke. This made Lin Ke feel completely empowered, even more curious about how strong this so-called Zhan Tian truly was. Miss, you haven't eaten for a day. The master said that there's no need to care about a mere genius like Zhan. F province, Zhuge family. In a room filled with ancient charm, the faint scent of incense floated, always leaving a hot smell in the air. Don't come in. On the fragrant wooden bed, Zhuge Duo curled up in the blanket. Even though a long time had passed, the redness on her face remained, and when she thought of what happened during those few hours, she couldn't help but feel hot. Is that even human? I've never seen such a wild person. No, that's a beast. If such a person doesn't join the dark path, it would be a loss for the dark path. Should I go find him? Zhuge Duo's head was wrapped in a silk blanket, and her delicate and cute cheeks buried into the pillow. But, if I go find him, will he also eat me in reality? How embarrassing. Every time Zhuge Duo thought of it, her ears felt so hot that they might bleed. Butler. Prepare the carriage. P.S. Thank you for everyone's free gifts and rewards, moi. Chapter 60, The Quick Formation of Killing Intent, All Monsters. As the bright lights lit up, the night descended. Lin Ke finished his daily training with Xian Xinghe, and his progress had surpassed Xian Xinghe's understanding. I feel that in a little more time, your killing intent will be fully formed. Lin Ke still felt somewhat unsatisfied. The speed is still too slow. Is it still slow? Xian Xinghe smiled bitterly. For ordinary warriors, it's normal to refine killing intent over 3 or 5 years. Is there really no one who can do it quickly? Lin Ke asked curiously. There are, but those who quickly form killing intent. Xian Xinghe pondered before speaking. Everyone's hands are stained with blood, without exception. Xian Xinghe stopped there and did not say more. Those who can quickly condense killing intent in a short time are all monsters that crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. At least, I've never seen anyone condense killing intent in a year. Lin Ke continued to ask, if I want to quickly refine killing intent, do I have to crazily kill monsters in the Devil's Cave? Xian Xinghe fell silent, and after a while patiently explained. Even killing monsters, it's still difficult to form killing intent in a year. You mean, I have to kill people? Xian Xinghe no longer spoke, only nodded slightly. And, you have to kill many. Lin Ke's body trembled slightly, thinking of Bai Shuang. Wasn't she the one who completely mastered killing intent in just 1 year? Doesn't that mean her time to understand killing intent was far less than a year? After sending off Xian Xinghe, Lin Ke found that Bai Shuang was not in the living room. Dad, where is sister Bai Shuang? Lin Changsheng, while picking his teeth, said, I don't know, little Shuang said she had something to do and seems to have gone back to her room. She didn't even eat her favorite instant noodles. As he was speaking, Bai Shuang walked down from upstairs, with her often polished alloy sword at her waist. Lin Ko, I'm going out for a bit. Is there something going on? It's a bit of a personal matter. Bai Shuang smiled, not explaining much, and hurriedly left the house. Lin Ko didn't think much of it, quickly ate a little something and planned to go to the Black Sea to see Xiao He. He had been participating in the Tenjiao battle these days, and his ranking had already entered the top 10. With some time left until the provincial competition ended, he was not so anxious. I wonder if Xiao He has been out of line. Lin Ko lay down into his intelligent brain, inputting the sleep program. In the next moment, he appeared in the Black Sea. Why is it so dark? It was pitch black all around, and he couldn't see his hand in front of him. This was the first time experiencing such a situation. Xiao He should still be sleeping, right? So where exactly is this? Lin Ke tried to swim and found that he was inside a building. The place where Xiao He was located was below the building. When Lin Ke manipulated Xiao He to move, his tail accidentally collided with a column of the building, causing the tower to collapse with a loud rumble. Xiao He's size has become this huge? Lin Ke was secretly astonished. He measured a little and found that now the Dark Abyss Dragon's body was at least over 20 zhang. That was even larger than many Lord-level companion beasts. It was hard to imagine how imposing the juvenile Dark Abyss Dragon would be if Lin Ke were to summon it. Pulling up the panel, the experience showed LV 1472%. It seemed Xiao He had woken up halfway, greedily devouring quite a few swimming fishes. Lin Ke swam through the buildings, observing, and discovered that the scale of this city was enormous. Even though most had been eroded by seawater, the splendor of civilization could still be seen. Could it be that due to the Devil's Cave attack, this original city fell? Lin Ke had checked a lot of information but couldn't find any related devil caves or cities. He continued exploring for 10 minutes, then kept devouring colorful fish, harvesting a wave of colorful mysterious stones, and also increasing his attribute roots. Since the last time he saw the scarlet sky tortoise, Lin Ke had a deep respect for the Black Sea. He did not swim far from shore, but hunted within the area he could explore. He thought that once his Dark Abyss Dragon leveled up and he had enough strength for self-protection, he would go to the surface of the sea to see if he could find any clues. Additionally, by cultivating here, he might encounter the remnants of the scarlet sky tortoise once again. Olju, please bless me to encounter the remnants of the scarlet sky tortoise again. At the very least, encountering the purple cocoon would be fine. A legendary beast, filled with treasures. Since Olju had fallen, he should also hope that a junior could inherit his legacy, right? The junior is not talented, but only I can devour it. Just as Lin Ke set off on his leveling journey, the Zhang family in Quan Hai was brightly lit. As one of the ancient families of Quan Hai, the Zhang family had good connections in the military, business, and politics. The only regret was that they had never produced a genius from a prestigious university. Now, after a long time, the Zhang family finally had a glimmer of hope with Zhang Jiao, but that damned person extinguished it. In the quiet study of the Zhang family mansion, 15 photographs were placed on the table. Lin Ke's photo was among them. The old family head, Zhang Junyang, remained silent, his gaze slowly sweeping over the faces in the photographs, finally resting on Lin Ke. Are these 15 the possible murderers? Opposite Zhang Junyang, 2 men dressed in black jackets sat. One with a beard spoke up. Old Zhang, we have investigated all the senior classes at Quan Hai No. 1 High School. These are the ones who could be suspects. The others do not meet this condition. Among them, this person is the most suspicious. The bearded man pointed to Lin Ke's photo. Coming from a common family, his recent rise has caused quite a stir. As for the others, they each have their own suspicions. Zhang Junyang interrupted, speaking harshly. Kill them all. He coldly laughed. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one slip by. As long as that guy doesn't participate in the battle of geniuses anymore, it means he didn't kill the wrong person. As for the other innocent souls that died wrongfully, they had it coming. Old Zhang, although the targets are students, we count the kills by the head. If you kill more this time, I can offer a discount. Zhang Junyang was extremely disdainful. Does my Zhang family lack this bit of money? I want you to torment them to death. Leave no bones intact, feed the dogs. Understood, old Zhang, straightforward. The two put away the photographs and slowly left the study. As Zhang Junyang just sat down on the peachwood chair, there was a commotion outside the door. Is there anything else? Zhang Junyang raised his head in confusion, thinking it was an assassin with more information. Just as he was about to speak, a blood-like streak splattered against the colored window. Who? Zhang Junyang's heart leaped to his throat. He dared not let his guard down and immediately summoned his companion beast. An A-grade peak barbaric bone snake king, a 6th-tier beast. The barbaric bone snake king was a full 10 feet long, coiling up and occupying most of the study space, while Zhang Junyang was curled up in the protective embrace of his companion beast, his face dark as he observed the changes at the door. Your Excellency, since you're here, why not show yourself? Chapter 61, Zhang Junyang Falls. The barbaric bone snake king continuously flicked its tongue, its head raised and ready to strike at any moment. Zhang Junyang tightened his body, his mind racing, considering who dared to break into the Zhang mansion at night. The study was the core area of the Zhang mansion. To enter, one must pass through numerous guards. Not to mention a person, not even a fly could hardly make it in. He truly could not imagine what means the intruder had used to breach this place. The only explanation was that the opponent was exceptionally strong, and the guards in the mansion were merely decorations. Your Excellency, I see you, stop hiding. Zhang Junyang spoke again, trying to draw out his opponent this way. Crimson blood constantly stained the glass of the window, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet, unlike the traces of someone having been there. Just as Zhang Junyang was about to command the savage bone snake king to explore, a cold sword energy suddenly came from behind. Not good. Zhang Junyang instinctively turned around, and a fierce beast roar rang out, as the savage bone snake king's thick, barrel-like waist was directly cut off, screaming in agony. But behind him, there was no one. The ghostly movements made Zhang Junyang's heart chill halfway. His summoned beast didn't even have a chance to fight back before being gravely injured. The newcomer was an expert. Sir, I don't know who hired you, but as long as you let me go, I promise to give you 10 times the reward. I swear in the name of the ancestors of the Zhang family that I will never hold it against you. Zhang Junyang's heart was pounding continuously, hoping that a guard would come to rescue him upon hearing the commotion, but after such a long wait, there was still no response, and his heart had already cooled down halfway. Perhaps all the guards of the Zhang family had already perished. And yet, he didn't even know who his opponent was. The savage bone giant snake's body was severed in two, writhing and convulsing on the ground, its huge head banging against the wall, making the entire study tremble. Seeing this, Zhang Junyang reluctantly recalled his beast, leaving himself as a lonely old man at the scene. I have already shown enough sincerity, I hope you will show yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a slender figure in black unexpectedly appeared behind Zhang Junyang. Zhang Junyang didn't even have the courage to turn around because a cold blade was pressed against his neck. Sir, I don't understand why you want to kill. Before Zhang Junyang could finish his sentence, he felt his vision gradually blur and saw the ceiling. Clang, with a sound. A head rolled to the ground. The shadow also vanished into thin air. The head of the Zhang family met a silent death. Golden Sea Imperial Garden. Little Black, you finally woke up. 3 hours later, the dark nether dragon awakened from its slumber, instantly becoming excited upon hearing Lin Ke's voice. Don't make a fuss, I can't stay with you for too long. Lin Ke stopped the dark nether dragon from acting cute. He spent 3 hours finally raising the dark nether dragon's experience to 97%. Seeing that it was about to level up to 15, Lin Ke's heart was extremely excited. Maybe it would finally pass the juvenile phase. Oh whoa! Little Black mentally communicated to Lin Ke that during his absence, he had eaten and slept well, but he hadn't enjoyed any delicious food. He couldn't help but feel some nostalgia for the remnant soul of the scarlet sky black turtle. Only that kind of thing was worthy of my dark nether dragon. Little Black, can you still find such a remnant soul? Oh whoa! Little Black informed Lin Ke that with his excellent sense of smell, he could definitely track it down, but unfortunately, the location was too far. It would take at least over 10 days to get there. So far? After weighing the options, Lin Ke decided to first level up the dark nether dragon to 15. As for the delicious food Little Black mentioned, he planned to find time to search for it. That was the remnant soul of a legendary level beast master. Just a small bite would be enough for the dark nether dragon to rapidly improve. 15 minutes later, the dark nether dragon successfully broke through to the next level. Summoned beast, dark nether dragon, juvenile. Level, LV15, 1.01%. Strength, 200. Bone quality, 155. Agility, 200. Talent, 100. Element, dark. Grade, world destroying. Skills, Dragon Absorb, Beginner, /Split Gold Claw, Beginner, /Dragon Might, Beginner, /Blood of the Black Beast, Passive, /Immovable as a Mountain, Beginner. Lin Ke opened the panel and was surprised to find that the juvenile label of the Dark Nether Dragon still existed. But this time, the attribute increase from leveling up the Dark Nether Dragon was double that of before. Strength had increased by a full 20 points. This meant Lin Ke would gain 40 points of physique. Little Black, your talent is terrifying. Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim. If the Dark Nether Dragon truly entered the growth phase and successfully crossed the first turning point, it was unimaginable what his stats would reach. After leveling up, Lin Ke gave Little Black a few words of advice and hurriedly left the AI space. His body and spirit once again welcomed an improvement. His filled muscles trembled continuously, and Lin Ke was thinking about how to unleash himself vigorously. Without using the bull strength, Lin Ke's physical power could at least unleash 4,000 kilograms. If combined with the bull strength, it could probably reach 5,000 kilograms. I can almost cultivate the bull strength to the 6th level. Lin Ke calculated that his physical strength was already capable of challenging the 6th level of bull strength. Once the bull strength successfully surpassed the 6th level, based on Xian Xing's prediction, Lin Ke could at least unleash 6,000 kilograms or more, and even 7,000 kilograms wasn't impossible. I'm getting closer to 10,000 kilograms. Lin Ke was quite satisfied. 10,000 kilograms might be others' limit, but this was just his starting point. Leaving the brain room, Lin Ke planned to return to his room to shower, but he heard Lin Changsheng laughing and talking with someone downstairs. Curiously, Lin Ke went downstairs and found Bai Shuang had already returned home, eating instant noodles. "Senior, have you finished your work?" Yeah. With her mouth full of noodles, Bai Shuang finally swallowed hard and smiled, saying, the matter wasn't very complicated and was resolved quickly. That's good. Lin Ke was about to go upstairs to shower, but Bai Shuang called out to him. I heard your mentor say recently that you are about to comprehend the killing intent? Just a breath away, Lin Ke said gloomily. I always feel it's just a step away, but I can't get over it. Go to the training room and wait for me. Bai Shuang took a big bite of noodles and mumbled indistinctly. I'll help you. 5 minutes later, Bai Shuang appeared in the training room dressed in combat gear. Her graceful and stunning figure made Lin Ke a bit dazed. Even when she stood quietly in the crowd, she could overshadow everyone else. Lin Ke, attack me with all your strength. Understood. Lin Ke held nothing back, fully unleashing the bull strength combined with his top-tier muscular condition. Bai Shuang's eyes sparkled as she excitedly said, You're improving so fast. Lin Ke, you truly are worthy. The two instantly got tangled together, explosive sounds echoed in the air, their fists intertwined, and Lin Ke didn't dare to relax, putting forth all his strength, yet he still couldn't gain the upper hand. He always felt something distracted him, as if there was a certain scent on Bai Shuang. Like the smell of a fierce beast mixed with human blood. At that moment, in front of the gate of the Golden Sea Emperor Garden, a black Rolls-Royce stopped, and Zhuge Duo rolled down a small gap in the car window, her bright large eyes secretly observing something. P.S. Thank you all for your encouragement and the free gift rewards, moi. Chapter 62, Visit, Don't Sleep With Me. Butler, should I go in or not? Zhuge Duo asked through the small gap of the lowered window. The butler looked gloomy and said, Miss, this is the 25th time you've asked me in 1 hour. Then tell me, should I go in or not? The 26th time. The butler silently counted in his heart before asking, Miss, is this person important to you? I suppose so. The butler continued to ask, if you don't go in, will you regret it? I probably will. Zhuge Duo seriously considered the question. No, I definitely will. Oh no. The butler's heart trembled. Had the young lady fallen in love? His young lady was shy and kind-hearted. Today she traveled a long way from the provincial capital to this remote small city. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? He couldn't let the young lady be deceived. Thinking of this, the butler cleared his throat and said, Miss, if he truly wants to find you, he could come to you himself. After all, you have a noble status, why go to him personally? That's not okay. If I don't go, what if he gets taken away by someone? Zhuge Duo immediately retorted, getting a bit anxious. Oh no. Totally a disaster. The young lady has become a lovesick fool. The butler's heart was already a terrified mess. He held back his panic and said, Miss, why must you be like this? If you want, there are countless talented young men in the provincial capital who would do anything to meet you. In the provincial city, Zhuge Duo was famously a refined young lady, gentle and kind. Who do they think they are? Zhuge Duo was anxious. Those guys are even worthy to compare with Lin Ke? A group of high-born young masters, claiming to be righteous, made Zhuge Duo feel like vomiting every time she thought of them. She didn't know what they were pretending for. Lin Ke was better. They didn't even compare to a single hair of Lin Ke. Every time she thought of Lin Ke's crazily joyful face in the Devil's Den, Zhuge Duo's delicate cheeks couldn't help but flush. This was the true evil path. The evil path needed people like this. Miss, what if I go for you? The butler suppressed his anger, secretly remembering the man named Lin Ke. What use is it for you to go? Zhuge Duo's identity in the evil path was a secret that no one knew. She diligently worked to recruit suitable talents for the association, hoping to grow bigger and stronger, and create brilliance again. Miss, in the other person's eyes, you surely aren't that important. Otherwise, if he knew you were here, he would have come to find you already. He doesn't know I'm here. Zhuge Duo said softly. The butler's teeth itched with hate. If those rich young masters in the provincial city knew, how would they react? Zhuge Duo was the little goddess in many people's hearts. What if I help you notify him? The butler said angrily. Otherwise, it's not good for you to keep waiting here? Notify? No. Zhuge Duo tightened her snow-white legs. Butler. If you dare to notify him, I will fire you. Just thinking of that scene made Zhuge Duo break into a cold sweat. Even if she didn't experience Lin Ke's fierceness herself, she had seen it with her own eyes. She was scared. The butler felt cold inside and almost wished to stab this guy named Lin Ke to death. Why did he deserve it? What right did he have to make the sweet and lovely young lady wait here for an hour? After following the young lady for 10 years, I almost lost my job? Wait, I will absolutely not let you see the young lady, I promise. The butler's teeth itched with hatred, and he secretly vowed in his heart. Zhuge Duo's expression was complicated, her delicate features almost twisted together. The more she clenched her hands, the more agitated she became, falling into an endless loop. Butler! Here! Come here! Zhuge Duo softly said, her gaze gentle. Actually, sometimes I think, if you weren't here, I wouldn't know what to do. Miss Duo! The butler's eyes were red, tears about to fall, when suddenly his back of the head hurt. Go! No! Go! No! One by one, hair strands kept falling out, Zhuge Duo plucking them gently like picking fresh flowers. The back of his head, already sparse, was gradually shining. If looked closely, it was almost reflective. Young lady! The butler's heart bled as he stopped Zhuge Duo's actions, speaking decisively without hesitation. I think you should go. If the other party sees you, they will definitely be very happy, I assure you. Besides, you've come all this way. Really? Yes. The butler was extremely serious. If he wasn't serious, it wouldn't do, because if she kept pulling, there would be none left. Zhuge Duo casually plucked a full 6 strands of her own hair. 6 strands? Then you wait for me here, I will go. Zhuge Duo gathered her courage and immediately realized. The butler was right, she had no grudges against Lin Ke, he should not do anything to her. I just want to win him over, at most I will just use some means. With newfound confidence, she felt an unprecedented surge. The butler seemed to see 6 strands of hair transforming into golden angels, slowly flying to the heavens. Goodbye, my youth. After Zhuge Duo showed her ID card to the guard, she smoothly entered the Golden Sea Imperial Garden. She owned 2 apartments here for raising cats and dogs. Usually, the servants took care of it. If it weren't for Lin Ke living here, she might have forgotten that there were 2 apartments here. It wasn't anything valuable. As for houses, she had plenty. 18th floor. Arrived. Ding. The sound of the elevator door opening startled Zhuge Duo. She anxiously looked around and still stepped out with her delicate legs. She wore a light black Lolita long dress, with a black bell accessory on her chest, and to avoid making sounds, she covered her ears. With every step, Zhuge Duo kept recalling the terror of that man in her mind. Then, her legs went weak. Zhuge Duo. You have to be a bit more impressive. Her rosy face struggled to endure the burning heat, and she encouraged herself to finally stand up. Lin Ke, we meet again. So ordinary. Haha, hi. Sister came to find you. Zhuge Duo laughed the laughter of Buddha Igu. After finishing, Zhuge Duo's charming face turned rosy again, so shameful. In a panic, Zhuge Duo broke into a sweat, pondering the first words after knocking on the door left her deep in thought. She hastily took out her phone. Butler, how do you think I should greet him better? Butler. No, I will go back and choose again. I remember you have a bit of hair. Just as Zhuge Duo was about to turn around, the huge copper door of the villa opened by itself. Lin Ke accidentally bumped into Zhuge Duo. What? Who? Lin Ke should have noticed Zhuge Duo's presence, but tonight's training with Bai Shuang had him too excited, so for a moment, he didn't see anyone at the door. The problem was, this was his own home. Who are you? Zhuge Duo was hurt from the collision, kneeling on the ground, flustered as she spoke. I was wrong. Don't sleep with me. Chapter 63, Acknowledgement of War Against Heaven. This person has lost her mind? Lin Ke felt somewhat baffled, almost treating Zhuge Duo as a madwoman. The moment Zhuge Duo spoke her true feelings, her face instantly turned as red as an apple. She hurriedly stood up from the ground, speaking in a sweet voice. What I mean is, don't touch me. I can stand up myself. If my body gets damaged by you, it wouldn't even be enough to sell you. Beautiful. Zhuge Duo. She was wildly cheering for herself inside. This statement truly had momentum. She completely regained her face. Lin Ke stared at Zhuge Duo with a blank expression, his gaze fixating on her chest. This custom Lolita should have a fullness effect, but just now colliding with him caused the false prosperity of the Lolita to completely disappear. From rounded protrusions to irregular caves. Yes, Lin Ke, at such a young age, had never seen a sunken mountain. No, it should be a sunken lowland. Noticing Lin Ke's gaze, Zhuge Duo put her hands on her hips and looked down. Click. That was the sound of a heart shattering into pieces. Her already flushed face suddenly turned dark, her eyes vacant as if she had lost her soul. Hey, your head is smoking. Lin Ke's words completely pierced through Zhuge Duo's sense of shame, her voice trembled as she stiffly turned. So embarrassing, boo-hoo, I want to go home. It's ruined, all ruined. Clearly practiced so many times, yet she chose the most ridiculous way, she just wanted to escape this place and then blow up the whole world. A pair of hands suddenly landed on her shoulders, Zhuge Duo immediately raised her leg to run. Her snow-white thighs almost spun like wheels, yet she still stood frozen in place. Then, a warm current brushed by her earlobe, Lin Ke's voice whispered like a demon. You are Zhuge Duo, right? Sigma, degree. I am not, I don't know you, we are not familiar, who is Zhuge Duo? I don't know what you're talking about. In Zhuge Duo's world, there remained only a frozen mind and a tear-soaked blurry world. Lin Ke coldly smiled. Didn't expect, you really dared to come, huh? Goodbye, my purity. Zhuge Duo continued to be struck by blows and demon whispers, her body trembled and she fainted. Fainted? Lin Ke released his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Did he have a natural ability to make girls faint? Was this the second one? Lin Ke, what happened? Bai Shuang heard the noise and walked out in confusion. Who is this? Lin Ke thought for a moment. Senior, you might not believe this, but she is from the evil path. So it's from the evil path. Aren't you surprised? Lin Ke felt somewhat unaccustomed. They've even come to my home. Bai Shuang, is it just her? Bai Shuang picked up Zhuge Duo and said, even if she is truly evil, she's probably just a beginner. Real evildoers kill without blinking. Lin Changsheng heard the noise and came out, and upon seeing the fainted Zhuge Duo, his mind immediately filled with images of Lin Ke being discovered while calling girls. Good for you, Lin Ke. With your dear old dad's films and Bai Shuang's charm, is it not enough? You are still this desperate. She is even dressed like she's cosplaying a popular character. Uncle, it's not good to let her lie here. Should I take her to a room to wait for her to wake up? Bai Shuang asked for advice. Little Shuang, you are so great. Lin Changsheng's eyes filled with tears. Lin Ke couldn't help but speak up. Yes, senior, you are really great. Lin Changsheng, ungrateful child, get up. Lin Ke? What's going on? After the farce, the two still hid the truth from Lin Changsheng. Bai Shuang only explained that this was a junior of hers who accidentally fainted. From Bai Shuang's tone, it sounded so convincing that Lin Ke almost couldn't help but applaud. After carrying her upstairs, Lin Changsheng awkwardly said, Good son, I misunderstood you. Don't worry, I will make it up to you. Seeing Lin Changsheng making funny faces, Lin Ke said, You might as well keep that for the toilet. Lin Ke was still a bit worried and knocked on Bai Shuang's door. Bai Shuang stuck her head out, a light smile on her lips. Lin Ke, I've never seen a human with smoke coming out of their head. Senior, is it really okay for her to be here? It's fine. Bai Shuang didn't care at all. I'm worried she might act improperly toward you. Lin Ke declared, as he knew very well that Zhuge Duo's beast taming ability seemed to be a special illusion type. If she suddenly ambushed Bai Shuang and used that ability. The image was too beautiful, he couldn't dare to imagine. Illusion beasts can trap people in torturous illusions, right? I understand. Bai Shuang nodded but curiously asked, How did you defeat her back then? Lin Ke stated earnestly, with an iron will. Bai Shuang blinked and didn't ask more. She can't leave this room, you go and focus on your competition, good luck. After speaking, Bai Shuang shut the door. Lin Ke understood how terrifying Bai Shuang's strength was, but the beautiful images in his mind made his nose bleed. Damn it, Lin Ke, where is your martial heart? I will explore my way up and down. After clearing his thoughts, Lin Ke went to the beast taming battle room and continued his journey in the provincial competition. Matching. Opponent, Nanyang Vocational College Beast Tamer Academy, Ping. Lin Ke appeared on the stage and found his opponent excitedly sizing him up. At the same time, the number of spectators was continuously refreshing, seeming to pay close attention to his match. The match officially began, and Lin Ke rushed out first, but Ping was even faster than him. Bang! The boy's knee hit the ground heavily. Dad! I want to learn to become strong. Please teach me. The audience, how shameless, calling him dad. Don't you have any youthful vigor left? This is too much, I would at most call him foster father. Damn, he snatched the opportunity, how come I can't get to Hai Xiao Wang? Lin Ke instantly lost his fighting spirit. The situation flipped? Dad, if you don't teach me, I will kneel for a long time. Pdot. His head seemed like a watermelon exploding. Lin Ke retracted his foot and expressionless exited the stage, continuing to match. At the same time, in the Spring Sea, at the Supreme Villa in the Clouds, in the training room, Zhang Tian was sitting cross-legged with a specially made barbell weighing over 1,000 pounds on his shoulder, eyes closed in meditation. Sweat constantly streamed down his chiseled muscles, veins bulging, yet he didn't sway at all. He was not a hedonist, on the contrary, he had never relaxed in physical training. For 3 years in high school and 2 years in the academy, he never got close to women. Women would only slow down his physical growth. Captain, that Gao Zhongwang has logged on. Clang clang. Smack. The barbell and the slap landed simultaneously. The attendant student spat blood and was knocked to the ground. Gao Zhongwang? Does he even deserve to be called a king? Zhang Tian opened his eyes like a beast, directly putting on his helmet. The top 10 priority matching mechanism means my chance of encountering him should be quite high. What I have accomplished cannot be reversed. The ant shaking the sky is overestimating itself, dreaming for so long. Then let me, personally crush it. The first throne can only be mine. P.S. Thanks for urging updates and generously supporting for the love, Mwah. Chapter 64, The Clash of Body Techniques. Lin Ke did not know he had already been targeted. His next opponent seemed to come from the same mold. Participants from low-level academies wanted to kneel upon seeing him. Words like adoptive father, dad, uncle, and ancestor flowed endlessly. I must say, the current vocabulary skills of college students are really poor. The female contestants kept throwing flirtatious glances at Lin Ke, wishing to bury him in their softness. However, Lin Ke had no interest in these painted faces, as he had seen more beautiful scenery. He remained silent, only focusing on smashing his opponents' heads. Indeed, when one becomes powerful, they are surrounded by sycophants. He hardly exerted any effort, and his ranking soared to the provincial list. Second place. Only second to Zhang Tian. Participants from low-level academies are almost gone. Matching in progress. Opponent, high-level academy Imperial Capital Beast Academy Wang Ruping. As soon as he matched with a student from the high-level academy, before Lin Ke could make a move, the opponent spoke with a reluctant expression. I admit defeat. Admit defeat? Lin Ke won without a fight like this. But remember, this kind of victory without a fight is much more straightforward than that certain group of lowly outsiders. He had absolute power, not through tricks or deceit. Another high-level academy. Just as Lin Ke was about to engage, he saw the other person smirk coldly. Just wait, when the captain comes to match with you, you'll know what despair is. Lin Ke vanished in an instant, just as the opponent was about to shout, I admit. Before the words finished, Lin Ke smashed his head. These high-level academy people admit defeat as soon as they come to me, just to increase Zhang Tian's chance of encountering me, right? It seems Zhang Tian can't wait any longer. It's a pity, the outcome will all be the same. Lin Ke directly pressed the button to continue matching. Matching in progress. Opponent. High-level academy Imperial Capital Beast Academy Zhang Tian. First place. When Zhang Tian appeared in the center of the arena, a golden crown symbol floated above his head, while Lin Ke bore a silver crown. One was a top genius from a high-level academy with an unblemished record, and the other was a king confined to hanging status. Finally, we meet. Zhang Tian did not attack immediately but slowly tied his long hair into a bun with a black ribbon. The audience seats refreshed at lightning speed, and the intelligence system began to stir, bringing the audience count in the room to 1,000, 3 times the usual amount. Who do you think will win this match? It must be Zhang Tian. Another added without hesitation, I admit this king from the hanging status has some strength, but he still has a long way to go compared to the true top geniuses of high-level academies. The future belongs to him. But right now, he is definitely no match for Zhang Tian. I'm rooting for the king from hanging status, maybe he can really create a miracle. While the audience buzzed with conversation, Zhang Tian finished tying his hair and smiled brightly. Thank you for waiting for me. Actually, I have always had a question, and I hope you can enlighten me. Lin Ke, what? I am curious, why have you never summoned your companion beast from start to finish? Is it because they are unworthy? Zhang Tian looked more like a girl, perfectly boned but not overly feminine, with an air of elegance instead. My companion beast. Lin Ke thought quietly, if Xiao He descended, this arena wouldn't even be enough for it. So, I'm thinking if you faced me, would you summon your companion beast to battle? Then you wouldn't see it. Lin Ke replied honestly. So arrogant. Zhang Tian finally entered combat mode. The legs are jumping with frequency, crossing and changing back and forth in a very orderly manner. This is a typical style of sanda boxing. He constantly swings his fists at the air. Actually, I also know a bit about martial arts. As soon as he finishes speaking, Zhang Tian's jumping movements suddenly accelerate, and his body turns into a shadow, disappearing. Lin Ke blocks with both hands, and with a loud bang, a huge mark appears on his arm. Zhang Tian has already made his way in and strikes again, his fists like a torrential rain, wildly pounding on Lin Ke's body. His fist winds are fierce, and his techniques are skillful. One can tell he has definitely received professional martial training. The two of them exchange hundreds of punches amidst intertwining shadows and continuous explosions, shocking the audience into continuous applause. I finally see the full strength of Gao Zhongwang. Wow, how fierce. Zhang Tian is not weak either, he always kills his opponents in seconds. I never expected his martial arts to be so terrifying, it requires extremely high physical strength. Rich people are so lucky, I wonder what kind of potion they use to enhance their bodies to this level. Ha, having money is fine, but you need your life to spend it. If you don't train diligently, you can't withstand the impact of the potion at all. Our Imperial Academy students represent the highest level of Hua country. The highest level was defeated by a high school student? At these words, the audience fell into a dead silence. They were truly speechless. Once again, a punch turns into dozens of afterimages. Zhang Tian's smile is madness, his breathing slightly hurried. I need to take back my previous evaluation of you, you really are a bit better than trash. Just now I used 30% of my strength, and now it's 40%. I hope you can let me enjoy myself. After Zhang Tian finishes speaking, he strikes again, his fist winds fierce like a roaring tiger, but Lin Ke still takes every hit, not showing any sign of weakness. Even in a distracted state, he feels exhilarated. Like, it's just too similar, simply identical. He constantly analyzes Zhang Tian's attacking postures and techniques in his heart, discovering that Zhang Tian's attacks are almost exactly the same as those of Senior Sister Bai Shuang in his daily training. He can see Senior Sister Bai Shuang's figure overlapping with Zhang Tian, the only difference is that the senior's strength and speed are countless times faster than Zhang Tian. Has this exam unknowingly turned into an open book test? So every punch she hit me with was the answer? She really was afraid that I would lose. Lin Ke's heart is mixed with feelings, if this battle is not won, it will indeed be hard to end. Zhang Tian, is this the martial arts you pride yourself on? Lin Ke suddenly speaks. What? Zhang Tian retreats, already beginning to sweat, while Lin Ke seems like nothing is wrong. Zhang Tian keenly catches the two words, disappointment, in Lin Ke's eyes. Am I looked down upon? Zhang Tian's pupils tremble, from childhood to now, he has never been looked down upon like this, not even once. Even entering the Imperial Academy, he earned the title of captain of the provincial team with excellent grades. What a glorious resume, how dare this insignificant ant look down on him? Zhang Tian's expression darkens to the extreme, this feeling is worse than being killed. I originally wanted to play with you, but now it seems we should end this match quickly. Zhang Tian's gaze inadvertently looks at the audience and sees a few familiar figures, Ouyang Cheng and others, with their arms crossed, observing the battle. I, Zhang Tian, have an absolute reason not to lose. He lets out a low roar, almost like a beast. His muscles rapidly swell, the trapezius muscles bulge, and the slender neck shortens under the pressure of the muscles, even his head starts to grow larger. The black rope tied on his head snaps, long hair falls down, and fangs begin to grow from the corners of his mouth. At this moment, Zhang Tian looks terrifying like a fierce ghost. Chapter 65, Zhang Tian defeated? A carousel of lights. In the audience area, Ouyang Cheng watches the match with his arms crossed, in a posture of someone in a superior position. President, it should be very easy for Zhang Tian to defeat the opponent, the match should be ending soon. Someone next to him speaks. Is defeating a mere high school student really something to be excited about? President, I was wrong. Ouyang Cheng shot him a cold glance, go back and donate 100 million to the Imperial Academy. If I hear such foolish words from you again, you know the consequences. Yes. As the two spoke, a fierce roar exploded from the sky like a beast. His body had expanded to the size of a small mountain, and the elegant, handsome appearance had completely vanished, replaced by endless bloodlust and wildness. His massive iron fists pounded the air, creating bursts of sonic booms, and in an instant appeared before Lin Ke. Lin Ke raised his hand to block this punch. Bang! 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 The echoes of the collisions repeatedly circled the center of the arena, like the dull sound of a siege cannon's impact. Lin Ke's body didn't budge an inch. The beastified Zhang Tian's heart finally stirred with ripples. This punch, strengthened by his own body, had not caused any damage? This was the beastification he had risked destroying his image for, injecting numerous muscle-enhancing drugs. How could you block it? Lin Ke's physique looked just like an ordinary person, no matter how you looked at it. Such an outcome, Zhang Tian could not accept even in death. Roar! He roared in unwilling anger, withdrew his fist, and smashed out again. The wind howled, and the fist surged like a tsunami. Lin Ke's body finally revealed the shadow of a berserk bull, the five-fold bull strength accurately enveloping his fists, and the two clashed in a circle. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as Zhang Tian's thick, tree-trunk-like arms bent and broke like a pencil lead. Severe pain surged, but Zhang Tian showed no sign of suffering, instead, he fell into silence. Lin Ke's physical strength and intensity were far superior to his. It seems this high school student has reached here not by luck, Ouyang Cheng assessed, his physical power surpasses Zhang Tian. This person is qualified to join the Imperial Academy. The subordinate, who had been humiliated, immediately said, President, what if the other party is just from an ordinary family? Do I need to repeat myself? Ouyang Qing's murderous gaze made the subordinate immediately shut up. 500 million in penalties. If there's a next time, you will be expelled. Thank you, President. The subordinate sighed in relief. The president was too gentle, just fining money. Following such a president was truly a fortune in life. Ouyang Qing shifted his focus back to the arena, saying, how could a high school student capable of condensing such extreme physicality possibly come from a poor family worth merely 100 million? Notify everyone to stop investigating his identity. During the national competition, I will personally inform him of this news. I believe he will be deeply grateful. Long live the president, the Imperial Academy for eternity. Ouyang Qing said nothing more, while Zhang Tian on the arena performed an action that surprised everyone. He grabbed his injured severed arm and forcibly tore it off. His teeth gnawed together, making a hissing sound until the arm fell to the ground, and only then did Zhang Tian take a deep breath and speak. I admit, you have the qualifications to be my opponent. Your strength is indeed greater than mine, but if it comes to physicality, I will not lose to anyone. From the broken wound on Zhang Tian's arm, it surprisingly began to grow again from the muscle fibers, reshaping into an arm before Lin Ku. Did I see that right? Zihan Tian severed his own arm, yet it grew back. What terrifying recovery power is this? This had completely surpassed what an ordinary person could understand. Zihan Tian laughed wildly, eager to see shock or fear in Lin Ku's eyes. But Lin Ku didn't even blink. Is that it? Though it seemed like Zhang Tian's resurrection was like magic, Lin Ku, as a fellow physical practitioner, instantly saw the flaw. Such a rebirth came at a cost. Zhang Tian's aura was weakened somewhat. The heavy rise and fall of Zhang Tian's chest indicated that healing his body came at the price of consuming his own strength, and the amount was immense. You used your spirit beast, didn't you? Lin Ku opened his mouth. Yes. Zhang Tian no longer concealed, you are the first one who made me use my companion beast. A mark appeared on Zhang Tian's neck, extending to his back, with a blood glow revealing a creature resembling a six-legged lizard. Lightning shadows flickered and intertwined around Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian has summoned his companion beast, the blood gecko. It seems the match will end soon. Ouyang Qing stood up, noticing that his attendant was mesmerized next to him. He silently sat back down, coughing in displeasure. The president is wise. I can't believe I feel the match will become intense, truly beneficial. It's good to know. Ouyang Qing revealed a smile like a refined warrior, and waited for the attendant to stand before he gracefully rose. Let's go. No need to watch a match when you already know the result. The two disappeared from their seats. Aside from Zhuge Duo's beast, this was the first time Lin Ku had seen such a strange beast pattern, all originating from high-level academies. It seemed true talents indeed went to high-level academies, while those from medium and below could only scavenge leftovers. It's over. Zhang Tian's body erupted with blood energy like flames, and lightning swept, while his speed increased several times again, with his fist smashing toward Lin Ku's head in the blink of an eye. A fierce and devious punch carrying thunder flashed bloodlight. Lin Ku also retaliated, and the two exchanged punches. Zhang Tian's fist twisted upon impact, but he disregarded everything and continued to swing his fist forward. With my healing power, a mere fracture is nothing. Is that so? Lin Ku decisively raised his leg and slashed toward Zhang Tian's knee, moving so fast it was like a bullet shooting out. Zhang Tian's knee bent and snapped, and he let out a muffled grunt, just a broken leg. Bang! Lin Ku immediately clenched his fist, fully unleashing his brute bull strength, and his cannon-like punch smashed through Zhang Tian's heart. Just a heart, puk. Zhang Tian was spitting blood, his eyes becoming increasingly chaotic. So fast. Too fast. He couldn't even see Lin Ku's attack, let alone defend against it. The fatal heart stab caused Zhang Tian to spout several mouthfuls of thick blood, lying on the brain machine, his body twitching incessantly. The virtual network of the provincial competition recreated 90% of the pain sensation. He wouldn't feel pain for a few seconds after having his heart crushed, as his brain hadn't processed it yet, let alone his muscle brain. But after 30 seconds, Zhang Tian's body was jolted with severe pain as if electrocuted, and in his mind, images of near death began to flash. Zhang Tian, you are so handsome, can you be my boyfriend? Ha, I have cast away my desires, women will only affect my cultivation, get away. Since I was young, I have always been first in everything, even the speed of cutting with a knife, I will always be first. Zhang Tian, you disappoint me. This semester you only spent 10 billion. At this rate, how can I afford it? Next semester, you must spend over 50 billion. Zhang Tian with tears in his eyes, I'm sorry, father, it's my fault. I will make sure to spend more and not let you down again. That's my good son. Come, take another shot. I don't want to lose. I am first. Zhang Tian's pupils kept trembling, and at the moment the flashback ended, his head finally drooped down, losing all sound. But his body was not teleported out of the arena. P.S. Thanks for the updates and small free gifts, thank you all for your rewards. Manhwa. Chapter 66, Direct Confrontation, The Black Armor Domain. Imperial Capital. President. The attendant from the Imperial Academy rushed into the study, running on the red carpet for a full 5 minutes before reaching Ouyang Qing's desk. He was panting, struggling to speak. Zhan Tian. Zhan Tian. What, did the match end? Ouyang Qing slowly put down his book How to Become Poor and stood up nobly. He was a full 30 seconds slower than I expected. No. Zhan Tian. Zhan Tian was beaten into a fool, just a breath away from death. Ouyang Qing's expression was devoid of emotion as he tilted his head, looking at the attendant as if he were a starfish from a cartoon. What I mean is, him, defeated, at that time. Do you understand? Yes, the president is indeed insightful. The attendant continuously wiped his sweat. President, what should we do next? Notify Zhan Tian, he has been expelled. Additionally, send someone to Fuxing, this first place must belong to the Imperial Academy. Since the problem cannot be solved, then let's solve the problem itself. Understood. Wait, stop. Ouyang Qing suddenly thought of something. Did you see Zhan Tian fail with your own eyes, and then was teleported out of the arena? I didn't have time to ask. Useless. What good are you? The attendant understood and raised his butt. Ouyang Qing kicked him out. Zhan Tian still has hidden cards he hasn't used, go find out the news. I don't believe a mere high school student can defeat him so easily. At the arena where Lin Ke faced Zhan Tian, the audience was silent. Zhan Tian had clearly lost all signs of life, yet he was not teleported out of the arena. He knelt on the ground, blood flowing profusely from his chest. Is this a bug? Zhan Tian should be dead. Is this how the nation's top fighters compete? Idiot, be quiet, if Lord Zhu hears this, it won't be good. He can be petty. Lin Ke did not leave the arena, he did not approach Zhan Tian. He always remembered that Zhan Tian had 2 companion beasts. Now, there was only the blood wall lizard tattoo, and the other beast had yet to appear. So this strange phenomenon was very likely due to the second companion beast causing mischief. If he approached Zhan Tian recklessly now, he could easily fall into a trap. At this moment, Zhan Tian, kneeling and silent, suddenly let out a crack sound from his head, like an old machine grinding itself. His legs stood up at a twisted angle, and his whole being seemed to have walked through hell, transforming into a zombie. Look! Zhan Tian didn't die. The audience erupted instantly, everyone's attention focused on Zhan Tian. Golden Tiger Spirit. Lin Ke's hands transformed into claws, tearing through the void. The Golden Tiger Spirit rapidly released invisible blades of air. He would not give Zhan Tian a chance to react. The invisible blade cut through Zhan Tian's legs. Just as he stood up, Lin Ke severed both his legs, causing him to fall back to the ground. Almost at the moment of touching the ground, Zhan Tian's severed legs quickly reformed, and the wound on his heart began to heal rapidly. In just a few seconds, his injuries were fully healed. His long black hair seemed drained of its color, turning from black to white, gradually fading away. Just as Zhan Tian climbed up from the ground, the blade of the Golden Tiger Spirit came attacking. He evaded Lin Ke's pursuit, becoming an afterimage. His speed increased so fast? Lin Ke's eyes turned to an open space, and in the next moment, Zhan Tian's body appeared there. Draped in silver-white hair, the exaggerated muscles had completely disappeared, returning to his original form, but now he appeared even more horrifying. Crack, crack, crack. Zhan Tian twisted his neck, and after a crisp sound, he spoke. I initially thought I'd easily crush you using the blood wall lizard's healing and physical strength. Now it seems, I was careless. This move, I originally intended to use at the national competition. Using it here, you can be proud. Some things, once they are born without them, can never be possessed again. Zhan Tian's skin began to seep black sludge from his pores, continually expanding and completely invading his body. The sludge kept expanding, mimicking the structure of human muscles. Standing at 1 meter 8, he grew to about 3 to 5 meters tall, as the black sludge solidified into hard black armor. His long arms elongated into 2 black sword blades, and his legs did the same. The sword blades pierced into the arena. Zhan Tian's appearance completely changed, resembling an alien creature from outer space. This is my second companion beast, the black-armed mantis's gene fusion. It has long since become one with my body, with a compatibility rate of 97%. The beast is me, I am the beast. I ride the beast. Zhan Tian's display caught the attention of the audience, leading them into intense discussions about the competitors. Can he really merge with a strange beast? Isn't this ability exclusive to the special and phantom beast systems? How did Zhan Tian achieve this? You don't understand, Zhan Tian comes from a wealthy family, with great financial power. Children from such families are injected with biological gene agents at birth, and if they don't match, the family will spend heavily to customize an S-class beast for them. But if a match is achieved, they will merge with their beast, unleashing combat strength far beyond that of regular beast masters. The connection of the mind is no match for wielding the sword personally. Gene modification and fusion are the true survival of the fittest. This is beyond my understanding of beast masters. A common beast master who had honed his physical body for many years shed tears, as if the world was collapsing around him. The physical advantages I trained so hard for have been easily surpassed by them through genes. This world is too unfair. Many in the audience felt sorry for Lin Ko, as his strength originally had the potential to contend for first place. But Zhang Tian now revealed his biggest trump card, the gene fusion of dual companion beasts, completely cutting off Lin Ko's chance of winning. No matter what, Gao Zhongwang is still the number one in my heart. Haha, the common beast master is just daydreaming. Does he think he can be number one? Our captain is the true number one, that Gao Zhongwang is just a clown. In front of absolute power and wealth, everything else is just clouds. Let me end this farce. Zhang Tian's voice was hoarse, his legs pierced the ring, transforming into a black streak of light that disappeared from the spot, his speed now 10 times faster than before. In the eyes of the audience, they could no longer capture Zhang Tian's presence. What terrifying explosive speed, is this the horror of man-beast unity? The audience erupted instantly. Lin Ke's pupils continuously captured Zhang Tian's figure. At a void spot, he slowly raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck at the emptiness. Clang! 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 Sparks flew. Lin Ke's fist landed squarely on Zhang Tian's dual blades. You can see me. Zhang Tian's incredulous voice echoed across the platform. Of course I can see you, Lin Ke replied with a light laugh, bouncing around the stage like a cockroach. It's quite annoying. Is this the speed you pride yourself on? It's still not enough to see. As soon as his words fell, Lin Ke completely vanished before Zhang Tian, not leaving even an afterimage. Chapter 67, Complete Domination, Claiming the Head Champion. Gao Zhongwang has vanished too. Why do I feel his speed is even faster than Zhang Tian's? Impossible, it must be an illusion. Regarding the audience's chatter, Zhang Tian was too preoccupied, he couldn't perceive Lin Ke's existence at all, hearing the howling wind brush past his ears, only to suddenly appear in the other ear. Waves of chilling wind continued to stimulate his bottom line. This was one of Lin Ke's trump cards, agility. His greatest strength wasn't just in power and physical healing but also perfectly inherited the terrifying enhancements from the agility attribute of Xiao He. He had only shown this trump card to Bai Shuang once. Since then, Bai Shuang had told him to hide his trump card, participating in battles with less than 10 times that speed, and not to reveal it easily unless absolutely necessary. An agile speed like a ghost would deliver the most painful blow to his enemies. Damn! Come out! Zhang Tian was consumed by rage, displaying his prized trump card to eliminate Lin Ke, but before he could show off, Lin Ke taught him a lesson in reality. Whether it was speed, strength, insight, or perception, he was completely crushed by Lin Ke. It was like a dream. To achieve gene fusion, he had become this form, but Lin Ke still retained human traits, so why could he unleash such terrifying speed? Zhang Tian was utterly maddened. Endlessly wield the black blade. He wanted to use this method to block Lin Ke's movements. No matter how fast you are, so what? My defense has become stronger. If you can't hurt me, you won't end the match. The moment the fierce wind in his ears disappeared, Zhang Tian felt a massive force hit his chest. Lin Ke appeared in front of him, punching right where his heart was, yet it did not break the black armor. Ha! You can't hurt me. Zhang Tian was about to stab with the black blade, but Lin Ke disappeared again from the spot. Faced with such teasing, Zhang Tian was frantic with rage. You pest! You are the real pest. Just a pest that can only dodge. Zhang Tian continuously insulted Lin Ke with words, hoping to force him to show himself. Come out and fight me head-on. Don't you love physical combat? I'm right here waiting for you. There is no chance of winning. Someone in the audience couldn't help but speak up. Is Zhang Tian even human in this state? If the opponent shows up, he will surely be killed in an instant. Zhang Tian is right, so what if he's fast? He can't break through that defense at all. An assassin facing a meat shield, utterly helpless. What if your knife hits critically? It can't break the defense. Online, many people posted about this live melee, once again stirring up massive excitement. Compared to traditional beast fighting battles, the two engaging in close combat was far more novel and thrilling. The heat of this match instantly shot to the top of the Tianjia battle popularity list, firmly surpassing the second-placed imperial capital Tianjia battle. Come on. Face me. Seeing Lin Ke's attacks were ineffective, Zhang Tian laughed wildly. I don't believe your stamina is limitless. I can just waste a day with you. In Zhang Tian's view, no matter how fast Lin Ke was, he would eventually run out of energy. The final winner of the match would still be him. The outcome would definitely not change. Just a matter of time. Lin Ke reappeared right in front of Zhang Tian, delivering a punch to the abdomen of the black armor. This time, Zhang Tian quickly chose to block all of Lin Ke's retreat routes, and the black blade surged from behind. Haha, got you, now let's see how you escape. Who said I intended to escape? Lin Ke ignored the blades surrounding him from behind and began to launch a frenzied attack on Zhang Tian's chest armor. Bang! 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 Each punch resounded like a drum. Lin Ke's fist shadows were incredibly fast, completely disregarding Zhang Tian's blades behind him. Put! The black blade pierced through Lin Ke's body, stabbing into him from behind. It's over. Zhang Tian let out a roar of relief, thinking this was a certain victory, yet it turned out to be dragging on for so long, even forcing out all of his trump cards. I am the first. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tian continued to laugh wildly but was waiting endlessly for the win victory reminder. Bang! 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 Hurt badly, Lin Ke's speed did not diminish, instead, he kept attacking, and his strength was gradually increasing. It can't be. Why? You're not dead. Although the battle was virtual, the damage suffered could make the body feel 90% of the pain. The repeated injuries had triggered Zhang Tian's nerves. He couldn't believe Lin Ke could withstand the pain of a pierced heart. Let's see how long you can hold on. Zhang Tian constantly stabbed Lin Ke's body with the black blade, blood flowing everywhere. Even though Lin Ke had turned into a bloody mess, his fists still did not stop. Bang! 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 One hit after another, each punch's force kept increasing, and Zhang Tian was completely panicked. The destruction and pain coming from the black armor were telling him that this special alloy-like armor was about to crumble. Why? Why? Zhang Tian removed the black armor mask and redistributed the armor that had filled his head to protect his heart. This was a desperate move. If he didn't do this, the armor on his heart would be shattered in 10 seconds. I have to end the battle in 10 seconds. Zhang Tian was completely mad. The double-edged blade kept cutting and piercing into Lin Ke's body, wanting nothing more than to utterly shatter his flesh. Yet no matter how much he damaged Lin Ke's body, he could not disrupt Lin Ke's rhythm of attack. Only 5 seconds remain. Die for me. Zhang Tian's eyes were blood-red. Finally the horizontal blade slid towards Lin Ke's neck. After I cut off your head, I don't believe you won't die. The black blade, exuding a chilling cold, swung towards Lin Ke's neck. Lin Ke did not dodge at all, his gaze was fixed on the ever-sinking black armor of Zhang Tian's chest. At this moment, it seemed that even the end of the world could not disturb him. Break! Just 2 centimeters from his neck, Lin Ke's punch finally pierced through the black armor. The golden tiger's energetic flow infused in his fist completely entered Zhang Tian's exposed skin. From the heart, it surged through Zhang Tian's entire body. Roar! The tiger's roar swept across the battlefield. Zhang Tian's body was instantly struck by the energy blade of the golden tiger's roar. His flesh could not withstand the chaotic and damaging impact within his body. The black armor on his body crumbled, scattering everywhere. Thick blood flowed continuously from his mouth, eyes, and ears. He stared wide-eyed, wanting to speak, but had lost all strength. Win! When the label symbolizing victory appeared, Lin Ke, already covered in wounds and still bleeding, raised his arm and let out a beast-like roar. We won! Zhang Tian's body vanished from the arena, while the audience in the stands remained silent for dozens of seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. P.S. Before the New Year's Eve dinner, I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Thank you to the readers for your encouragement and support recently. Have a Happy New Year, and may the New Year bring you great wealth. Chapter 68, Right in the Evil Ground. Gao Zhangwang. Gao Zhangwang. Gao Zhangwang. The first ranking of the high-level academies has been broken in Fucheng. What a disgrace. I must go in person to watch Gao Zhangwang compete in the national competition. He is simply my idol. How terrifying would he be after entering a top-level academy? This is the most exciting and thrilling match I have ever seen. Less than 10 minutes after the match ended, the top 10 trending searches on the forum were all occupied by Lin Ke's match, discussing the match process and speculating on Lin Ke's identity. Some said that the name of Quanhai High School might just be a gimmick. He was very likely a talent from a certain top academy, otherwise, how could he possess such powerful dominance? Others speculated that Lin Ke might not even be human, he could come from a den of demons. They had never seen such a terrifying high school student. He completely exceeded their understanding. Regardless of the outcome, Lin Ke's battle earned him all the attention. Taking off his helmet, Lin Ke was exceptionally calm. It's a pity Zhang Tian was still too weak to fully activate my body's healing mechanism. Lin Ke felt a bit disappointed. During the battle with Zhang Tian, he discovered a strange energy continuously pulling at him. That magical feeling seemed to come from the Holy Dragon of Light. He had experienced this odd feeling before when battling the flying centipede. However, at that time, Lin Ke's perception was not strong enough to capture more details. It seems that to form a connection with the Holy Dragon of Light, I need to try harder. In this battle with Zhang Tian, Lin Ke used about 70% of his power, and his agility and strength were not fully unleashed. Originally, he wanted to seek an opportunity in the fight. Unfortunately, Zhang Tian couldn't keep up with his frequency. It seems the truly powerful talents can only be found at the national competition site. After a simple summary, Lin Ke left the battle room. He had not forgotten that there was still someone from the evil path living at home. Lin Ke, you're back? Bai Shuang happened to walk out of her room. How was the match? I came in first. Lin Ke expressed his gratitude. Thank you, senior, for helping me complete the open book exam. Even if it's an open book, it is still the result of your own effort. Bai Shuang smiled gently. The venue for the future national competition will no longer be a virtual combat room. You will compete in front of all the outstanding talents. Are you nervous? I'm looking forward to it. Lin Ke was looking forward not only to the upcoming competition but also to the rare holiday. Next, he has at least about a month of time that he can freely allocate. He can fully immerse himself in the Black Sea to train. I can't even imagine how strong I can become. By the way, senior sister, has Zhuge Duo woken up? She has woken up, but I knocked her out again. Bai Shuang said casually, I specially waited for you to finish the competition before waking her up, so you wouldn't be distracted. Lin Ke thought for a moment and asked, so what should we do with her next? The evil path should be quite dangerous, right? In Lin Ke's heart, he always had a kind of vigilance towards the evil path. We can handle it ourselves. Bai Shuang clearly had experience in dealing with such matters. She said with ease, don't worry, I guarantee she won't have any evil thoughts when she faces you again. Do we need to call the police? The evil path can't be managed. After all, the evil path still has the identity of a beast master, plus she is a student from the imperial capital's Divine Beast Academy. She is a top genius and will be protected. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke fell silent. It seems that the evil path is not as universally condemned as one might think. On the contrary, because the other party is a genius, they even enjoy the privilege of protection? Does that mean the evil path can do some outrageous things and still not be punished? Just as Bai Shuang said, even though the evil path acts cruelly, their ultimate goal is also to eliminate the demon lair. The general direction is correct. Some high-ranking beast masters have even supported a few of the evil path's actions. After all, casualties in battles against demon lairs are necessary. Wars don't happen without bloodshed. Of course, this does not include those whose mentalities are twisted and malicious in the evil path. Senior sister, you seem to understand the evil path very well? It's okay. Bai Shuang did not explain too much, only asked back, do you want to talk to her? Lin Ke was speechless. He couldn't even believe how miserable Zhuge Duo had it in his mind. At least she wouldn't dare to use her prideful illusion technique on him. Since she came to us, let's have a chat. I think the same. Bai Shuang led Lin Ke into the room. This room was unoccupied before Bai Shuang came. She tidied it up very neatly, and Lin Ke could smell a faint fragrance in the air. It wasn't a shower gel scent, it felt more like the body fragrance that Bai Shuang naturally carried. Wake up. Bai Shuang patted Zhuge Duo's cheek. Zhuge Duo's face flushed red, and she murmured softly, as if she was experiencing a nightmare. Yes, there was Lin Ke in her dream, as if a nightmare continuously occupying her. Lin Ke listened to the unbearable sounds and raised his hand in self-defense. Senior sister, I didn't do anything. I didn't say you did. Bai Shuang rolled her eyes at Lin Ke, gently pinching Zhuge Duo's pressure point. Zhuge Duo's expression showed pain, and she finally opened her eyes. After gasping for breath with her back soaking wet, when she regained clarity and saw her surroundings, she immediately clutched the blanket and wrapped herself completely. Lin Ke, you hurt me. Zhuge Duo cried out loudly, like a little girl weeping. Lin Ke felt utterly helpless. Are you thinking too much? I didn't do anything to you. It's you. It's you. You bullied me, woo woo woo. Zhuge Duo's big tears kept dripping, filled with grievances. She felt that she had been tormented by Lin Ke all night in her dream. Though it was a dream, at this moment, she felt her back aching, as if her body had been hollowed out. I don't care, anyway, you've already claimed this young lady, so you must join the evil path, or else I'll die for you. Do whatever you want. Lin Ke couldn't care less about Zhuge Duo's unreasonable outburst. Anyone who didn't know would think he had done something to her. Bai Shuang spoke up, are you the one from the evil path? Only then did Zhuge Duo realize that besides Lin Ke, there is another person in the room. And this person looks a bit familiar. Her heart was in chaos, unclear as she said, the evil way is just the evil way, what's the difference? After all, it's all about eliminating the demon lair and stepping on those arrogant wealthy people. Lin Ke, please be sure to join us. Lin Ke was confused, stepping on wealthy people? Aren't you also a wealthy person? Juga Duo replied with righteous indignation, yes, I also hate myself. I believe I should stand with the common people. Wealthy people are the worst, the richer they are, the more despicable. This world has been messed up by them. Why can't the talents from ordinary families get into higher education? Is it just because of money? Given the same resources, those talented commoners wouldn't be much worse than those young masters. Our evil way aims to cure this behavior and bring fairness back to the world. Lin Ke silently looked towards Bai Shuang. Is this evil way really so just? Chapter 69 Judgment. If this is what the evil way is about, then it sounds pretty good. Lin Ke always felt that it wasn't that simple. I hate that I'm a wealthy person. Juga Duo said very seriously, but I don't bully men and dominate women like those self-proclaimed upper-class guys. Juga Duo had felt empty since she was young, everything followed her father and family's path, attending a noble elementary school, high school, and finally entering a prestigious university. The friends around her, the social circle, were all from the upper class, and the ideas drilled into her always said that only the upper class deserved to live, while commoners didn't even qualify to be beast masters. They had a more fitting term for commoners, cattle and horses. Juga Duo originally thought this way, it was impossible to maintain purity in the dye vat. The change began when she met a comrade who called themselves the Evil Way, a partner from the common people. Initially, Juga Duo resisted it strongly, even feeling disgusted. She felt that commoners were dirty, undeserving, and even foolish. But driven by curiosity, Juga Duo chatted online with this so-called commoner Evil Way for a few years. Her worldview gradually began to change. Juga Duo doubted that this commoner Evil Way might be misleading her, as it conflicted with the ideas she had been exposed to since childhood. One day, she left the Juga family, left the familiar imperial capital, and went to a relatively ordinary city, an ordinary high school. The students yearned to become beast masters, dreaming of fighting for humanity, and the innocence and kindness on their faces were definitely not pretentious. Juga Duo collapsed. Her worldview shattered. From her high position, she fell to the mortal realm, only to discover that the dirtiness and ugliness that the upper class painted seemed to carry more of the warmth of humanity. So, she joined the Evil Way without hesitation, even though she had never met any members of the organization in reality, they were always recruiting for the Evil Way. Though Juga Duo had never successfully recruited anyone over the years, she always believed that as long as she persisted, there would eventually be those who understood them. So, Lin Ke, you should join us. Juga Duo's fearful and evasive gaze was exceptionally resolute as she said, with your strength and talent, you will definitely become very strong in the future, so those wealthy people can see that commoner talents are not inferior to them. Are you serious? Lin Ke looked at Juga Duo in surprise. This was completely different from the Evil Way he had imagined. How did you make the demon lair upgrade? What's the purpose of doing this? It can't just be for the common people, right? Lin Ke quickly spotted the blind spot. Despite Juga Duo's grand claims, she couldn't refute this point. What upgrading the demon lair? Juga Duo had no idea, curiously asking, the demon lair can still be upgraded? Her words made Bai Shuang frown as well. Haven't you seen me in the demon lair before? Lin Ke said in a deep voice, aren't you the one who upgraded the demon cave? What are you talking about? Juga Duo shook her head, I used my companion beast to enter the demon cave, looking for partners, and then I saw you. Bai Shuang, she's not lying. So, the one who upgraded the demon cave isn't Juga Duo? Juga Duo blinked her big eyes, completely not understanding what the two were talking about. Senior, if it wasn't her, then there must be another person involved? Yes, there should be other evil paths. Lin Ke curiously asked, isn't the evil path an organization? Of course not, Bai Shuang smiled and explained, I want to become part of the evil path, I bring you along, and we can resist the upper class, that can also be called the evil path. The real evil path has several important branches, the one Juga Duo joined is probably the civilian faction, which is the least harmful type. The truly terrifying one is a faction made up of madmen, called the Judgment. Judgment? Lin Ke heard the name of the evil path for the first time, from the name, it doesn't sound like an evil path? Bai Shuang patiently said, then do I look like a bad person? Lin Ke felt there was some truth to it, judging an organization's righteousness or wrongness by its name was the most ignorant behavior. Judgment, the future of the world, determined by judgment, lives, determined by judgment, justice, determined by judgment, everything judged. Such a domineering doctrine. Lin Ke couldn't help but wonder why Senior knew so much. You can't ignore me. Juga Duo got anxious, Lin Ke, if you don't give me a clear answer today, I'll die in your house. That would be easy. Lin Ke's eyes flashed with a cold light, lifting Juga Duo by her collar like picking up a little chick, and went to the window to throw her out. 18th floor, enough for you to reincarnate. In your next life, you can be an ordinary citizen, no need to thank me. You. Juga Duo rolled her eyes and fainted again. Her mind was filled with Lin Keqi's evil smile. Lin Keqi, stop scaring her. Bai Shuang placed Zhuge Duo back on the bed and said, if the world was filled with such rich kids, maybe judgment wouldn't even exist. Through this battle of elites, Lin Keqi distinctly felt the ample malice from the elites of high institutions toward the low institutions. They consider themselves superior, completely dismissing ordinary beast masters. Don't talk about high-end institutions, even a top student from an ordinary school, Lu Chang from Quanhai No. 1 High School, already looked like this, let alone others. Senior, how long do we have to keep her? I'll handle her tomorrow. Bai Shuang took the initiative. Alright, you must be tired from participating in the provincial competition, you should go rest early. I'm not tired. After chatting with Bai Shuang for a while, Lin Keqi returned to the command room alone. The time was exactly midnight. Lin Keqi dialed Xian Xinghe's phone. Are you still human? Xian Xinghe sounded sleepy on the other end. Training now? Is that a problem? Should I switch mentors? I'll be there soon. After hanging up, Lin Keqi began to sit cross-legged and rest, planning to start breaking through to the 6th level of the Barbarian Bull skill. This battle helped Lin Keqi gain new understanding of his martial arts. Once the Barbarian Bull skill breaks through to the 6th level, Lin Keqi could potentially have the strength of 10,000 pounds, which for him was just a beginning. He already started envisioning his training plan for the coming months in his mind. Body technique, Barbarian Bull skill, G technique, Golden Tiger skill, etc. He planned to continue training until hitting a bottleneck period before entering the Black Sea to close himself off. This time, he wanted to try to eliminate the label of the young phase of the Abysmal Shadow Dragon. This was the most important improvement. If possible, he planned to seek the remnants of the Qi Void Xuanwu's soul. After establishing his training plan, Lin Keqi proceeded in an orderly manner. Chapter 70, Is Your Knee Hard? The explosion begins. Barbarian Bull skill, 6th level. The next morning, after training all night, Xian Xinghe was fully awake. Lin Ke successfully broke into the 6th level of the Bull Strength realm after a night of battles and insights. What a monster! Xian Xinghe, after decades of effort, barely entered this realm, yet Lin Ke managed to comprehend it. He could only envy, not resent. Lin Ke's intensive training method was something he simply couldn't imitate. No matter in reality or in the virtual world, he was far too harsh on himself. Xian Xinghe had once thought that if he trained like Lin Ke did back then, he would probably have ended up in a wheelchair much earlier. Lin Ke's training method was simply not something an ordinary person could follow. He even worried that Lin Ke might be left with hidden ailments. Teacher, what are the requirements for reaching the 7th level of Bull Strength? This matter cannot be rushed. Xian Xinghe earnestly advised, you entering the 6th level at your age is already rare. I suggest you wait until your physical strength reaches around 7,000 pounds before trying to cultivate. If you do this, combined with the 7th level of Bull Strength, you might be able to challenge 10,000 pounds. Xian Xinghe pondered, by then, I won't have much to teach you. Xian Xinghe had once, filled with youthful ambition, failed to break into the 8th level, suffering a lifelong disability. He later realized it was not bull strength that was lacking, but rather human physical strength could not withstand such torture. After the 7th level, you can try to cultivate other techniques. I will consider it. Lin Ke understood that his body was different from ordinary people. He would reach the 8th and 9th levels sooner or later. Then I will head back first. After Xian Xinghe left with complex feelings, Lin Ke took a shower and went downstairs, only to find Lin Changsheng and Bai Shuang watching TV, with Zhuge Duo also present. This family always had someone appearing out of nowhere. Lin Ke had long since gotten used to it. The old owner of the Zheng family was actually killed, and right in his own study. This is big news. Lin Changsheng could not help but exclaim, now, even the rich are pretty dangerous. Zheng family? Lin Ke moved closer to them, watching the news report that briefly announced the death without much elaboration. This was a family he had harbored murderous intent towards, and now it had mysteriously perished? Have they caught the murderer? Lin Ke curiously asked. I heard they are still in the investigation. Bai Shuang responded, they should be able to catch them soon. Zhuge Duo, hugging a pillow, didn't care about the content on the TV, always wary of Lin Ke beside her. Since coming here, she had been having nightmares, as if afflicted by a nightmare itself. Damn Lin Ke, when I master beast taming, I will definitely let you experience what it means to have weak legs. Just as Zhuge Duo silently swore in her heart, Lin Ke received a call from his homeroom teacher, Chen Wei. Old teacher? Is this Lin Ke? Chen Wei eventually called. The news of Quanhai No. 1 successfully winning the provincial competition had gone viral in the entire city, and Principal Xiao's phone was almost overwhelmed with calls. Left with no choice, Chen Wei came to ask Lin Ke about it. It's me. I remember your family lives on Pingyang Road. I happened to pass by today and heard you moved? Though Chen Wei spoke subtly, Lin Ke could hear the implication in his words. We moved to Jinhai Daiyuan. Oh, Jin Hai Daiyuan huh? Chen Wei nodded, then I have a chance, where? Chen Wei fell silent for a long time on the other end of the call. In his impression, Lin Ku had always been from an ordinary family, outstanding in studies yet polite and kind. Because of his ordinary background, he would attend regular classes, otherwise, he would have entered the elite class long ago. Jin Hai Daiyuan was the top-tier real estate in Quan Hai, with a total price exceeding 100 million. Chen Wei thought he must have heard wrong. Is it Golden, Ocean, Emperor, Garden? That's right, Lin Ku smiled. Is teacher planning to come for a long-lost home visit? Once Chen Wei found out Lin Ku's residence, his heart began to retreat. That kind of neighborhood, he would never dare to pass through in 8 lifetimes. Even looking up felt like overstepping his bounds. Lin Ku has moved into the Golden Sea Imperial Garden, doesn't that mean? Chen Wei silently muttered to himself, diving straight into the topic. Lin Ku, do you know about the National Talents Competition? I know. I participated too. Then what's your ranking? Provincial competition, currently first place. At that moment, upon hearing the news, Chen Wei felt an electric shock run through him, almost collapsing to the ground. First. It really is Lin Ku. Chen Wei suppressed his excitement, just about to congratulate him, but struggled to find the right words, finally blurting out, "That's great, very good, Lin Ku. Keep it up. I look forward to seeing you shine at the national competition. I will go there with the principal to cheer for you. I am proud of you." Chen Wei hurriedly hung up the phone, his heart transforming from complexity to sweetness in just a few seconds. Perhaps this is the meaning of teaching. Seeing one's own student shine brightly makes the teacher bask in the glory too. Who said ordinary classes can't produce dragons? My class, Chen Wei's class, has produced a dragon. Who said my Quan Hai No. 1 high school is just a small coastal city, only fit to be cannon fodder? Now our school has produced a true dragon. Principal Xia excitedly paced back and forth in his office. Upon hearing the news Chen Wei brought back, he immediately straightened his back. In the past few days, he received countless phone calls, some congratulatory, some threatening, and more were probing. Deputy principals from the Magic City, the imperial capital, various prestigious institutions called personally asking for students, their attitudes nearly as if they were his own fathers. Today, Principal Xia felt proud, wanting to roar, "Who else? Principal, we should keep this news about Lin Ku a secret, right?" Of course. Principal Xia sat back in his office chair and after pondering said, "Lin Ku's excellence is certainly related to our cultivation at No. 1 high school, but we also can't interfere with his choices. No matter if he chooses a prestigious institution or the military, we must respect and fully support him. But the pressure from the prestigious institutions. Damn it." Principal Xia took out his phone and dialed a number. "Old LV, it's Xiao Xia. It's been a while since I've sought your advice from Quan Hai University. I wonder if you're free today?" The voice on the other end was extremely authoritative, as if nothing could shake his calm mind. "Xiao Xia, your Quan Hai No. 1 high school has been quite lively recently. What, planning to draw water for trouble? Old LV, how can you say that? I'm just seeking your advice. I've been nearly overwhelmed lately. I've heard that you are very experienced, and I hope to learn a thing or two." Principal LV took a long time to speak. "Is your knee hard? P.S. The explosive updates have begun. Today 5 chapters are updated. No more care. I know most places update 2 chapters, I'm about to start getting competitive. Don't worry, keep following the updates. Chapter 71, Intent to Kill. Knee? What does this mean?" Principal Xia momentarily didn't react, curiously asking, "Old LV, are you telling me to stand tall, firmly unafraid of power, regardless of how others oppress me? I'll laugh into the sky with my sword, keeping my heart and guts unwavering? I mean, if kneeling is necessary, then kneel." Principal LV replied, "I'm not referring to those prestigious institutions, but to our own education bureau in Fu Province. They are the protectors of our local schools. Don't forget, the director also came from a mid-tier institution and understands the struggles of us grassroots educators better." Principal Xia quickly realized, "You mean to say, I should go cry to the director? Old LV, wouldn't that be a bit undignified? Humph. Maintaining small virtues while losing great righteousness." Principal LV's voice was powerful, questioning like a ruler. "Xiao Xia, do you think anyone is worth me kneeling to?" The call ended. Principal Xia was thunderstruck, remaining in silence for a long time. Principal LV Pengfei of Quan Hai Academy has always been a legend in the education circle of Fu Province. Years ago, when the top institutions nationwide vied for the top scholar, Bai Shuang, he managed to keep Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang was also the one and only, joining Quan Hai Academy as a leading figure among the talents. From that moment on, LV Pengfei rose to fame, becoming the beloved white moonlight in the hearts of all the academy principals in Quan Hai. "I have realized. Principal Xia was extremely excited. Damn it, if those guys from the higher institutions dare to threaten me again, I will show them my power. As soon as he finished speaking, the phone rang. Is this Xia Deju? I am the principal of the Imperial Capital Beast Academy. Xian Yuan Invincible. In the past, Principal Xia would have been scared and his legs would have gone weak, but now he was different. Oh, it's Principal Xian Yuan, what can I do for you? You already know. Give me the information of that genius from your school. With his strength, joining our Imperial Capital Beast Academy is more than enough, understand? Not really. Principal Xia said with a smile, the children should have the right to choose that school, although I am the principal, I cannot intervene much, don't you think, Principal Xian Yuan? Do you know what you are saying? Xian Yuan Invincible became increasingly impatient. Are you trying to make me come personally to ask for someone? Do whatever you want. Principal Xia sneered and hung up the phone first. Chenwei, how did I perform just now? Principal Xia confidently asked. Principal, do you have a terminal illness and not long to live? Chenwei was sweating profusely. That was the principal of the Imperial Capital Beast Academy, a legendary beast master. Old Lu was right, how dare that mere Imperial Capital Beast Academy bully us, I am going to the Education Bureau. At Jin Hai Imperial Garden, in Lin Ku's home. Bai Shuang brought Lin Ku to the training room, while Zhuge Duo secretly watched at the door. Lin Ku, do you really want to quickly understand killing intent? Yes. Lin Ku asked, Senior sister, if I were to go to the national competition with my current strength, what rank could I possibly reach? 64th, around the 32 strongest. Bai Shuang analyzed. Only 32 strong? Lin Ku had an estimate of his own abilities. The overall strength in his province was not as good as the top talents from other provinces in Huagua. If we talk about the best, Bai Shuang was indeed on a different level, but overall quality, the magic capital and the imperial capital as well as the rising Sujiang province in recent years were the real gathering of talents. But it is the 32 strongest in the country. Bai Shuang reminded, if you understand killing intent, there is indeed hope for further progress. I understand. Lin Ke sat cross-legged. Actually, under the training of Xian Xinghe recently, I have been able to touch upon some thresholds, but I just can't cross the last step. Why is that? You need an opportunity. Lin Ke wanted to ask if this opportunity was to kill, but felt it might be too abrupt, so he remained silent. Lin Ke, have you ever experienced death? Bai Shuang suddenly asked. I guess I have. I mean real death. Then no, I haven't. Bai Shuang walked aside, drew her battle knife, and pointed it at Lin Ke. I can help you experience it, maybe it will help you enter the realm of killing intent. But this is no different from pulling seedlings to help them grow, it could make you lose control. You need to think it through? After hesitating and thinking, Lin Ke nodded, I want to give it a try. Then let's start. Bai Shuang's eyes turned blood red, her killing intent concentrated as she charged forward with the battle knife, unleashing her full power. Zhuge Duo beside her didn't dare to speak. This person has the potential for evil. She watched Bai Shuang constantly attacking Lin Ke, each blow deadly and bloody, giving Lin Ke no chance to breathe. After a few rounds, Lin Ke was covered in wounds, blood flowing profusely, a mess. Zhuge Duo immediately changed her thoughts, no, this person is evil. So harsh. Lin Ke was like a rookie in her hands. But why does she seem a bit familiar? Zhuge Duo thought to herself, she always felt she had seen Bai Shuang somewhere. This was definitely not an illusion. Bai Shuang carried out her actions without giving Lin Ke any breathing space. Even if Lin Ke's physical strength was strong and healing ability terrifying, he could not resist Bai Shuang's relentless attacks like a raging storm. He continued to use the bull force to defend, but his physical wounds kept increasing. Lin Ke did not beg for mercy, he continued to grit his teeth and persevere. As if the injuries on his body were insignificant to him. Senior sister, no need to hold back. Are you sure? Just as Bai Shuang was feeling a bit sorry and slowing her attack, Lin Ke spoke again, I can still take it. Zhuge Duo covered her eyes, not daring to look, as Lin Ke had long since turned into a bloodied figure. Crazy, everyone is crazy. Bai Shuang knew the healing ability of Lin Ke's body, she truly had held back. Now that Lin Ke had spoken up, she would no longer reserve herself. Her figure vanished in an instant, and the battle knife sliced through the air, creating a flash of cold light. A bloom of blood erupted from Lin Ke's chest as his heart was sliced in two by Bai Shuang. His pupils constantly enlarged, and he fell straight to the ground. Ah! You killed him! Zhuge Duo, suppressing her terror, ran into the training room but was shocked into silence by Bai Shuang's murderous gaze. This is a goddess of death. Never had she seen such a terrifying woman, she was simply a female Valkyrie. Bai Shuang wiped the blood from the tip of her knife, standing still as she looked at Lin Ke. Her breath slightly heavier, she was ready to strike to save Lin Ke's life. Did I hit too hard? 10 seconds later, Lin Ke's dimming pupils regained clarity, and a milky white glow rose from his dantian, completely enveloping his body. Immediately, a terrifying roar of a magical beast filled the room. P.S. If there are typos in the explosion, everyone can remind me, and I will correct them later. Thank you. Chapter 72, The Method to Contact the Holy Light Dragon. Third update. This is a milky white space, healing and sacred, with waves of energy that bring joy everywhere. Lin Ke opened his eyes and found himself in this place. Where is this? Lin Ke curiously looked around, and when he looked up, he saw a giant milky white cocoon constantly trembling, as if some creature inside was struggling to come out. A familiar feeling entered his heart, and Lin Ke curiously spoke. Are you Xiaobai? The Holy Light Dragon. This is Lin Ke's second companion beast, a world-ending fierce beast that he had never communicated with before. Inside the cocoon, the shadow of the Holy Light Dragon continuously moved, seeming ready to break free at any moment. Upon hearing Lin Ke's call, its movements grew even more frequent. This cocoon feels a bit familiar. In the blink of an eye, the Holy Light Dragon had torn the thin film of the cocoon and was struggling out, its whole body snow white, with every part covered in silver scales. Its eyes were pure white, precious like snow domain jewels. Holy, noble, powerful. The moment Lin Ke saw the Holy Light Dragon, he couldn't help but exclaim. So handsome. Its existence seemed like the origin of all things, and every move could shake the world. This must be what the legendary auspicious beast looks like. Light always inspires longing, while darkness brings fear. Seeing the essence of the Holy Light Dragon, Lin Ke felt as if his soul had solidified. Awah! The Holy Light Dragon let out a dragon's roar, flying around the milky white space before coming to Lin Ke's side. Its body was about 10 meters long, hardly enough compared to the legendary monsters that blocked the sun, but the Holy Light Dragon was still in its juvenile stage. Lin Ke curiously opened the Holy Light Dragon's template. Companion Beast, Holy Light Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV3, 20%. Strength, 60. Bone structure, 90. Agility, 120. Talent, 100. Element, Light. Grade, World-Ending Level. Skills, Prayer Technique, Beginner/Indestructible Body, Beginner/Light Forbidden Zone, Beginner. Lin Ke's previously unconnected Holy Light Dragon had unknowingly reached level 3. Its size was much larger than Little Black when it was level 3. And it didn't need to hunt for itself, it could also upgrade within this space, which was the most convenient point. Xiaobai? Lin Ke curiously reached out his hand. The Holy Light Dragon's milky white eyes showed a sense of goodwill, lowering its head and rubbing against Lin Ke's hand, releasing its kindness. Indeed, it was his companion beast. Lin Ke was exceptionally excited. After this battle, he basically understood that to enter Xiaobai's space, one must possess a sense of near-death. The knife that pierced through his heart directly sent him to this place. Unexpectedly, a stroke of luck allowed Lin Ke to explore the method of entering that space. Did you break out of the cocoon because you felt I was in danger? When Lin Ke heard Xiaobai's words, he immediately became anxious. Then doesn't that mean you won't be able to complete your upgrade? If his attempt caused Xiaobai to be unable to upgrade, it would be a loss all around. Currently, Lin Ke still did not know the whereabouts of the Holy Dragon of Light. If it couldn't upgrade, that would be bad. Awah! Xiaobai explained, upgrading while sleeping is too slow, because of passive body absorption. After waking, it can absorb the energy in this space, and the upgrading speed will become faster. Then waking you up is actually a good thing. Lin Ke's eyes lit up as he looked around the milky white space. Xiaobai, do you know where you are? The Holy Dragon of Light drooped its head, completely not understanding the meaning of this question. Forget it, there will be a day when I will find you. Awah! So in the future, won't I have to get hurt once every time I want to find you? Lin Ke felt a bit of a headache. Although he didn't need to worry about Xiaobai's training progress, if he had to be seriously injured each time, it would greatly affect his own progress. Awah! No need? As long as you are in a waking state, I can contact you? Lin Ke was immediately overjoyed. Then can you send me out? Awah! In the training room. The milky light dispelled the darkness, and Bai Shuang looked at Lin Ke, who had fully recovered on the ground, with confusion in her eyes. You're wound. Zhuge Duo pointed in shock at Bai Shuang's eyelid. The beast's tearing wound has disappeared. Bai Shuang touched her face and found that the wound was scabbing and falling off. Not only that, but her skin had become smoother, as if it were the tender skin of a peeled egg. Ah, it seems I am too. Zhuge Duo was surprised to find that the nightmare in her heart seemed to have been completely dispelled by this ability, and she felt exceptionally comfortable all over. Is this Lin Ke's companion beast? A healing type? Zhuge Duo murmured to herself, but I've never seen a healing type with such terrifying pressure, not even an S-grade companion beast. At that moment, Lin Ke, who was lying on the ground, opened his eyes and stood up like a normal person. If it weren't for the bright red on his clothes, one would never have guessed he had just been stabbed through the heart. He can recover like this? Bai Shuang felt somewhat shocked. Such terrifying healing power, no wonder it's so strong. Zhuge Duo's cheeks turned red. Whoever became Lin Ke's girlfriend would be happy for a lifetime. Pepepe, Zhuge Duo, how could you think so wickedly? Two-legged frogs are hard to find, but there are plenty of two-legged men on the street? But, there probably isn't a man as strong as Lin Ke. Just as Zhuge Duo was lost in thought, Lin Ke clenched his fist. Senior sister, that sense of near-death just now has brought me great gains. Bai Shuang smiled wryly, only you can endure training like this. Even I needed to rest in bed for several days after taking the potion. Lin Ke's words had double meanings. Not only had he grasped the essence of murderous intent, but he had also opened the switch to find Xiao Bai. Just as Lin Ke was about to continue comprehending the murderous intent, a voice echoed in his mind. "Oh, whoa." This voice was exceptionally gentle, not something that Xiao He could produce. For the first time, Lin Ke heard Xiao Bai's voice in real life. "Xiao Bai? Oh, whoa. You can actually chat with me in reality?" Xiao Bai immediately explained that this time Lin Ke's sense of near-death had awakened him, and from now on, as long as Lin Ke thought of it, he could appear in the pure white space. This method of connection was much easier than finding Xiao He. Lin Ke was a bit excited and asked, "Xiao Bai, can I summon you now?" Chapter 73, Summoning the Holy Light Dragon. Oh, whoa. The Holy Light Dragon was incredibly excited, telling Lin Ke that everything was perfectly fine. "Can I summon Little White?" Lin Ke was extremely excited inside. Although the physical enhancement from martial training made him very satisfied, as a beast master, not having a companion beast by his side was still somewhat regrettable. "Senior sister, I want to take a shower." Bai Shuang originally thought Lin Ke wanted to continue training and was ready for battle. Now, hearing Lin Ke say this, she asked curiously, "Have you comprehended it?" "Sort of." Compared to the killing intent, Lin Ke now wanted to try to see if he could summon the Holy Light Dragon. "Wait for me to finish my shower, let's continue training tonight." "All right." Lin Ke hurriedly left. Zhuge Duo took a deep breath to suppress the heat in her heart and came to Bai Shuang. "He called you senior sister. I wanted to ask earlier, you are the Valkyrie Bai Shuang, right?" "Yes, it's me." "It's really you." Zhuge Duo's eyes sparkled, she straightened her clothes and bowed, saying, "Please be sure to join us. I have an organization." Bai Shuang shook her head to refuse and continued, "Instead of my joining, you should stop your little antics. The evil path you have joined cannot become a real force. If you and Lin could join us, wouldn't we have two powerful ones?" Zhuge Duo insisted, "Who says it can't become a real force?" Bai Shuang no longer explained and said, "Lin Ke will not join you, he has better choices. If you change your mind in the future, you can come to find me. With the special nature of your companion beast, I might also be able to point you in a clear direction." Cut, the evil path is more interesting. Zhuge Duo showed no interest in Bai Shuang's words. Bai Shuang just smiled and said nothing more. Lin Ke returned to his room and entered the bathroom, feeling a bit anxious. This place should be able to accommodate Little White, right? Lin Ke's bathroom was huge, after all, it was designed for high-end use. After hesitating for a moment, he still came back to his 300 square meter room. "Little White, I'm going to summon you." "Oh, whoa." The Holy Light Dragon couldn't wait any longer. "Holy Light Dragon, appear." Lin Ke raised his hand, using the standard motion of a beast master, which he had practiced countless times during his 3 years in high school. From the space barrier, a milky white energy cautiously emerged, and a streak of white light appeared in front of Lin Ke. As the light dissipated, a white phantom floated in midair, resembling a basketball-sized ball of light, with wings growing on either side, flapping continuously. Little White? This looked nothing like the majestic and noble form of the Holy Light Dragon that Lin Ke had imagined, it was even somewhat cute. Yeah. The light ball came to Lin Ke's side, eagerly rubbing against his cheek. "Why have you turned into this form?" Yeah. The Holy Light Dragon hurriedly explained, "Just born, in the juvenile stage, I can't fully materialize myself yet. If Lin Ke needs it, I can show my true form. Let's keep it like this for now, confusing the enemy is also good." Lin Ke did not ask Little White to reveal its true form. Who would expect this unassuming little creature to suddenly turn into a giant dragon during battle? That kind of visual effect was indeed shocking. "Little White, you should be able to unleash your skills, right?" The Holy Light Dragon inherently possessed skills like Divine Prayer, Immortal Body, and Life Forbidden Zone. Lin Ke's mind was filled with their descriptions. Divine Prayer Beginner, the Holy Light Dragon summons the primordial dragon soul, attaching it to the host's body, lasting 1 minute for beginner, granting the host significant power increase. Immortal Body Beginner, the Holy Light Dragon chants, temporarily putting the host's body into an invincible mode for 30 seconds. Light Forbidden Zone Beginner, where the light arrives is for a lifetime. Group Healing, Holy Light Dragon's Regeneration Skill, lasting time 10 seconds, range depending, current range 100 meters. Wow! Lin Ke was incredibly excited looking at the descriptions of Little White's 3 skills. Just the Divine Prayer skill, summoning a random ancient dragon soul? This was equivalent to adding a powerful battle buff. If he could summon the legendary dragon soul, wouldn't his fighting power be like a god's resurrection? As for the indestructible body, Lin Ke can enjoy a 30-second invincible state. Don't underestimate this short time, it is enough for Lin Ke to smash countless enemies. His physical strength should not be ignored. Regarding the Light Forbidden Zone, it is a group skill. From what he understands, most skills summoned by ordinary healing beast masters are one-on-one. Even domain summoning skills have a healing range of at most a few dozen meters. Even for legendary healing summoners, the domain they cast barely covers a few kilometers. The Light Sacred Dragon, in its youth, can summon a healing distance of up to 1,000 meters. If its level continues to rise, who else could claim the title of the #1 healing beast master? Great improvement! Great improvement! Lin Ke was in a good mood. It seems that his decision to persist in cultivating killing intent was completely right, and honing his physical strength was a wise choice. Physical strength, paired with mental prowess, plus the Light Sacred Dragon now appearing beside him, his combat power had received a tremendous boost. Xiaobai, you focus on training well in the space, strive to level up as soon as possible. Now, the source of heaven and earth that Lin Ke could enjoy had reached too, and his physical enhancement would rise even further in a short time. After taking a shower, Lin Ke walked out of the room with his upper body bare. He bumped into Zhuge Duo at the corner. Ah! Zhuge Duo covered her eyes but secretly observed Lin Ke's perfect physique through her fingers. What beautiful abs, and this chest muscle, it looks like armor. So handsome. She couldn't help but drool. It seemed she almost forgot her purpose for coming. Have you seen enough? Who's looking at you? Zhuge Duo immediately retorted, you dress like this, don't you want me to see? Get lost. Lin Ke sharply critiqued before going back to the combat room. You. Zhuge Duo's face turned red, but she had nowhere to vent her anger, only sulking by herself, helpless. Lin Ke sat cross-legged, planning to complete his final understanding before entering the Black Sea. The goal was to fully grasp the switch of killing intent. With killing intent, he could gain higher fighting spirit in a short time. Although there was a risk of going crazy, the possibility of such a risk was zero when paired with the healing ability of the Light Sacred Dragon. Having Xiaobai around, I feel much more at ease. Lin Ke settled into meditation, beginning his understanding. Chapter 74, 9,000 kilograms, The Terrifying Improvement Begins, Part 5. One night quietly passed. Lin Ke sat cross-legged in the training room all night. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils were tinged with blood. This blood-colored energy made him look like a vampire, incredibly crimson. Lin Ke tensed his body and stood up from the floor. Testing. Boom. 8.4 T. Lin Ke did not stop, his fists continually striking out. The numbers on the iron stake kept changing. 8.5 T. 8.6 T. 8.8 T. 9.0 T. 9,000 kilograms. Lin Ke stopped attacking. After the iron stake was refreshed, he closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. The excited feeling from his body made his smile wild like a beast. So this is killing intent? With the killing intent switch activated, Lin Ke's strength received a huge boost. Once the gene lock was activated, it could indeed unleash power in the 9,000 kilogram range. I feel that my development of killing intent is far from enough. Lin Ke could clearly feel that the domain of killing intent was not that simple. However, being able to successfully enter the basics in less than a month, Lin Ke was already extremely satisfied. Leaving the training room, the chattering sounds from downstairs made Lin Ke think he had returned to the flower and bird market. When he went downstairs, he discovered that the sky had fallen. Zhuge Duo and Mu Hongyu were in the midst of a fierce argument. Why do you get to live here? This lady has only lived here for a few days. What are you? So what if I live here? This isn't your home, I want to live here. Do you believe this lady will kick you out? You empty-chested brat. Who are you calling a big milk cow? Lin Ke immediately cut off the thought of going downstairs. Having good hearing wasn't a good thing. Just standing upstairs he could hear the chaos downstairs like a pot of porridge. Just as Lin Ke was planning to escape, he noticed it suddenly became quiet downstairs. Then he heard Bai Shuang speak, if you keep making noise, I'll kick all of you out. Nice. No wonder she is senior Bai Shuang. Lin Ke simply returned to his room, took a shower, and directly headed to the brain room. Lin Ke, have you grasped the killing intent? He just stepped out when he bumped into Bai Shuang. I've entered the door. Lin Ke smiled and said, Senior, there should be levels to killing intent, right? There are 9 levels. Bai Shuang said, what you have grasped is the first level, which counts as entering the door. The enhancement should be considerable. As for the future, it all depends on luck. I can't give you any constructive advice either, because I am currently only in the first level. Alright, then I'll research it myself later. By the way, Lin Ko, your academy is Quan Hai, right? Yeah, it's fine as long as I'm with you, senior. I'll arrange it. After Lin Ko said that, he was just about to enter the brain room when Bai Shuang thought of something and immediately spoke. Oh right, the date for the National Genius Battle Finals may be after your university starts, and you will represent Quan Hai Academy in the battle. Doesn't that mean there's at least 2 more months? Yes, you can adjust yourself well and aim to break 10,000 pounds of strength before participating. Lin Ko nodded with a smile, not telling Bai Shuang that he was already beyond 10,000 pounds, he was aiming for at least 20,000. After saying goodbye, Lin Ko entered the brain room. Bai Shuang pulled out her phone and made a call. Principal, I want a genius, not. I'll send him over. Quan Hai Academy. LV Pengfei sat behind the huge calligraphy piece with the character Endure, and answered Bai Shuang's phone call. Genius? Who can be more of a genius than you? LV Pengfei said with a smile, girl, don't joke with me. I'm serious. Alright, anyway, our academy is decent, you can just arrange it. I still need to let you know. LV Pengfei thought for a moment and curiously asked, by the way, what achievements does this genius have? Just achieved something, first place in the provincial genius battle. Clang. The phone fell to the ground, and LV Pengfei's eyes turned red. It took him a long time to pick the phone up. Little Shuang, do you think I'm worthy? Lin Ko's performance in Fuxing stirred up a storm. How could the education titan, LV Pengfei, not know? But no matter how much he calculated, he never thought he would receive such a hot potato again. If I say you're worthy, then you are worthy. Bai Shuang directly hung up the phone. LV Pengfei was almost in tears, the boiling teapot continuously releasing steam. He rubbed his muscular knees. Well, unless I cause a scene again. This time, I'll try not to kneel to solve it. Those old guys from the higher academies always say we have no talented people in Quan Hai, right? Now there's a monster joining. I want to see what face they have to call themselves a higher academy. LV Pengfei was also fired up, leaping to his feet, then thudding back down to kneel. The whole set of movements flowed perfectly, as if he was a master. Quan Hai Academy is about to rise. Lin Ko put on the brain device, instantly entering deep sleep mode. Little Black, you didn't enter a deep sleep state? Lin Ko opened his eyes and saw Little Black hunting. Oh whoa! Little Black immediately began to take credit. Lin Ko opened Little Black's panel. Companion Beast, Dark Abyss Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV15, 89.01%. Strength, 200. Bone quality, 155. Agility, 200. Talent, 100. Element, Dark. Grade, World Destroying Level. Skills, Dragon Suck, Beginner, /Gold Tearclaw, Beginner, /Dragon Might, Beginner, Black Beast's Blood, Passive, Unmoving as a Mountain, Beginner. Almost level 16? Lin Ko didn't waste any words and informed Little Black that he wanted to find delicious food. Upon hearing this, Little Black immediately became excited. Have you been moving toward it these past few days? We only need to find it within 10 days? Good job, Little Black. Facing Lin Ko's praise, Little Black spun around joyfully in the deep sea. Fool, don't get too happy yet, let's devour our way forward and look for the remnants of the Red Void Xuanwu. Oh whoa! Little Black immediately sprang into action, opening its massive mouth wide and devouring everything in its path. Experience plus 400. Experience plus 300. I have to say, this colorful sea area is indeed a blessed land. The colorful mysterious stones that pop up have significantly increased the bone attributes. Looking at the progress of the bone attributes, it was about to catch up to the strength. Lin could guess that the future bone attributes likely would surpass strength by a wide margin. After 10 minutes, with a low roar from the dark mysterious dragon, its level instantly crossed LV16. P.S. If you enjoy reading, a little gift to show appreciation would be nice. The updates continue tomorrow, at least 5 chapters. At least. Chapter 75, do we need a reason? The updates keep coming. After the dark mysterious dragon crossed level 16, it fell into a deep sleep. Oh whoa. It let out a reluctant wail. It's okay, Little Black, I will be here training for a while, and when you wake up, we will meet again, right? Hearing Lin Ko say this, the dark mysterious dragon was pleased and fell back into a deep sleep. Lin Ko began his solo training journey. Following the path planned by Little Black, he walked, stopped, and continued training while on the move. Experience plus 300. Experience plus 500. Experience plus 500. LV16 experience, 12%. This journey has been quite rewarding, although the quantity of colorful mysterious stones decreased, the number of crystal cores increased. Linka planned to gather a wave of them and upload everything to the intelligence brain world for auction. Calculating their worth, it would add up to at least 100 million income. Before reaching the age of 20, he had already amassed a fortune of hundreds of millions, and he felt a bit excited in his heart. After racing through the starry night for over 10 hours of travel and training, when the dark mysterious dragon woke up, it informed Linka that at this speed, he could find the nearest delicacy within 5 days at most. That's great. Linka controlled the body of the dark mysterious dragon, completely unaware of fatigue. Unlike Little Black, who would take breaks along the way, he had not wasted a single second besides training time. With the healing energy of the radiant dragon supporting him, Linka was more resilient than a machine, not knowing what exhaustion felt like. Little Black, let's break through to level 17 right here before moving on. Oh whoa. Linka thought that gaining strength before reaching their destination was better, even a little improvement was worth it. 15 hours later, under Linka's frantic devouring and training, the dark mysterious dragon successfully crossed LV-17. Its values changed again. Linku estimated that now he could easily reach a pure physical strength of 5,000 kilograms without relying on the bull strength or killing intent boosts. After the level of the dark mysterious dragon was raised, Linku continued on his journey. With Little Black's agility increased, their travel was much more efficient. They rapidly moved toward their destination. On the third day of training in the deep sea, just half an hour after Little Black fell asleep, it suddenly woke up. Oh whoa! Little Black, what's wrong? Linku was about to set off when he noticed the dark mysterious dragon moving restlessly. Is there something good to eat nearby? Linku asked curiously, why didn't you feel it before? The dark mysterious dragon explained that this thing was actually not delicious, and its aura was too weak to be noticed until you got close. Then let's go take a look. Following Little Black's guidance, Linku quickly adjusted his direction and sped off. After leaving the colorful sea area, Linku discovered that most scenes in the Black Sea were enveloped in darkness. If it weren't for Little Black's unique talent, it would indeed be very hard for him to find the right direction. 15 minutes later, Linku saw from a distance a green beam of light glowing at the bottom of the sea, which was buried under sand on the seabed. If it weren't for the flickering dark green light, he certainly wouldn't have noticed it. Little Black, what is this? Oh whoa! The dark mysterious dragon immediately explained that this should be a type of creature similar to the purple cocoon they encountered last time. A creature nurtured in a cocoon? In Linka's mind, the image of Little White emerging from the cocoon flashed by, and he felt a strange similarity between the two. Little Black, could these creatures be placed here by someone? The dark abyss dragon looked confused, it only knew that eating this thing could level up. Glutton. Once confirming there were no threats around, Linku allowed Little Black to control the body and approach the dark green light source. Little Black eagerly stretched out its claws and scooped into the seafloor, completely pulling the dark green cocoon from the ground. It's quite big. Linka carefully observed the dark green cocoon and found that aside from the weak glow, there seemed to be no signs of life inside. Compared to the black beasts, this creature appeared to be on the verge of death. Oh whoa! Little Black wasted no time and swallowed it whole, chewing briefly before gulping it down. Experience gained. Experience plus 3,000. Experience plus 3,000. Experience plus 3,000. This cocoon was like an experience egg. Every time the dark abyss dragon devoured it, it gained a massive amount of experience. Current level 1799%. Almost level 18. After checking the panel, Linka noticed there were no new abilities added to the dark abyss dragon's panel this time. When devouring the black beast, an ability related to the black beast's blood was added. This time, no new passive appeared. Until now, Linka was still unclear about what the black beast passive actually did. Little Black, feeling content, licked its claws and fell into a satisfied sleep. Only 1% of experience left to level up. Linku wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he chose to hunt some creatures nearby for a few minutes, raising Little Black's level to 18. This leveling speed is truly fast. After Little Black grew in size, its hunting speed increased instead, easily killing hundreds of swimming fish, bringing in a massive amount of experience. Watching the crystal cores and data continuously soar, Linku felt full of motivation. Let's continue on our way. Just as Linku was about to leave, he discovered many familiar things at the riverbed where the dark abyss dragon had devoured the dark green cocoon. He cautiously swam over and observed from a relatively safe distance. Many transparent cocoon fragments floated in the deep sea floor, and more broken cocoons drifted like lifeless flowers at the bottom of the sea. At first, Linka thought these were just ocean garbage plastic bags, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that these densely packed things were indeed hundreds of cocoon shells. They were evenly arranged like oysters on a reef. There used to be so many cocoons here. Linku exclaimed in regret. If he had discovered them sooner, perhaps Little Black would have already broken past the juvenile stage and possibly leveled up to 40 or 50. After observing, Lin Ke quickly swam away, continuing his efforts to find the remnant soul of the Qigong Xuanwu. Compared to the creatures in the cocoon, he was more interested in the legendary beast's remnant soul. At the same time, Bai Shuang pressed the elevator button and arrived at the 20th floor of the Golden Sea Imperial Garden, which was her home. After opening the door, she found someone already waiting for her on the sofa. Zhang Junyang, did you kill him? The person on the sofa wore a white fox mask, swirling a wineglass in his hand. His fingers were slender, and his voice was lazy, as if stating something inconsequential. It was me. Reasons. Is it necessary? Got it. After understanding, the masked man walked to the window. Since it was your decision, I accept it. However, next time you do something like this, please let me know in advance. After all, it takes quite a bit of effort to cover things up. Bai Shuang didn't answer and turned to leave. Wait. The man in the white fox mask stood up and looked down at Bai Shuang. Are you trying to be this kid's guide? P.S. Today's update has 5 chapters, remember to read till the end. Chapter 76, Money is not the problem, I must get Lin Ke. Moonlight lay gently on the marble floor, shimmering like diamonds. The room was terrifyingly quiet. You are by his side, probably worried that other evil forces are eyeing him? The white fox mask continued to speak. With his physical talent, it is indeed easy for those corpse masters to take notice. The corpse masters, they love powerful bodies the most. If his body fuses with a magical beast, then the corpse master path would gain another young genius. You talk too much. Bai Shuang spoke up. Fine, the white fox person chuckled lightly. I am curious, is he really worth you doing this? Back then, I listed so many geniuses for you, including Ouyang Qing from the Imperial City Academy and Li Wuyo from the Magic City Academy, but you rejected them all. Why choose him? I don't need to explain my actions to you, right? Bai Shuang looked seriously at the white fox masked man, the wounds at her eyelids unexpectedly resurfacing. The white fox mask stopped speaking, shrugged. You were cuter just now. Since this is your choice, I respect it. I just hope he won't disappoint you. The white fox disappeared, and Bai Shuang, as usual, went downstairs. Lin Chanshang was studying how to make instant noodles. Seeing Bai Shuang return, he enthusiastically spoke. Little Shu, today I will make you a creative version of instant noodles. Thank you, uncle. Bai Shuang smiled gently. I will be moving out in a few days. Ah? Lin Changsheng felt a bit unaccustomed. Compared to Lin Ke, who disappeared all day, he was more used to Bai Shuang's presence, as she felt more like his daughter in his heart. Of course, it would be even better if she could become his daughter-in-law. It's fine, I live upstairs too. I will come to visit whenever I get the chance. That's good, that's good. By the way, where are your 2 friends? They went to duel. Lin Changsheng? Black Sea. After the dark and deep dragon awakened once again, Lin Ke was getting closer and closer to his destination. Whoa! The dark deep dragon woke up once more. After several days of training, Little Black's level had reached LV18, and it was about to hit 20. Lin Ke remained full of fighting spirit, constantly calculating in his heart that if he found the remnant soul of the Crimson Sky Xuanwu, he might leap into the 20th level in one go. The dark deep dragon bore the label of its juvenile stage, and such a gigantic body was indeed somewhat frightening. Lin Ke specifically looked up the evolution of spawned beasts from juvenile growth stage, discovering that most summoned beasts undergo changes in size and appearance as soon as they enter the growth stage. Most spawned beasts will see their growth attributes cause an increase in their size by about 10% to 50%. This is the first watershed for summoned beasts, much like Lu Dazhuang's spawned beast maggot. Once it enters the growth stage, it could grow from the size of a thumb to the size of a palm. An enormous improvement. His maggot had a highly unique growth trait, it only needed to devour feces to grow stronger. In a certain sense, he did not even need to go to the magic pit. As long as the time span was long enough, his spawned beast might evolve into a feces sea mad maggot. Little Black, I wonder what changes will happen to your appearance after adulthood. I'm looking forward to it. The dark deep dragon unusually did not respond to Lin Ke, its dragon brain was already filled with the images of food. Just thinking about eating. Lin Ke lightly teased before pushing forward with all his might, giving up on devouring experience. In about 10 days' journey, under Lin Ke's efforts, it was shortened to 5 days. That night, Little Black, fighting off drowsiness, let out a roar. Whoa! Are we there? Lin Ke immediately perked up, constantly searching for the trace of the remnant soul of the Crimson Sky Xuanwu in the dark. Little Black, why can't I see anything? Whoa! The dark deep dragon explained that they needed to be patient. Since they had waited so long, Lin Ke naturally was not short on this moment. He controlled Little Black to continue hunting and leveling up, while also scavenging some crystal cores. The money I have now should be enough to buy a set of beginner battle gear, and maybe even have some left over. No man could resist the temptation of battle gear mechs, and Linko was no exception. But thinking about what would happen after buying the battle gear, Linko might become poor again. He woke up. Make money, make money, make money. This little money is still far from enough. While Linko was waiting, 30 Rolls-Royces with capital city license plates arrived neatly at Jean Tian's mansion. Young master, people from the capital have arrived. The old butler bowed at the door of Jean Tian's room. After a while, Jean Tian, with disheveled hair, opened the door, his eyes red from crying for days, and his body still twitching. The old butler felt immense pain and said, "The master said he is sorry to you. If he had let you spend more money back then, perhaps this competition would have." "Yes. I am not as good as others," Jean Tian said with a struggle against his twitching. "Tell my dad. I will work harder to spend his money. I will definitely not let him down again." The old butler's face was full of hope. "Understood, young master. The master will surely be proud to hear you say this." Changing into a suit, Jean Tian regained his handsome appearance, with the butler and maid following him in a neat line as they arrived at the entrance of the villa. No wonder they call him the pride of the capital. The spectacle is truly astonishing, the old butler thought to himself. The car door opened. The person who got out was not Ouyang Qing but his butler. Those who followed were the butler's subordinates and housemaids. Servants taking a Rolls-Royce? The old butler couldn't help but be shocked. After everyone got out, Ouyang Qing's butler methodically laid down the red carpet. The maids skillfully walked into the mansion and sprayed a giant white circle on the green grass, with an H written in the middle. "Young master, what are they doing?" Jean Tian shook his head, curiously looking up at the sky, where the sound of a beast-like roar from a rotor was heard, and a strong wind blew across the grass as a huge alloy helicopter landed accurately on the lawn. Two maids hurriedly stepped forward to kneel on the ground, and Ouyang Qing, dressed in a white suit, stepped down from them without even looking, gracefully stepping on their soft backs. "President." Jean Tian stepped forward with an apologetic tone. "I didn't know you were coming, I didn't prepare well." Ouyang Qing waved his hand, pulling out a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. "It's also my fault for coming so suddenly, my people didn't prepare well, so we had to rush out. Let's go in and talk." Ouyang Qing walked in front willingly, as if this was his own mansion. Jean Tian followed behind Ouyang Qing, lowering his head, powerless like a child who had done something wrong. "Jean Tian, you didn't lose unjustly," Ouyang Qing said flatly. "The opponent's strength is indeed far superior to yours. So I decided to give you another chance to redeem yourself." Chapter 77, The Tags of Childhood Are Shed, Evolution. The chance for redemption? Jean Tian's hopes reignited. Not taking first place in Fushan has embarrassed the whole Imperial Academy. This is a first in the nation. No other city experienced any mishaps. The top honors of each province were basically divided among the capital city Beast Academy, the Magic City Academy, and the three major higher learning institutions. Mid to low-tier academies had no qualification to divide the spoils. For a mid to low-tier academy to break into the top 10, the school would celebrate for 3 days with fireworks, and winning first place was no different. There is only one monster like Lin Ku. "President, I have no face to return to school." Jean Tian's heart was mixed, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "Even if I go back, I would be utterly ashamed." "Waste." Ouyang Qing snorted coldly, angrily shouting, "The pride of the Imperial Academy is undeterred. Do you really think one failure will make you utterly fall? A mere provincial champion, the Imperial Academy doesn't even care. If that guy truly has strength, I will wait for him on the national competition stage personally. Even if you want to break into the top 32 of the national competition, it's a problem." Jean Tian bit his lip unwillingly, asking, "What is the chance for redemption you just mentioned? Haven't you found him yet? That high school student." Ouyang Qing got back on topic, saying, "The high-ranking academies in Magic City and Suzhou are investigating in secret, and they dare to try to pull him into the academy?" Jean Tian's anger immediately flared up. "A true genius should join my Imperial Academy. Let's not even mention Suzhou, not even the top universities in Demon City can compare with us." Although Jean Tian was defeated by Lin Ku, he still maintained his rationality. Lin Ku, such a genius, could only join the Imperial Academy. Other high-level universities simply had no right to compete for him. "Well said." Ouyang Qing squinted, speaking coldly. "The joke from back then must not happen again. The new generation of leaders must emerge from the Imperial Academy." Back then, a female martial deity who suppressed a generation of geniuses came from a so-called Wild Chicken Academy. This was the greatest humiliation in the history of the Beast Academy in the capital. "President, didn't you say that if the other side was just an ordinary family with billions, they wouldn't qualify to join?" Ouyang Qing shot a sharp glance at his subordinate and cursed. "Are you brainless? Even if he is a billion-dollar poor fool, so what? The student union of the Imperial Academy can casually throw dozens of billions at him, combined, it's several hundred to thousand billion. What's the big deal? The urgent matter now is to find him and ensure he joins the Imperial Academy. He must not join any other high-level university. The rapid change in Ouyang Chang's stance was largely due to the board of directors intervening. The Ouyang family was also part of the board. Lin Ke's brilliance during the battle of talented individuals had spread widely. Initially, Ouyang Chang didn't want to pay attention, he only thought about crushing Lin Ke in the national competition, and everything would settle then. With his power, he could sufficiently safeguard the glory of the Imperial Academy. But the universities in Demon City and Sujian planned to lower their standards, even disregarding Lin Ke's background to recruit him. They had great ambitions. The board of directors immediately pressured the Ouyang family, insisting they must secure Lin Ke no matter what. Otherwise, with the foundation of other high-level universities, cultivating a genius monster would be as easy as pie. To guard the glory of the Imperial Academy, we have a duty to fulfill. This child must join the Imperial Academy. Lin Ke in the Black Sea had no idea that Ouyang Chang planned to casually offer him several hundred to thousand billion. If he had known, he probably wouldn't have gone all out against Zhang Tian, at least saving some face for the Imperial Academy. Little Black, it's been 3 hours, has the remnant soul not shown up? After Lin Ke cleared the surrounding shrimp soldiers and crab generals, the remnant soul still remained silent, making him increasingly anxious. Lin Ke had initially wanted to devour the remnant soul to see if he could break through level 20 smoothly. Now, this uneasy feeling was making him increasingly irritated. Ah, whoa! The Dark Dragon suddenly spoke. Is it here? Lin Ke immediately commanded the Dark Dragon to enter stealth mode, hiding its presence. The surrounding sea area had been thoroughly cleared by Lin Ke. It was eerily quiet, with only the Dark Dragon's golden eyes flickering in the dark. I see it. Lin Ke clearly saw a massive shadow emerging not far away in the sea, its scale even larger than the previous Scarlet Void Xuanwu. The shadow flickered with a faint azure light, making it hard to see its specific form. Whoa! Little Black, attack it. As soon as the Dark Dragon received Lin Ke's command, it shot out like a drawn sword without any hesitation. The legendary remnant soul was incredibly enticing for the Dark Dragon. I wonder what I will gain this time. Dark Dragon devours, Azure Phoenix Crystal Iron Dragon gains shared attribute, Root Bone Evolution, Azure Phoenix Xian Bone. Experience plus 5,000. Experience plus 5,000. Experience plus 5,000. Experience plus 5,000. The sound of prompt notifications echoed repeatedly. Moments later, the Dark Dragon's level soared to LV-19, and Lin Ke was overwhelmed by the rapid increase in experience, contrasting sharply with the Dark Dragon's gluttonous devouring. Awesome! So awesome! Lin Ke restrained his joy as he checked the residual soul of the beast that Little Black had devoured. Such a huge increase means the other party is undoubtedly a legendary beast master. But this beast is not the Scarlet Sky Black Turtle, but the Azure Luan Crystal Iron Dragon, which belongs to a branch of the Dragon Clan? It seems that legendary summoners who have ever had dragons are very rare. After all, the people of Huagua have been the descendants of the Yen and Huang since ancient times, and every beast master has an extremely lofty yearning and pursuit for dragons. This Azure Luan Crystal Iron Dragon should also be a part of the Dragon Clan branch. In terms of bloodline, it should not be as good as Little Black. Thank you for the gift, Senior. I will continue to work hard with your support. In order to avoid triggering side effects, Lin Ke kept murmuring in his heart, saying pretty words. In this Black Sea, there is definitely more than one legendary beast soul remaining. This is huge news for Lin Ke. The more legendary beast souls there are in the Black Sea, the more endless opportunities there are. Although Lin Ke cannot yet confirm whether the Dark Nether Dragon belongs to the top of the food chain in the Black Sea, if he keeps looking for it and devouring it, with Little Black's terrifying growth potential, he will surely grow into the strongest existence in the Black Sea sooner or later. Roar! 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 While Lin Ke was lost in thought, the Dark Nether Dragon let out an earth-shattering low roar. Its black armor kept falling off, and the dragon tail, dragon claws, and the majestic horns on its head were also constantly shedding. As its skin and flesh ripped away, dozens of underwater whirlpools suddenly appeared in the sea without warning. Little Black, what's wrong with you? Lin Ke immediately inquired. Roar! The Dark Nether Dragon continued to roar in anger, its flesh began to fall off, revealing a skeleton resembling a zombie dragon. In the next moment, its level broke through to LV-20. The juvenile label disappeared. Chapter 78 Evolution. Chaotic Nether Dragon, against the heavens elevation. Hundreds of ocean whirlpools roared and moved around the Dark Nether Dragon, which was in the center of the whirlpool, constantly growling. Lin Ke had no idea what was happening. He tried to open the panel, only to find that the Dark Nether Dragon's panel had a bug. Companion Beast, Dark Nether Dragon. Level, LV20, 0%. Strength? Bone? Agility? Talent? Element? Grade? Skills? Passive? On the panel, all values had turned into question marks, revealing mystery and terror. This was the first time Lin Ku experienced such a situation. He anxiously shouted in his heart, little black, what happened to you?" The Dark Nether Dragon's level successfully reached LV20, and the juvenile label also disappeared, which meant the Dark Nether Dragon had smoothly crossed the juvenile phase. But its current state was full of desolation and destruction. This aura was extremely unfamiliar. Hundreds of whirlpools roared continuously, a sense of desolation swept the surrounding sea. Those fish beings were swimming one moment, and the next second their pupils lost color and they lost their lives. Endless fish beings fell lifelessly, the entire Black Sea became frighteningly silent. Lin Ku kept calling out to the Dark Nether Dragon but heard no response. The Dark Nether Dragon's body was left with only a pale white skeleton, floating in the center of the Black Sea, seemingly drained of life. "Little Black, wake up." Lin Ku's voice seemed to be isolated. The Dark Nether Dragon showed no response. Feeling something was wrong, Lin Ku noticed that the Dark Nether Dragon's pale skeleton began to shed, azure light appearing, and the texture inside the skeleton resembled that of azure sky gemstones. The azure light contained 7 colors, and as it bloomed, the entire skeleton of the Dark Nether Dragon expanded by a full size. The azure light completely enveloped the bone dragon, its skeleton growing into the color of azure gemstones, and its flesh was rapidly growing. The body was regrowing from the skeleton, continually expanding, sharp claws regrew on the front paws, and the tips were of azure gemstone texture. Is this an evolution? Lin Ku dared not speak, quietly observing the changes. The dragon head, dragon tail, and dragon wings were all growing rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Nether Dragon's body was completely reborn and solidified. From a distance, it looked like a heavy mountain had fallen into the deep sea. When the dark and shadowy dragon's legs touched the ground, the seabed trembled with wails. "Open your eyes." The dark golden beast eyes lit up and let out a low roar. Roar! Its furious roar shook the entire Black Sea. "Little Black, can you hear me?" Roar! The dark dragon's voice became incredibly deep, no longer the youthful tone from before, but the emotion remained unchanged. "Did you just evolve?" Lin Ku was still in shock. After all, everything happened so suddenly, and the changes in the dark dragon were truly enormous. New horns grew on the originally rugged antlers, a green light flashed deep within its pupils, and its body was as towering as a mountain. The dark dragon now looked terrifyingly large. Roar! The dark dragon used its low growl to inform Lin Ku that it had indeed evolved. It turns out, Little Black's first evolution happened at level 20. Lin Ku couldn't wait to open the panel. What the hell? Companion Beast, Chaotic Dark Dragon, Growth Stage. Level, LV20, 0.1%. Strength, 600. Constitution, 355. Agility, 600. Talent, 100. Element, Dark. Rank, Unknown. Skills, Dark Dragon Absorb, Beginner, /Sky Rending Claw, Beginner, /Dark Dragon Might, Beginner. Passive, Blood of the Black Beast, Passive, Unmoved as a Mountain, Beginner, Xinghuan Mysterious Bone, Passive. When Lin Ku saw Little Black's panel, he could no longer describe it as mere shock. Chaotic Dark Dragon in the growth stage? This was a complete species evolution. Little Black evolved from Dark Dragon to Chaotic Dark Dragon. And that's not all. Little Black's value panel underwent a momentous change. At level 20, the strength and agility on the panel should have been around 300 points. If Lin Ku had used Unity of Heaven and Earth, physical strength should be around 6,000 kilograms. But because he successfully crossed the improvements brought about by adolescence, the value increased by a whole double, reaching a shocking 600 value. Body is human enhancement, strength is beast taming value. This means that now Lin Ku, with pure physical strength, could easily strike with over 12,000 kilograms of force. Not only did he successfully break through the 10,000 catty level threshold, but he added several thousand catty on top of that. A tremendous enhancement. This was an astonishing enhancement. Haha, exhilarating. Exhilarating. I, Lin Ku, am no longer human. This was merely the first evolution after shedding the adolescent label. If there were a second evolution, Lin Ku felt his scalp tingle. This number had surpassed what any level 20 companion beast could possess. It could only be described as against the heavens. This terrifying boost left Lin Ku unable to calm down for a long time. After calming down, Lin Ku speculated that this terrifying enhancement should have nothing to do with the Qinghuan Crystal Iron Dragon, and it was merely due to reaching the 20 level threshold. Little Black's full talent growth was beyond Lin Ku's expectations. He had anticipated that shedding the adolescent label might bring about a numerical improvement, but he never expected it to reach such a terrifying level. Little Black, you've given me too much surprise. Roar. Little Black could also clearly feel its enormous enhancement, simply flapping its black wings stirred up whirlpools in the sea. Such a terrifying beast, if it revealed itself before the world, perhaps people would define themselves as legendary beast tamers. Roar, oh oh. Little Black lowly roared to inform Lin Ke that it was about to fall into a deep sleep. The immense exhaustion brought on by the evolution would require several days of rest. Sleep as you wish. If conditions allowed, Lin Ke would have called a female dragon to reward Little Black properly. Of course, that was just a joke. Roar. In the dark dragon's reluctant low roar, it gradually closed its eyes, as if a quiet mountain was resting silently in the Black Sea. Just as Lin Ke was about to continue admiring the dark dragon's panel, a voice appeared in his mind. Chaotic dark dragon evolution completed, sharing blood of the Black Beast. The Black Beast is the shadow of disaster, originating from the ancient offspring of the god beast that devours disasters. The blood of the Black Beast is fusing. P.S. The physique is the main character's strength enhancement. The power value of Little Black has a different calculation method, which will be explained later, so don't apply the main character's way to calculate it, okay? Chapter 79, over 10,000 gene of strength, never give up. Calamity? Black Beast fusion? What is this? Lin Ke didn't expect Little Black's evolution to indirectly activate the passive ability of the Black Beast. Calamity, doesn't that mean disaster? Lin Ke found it hard to imagine connecting that cute little beast with a calamity. But what does the passive of the Black Beast's blood mean? It won't make me unlucky, right? Lin Ke continued to look at the introduction of the Black Beast bloodline, passive Calamity Clan. This is simply a pure evil beast. How could there be so many bizarre creatures in the Black Sea? Could it be the tomb of the gods? Evil path, doesn't match my identity. Black Beast passive, fusion with the body triggers Calamity evil body. Black Beast power is used by the body, devour and rage ability enhancement. Lin Ke's eyes brightened. Good stuff. Purely good stuff. This is simply tailor-made for me. His unwavering physical training, this Black Beast passive clearly enhances the devour and rage of physical strength. Although Lin Ke didn't know what it meant, it looked really impressive. No, I need to exit early, go out and try. Lin Ke couldn't wait to leave the Black Sea space. Anyway, Little Black is still sleeping, so he could take this opportunity to see the increase in power and the enhancement brought by the Black Beast passive. Intelligent brain room. Lin Ke took off the helmet, the edges sounded with cracking noises. Damn it! Lin Ke was so startled that he hurriedly loosened the helmet. The energy surged like a tidal wave, continuously impacting and solidifying his body, each wave higher than the last. The tingling and power sensations made Lin Ke let out a roar. Awesome! This is the most terrifying improvement of Lin Ke's physical strength in the state of heaven and earth in harmony. So much so that Lin Ke almost didn't control his strength and crushed the helmet. My body is getting lighter. Beneath this not-so-large muscular body lies an extremely terrifying power. Lin Ke now doesn't even know to what extent his physical strength has evolved. With a nervous heart, Lin Ke walked into the training test area. Test. The iron stake figure appeared. Lin Ke unleashed a punch with pure physical strength. Whoosh. The shadow of the punch flew out, but Lin Ke still stood in place, unable to see that he had thrown a punch. The iron stake instantly shattered. The numbers kept jumping. 15T. 15,000 kilograms. Wow. In less than 5 days, Lin Ke not only successfully broke through 10,000 kilograms of physical strength, but also exceeded by another 5,000 kilograms. This is probably the change brought by the improvement of his bone structure. If combined with bull strength and killing intent, I might be able to break through 20,000 kilograms. As if it were from another world, the days under 10,000 genes seemed just 5 days ago. Little Black's growth from shedding its juvenile tag exceeded Lin Ke's imagination. The originally planned month of closed-door training was completed in just 5 days. How do I activate the Calamity body? Lin Ke sat cross-legged, gradually sensing the changes in his body now. Looking inward, observing the spirit. It seemed Lin Ke could see the situation within him, a blue glow fleeting, and that feeling came from his bone structure. Sure enough, Little Black's enhancement also caused a change in my bone attributes. Where is the Black Beast passive? Lin Ke continued to explore. Finally, at the Dantian position, he felt a strange energy. This energy was wrapped in a milky white element of the Holy Dragon, a ball of burning black flame that kept trying to struggle out but was fiercely suppressed by the light element. Is this the Calamity body? Lin Ke tried to tear open a strand of milky white energy to release the Black Beast passive. Just that strand of black soul made Lin Ke's eyes momentarily turn blood red, with blood vessels creeping black, continuously growing in his eyes. Kill, kill, kill. Thoughts of killing continually surged in his mind. Lin Ke's killing intent switch, unbeknownst to him, was actually triggered by Calamity. It was like a boost in his abilities. A torrent of violent energy flooded into his body, and Lin Ku used his reason to control the holy dragon's energy, suppressing the black beast's calamity form. He did not dare to fully release it. The atmosphere of desolation, disaster, and terrifying destruction, if fully unleashed, could possibly rob lives. What a sinister state! Lin Ku adjusted his breathing, forcefully suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart, sealing the milky white energy back onto the black beast's energy. That kind of irrational behavior gradually disappeared. That state just now was definitely not something brought by a first level of killing intent, it must be at least the second level, right? By a stroke of luck, relying on Calamity Black Beast's passive influence, Lin Ku had elevated the quality of his killing intent to another height. Killing intent and Calamity allowed Lin Ku to enter a frenzied state, but as for devouring, he had yet to discover how to trigger it. In terms of combat skills, the Bull Strength and Tiger Strength provided Lin Ku with more options. If my body can break through 10,000 pounds of strength, I should be able to attempt to train in the 7th level of Bull Strength, right? Lin Ku called Xian Xinghai. Mr. Lin. Come to my house, I want to try to break into the 7th level. Xian Xinghai was silent for a long time before saying, on my way. Half an hour later. Xian Xinghai arrived at the Golden Sea Imperial Garden. Today was a rare occasion, no one was home, Bai Shuang and Lin Changsheng had both gone out, leaving Lin Ku all alone. Lin Ku, the 7th level of Bull Strength is actually quite difficult. Xian Xinghai entered the combat room, speaking with deep concern, I suffered a lot to break through to the 7th level, I lay in bed for an entire month. Xian Xinghai's peak began with breaking through the 7th level of Bull Strength, with his powerful physical strength, he became a mercenary leader, easily earning millions in a year while leading newcomers in development. Unfortunately, human greed is insatiable, his pursuit of martial arts wouldn't allow him to stop there, forcing a challenge for the 8th level, resulting in lifelong disability, with meridians severed. He became completely disabled. It could be said that the 7th level had always been Xian Xinghai's pride. With your talent, within a year, you can easily step into the 7th level, why rush? Every moment counts. Lin Ku did not explain much, the 7th level was not his final goal. His expression was solemn, and he said very seriously, Mentor, if I successfully break into the 8th level, do you think it's possible to push for the 9th completion? Absolutely impossible. Without even contemplating, Xian Xinghai shook his head in denial, 8th level enters the celestial realm, 9th level enters the abyss, an abyss that does not see the bottom. This journey is destined to be one of no return, without outcome, you will be injured and may even fall into complete irretrievability. Lin Ku, why do this? Xian Xinghai attempted to persuade Lin Ku to abandon this idea. You haven't even crossed the 7th level yet, why must you? Moo. A shadow of a black bull stood firmly before Xian Xinghai, its undeniable aura and familiar pressure instantly made him choke on his words, unable to persuade anymore. I just happened to break through the 7th level before you arrived. Now, I want to try the 8th level. Lin Ku's gaze was firm, and he spoke unhesitatingly the unforgettable words of Xian Xinghai's life. For a martial artist, wounds are the imprint of fate, scars are the tattoos of a king. Those who bow their heads to count their wounds have already fallen, as for me, I will forever count the stars upwards. P.S. 5 updates, I've done it again, my family is playing cards while I type. Many readers donated to me yesterday, fearing I might collapse, ha 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 thank you all, don't worry, I'm fine, just a bit of back pain, if you enjoy reading, don't be stingy with your little gifts, throw them at me. Throw them to death. If there are any typos, please remind me, my eyes are blurred. Chapter 80, 8th level. Explosive update. Xian Xinghai gazed at Lin Ku, and he saw 4 characters in this young man. Eager and spirited. Yes, you are right. Xian Xinghai no longer discouraged Lin Ku, sharing his insights from when he first entered the Eightfold Realm. Once you begin, the energy of the 12 meridians in the body will wildly expand. If you are careless, it might burst out, and then you will be in danger. You must do everything possible to keep the expanding pressure contained within the meridians, then break through each meridian one by one. Do not be impatient, once all 12 meridians are opened, you will smoothly enter the Eightfold Realm. I understand. Compared to Xian Xinghai's nervousness, Lin Ku's heart was calm and steady. His physical strength was already over 10,000 kilograms, and his bones were extraordinarily powerful, breaking through the Eightfold Realm shouldn't be too difficult. As Lin Ku sat cross-legged, Xian Xinghai's heart began to race. Even though it was not him breaking through, he felt a similar anticipation. At 18, the Beastmaster rank is usually only 1st or 2nd tier. If Lin Ku successfully breaks through to the Eightfold Realm, his physical level will rival that of a 6th or 7th tier beast, except for those S-class power types. Xian Xinghai gasped in awe, one could only understand how terrifying Lin Ku's talent was through personal experience. In fact, there was one thing Xian Xinghai didn't mention, even if Lin Ku really entered the Eightfold Realm, his body might not be able to bear the effects of the surging energy. Oh well, those with wealth have gene recovery potions, providing ample room for trial and error. On the other side, Lin Ke began to try and mobilize the energy within his body. The energy resided in his dantian, and the meridian energy surged like tides, a touch of color appearing on Lin Ke's face. Lin Ke, be careful. Xian Xinghe was extremely familiar with this state. He had successfully reached this step himself back in the day, and the real danger still lay ahead. Once the energy in the meridians converged with the blood energy, it would become violently ferocious, and if not careful, it would burst out and leave one crippled. Xian Xinghe dared not speak, only silently cheering for Lin Ke from the side. Is this the feeling of energy and blood merging? Lin Ke could feel that when energy and blood came into contact, they indeed became lively, yet this sensation remained within a controllable range. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Ke began guiding the energy in his 12 meridians to flow throughout his body. He could feel his hands and feet trembling irregularly. This was the vibration caused by the rapid passage of energy. With the slightest misstep, it could burst out. Xian Xinghe held his breath, nearly forgetting to breathe. He had clearly advised Lin Ke to control it finally and not let the energy surge uncontrollably. Yet now, Lin Ke's state obviously showed he hadn't heeded his advice. When he himself entered the Eightfold Realm, he overcame each of his 12 meridians one by one, not daring to be careless. Whereas Lin Ke's cultivation method now was to open all 12 meridians. He had left himself no room at all. Too impatient, this is going to fail. Xian Xinghe felt a bit disappointed. After all, Lin Ke was still a bit hasty. But well, if there wasn't a bit of pride in one's heart, how could one be called a young man? Lin Ke's skin pores began to seep blood energy. This was the energy surge failing to find a vessel and leaking through the skin, a sign of imminent rupture. Back then, I failed at this very step. Xian Xinghe sighed. Even though he successfully crossed into the Eightfold Realm, the surging energy still shattered all his meridians. Blood mist continually gathered above Lin Ke's body. Upon sensing the energy leakage, he stirred the energy of the Radiant Holy Dragon to protect the energy within his meridians. The healing power of the Radiant Holy Dragon was far greater than the destructive speed of the blood surge at the Eightfold Realm, encasing the energy in a layer of milky white energy. The blood mist that had been surging continuously in the previous moment vanished without a trace in the next. Did he manage to control it? Xian Xinghe was astonished, almost leaping from his chair. This is a full opening of the 12 meridians, a surge of vitality. Lin Ke was clearly about to fail, but why is he still able to suppress it? Lin Ke's arms and thighs began to swell, the vitality flowing into his meridians continuously solidifying and filling his flesh and blood, tearing his clothes apart in the process. Moo! A deep, thunderous roar of a wild bull erupted, as the surging vitality behind Lin Ke suddenly shot up to the sky, eventually forming a huge phantom of a wild bull. This phantom was incredibly solid, completely covering and protecting Lin Ke's body. Lin Ke looked as if he were wearing an armor of vitality, exuding an extraordinary aura. Did I succeed? Xian Xinghe nearly stood up from his wheelchair. He had been tormented by the 8th level of the bull force, and Lin Ke had truly crossed over. Lin Ke, how do you feel now? Pretty good. The endless flow of vitality surged as Lin Ke, clad in blood-colored armor, threw a punch into the void. Bang! In the distance, a muffled sound echoed from the metal boundary wall of the training room, followed by a dent. What terrifying power! Xian Xinghe swallowed hard, unable to prevent himself from gulping. Why does your bull force seem even stronger than mine? Lin Ke chuckled lightly. It's not as difficult as I imagined. Even without using the energy from the Holy Dragon of Light, relying purely on Lin Ke's terrifying physical strength, the vital surge from the 8th level of the bull force could not damage his body at all. Lin Ke's body was incredibly powerful. The shock from the full opening of the 12 meridians was nothing. Truly a monster. Xian Xinghe smiled bitterly, a hint of loneliness and unwillingness in his eyes. Now that you have reached my level, I will take my leave. The student had already surpassed him, this crippled mentor. If so, he had no face to continue staying. During the time he guided Lin Ke's bull force, Xian Xinghe experienced various shocks, but more than that, he felt excitement. In Lin Ke, he seemed to see the dazzling self he once was. So hot, so desirable. Leave? Where to? Lin Ke did not remove the bull armor and, sitting cross-legged, said, Isn't there still a 9th level? Still lost in his memories, Xian Xinghe heard Lin Ke intending to push for the 9th level of the bull force, and his words of persuasion were once again swallowed. Then, let's give it a try. Xian Xinghe laughed bitterly. Sorry Lin Ke, I can no longer provide any insights or guidance, you can only rely on your own feelings to seek a breakthrough. But, I once heard a great master of martial arts say something. What was it? Once you cross the 9th level, the bull transforms into a dragon, and the winds and clouds change. Lin Ke's eyes ignited with golden light, and as the body cyclone roared again, Xian Xinghe suddenly understood. He was about to witness the moment the shackles shattered. 9th level. P.S. Still 5 updates, posting together. It's so busy during the new year, but I've tried my best. Thank you all for your generous gifts, I'm filled with motivation. Chapter 81, 9th level, winds and clouds change. Bull transforms into a dragon, winds and clouds change. This is the introduction to the 9th level, a height that Xian Xinghe could never reach. He didn't know how many times he had deduced it in dreams, unable to imagine what the true 9th level would feel like. Just like how a person cannot imagine a color they have never seen. Xian Xinghe couldn't envision how soaring the spirit of the 9th level truly was. Lin Ku, go for it. Xian Xinghe clenched his fists and repeatedly pounded on the worn-out armrests of his wheelchair, cheering Lin Ku on. At this moment, he no longer saw Lin Ku as his student, but as a fellow traveler, even the hope of the martial arts world. As martial artists, we fear nothing, not even death. Lin Ku had no idea that Xian Xinghe had imagined him as a brave person breaking through with the heart of one facing certain death. His state of mind remained calm and steady. Even if the physical strength he relied on collapsed, he still had the healing energy of the Holy Dragon of Light as a backup. That was his courage to push for the 9th level. I want to see. How difficult is the 9-fold realm? Lin Ku sat cross-legged, the bull warrior armor covering his body seemed to sense his determination and let out a long howl that faded away. Using breath to take form, with meridians flowing freely, containing mysterious power, connecting the 5 organs. Lin Ku's meridians were fully opened, and the blood and energy in his 12 meridians surged continuously as he manipulated the power of his blood and energy to flow into the meridians. The bearing capacity of the meridians has its limits, even Lin Ku's strong physique cannot guarantee an endless expansion of blood and energy in the meridians. If expanded to the limit, the meridians will break. But if I don't push the meridians to the brink, there is no way to proceed to the next step. To live by facing death? After thinking it over, Lin Ku no longer cared for the safety of his meridians, bursting through the dam to pour all his energy and blood into them. The already full meridians expanded like a balloon being inflated. Xian Xinghe, drenched in sweat, forgot to breathe as he realized Lin Ku's intention. He was about to sever his own meridians. It's too risky. If this gamble fails, everything will be in vain. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Of course it is worth it. Xian Xinghe silently grimaced as tears streamed down his cheeks. If he were given another chance, he would make the same choice without hesitation. Who doesn't want to stand on the mountain peak? Every bit of progress Lin Ku makes now is at the limit, a groundbreaking presence in the bull strength technique. Bang! 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 Under Lin Ku's frenzied infusion, the 12 meridians broke with a sound, while the violent blood and energy surged continuously within his body. But with a sweet taste at the corner of his mouth, Lin Ku spat out a mouthful of thick blood. Yet he continued as if nothing were wrong, mobilizing the energy and blood to strike at his 5 organs. In ancient times, there was a saying called going into a frenzy. This was Lin Ku's current state. A slight misstep could lead to losing oneself. Containing mysterious power, let me see what profound mysteries lie within. Lin Ku paid no mind, refusing to use the healing energy of the Holy Light Dragon, allowing the blood and energy to continuously batter his own body. Inside, the Holy Light Dragon sensed that Lin Ku's 5 organs were being consumed, ready to intervene, but Lin Ku called it to a halt. Xiaobai, stop. Lin Ku rejected the Holy Light Dragon's healing efforts. He could now only feel his 5 organs completely displaced, his intestines twisted like knives, his heart racing wildly, shooting up to 300 beats per minute. Lin Ku's sense of pain had not vanished, and this torment made beads of sweat drip from his forehead, his cheeks growing paler. Lin Ku. Xian Xinghe clenched his teeth, refusing to allow himself to affect Lin Ku. Now Lin Ku had no chance of turning back. 12 meridians, all broken. Even if he stops cultivating now, he will have to lie in a hospital bed for a long time. Failing means death. Lin Ku's body continuously endured the pain, a sensation like being hit with knives and axes that attacked him without giving a second's respite. Blood flowed constantly from his eyes, nose, and ears, and the surface of his skin began to seep blood. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ku had turned into a blood-soaked figure. Not enough, still not enough. As the blood and energy surged slightly, Lin Ku actively urged his blood and energy to continue destroying his own body. You made me endure such great pain, and now you want me to stop? Let the storm come even fiercer. Sensing that it was Lin Ku who actively stirred up the waves, Xian Xinghe took a deep breath. The admiration and longing in his eyes reached their peak. This is the model of martial arts. This is the true heart that devotes everything to martial arts. You, Lin Ku, deserve to be a wealthy man. Lin Ku had no idea of the drama unfolding in Xian Xinghe's heart. He had now lost his hearing, sense of smell, and vision, and the salty, sticky taste of blood in his mouth was gradually fading away, his sense of taste disappearing in the end. All 5 senses were lost. His pupils continued to expand and contract, at a rapid rate, and as they shrank into vertical slits, Lin Ku's spine began to rise. The spine, rising constantly, broke through his skin, and bony spurs began to grow on the 33 vertebrae. Lin Ku. Xian Xinghe panicked. The appearance Lin Ku displayed now was no longer that of a human. Like a beast. Roar. Lin Ke let out a low growl, his beastly eyes locked onto Xian Xinghe. Xian Xinghe felt as if he had fallen into a 1,000-year ice cellar, his whole body chilling, as endless killing intent condensed around him. Possessed, Xian Xinghe smiled bitterly. Lin Ke, to have my life ended by you is an honor for me, Xian Xinghe. It's a pity that the ninth realm is still just a legend. Lin Ke seemed not to hear Xian Xinghe's words, his figure vanished, and he raised his hand to grab Xian Xinghe's neck, lifting him high. Spines on his back continued to grow, like blades of war, exuding terrifying evil energy from all over. At his dantian, the milky white halo sealing the aura of disaster burst forth suddenly, penetrating Lin Ke's whole body. The severed meridians reconnected, the spines on his back expanded several times, as his muscles continuously bulged, Lin Ke's pupils gradually twitching with a black, fierce glow. With increasing strength, Xian Xinghe could not struggle at all, his feet had long since degenerated, facing the crazed Lin Ke, he could only gaze gently. I do not regret. Xian Xinghe smiled as if liberated. Crack. In the next moment, Lin Ke crushed his neck. Xian Xinghe fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ke let out another low roar, from his shoulder joints, spines began to grow again, his aura was no longer human, completely transformed into a demonic state. The aura of disaster continuously seeped out from Lin Ke, and at the moment of complete loss of control, a flash of milky white light flickered in his beastly eyes. Xiao Bai, now! The bright holy dragon let out a long howl, healing energy enveloping the entire training room. The moment the energy of disaster touched the light element, it retreated back into Lin Ke's body. The spines extending from his spine began to retract back into his body. Lin Ke's gaze returned to the wisdom that a human should have. Xiao Bai, save him. Chapter 82, 30,000 pounds of strength, perfected. Mentor. Lin Ke came to Xian Xinghe's side and picked him up, he was filled with visions of killing Xian Xinghe. He only allowed this act to pass so they could break through the ninth realm, as the healing ability of the bright holy dragon was enough to bring Xian Xinghe back to life. You were killed by me, you do not regret. Then your life now belongs to me. The glow of the bright holy dragon enveloped Xian Xinghe, and suddenly, a giant dragon intruded into the rapidly changing world of Xian Xinghe. The bright giant dragon circled in his world, Xian Xinghe knelt in submission, his heart filled with excitement. Is this heaven? Wake up! Slap! A crisp sound of a slap, Xian Xinghe trembled and climbed up from the ground. Lin Ke? Xian Xinghe looked around in astonishment. Wait, was he not dead? You're awake? Lin Ke stood up smiling, just a bit more and you would have really lost your life. Was it you who saved me? Xian Xinghe finally reacted from his shock, getting up from the ground and looking at his unharmed body. I'm not dead? Xian Xinghe fell into contemplation. Lin Ke, I just saw heaven. Xian Xinghe was somewhat excited. In heaven, there is a holy giant dragon, that is the creature that a true beast master should pursue. No. That kind of creature cannot be controlled by a beast master. Your wheelchair is over there. Lin Ke pointed toward the direction of the wheelchair. All right. Deep in thought, Xian Xinghe walked toward the wheelchair and sat down. He felt something was not quite right. Xian Xinghe looked around and curiously asked, is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me? Lin Ke pointed at his feet and then at the wheelchair. Xian Xinghe followed the path and looked down to see his wheelchair that had accompanied him for years. Below the pants, the little brother that had lost movement for years seemed to have risen. What's going on? Xian Xinghe's heart skipped a beat, he actually stood up directly from the wheelchair. I'm standing up. Am I really standing up? Xian Xinghe controlled his balance, afraid he would fall to the ground, he carefully took a step, then another. Congratulations. Lin Ke said with a smile, you've been reborn. It's you. Xian Xinghe could no longer see the road ahead, tears had unknowingly obscured his vision, and he ran towards Lin Ke's direction. Lin Ke, thank you. That is an iron stake. The words came a step too late, and Xian Xinghe's head hit the iron stake hard, making him burst into hearty laughter for a long time. Lin Ke, from now on my life is yours. Xian Xinghe covered his face and cried bitterly, only after losing and regaining it could he understand how exhilarating this feeling was. If he could, Xian Xinghe would willingly stand all his life. Never to sit down again. Never again. Alright, stop kneeling to me. Lin Ke helped Xian Xinghe up, from now on, I'll still call you my mentor. Then I will call you my adoptive father, and we can each have our own titles. Xian Xinghe insisted firmly, Lin Ke had given him a new life, like being reborn to parents again. As you wish. Thank you, adoptive father. Accepting Xian Xinghe's decision, Lin Ke had thought about this a long time ago. He just wanted to find a suitable time, but unexpectedly the breakthrough of the barbarian bull spirit 9th layer almost cost Xian Xinghe his life. By the way, adoptive father, have you successfully stepped into the 9th layer? Seeing Xianxing's face covered with stubble, Lin Ke felt something strange. Just call me Lin Ke, I don't have a son as old as you. Xianxing awkwardly smiled, remembering a movie he watched years ago, and said, how about I call you boss or big brother, Lin Shang? As you wish. Big brother. That sounds a bit more comfortable. Actually, I'm not sure whether I have broken through. Lin Ke recalled the feeling just now, realizing that the impact of his vital energy on his organs was far from enough. So he let the radiant holy dragon release the restriction of the catastrophe, black beast, and the desolate aura surged into his body. Sure enough, Lin Ke fell into a furious state. The ninth layer of barbarian bull spirit isn't that easy to break through. Lin Ke closed his eyes and tried to awaken it. The bone spurs on his spine rose again, and Lin Ke's aura instantly became extremely menacing, with sharp bone spurs growing on his shoulders and forehead. Like a demon. Xianxing's body trembled lightly, just looking into Lin Ke's eyes made him lose the courage to fight. Lin Ke's appearance was like that of a hellish Azura. This is the form of the ninth layer of barbarian bull spirit. Vital energy flowed easily within Lin Ke's body and no longer harmed his organs, allowing him to summon it to any part of his body at will. Vital energy poured into his fists, and the bones of his fists made crisp sounds. His fists continuously grew larger. Test. Bang. Lin Ke struck out a punch. The iron stake was completely smashed into iron shavings by Lin Ke's punch. The numbers on the display kept jumping. 30 30,000 kilograms. This was not an attack in the state of killing intent. If combined with catastrophe, Lin Ke felt it should reach a limit of 40 to 50,000 kilograms. He had mastered this body to an extraordinary level. But why does it feel like I'm not human after using the ninth layer of barbarian bull spirit? And the features of the barbarian bull almost disappeared. The bone spur growing on his forehead looked more like a dragon's horn. Big brother, I suspect this is the real appearance of the barbarian bull spirit technique. Xianxing explained, stepping forward. The previous ones were all disguises. Only by practicing to the ninth layer can one have such a huge transformation. Xianxing felt envious. The pressure displayed by the ninth layer of barbarian bull spirit was even more terrifying than that of the accompanying beasts. This was a true human demon beast. Lin Ke could also sense that the barbarian bull spirit technique was indeed extraordinary. Besides the golden tiger spirit, there should be other techniques to assist in cultivation. Mentor, now you can walk and jump, so you can help me find martial arts similar to barbarian bull and golden tiger in the future. Understood, big brother. Night fell. At the security booth of the Golden Sea Imperial Garden. The beast tamer security guard who had just finished their shift looked at someone holding a wheelchair high above his head, bouncing and skipping out while humming a tune, and felt a chill run down their spine. Just a few days ago, two incredibly beautiful girls were tearing clothes at the gate. There was a woman whose bra was completely smashed in. What a strange world, full of wonders. Bai Shuang had just arrived at Lin Ke's home and drew out the battle knife at her waist. Who? Lin Ke happened to be coming down the stairs, biting into an apple. Senior sister, you're back? Lin Ke? Bai Shuang retracted the knife, asking in confusion, you seem to have gotten stronger? Chapter 83 A Visit. I've improved quite a bit. Lin Ke's words were understated, but Bai Shuang's sense was exceptionally keen. I'm afraid it's more than just a little, right? I've broken the 10,000 gene strength. Lin Ke scratched his head and said. Broken 10,000 gene strength? Bai Shuang smiled in surprise. Then you have a place in the top 10 of the national competition. Senior sister, is there a chance for first place? This year, I'm afraid. Bai Shuang hesitated. She rarely boasted, and after a calm analysis, she spoke. It's difficult. To be honest, Lin Ke, it's already surprising enough that you achieved first place in the provincial competition. When I asked you to participate. Bai Shuang never anticipated Lin Ke could go this far. The national competition selects the top 3 from all provinces in the country. Other provinces aside, the truly terrifying ones are from the imperial capital and Magic City. Just the top 3 contestants from these 2 provinces probably occupy 6 spots. As for the remaining 4 spots, they are equally hard to compete for. Then I'll do my best. Lin Ke didn't take it to heart. This time's improvement gave him quite a bit of confidence. Even if those were a group of saints living at the peak of heaven, he still wanted to peak. Bai Shuang was about to speak when her phone rang. What's the matter? Understood. Bai Shuang hung up the phone and said, Lin Ke, someone from the imperial capital has come. Do you want to meet? Someone from the imperial capital? Lin Ke was a bit surprised. Who? Ouyang Qing, the vice president of the second year at the Imperial Beast Academy. They only know of your existence, but they don't know the specifics about you. Hearing this name, Lin Ke had an impression. Ouyang Qing, who posted on the forum and established the so-called elite alliance of higher institutions. They should be here to invite you to join the Imperial Beast Academy. Then I won't meet them. Lin Ke said without thinking. Anyway, he had already planned to study at Quan Hai. He had seen the school spirit of higher institutions, and it was not suitable for him. Maybe they will spend money to dig you out. Bai Shuang said indirectly. How much can that be? Lin Ke scoffed. Ouyang Qing's father is a board member of the Imperial Beast Academy and is also ranked among the top 3 wealthiest beast masters in China. Lin Ke, I hate rich people the most. I understand. Bai Shuang took out her phone and dialed. Tell them that what the student council offers, Lin Ke won't accept. Let them sleep on it. How much? Lin Ke almost snatched the phone away, his heart racing wildly. 100 billion? Do you think this is a silly 100 billion subsidy? Even though Lin Ke's worth had reached hundreds of millions, hearing that obscure term still shocked him. Is that so? I said he wouldn't lack money. Ouyang Qing, who was rejected, was not surprised at all. Instead, he thought his approach was somewhat rude. If I had known, I would have added a few 100 billion to make it an even 1,000 billion. President, even if he doesn't lack money, at least you came personally. How can he be so aloof? In the car, Zhang Tian was furious. I'm going up to find him right now. Are you going to seek death? Ouyang Qing sneered. It's normal for true talents to have a bit of a weird temper. No rush, let's stay in Quan Hai for a few days and wait for a suitable opportunity to visit. Keep an eye on the surroundings. We must not let other higher institutions get ahead. After sorting out his emotions, Lin Ke logged into his smart brain and uploaded all the crystal cores he painstakingly collected in recent days to the virtual network, totaling around 150 million. Still too poor? Every time I hear about money, I find it hard to refuse. Lin Ke sighed. It seems he still needs to hone his mindset. This habit of being tempted by money, I wonder when he can change it. A mere 100 billion shakes my mind, sob, 100 billion. The next morning, Lin Ke received a call from Lu Dezhuang. Old Lin, the head teacher called me and said they want to come to your house with the principal. Is that okay? The old teacher wants to come? Sure, why not? Lin Ke guessed it must be about his performance in the competition, as he had informed Chen Wei about it before. Now, during the off-season, it was normal for the former homeroom teacher to come to congratulate him. After all, Lin Ke had won the provincial championship right after graduating high school, which was miraculous. Then I'll take them over now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Ke went downstairs, where Bai Shuang was having instant noodles with Lin Changsheng as usual. You finally decided to show up, kid. Lin Changsheng said unhappily upon seeing Lin Ke, who had been missing for days. Training is important, but don't wear yourself out. Got it. Lin Ke informed Lin Changsheng about the visit from the old teacher and Principal Xia. He thought Lin Changsheng would be shocked or even flustered, but surprisingly, Lin Changsheng was exceptionally calm this time. He had received too many calls from important figures. A homeroom teacher and a principal from Quan Hai Middle School were not on his list. Seeing Lin Changsheng so self-satisfied, Lin Ke chuckled. They'll be here soon, at least get ready. Before long, Lu Dezhuang arrived with homeroom teacher Chen Wei and Principal Xia at Lin Ke's house. Bai Shuang opened the door, and Principal Xia nervously cleared his throat. Lin Ke, congratulations. Upon seeing Bai Shuang, he hurriedly confirmed the door number in a flustered manner, then looked helplessly at Lu Dezhuang. This is definitely the right place. Lu Dezhuang said casually, Hello, Senior Bai Shuang, nice to see you again. Welcome. Bai Shuang took on a hostess demeanor, stepping aside. Please come in. Only then did Chen Wei and Principal Xia come back to their senses. Principal Xia grabbed Chen Wei's sleeve. Old Chen, isn't this the daughter of the Bai family? Could it be they? No. I don't know. Chen Wei's face was full of questions, and he found himself sweating without realizing it. Principal Xia tightened his sleeve, leaning on his cane as he limped inside. He had just visited Quan Hai Academy to meet Principal LV. He already knew well how to interact with top talents. Calm and steady. Principal Xia murmured as he walked into the house. Lin Ke stepped forward and warmly said, Little fatty, old teacher, principal, you're here? Chen Wei let out a sigh of relief. Even if Lin Ke lived in a magnificent palace, he was still his student and didn't show any airs. Principal Xia kept murmuring and somehow stumbled, kneeling in front of Lin Ke. Lin Ke, you, hello. Principal. Chen Wei immediately helped Principal Xia up, awkwardly saying, Your prosthetic leg, it really needs some oil. Principal Xia rolled his eyes at Chen Wei in his mind, muttering to himself, What do you know? These are skills taught by old LV. Though I'm still not very skilled, Lin Ke must understand how much I value him. Chapter 84, Kneeling Emperor, Quan Hai Principal LV Pengfei. Lin Ke, your performance has been truly amazing, simply the most outstanding student in the history of Quan Hai Middle School. Principal Xia said, sitting on the sofa, hands on his cane, praising him extravagantly. This time entering the national competition, it surely aims for the championship, right? I'll do my best. After pouring a cup of tea for Principal Xia, Lin Ke said, I'm not sure how far I can go. Doing your best is enough. Chen Wei added, Lin Ke, we've all discussed it, when the national competition starts, we will come to cheer for you on site. Compared to Principal Xia's various praises, Chen Wei felt more admiration and a sense of achievement towards Lin Ke. With such an outstanding student, he, as the teacher, undoubtedly shares the glory. Just not long ago, he had been exceptionally promoted to grade director. All thanks to Lin Ke's outstanding performance. By the way, Lin Ke, what are your plans regarding the academy? Principal Xia asked curiously, with the talent you've shown, top colleges must be fighting to recruit you, right? Chen Wei also chimed in, someone with Lin Ke's level of genius is rare across the nation. Being taken away is normal, you must think carefully, as this concerns your future. I've thought it through. Lin Ke said with a smile. So soon? Principal Xia fiddled with the staff in his hand, nervously saying, it must be a prestigious school in the capital or the magical city, right? It's the Spring Sea Academy. Lin Ke said directly. Spring Sea Academy? Principal Xia looked at Lin Ke in shock, a wave of pain shooting through his damaged knee. Indeed, it was Elder Lu. You want to go to Spring Sea Academy? Chen Wei was also incredibly shocked. Lin Ke, with your current grades, you could easily consider going to a higher-level academy. Why choose a local academy? Chen Wei was only considering this from his own perspective. If he had Lin Ke's talent, he would definitely go to a higher academy. The resources, teaching quality, and networking of high-level academies are top-notch. As long as students can graduate smoothly from a high-level academy, they basically belong to the winners of life. Any academy is the same to me. Lin Ke did not explain much. Seeing Lin Ke say this, Chen Wei stopped talking, while Principal Xia pulled out his phone, hesitating whether to inform Lu Pengfei. Meanwhile, Bai Shuang walked over with her phone. Lin Ke, since Principal Xia and the others are here today, should I bring Elder Lu to meet you? Elder Lu? Is it Principal Lu Pengfei? Principal Xia immediately asked. Yes. He is a legendary figure in our Spring Sea. Principal Xia said vividly, he is also my senior brother, a man of strong character and integrity. Lin Ke had heard of Principal Lu's name. When Bai Shuang joined Spring Sea Academy, he was so busy that he nearly hung himself in front of the Education Bureau. Near the kiosk of the Golden Ocean Imperial Garden. Ouyang Qing's subordinate was observing inside the car. Anyone who entered the Golden Ocean Imperial Garden would have their photo appear on their computer. All social information was clearly revealed. As long as a principal from a prestigious academy enters, I can discover it immediately, the subordinate smiled confidently. Hey, brother subordinate, look at that person. The subordinate's assistant immediately reminded him. The subordinate looked out and saw an elderly man wearing a deep blue tang suit, with a goatee and youthful appearance, floating into the Golden Ocean Imperial Garden. Why can't I see his legs? Who is this old man? The computer revealed the old man's identity. Principal of Spring Sea Academy, Lu Pengfei. Soon after, there was a ringing at Lin Ke's door. Lin Ke got up to open the door, but saw no figure in his line of sight. Strange. Just as he was about to close the door, a voice came from his belly. You must be Lin Ke, right? Lu Pengfei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, kneeling and looking up with a gentle smile. Nice to meet you for the first time. I am your future principal, Lu Pengfei. Hello, sir. Lin Ke reached out his hand, and by the time he realized it, Lu Pengfei was already standing straight in front of him, the speed so fast like a flash of lightning, making Lin Ke doubt whether he actually knelt. Masterful skills, the kneeling emperor. Principal Xia kept recalling Lu Pengfei's skills. Compared to that smooth kneeling technique, his own way was full of flaws and embarrassing. No, I must practice hard when I go back, just in case. Lu Pengfei naturally integrated into this conversation. Old Lu, you're finally here. Bai Shuang greeted Principal Lu and then said. From now on, Lin Ke will rely on you to protect him. Don't worry, big sister, it's my duty. Lu Pengfei said very seriously, how I protected you back then, I will protect him the same way now. As long as he is a student of our academy, I will stake my life to protect him. Big sister? Lin Ke always felt he had misheard. The principal is being too polite, I look forward to your guidance. Lin Ke smiled gently, his demeanor elegant, which were all plus points in Lu Pengfei's eyes. Finally, a decent talent has come, look, how elegant he is, clearly a good student. Lin Ke, rest assured, Spring Sea Academy will never treat you unfairly, I will fight for more resources for you. After all, you will soon represent our Spring Sea Academy in the national competition. Thank you, Principal. Beside him, Lu Dezhuang felt awkward as he listened to the others talking about topics he couldn't understand, turning his cup in his hands. Aside from genuinely being happy for Lin Ko, he also began to contemplate his own future. He could forget about a high-level school, a mid-level school was also a bit of a challenge, and a low-level school had no future at all. Fatty, what are you thinking about? Lin Ko noticed Lu Dazhuang hanging his head and moved to his side. Haven't seen you in a few days, and you've gained quite a bit of weight. Old Lin, I feel like my future is pitch black. Lu Dazhuang forced a smile, my companion beast follows me around eating dung every day. Although it has made some progress, it still feels useless. What's wrong with that? Tomorrow I'll take you to the underground cave, let your companion beast try something new. Really? Lu Dazhuang said excitedly, that's awesome, my little Huang is in for a treat. Lu Pengfei blinked and immediately recognized that Lu Dazhuang and Lin Ke shared a deep bond. He pretended to ponder and coughed, this little chubby brother, what is your companion beast? Me? Lu Dazhuang scratched his head shyly, a maggot, still at F rank, but it's really good at eating dung. Isn't that a super rare companion beast? Lu Pengfei stood up abruptly. You must join our Quanhai Academy. Ah? Lu Dazhuang was stunned. With his grades and companion beast level, he actually didn't have the qualification to join. Such a rare companion beast might have the potential to mutate in the future. I'm sort of investing in it early. Lu Pengfei lied without any shame, not realizing that today's casual words would later bring a terrible influence to the whole Quanhai Academy. Elsewhere, Ouyang Qing received a phone call from his subordinate. President, just now a principal entered, but it was not from a high-level school. I was wondering whether I should call you to report. Ouyang Qing's anger flared, are you a pig? Do I need to repeat myself? The subordinate replied, but this is the Quanhai Academy that stole the female war goddess, by Shuang. I suspect this old man has some magic, we must be on guard. P.S. 5th update, see you tomorrow. Thanks again for everyone's support. Although it's tiring, I'm happy. Chapter 85, The Rarity of Talented People. Lu Pengfei, as the principal of Quanhai Academy, was very clear about how difficult it was for truly exceptional talents to be won over by mid and low-level schools. People aim high, no talented individual would be willing to lower their status to go to a mid or low-level school. The improvement from 1 year in a high-level school can rival 3 years in a mid or low-level school, opportunities for development are entirely different. Even a talent with mediocre qualifications would strive to get into a high-level school, and only if they ultimately failed would they consider a mid-level school. Thus, he placed immense importance on Lin Ko, if it meant kneeling, then so be it. I have kneeled all my life, I don't need to explain myself to anyone. Understanding this well, Lu Pengfei also decided to admit Lu Dazhuang into the academy, after all, adding one more student wouldn't make much of a difference. The most important thing was that it could win Lin Ko's favor. Wonderful, wonderful. As soon as the subordinate finished reporting Lu Pengfei's news to Ouyang Qing, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. Quanhai Academy, I remember it was just a third-rate school back in the day, not even second-rate, right? The subordinate checked the academy's data and replied, President's memory is indeed excellent, it matches exactly with what is written in the records. Humph. A third-rate academy, if it weren't for Sister Bai's own choice, a mere Quanhai Academy wouldn't be worthy to compete with my Imperial Academy. Clearly, Ouyang Qing understood the events of the past, and he did not believe Lin Ko would choose to join a third-rate academy. A third-rate academy can keep him? Keep monitoring the movements of high-level schools. The subordinate replied, President, what if that guy really joins Quanhai Academy? Wouldn't that be even better? Ouyang Qing sneered, he'll ruin his own future and break the path of climbing to greatness, he'll ultimately become just like everyone else. With the level of a third-rate academy, they could never nurture a true talent. If Lin Ke chooses not to join the Imperial Academy, as long as he doesn't join any other prestigious school, then it doesn't really matter to Ouyang Qing. There is no one in this world who can refuse the personal invitation of the Imperial Academy. I am not interested in the Divine Beast Academy of the Imperial Capital. After pouring a cup of tea for Lu Pengfei, Lin Ke said, Senior Sister Baishuan told me that our Spring Sea Academy is quite excellent too. Yes, Lu Pengfei smiled and agreed, I have seen your talent, little friend Lin, you will shine wherever you go. Lin Ke smiled and said, just now, old Lu said he would do his best to fight for resources for me. I wonder what these resources are. Lu Pengfei coughed, don't worry, even if the resources are not as good as those from prestigious schools, they won't be lacking by much. If you have any requirements then come to the principal's office whenever you want. Great. Lin Ke said with satisfaction. I will definitely bother you a lot then, I won't stand on ceremony. Lu Pengfei's heart skipped a beat, why did he suddenly have an ominous premonition? Something's not right, just now Lin Ke was elegant and friendly, how did the mood change in the time it took to drink a cup of tea? Is it just my illusion? Lu Dazhuang was still immersed in the joy of being accepted into the Spring Sea Academy. He secretly swore that from now on, the toilets of Spring Sea Academy would definitely be unblocked. As long as I'm here, there couldn't possibly be clogged toilets in Spring Sea Academy. Guarding the Academy's toilets is our unshakable duty. Since that's the case, then I will take my leave first. Lu Pengfei stood up and said, little friend Lin could the fatty classmate, see you at the start of school. See you at the start of school. Lu Dezhuang hurriedly stood up, afraid the principal would change his mind. Could this be the case of one person achieving the Tao, causing the dogs and chickens to rise? Lin Ke smiled and nodded, sending Lu Pengfei to the door, while Principal Xia and Chen Wei also stood up and left with Lu Pengfei. In the elevator, Chen Wei felt a bit awkward, while Principal Xia and Lu Pengfei chatted animatedly. Old Lu, congratulations, the academy has gained a once-in-a-century genius. In time, Spring Sea will surely produce a prestigious school. Oh please, Spring Sea High School is truly the dragon among men. We have also seen many geniuses in the past few years. It's all for the future development of Spring Sea. Let's exchange ideas more often. Of course, of course. Lu Pengfei couldn't hide his excitement, and immediately made a call to start promoting. After all, he had already been threatened enough when Bai Shuang joined, so he wasn't afraid of being threatened again. At worst, he would kneel to the Education Bureau. No matter the changes, I, Lu Pengfei, am not afraid. That noon, the Spring Sea Academy's official website released an announcement. A gigantic poster featured a silhouette of a person, with the text, "Who will win the championship of the National Talents Battle in Fuyu Province?" Stay tuned! The header poster on the Spring Sea official website had not changed for several years. It was originally a personal photo of Bai Shuang, made into a poster after Lu Pengfei was furious due to threats from multiple parties. He enjoyed seeing those prestigious academies unable to obtain Bai Shuang, seething with jealousy. Now, with the same type of poster content appearing, it immediately sparked intense discussions online. Is Gao Zhongwan going to Spring Sea Academy? What kind of school is this? A new prestigious school? Why haven't I heard of this school? Let me check. No need to check, this is a second-rate school, and it only rose to second-rate because the Valkyrie Bai Shuang joined. It's essentially a low-tier school. Wow, Gao Zhongwan must be from Spring Sea. Does this school have the advantage of being close to the water to get the moon first? But a low-tier school can't possibly nurture geniuses, right? Everyone, don't worry, wait until the school starts, and you will know. I'm enrolling in Spring Sea Academy, and I will live-stream my first day. Then I will enroll too, just to see Gao Zhongwan. I will go too, I want to see what's going on. Bai Shuang's joining pushed Spring Sea from a third-rate to a second-rate academy, and Lu Pengfei hoped Lin Ke's arrival would elevate Spring Sea Academy to first-rate. President, the Spring Sea Academy has announced it. That guy really seems to have joined Spring Sea Academy. Ouyang Qing was silent on the phone for a long time before he sneered in response. Who exactly is at the Spring Sea Academy? He actually chose to go there. So what do we do now? The subordinate said gleefully, such an ungrateful person, ignoring the invitation from the Empire Academy. I don't think this person will amount to anything. Since he has gone, then you go too. Subordinate? President, why should I go to a low-ranking school? The subordinate instantly felt like the sky had fallen. You go and keep an eye on that guy, record everything about his daily life, every word and action, and how he trains. President, I. The position of Vice President. Ouyang Qing mentioned casually. The subordinate immediately spoke with righteous indignation. President, I am your most trusted subordinate. I can't rely on anyone else to supervise me. This must be me. Your student status has already been transferred. At the start of the semester, just go report there. P.S. Thank you to everyone for the rewards. Thank you. Today I will still be updating 5 chapters. Chapter 86, The Invitation from the Evil Head Sister? Senior sister, we will soon become alumni. After Lu Pengfei and others left, Lin Ke sat on the sofa chatting with Bai Shuang. I'm already in my senior year internship, but I should be working at the academy afterward. Bai Shuang smiled and said, at that time, I will specifically open a class for you. Alright. Lin Ke, the resources at Spring Sea Academy really can't compare to those at higher academies, but if it's what you want, old Lu will do anything to help you fight for it. At least I can guarantee that. You will receive the highest treatment at Spring Sea Academy. Treatment or not, I'm not so particular about that. Lin Ke smiled shyly, but was secretly calculating what to ask for. Soon, Bai Shuang received a phone call. A big gift is coming. Bai Shuang said with a smile, Lin Ke, do you want to come down with me? Old Lu's meeting gift has arrived. Isn't it inappropriate? Lin Ke immediately got up and pressed the elevator button. Bai Shuang smiled gently. She liked to see Lin Ke acting contrary to his true feelings. It was a bit cute. In the basement of Jin Hai Di Yuan. On Lin Ke's parking space, there was a specially modified alloy war vehicle, resembling a raptor tyrannosaurus on the outside, made of rare alloy, visible from a distance with its fierce massive front face. This is a gift from old Lu to you, a modified alloy war vehicle, valued at around 50 million, with an Academy license plate. You can drive this vehicle around the school without any obstacles. Can it be driven to the principal's office? Linka carefully observed this big monster. At the moment he started it, the underground parking garage seemed to come alive with a fierce beast escaping. The two large headlights suddenly lit up, and the entire parking lot seemed to welcome the dawn. Of course, as long as you can drive it. Do you want to take it out for a ride? Bai Shuang asked. Senior sister, I haven't gotten my driver's license yet. Lin Ke was indeed tempted. After all, he couldn't afford such a multi-million toy right now. Shall I take you out for a spin? Sure. Lin Ke sat in the passenger seat, the huge roar constantly sending vibrations on the road. This high-up perspective was unmatched by traditional luxury cars. What kind of car is this? What a terrifying roar. Oh my, I thought the dungeon monsters were attacking, and it has a special license plate. Probably only a distinguished beast master can afford it. Lin Ke, in the passenger seat, felt the unified gazes from the roadside and was filled with a sense of achievement. He turned to Bai Shuang and said, Senior sister, I see this vehicle's basic configuration should belong to the combat series, right? It does, Bai Shuang explained with a smile. This vehicle can enter the monster's lair, equipped with various weapons. This button is the shape-changing switch. Ordinary dungeon monsters really can't break through the defenses of this vehicle. Lin Ke, this time old Lu has really invested heavily. Bai Shuang parked the war vehicle by the seaside bridge and got out of the car. The moonlight spilled over the sea, sparkling like fractured gold in the water. Bai Shuang opened the back seat and pressed a switch next to the chair. The seat automatically opened, revealing a small weapon box. The black box glimmered with a matte finish under the moonlight. Bai Shuang pressed her fingerprint to unlock the box, and a set of armor gloves gleaming with a dark light appeared before Lin Ke. Lin Ke, this is a gift for you, Bai Shuang said as she picked up the tiger claw. Your fighting style does not fit with a combat knife. This is a dragon armor glove made from the front claws and scales of a bone dragon. Its hardness is stronger than alloys, even more powerful than regular battle gear. Now, it belongs to you. Lin Ke took the dragon armor glove and found it lighter than he had imagined, and by pressing a button, it would fit perfectly. Thank you, senior sister, I really like it. Lin Ke used it for a moment, and the dragon claw was indeed very suitable for him. This must be expensive, right? Bai Shuang shook her head. Compared to your trust in me by choosing to join the Quan Hai Academy, this gift is not expensive at all. I hope this will be useful to you. I will use this against the monsters in the beginner's dungeon tomorrow. Lin Ke made a few gestures in the air. Bai Shuang placed her slender fingers behind her back and gently hooked them, taking a deep breath before slowly turning to look at the sea illuminated by the moonlight. She wore a white long dress, and the breeze gently lifted the hem of her dress, her skin appearing even whiter under the moonlight, her swan-like long neck showing no flaws. Lin Ke secretly glanced for a full 10 seconds before he awkwardly shifted his gaze away. If you want to see, just look openly. Bai Shuang turned her head and spoke softly, I don't mind. Ahem. Lin Ke instinctively scratched his head with the black dragon claw. Bai Shuang reached out to grab his arm. This thing is very sharp. Even if you have strong healing abilities, you can't avoid bleeding and injury. I was thinking of letting a little blood cool down. Lin Ke said, trying to break the slightly awkward atmosphere with a joke. Then should I take you to see some blood? Before Lin Ke could respond, Bai Shuang got into the car. Get in the car. The atmosphere in the car instantly became strange, as Bai Shuang drove towards the outskirts. Lin Ke watched the increasingly remote road and couldn't help but ask, Senior sister, where are we going now? Afraid I might eat you? Bai Shuang said with a smile, do you remember what I told you last time? The evil path is just a very general definition, it doesn't refer to a specific group or a single individual. Within the realm of evil paths, there are several major branches composed of beast masters. Their identities are special, often committing unforgivable foolish acts. Corpse masters, ghost masters, and evil masters are their specific titles. These people rely on their special status and strong powers, treating human life like weeds, using any means to achieve their goals, and once they cross the line, it can have a huge impact. So, a group composed of madmen is needed to balance this behavior. This is the judgment. The future of the world is determined by judgment, lives are determined by judgment, justice is determined by judgment, all things judged. First strike, no petition, judgment grants permission. Bai Shuang expressionlessly recounted the history of the judgment. You must be curious why I know so much about the evil path. Bai Shuang proactively explained, because, I am one of the members of the judgment. Lin Ke's heart raced, feeling somewhat lost. He never expected the new generation leader, known as the Valkyrie Bai Shuang, to be a member of the evil path. The most influential evil path. Senior sister, is this something I can know? Lin Ke said helplessly, if I hear this, won't I be living on borrowed time? Bai Shuang smiled slightly and slowly stopped the car. That little girl from the Zhuge family in the provincial city was somewhat right. From your performance in the dungeon, you indeed are a madman, and the best home for a madman is to join the judgment. Bai Shuang drew a sword and looked at Lin Ke, smiling gently. So, are you willing to join? Chapter 87, Joining the Judgment, a Great Power. I can give you time to think. You take your time, I have some matters to attend to. After Bai Shuang finished speaking, she got out of the car. Lin Ke curiously looked around the environment, discovering this was an abandoned factory near the suburbs, normally devoid of any human presence. What should I do now? Lin Ke fell into deep thought. He had already heard Bai Shuang's secret. If he refused the senior sister, would she turn against him? It turned out he had long been targeted by the evil faction. And he had still been living at home. Scenes of Bai Shuang from this period kept flashing in Lin Ke's mind. Even if she was from the evil faction, she wasn't the kind he had imagined. By the way, where did the senior sister go? Lin Ke still had many questions he wanted to ask, so he opened the car door and got out. He walked to the front of the abandoned factory and, as he got closer, he caught a strong smell of blood and the sound of continuous screaming. What is happening? Crossing the muddy ground, Lin Ke finally arrived at the entrance of the broken factory. He saw a ghostly figure fighting with a group of people, the figure in a white dress weaving through the crowd, always leaving something behind after the battle. There was blood, there were organs, and there were heads. Lin Ke stood still, his eyes following Bai Shuang's movements. Her cold gaze and decisive actions made Lin Ke feel incredibly unfamiliar. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I have a daughter. Inside the factory, only one person was left kneeling and begging for mercy, trembling as he pulled out a photo of his daughter from his chest. Look, my daughter. But. Bai Shuang pierced his heart along with the photo, drew her knife, and sheathed it in one smooth motion. Lin Ke, have you made your choice? Bai Shuang's skirt was still neat and clean, like a flower that had been soaked in blood but remained spotless. The redness in her eyes gradually faded as she walked slowly to Lin Ke's side. Who are they? Lin Ke did not answer Bai Shuang's question but instead asked her. Guiyu, one of the branches of the evil faction, loves to torture people to death. They use a special method to extract human souls to create their unique beasts, which can invade humans and complete possession of their souls. The last one I killed had personally refined the neighbor's daughter into a ghost baby at the age of 5, cultivating her as a tool for his own amusement. This place is one of their gathering spots. These guys love to share the process and feelings of torturing people, no longer belonging to normal humans. Understood. Lin Ke took a deep breath and asked, they are all deserving of death. Judgment can also lead to the innocent being killed. Bai Shuang suddenly spoke, it completely depends on you. I'm curious, who established this organization? Legendary Beast Masters. Bai Shuang's tone softened. I'm sorry, I can only tell you this much, some things I don't know myself. If you join, you can explore for yourself, but the people in this organization do not know each other's identities, except for the guide. So, the senior sister is my guide? Yes. Lin Ke fell into silence. Bai Shuang continued, Lin Ke, the judgment has a very mature system of rewards and punishments. Once you join, your progress will be faster. This should be what you've always dreamed of, right? You're right. Lin Ke slowly walked to Bai Shuang and smiled, saying, these indeed move me, but the senior sister is what I desire the most. But. Bai Shuang couldn't help but laugh. She walked closer to Lin Ke and said with eyes like water, then catch up to me and surpass me. I only admire the strong. Then it's a pleasant decision. Lin Ke extended his hand. I join the judgment. Welcome to join. Bai Shuang reached out and shook Lin Ke's hand. Congratulations, you are one step closer to the truth of this world. Truth? What does it mean? Once you pass the newcomer assessment, someone will naturally tell you, related to the abyss. Bai Shuang drove, and the two returned to the Golden Sea Imperial Garden. As usual, nothing seemed to change. Lin Changsheng was still cooking instant noodles, and Bai Shuang was still earnestly discussing how to eat the noodles. Only Lin Ke returned to his room alone, lost in thought. Which senior is the real one? The scene of Bai Shuang attacking kept lingering in Lin Ke's mind, refusing to fade away. Even though he had smashed quite a few heads during the provincial competition, it was nothing compared to reality in the virtual network. Lin Ke felt a smell of blood on him, an odor that came from internal organs constantly exposed to the air. Killing in the virtual world and killing in reality are completely two different concepts. If it were me, could I really act? Lin Ke asked himself deep down. No wonder Xianxing has said that those who can comprehend killing intent in a short period are basically not good people. The senior said that joining the judgment would lead to a quick increase in strength. Will I get more cultivation resources? What surprised Lin Ke was that jurisdiction was actually established by legendary beastmasters. And what is the truth of the world? This night was destined to be sleepless. Lin Ke couldn't sleep all night, and after a simple wash in the morning, he hurriedly left home. Old Lin, I'm here. Early in the morning, Lu Dezhuang squatted by the street, holding a meat bun in his left hand and tofu pudding in his right, eating. Seeing Lin Ku arrive, he immediately wiped his hands and came over.
I bought you tofu pudding. I don't want it, no appetite. The trembling tofu pudding in Lu Dazhuang's hand almost made Lin Ku vomit.
This thing looked a bit like brain matter.
Then I'll eat it? Go ahead.
After getting Lin Ku's agreement, Lu Dazhuang devoured the meat bun and tofu pudding in one go, wiping his mouth in satisfaction.
So good. Fatty, what level is your maggot now?
Level 5. Lu Dazhuang summoned the maggot out of thin air. It was now about 20 centimeters long, much larger than when it had just hatched. Old Lin, let me tell you, Principal LV was right, I might have the main character template.
Lu Dazhuang looked around and whispered, you know novels, right? I might be the main character in one. You are the main character?
Yeah. Lu Dazhuang proudly showed off the maggot in his hand and said seriously, in novels, the main character's first hatched beast is the weakest and most overlooked, then secretly grows stronger through everyone's ridicule and shock everyone in the end.
My little yellow fits this template. No need to enter the demon lair, just feed it poop to level up. Now its appetite is getting bigger, even our family can't keep up.
Lu Dazhuang gently stroked his companion beast and said, Little Huang, today Uncle Lin Ku will take you to the demon lair to try some fresh food.
Quickly thank Uncle Lin. The maggot bowed 90 degrees towards Lin Ku.
This little thing is quite clever.
Right?
Lu Dazhuang immediately leaned in, and Lin Ku quickly dodged. Better not get too close, I'm feeling a bit nauseous.
It doesn't stink. Lu Dazhuang argued. Then you lick it. Ahem, let's talk about something else.
Lu Dazhuang quickly changed the subject and said. Last night, I said in our class group that I was going to enter a dungeon, and they were all envious. Several classmates from different classes came to privately message me, saying they wanted to join. Including our former class flower, Lin Wanner. Lu Dazhuang described it vividly, as if he wanted to vent for Lin Ku. Those people back then avoided you when you didn't have a companion beast, but now they all want to please you.
Let them eat poop. Lu Dazhuang's face turned red. A bunch of snobs.
High school students generally do not have the right to enter the lair. Companion beasts are still in the nurturing stage right after hatching, and only college students can actually enter the lair. Lin Ku had the privilege of entering the lair. He possessed a Beastmaster identity card issued by the Companion Beast Association, allowing him to enter most dungeons freely. By the way, old Lin, my dad said to take you home for dinner when you have time. He wants to thank you properly. Lu Dazhuang got into Quan Hai Academy because of Lin Ku, and when his father found out, he excitedly took off his belt and gave Lu Dazhuang a good beating.
Almost made Lu Dazhuang recognize Lin Ku as his godfather.
This matter was too shameful, so Lu Dazhuang didn't dare to speak of it.
Fengyang Mountain, besides the artificial copies, is also home to the largest gathering of beginner monster dungeons in Quan Hai City.
Almost all first and second tier beast tamers from Quan Hai come here to grind dungeons, and many martial artists who have lost their beast companions look for team leader jobs here. Although these martial artists have lost their companion beasts, their physical strength is extremely powerful, making it not difficult to handle these simple beginner dungeons.
Old Lin, will the dungeons be very dangerous?
Lu Dazhuang followed Lin Ku through the bustling market, his eyes constantly scanning the fresh goods on the street stalls.
It shouldn't be, I'm here.
Lin Ku stopped at a stall, which sold mostly monster remains and shattered crystal cores from the dungeons. Generally, the association doesn't need these inferior products, so beast tamers can only set up stalls by the roadside, selling them at low prices to avoid them piling up in their hands.
Let's go, let's pick a dungeon.
After a brief glance, Lin Ku lost interest. These things were far inferior to the treasures produced in the Black Sea. The two arrived at the Companion Beast Association at the foot of the mountain, where groups of 3 or 5 were recruiting powerful beast tamers in the large, spacious hall.
Is this the world of beast tamers?
Lu Dazhuang looked like an outsider stepping into a grand garden, while Lin Ku smoothly made his way to the central island platform, which displayed a giant light screen with introductions and difficulties of beginner monster dungeons.
F-Class Dungeon, World of Demon Vines. Environment, the edge of the environment is made up of weak, man-eating demon vines. Mechanism, the demon vines have weak lethality and do not like to gather in groups. Suggested team size, 3. Difficulty, 2.
Hidden hint, do not gather in the center of the dungeon.
F-Class Dungeon, Misty Land.
Environment, an abandoned village shrouded in thick fog, with visibility of less than 5 meters. Mechanism, every 15 minutes, the fog condenses into solid water monsters, low HP but high numbers. Suggested team size, 4 people, must assign watch directions.
Difficulty, 2.
Hidden hint, the bell tower's top floor hides a fog-clearing gong, using it grants the whole team a 30% speed boost.
F-Class Dungeon, Glowing Mushroom Cave. Environment, a damp cave covered in glowing mushrooms.
Mechanism, picking glowing mushrooms will attract poison arrow frogs, long-range toxic attacks.
Suggested team size, 2 people, difficulty, 1.
Hidden hint, in the northwest corner, there are pale mushrooms that do not glow. touching them triggers a hidden treasure chest. The big screen recorded various introductions of beginner dungeons, and Lin Ke found that there were many types of monster dungeons, horror, illusions, and the common monster types. Most of these dungeons have been opened, so they were recorded in great detail. Moreover, the light screen refreshed the dungeons very quickly, changing in the blink of an eye. Old Lin, which dungeon should we go to? Lu Dazhuang hid behind Lin Ke. How about we first find an easy one to practice on? Lin Ke shook his head and did not answer. Bai Shuang had just given him a top-notch weapon, and going to clear a simple dungeon was clearly not in Lin Ke's interest. While Lin Ke was considering, Bai Shuang called him. Senior? Lin Ke, you should be at Fengyang Mountain, right? I remember you were going to clear a dungeon today? I just arrived. Lin Ke looked at the jumping dungeons on the light screen. I feel like these dungeons are a bit too easy. Bai Shuang, I guessed you would say that. I've sent Bai Yuntian over. He will take you to find an interesting dungeon that should suit your taste. Really? Lin Ke became interested. Thank you, senior. Good luck. Just after hanging up the phone, Bai Yuntian approached with a smile. Little friend Lin Ke, we meet again. Bai Lao, long time no see. Let's go, I will take you to see some uncharted dungeons. This dungeon should normally require a team of third-tier beast tamers to enter, but with your talent, it should not be a problem. What are uncharted dungeons? Lu Dazhuang asked curiously. Bai Yuntian smiled and explained, they are newly discovered dungeons. The novice dungeon, which usually appears near Fengyang Mountain, is not very high level, requiring a third-tier beast master to explore first. After completely exploring the dungeon, the association will organize and set a level for future beast masters to reference. Sometimes, the strength of the open-source dungeon far exceeds expectations, and many beast masters die in the dungeon. Bai Yuntian leaned closer to Lin Ke and whispered, Lin Ke, my young friend, this is a violation of the rules. If it weren't for the young lady looking for me, I generally wouldn't allow it. Then thank you, old Bai. We are family, no need to be polite. Bai Yuntian didn't expect Lin Ke to achieve such success in such a short time, winning the provincial competition at a young age against higher education institutions. By the way, the open-source dungeon has corresponding rewards based on its strength, up to tens of millions of beast coins. Lu Dazhuang gasped, Old Lin, how about I don't go, so I don't hold you back? Lu Dazhuang was quite self-aware, afraid of dragging Lin Ke down. Lin Ke smiled and said, come on, bro, are we being distant at this time? Remember how you came to me for the website back then? Stop talking. Lu Dazhuang turned red, I can go in, right? Lin Ke always remembered what Lu Dazhuang said on the way home after school on the day of the beast hatching ceremony. So, as your father, I'll reward you once, it's not excessive. Chapter 89, Open Source Dungeon, compete for it. What? This time the open source dungeon isn't given to me? Bai Yuntian had just taken Lin Ke and Lu Dazhuang to the conference room when he heard impatient arguing inside. I want to see which fool dares to steal my business. De Lu, what are you making a fuss about in the association? Bai Yuntian walked into the conference room, and the man called De Lu immediately beamed with joy. He stood nearly 2 meters tall, bald, with a muscular body, and a dragon tattoo running from his cheek to his collarbone. Old Bai, we've always been in charge of the open source dungeons, why is it given to others today? De Lu had a few team members behind him, their expressions dark and displeased. Who says the open source task must be given to your team? Bai Yuntian frowned and said, last month, your exploration progress was insufficient, and you provided incorrect information, resulting in several novice beast masters dying. You haven't forgotten this, have you? It was just a misunderstanding. De Lu grinned and said, you know me, among third-tier beast masters, I'm the strongest, the biggest, cheap and useful. For this task, I think. Not this time, and there won't be any next time. Bai Yuntian said sternly, the open source task is not a one-man show. Fine, at least let me know which team stole my order? De Lu licked his lips, let me lose clearly. Bai Yuntian was too lazy to argue with him, raised his hand, get out. Even if De Lu's team was bold, they wouldn't dare to act against Bai Yuntian at the Beast Master Association and could only leave the conference room in disgrace, waiting outside. Captain, could it be those two people beside old Bai just now? I haven't seen them before, they seem like strangers. Just these two useless kids are qualified? I've seen them, just 2 children. De Lu sneered, go check, I want to see who dares to spoil my good deed. Inside the conference room, Bai Yuntian regained his warmth and said, Lin Ke, here are the materials for the open source dungeon. I'll have someone take you over directly, and you will primarily be responsible for recording the relevant information of the dungeon. As for the difficulty, we will judge it ourselves. Remember to be extremely careful, many powerful beast masters have suffered in the dungeon exploration. I understand. Lin Ke picked up the materials and suddenly spoke, Old Bai, leave a phone number. Oh, sure. The two left the conference room. It really is them. Damn, De Lu noticed what Lin Ke was holding and confirmed it. two fresh-faced rookies think they can snatch this juicy job, follow them and find an opportunity to deal with them.
Delu and his team secretly followed behind. He wanted to kill Lin Ku. We've arrived. This is the entrance to the open source dungeon.
The staff led Lin Ku to the foot of the mountain. There was a boundary formation under construction, guarded by two beast tamers at the entrance. Handing the file to one of the guards, he glanced at Lin Ku and thought to himself, he's way too young.
Isn't he just walking into death? Alright, registration is complete. You can go in now. He didn't say more. After all, it was an order from above. It's best not to ask.
Maybe the higher-ups wanted these two dead anyway.
Fatty, wait for me here. I need to go to the toilet.
Lin Ku suddenly spoke.
Oh, okay. Just come back quickly. Lin Ku entered the dense forest alone.
In less than 2 minutes, a giant man like a bear appeared in front of him.
It was Delu. Kid, didn't expect this, did you? Hand over the stuff and I'll let you die quickly. Lin Ku twisted his neck. Too bad, I won't let you die so easily. Delu's face turned grim. He said, "Son of a bitch, kill him."
As soon as he spoke, Lin Ku vanished. Delu only felt a sharp pain in his belly, like being hit by a big truck. His body flew straight into a tree. His teammates were still in a daze, and Lin Ku already appeared in front of them.
Don't kill me.
1 minute later, Lin Ku called Bai Yuntian.
Elder Bai, I was ambushed by that team just now. What? Are you okay?
On the other end of the call, Bai Yuntian nearly jumped. Delu's team had trained in bullets and blood, they were cold-blooded killers.
I managed to escape. Come take a look, they should still be alive. After that, Lin Ku hung up the phone.
When Bai Yuntian arrived with his men, he found the forest trees knocked over in every direction. All of Delu's team were embedded in trees, barely breathing, on the verge of death.
Elder Bai, what do we do with these people? If they die, they deserve it.
Lin Ku was cautious and left the decision of life and death to me.
They dared to attack him, that's a capital crime.
Just as he finished, Delu stopped breathing. His eyes were wide open, frozen in fear before death, more terrifying than seeing a ghost. His huge body had been broken in half and stuffed into a tree.
His mistake was provoking Lin Ku.
Lin Ku was no soft target.
Bai Yuntian waved his hand for his men to clean up the bodies.
Inside, he felt more admiration for Lin Ku.
Fatty, let's go.
Lin Ku washed his hands and returned expressionless to the scene. He felt he hadn't controlled his strength well. It was his first time striking, after all, a bit unfamiliar. But that feeling of unfamiliarity was completely gone, which even surprised Lin Ku himself.
Old Lin, I need to poop. Hold it until we get inside. Lin Ku grabbed Lu Dazhuang and walked straight into the dungeon.
In front of them was a world of yellow earth. The wind howled like cries, and you could clearly see white bones buried in the wasteland, remains of magical beasts.
The environment felt like another planet, almost no signs of life.
Even the sky was filled with dust, turned red by it.
This dungeon is not simple. Lin Ku instantly sensed danger. It was a beast-like instinct.
His body was telling him, this place is dangerous.
Fatty, let's find a place to rest first and get familiar with the surroundings.
Okay.
Lu Dazhuang summoned a maggot.
After a few bites of yellow sand and being choked by the wind, the maggot kept coughing, nearly dying. He had to blush and take back his beast. Walking against the wind, Lu Dazhuang wanted to block the wind for Lin Ku with his size, but found it useless. But Lin Ku somehow the strong wind didn't affect him at all. After observing, he said, there's a cave ahead.
Let's take shelter there before making the next move.
Okay. They entered the cave, and a foul stench rushed at them. Lu Dazhuang held his nose in pain. Old Lin, what kind of creature took a shit in here?
Isn't it too big?
In the direction Lu Dazhuang was pointing, there was a pile of dung stacked like a small hill, and the pungent smell almost caused him to faint on the spot.
Xiao Huang, are you crazy?
The companion beast maggot seemed to have discovered heaven, directly burrowing into the dung pile, and Lu Dazhuang looked disgusted.
It's not clean anymore. Lin Ku shot Lu Dazhuang a glance. You didn't find it dirty when it was eating in your toilet?
As soon as he finished speaking, a thought from Xiao Bai suddenly echoed in Lu Dazhuang's mind. Old Lin, Xiao Huang seems to have mutated, it has gained the ability of a magical beast.
Is this even possible? Lin Ku smiled helplessly. You stay here with it eating dung, I'll go take a look around.
PS, 5 updates, again thanks to everyone for the small gifts, your support is my biggest motivation, Mwah. I'm going back to work soon, wishing everyone peace and big money this year. If there are typos, please remind me, after writing so much each time, I get dizzy. Chapter 90, Blood Flesh Sacred Steel, Maggot Man Language. Since entering the dungeon, Lin Ku felt as if there were invisible eyes in the darkness watching him, causing his body to automatically enter protective mode. Only when the sensation of being observed disappeared in the cave. This meant there should be ferocious beasts outside. With yellow earth all around, the visibility is very wide. Where could the ferocious beasts be hiding? Lin Ku carefully observed the surroundings. Beneath the yellow sands were many skeletal remains of ferocious beasts, long weathered by time. This place must have once been home to many ferocious beasts, but for some reason, they were all slaughtered. Could they be hiding beneath the yellow sands? At this distance, if the ferocious beasts truly hid under the sands, Lin Ku's current hearing should be able to detect the heartbeat. Moreover, that feeling of being stared at seemed to fluctuate, as if the other party was constantly moving. Lin Ku looked into the distance. At the horizon of the yellow sands was an endless range of mountains. At such a far distance, it shouldn't be possible, right? Not long after Lin Ku entered the dungeon, Bai Yuntian received another call from the Companion Beast Headquarters Research Department. Old Bai, Miss Bai Shuang has called to ask why Lin Ku hasn't entered the dungeon yet? What are you talking about? After finishing up with the corpses, Bai Yuntian chuckled and said. He's been in for nearly 10 minutes. How is that possible? We're currently testing this open source dungeon and have not detected any energy fluctuations. The monitoring cannot be wrong. Didn't detect any energy fluctuations? Bai Yuntian immediately walked out of the office and contacted the guards in front of the open source dungeon. Those two guys have already entered. I saw it with my own eyes. Really? Absolutely true. Bring up the video for me. Bai Yuntian hung up the phone, momentarily unsure of whom to believe. He dialed back. The guards confirmed that Lin Ku has entered the dungeon. Please check again. Notify me immediately with any updates. Bai Yuntian quickly called Bai Shuang. Inside the cave, Lu Dezhuan was carefully hiding behind a massive rock, quietly waiting for Lin Ku to return. I can't hold old Lin back. Even if I die, I shouldn't affect him, Lu Dezhuan repeatedly told himself, but his legs wouldn't stop trembling. He was already prepared to be eaten by the ferocious beast without making a sound. If he became a burden to Lin Ku, it would be better to kill himself early. No, the main character won't die, Lu Dezhuan mumbled to himself. Xiao Huang, what's wrong with you? A sound came from behind him, and Lu Dezhuan turned around in curiosity. Damn! He realized that the pile of dung, which had reached mountain-like heights, had been completely devoured by his companion beast. Lu Dezhuan hurriedly opened the panel. He found that the level of the companion beast had increased by 2 levels consecutively. Not only that, but it had also unlocked 2 skills, one called gluttony, and the other called human language. I can understand gluttony, but what does human language mean? Burp. After munching on the dung mountain, Xiao Huang let out a big burp. Its size had once again doubled, and it was now about 20 centimeters long. Her figure remained slender. Xiao Huang, you are amazing. Damn it, Fatso, stay away from me. Ha? Lu Dezhuan thought he misheard and looked around alertly. Who? Your grandpa. Who? Your grandpa, hick. Looking at the maggot bouncing in front of him, Lu Dezhuan fell into deep thought. Xiao Huang, you can talk? Damn it, your name sounds terrible. Call me Grandpa Maggot. You can talk. Lu Dezhuan exclaimed. He had never heard of a companion beast being able to speak. Damn it, Fatso. If you make me eat shit in your toilet again, I'll kill you. Faced with the incessant insults from his companion beast, Lu Dezhuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Grandpa Maggot wants beautiful women, got it? Damn it, I haven't even had a chance to eat, what can I give you? Lu Dezhuan immediately got angry. As my companion beast, show some respect to your master. In the cave, a man and a maggot almost went at it. Lin Ku, searching with no results, was about to turn back when he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed by his ear as an arrow shot towards his head. Lin Ku raised his hand and caught the arrow. In the endless peaks 1,000 meters away, a flash of light appeared again. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Ku still captured it clearly. Another arrow came flying straight toward his head. Lin Ku caught the second arrow, snorted coldly, and used the arrow's shaft like a bowstring to throw it out. With agility and strength, Lin Ku was like a human beast, even more accurate than a machine. He mimicked the trajectory perfectly and shot back an arrow. Found you. After that arrow, the feeling of being watched vanished instantly. Fatso, how are you doing over there? Lin Ku hurried back to the cave and saw Lu Dezhuan rolling on the ground, continuously yelling. Crawl for Grandpa, crawl for Grandpa. It was as if he was fighting wits with the air. Fatso, what are you doing? Old Lin, my companion beast has evolved. Lu Dezhuan immediately said, after it finished that pile of shit, it can actually talk. Really? Lin Ku found it a bit novel, so he let Lu Dezhuan release the maggot. What did it say?
Damn you.
The maggot was about to speak when Lin Ke grinned. The terrifying pressure made it shut its mouth immediately.
Your mother must be very beautiful.
Not bad, quite polite.
Lin Ke got up. If you can speak, then it's fine, at least you won't be bored in the future. The maggot was sweating all over, sensing the overwhelming pressure from Lin Ke, which made it become polite.
It felt that anyone daring to say a single curse word to the person in front would explode. This guy clearly was human. Why did he give it a sense of being in the presence of a fierce beast king?
Damn, looking down on people, you dog. Lu Dazhuang cursed fiercely.
Alright, let's go outside and take a look. Lin Ke got up, ready to check the creatures on the mountain, but found that the location in the cave was blocked by excrement, revealing a stone tablet. Previously covered by the pile of dung, now that the maggot finished eating, the stone tablet behind it was exposed.
What is this?
Lin Ke walked up, and this black stone tablet was about 2 meters tall, with 4 words clearly carved on it. Blood Flesh Sacred Tablet.
Old Lin, what is this?
I'm not sure. Lin Ke shook his head, snapped a photo with his phone, and then left the cave with Lu Dazhuang. He was more interested in the arrows shot from the peak earlier.
Can magical beasts shoot arrows too? Or is it that the other party is human? Chapter 91, Indigenous Girl?
Strong Bull. Lin Ke and Lu Dazhuang reached a position halfway up the mountain, where Lin Ke found bloodstains under a tree.
Sure enough, there's blood.
Only a drop or two, buried under the dust. If you don't observe closely, you'd never notice.
This behavior simply couldn't be done by any ferocious beast. Old Lin, what are we doing here?
Lin Ke pointed in the direction they came from, saying,
Can you still see the cave?
Look.
I can't see clearly. Lu Dazhuang shook his head. Too far away.
Lin Ke narrowed his eyes. He could clearly see the cave entrance and the direction he had searched, but the problem was that his body had been enhanced, making him different from ordinary people.
Normal people couldn't even see clearly, let alone shoot arrows accurately at their own position. The enemy was just here, ambushing me with arrows.
Ha! Lu Dazhuang was incredibly shocked, and the maggot on his shoulder immediately spoke.
Master, the attacker should be a woman.
How do you know?
Lin Ke asked curiously.
Even though she has left, I can still feel the traces of her presence.
Lick maggot.
Who are you talking about, you idiot? Alright, stop the fuss. Lin Ke spoke to stop them.
Master is right, I won't make noise anymore. Lu Dazhuang's eyes were nearly rolling into the sky.
A woman, thousands of meters away, drew her bow and shot 2 arrows at him. Just thinking about it made Lin Ke feel unbelievable.
What kind of strength could achieve this? Lin Ke's mind was full of questions. Since she was human, why did she ambush him? An evil path? Or another beast master?
Dazhuang, stay close to me, the enemy should be nearby.
No problem. Lu Dazhuang took a deep breath as if making some kind of determination.
Old Lin, if the enemy is too strong, you must not care about my life.
Yes, the maggot also agreed.
Master, if the enemy is too strong, just let them be, as long as you take me with you.
Shut up.
While the two were bickering, a sound of arrows whizzing through the forest came. Lin Ke quickly reacted and caught it again.
This arrow had even more force. Right here.
Lin Ke vanished from his spot, jumped onto a tree, and swiftly chased into the dense forest. His dynamic vision was sharper than that of beasts, and no rustling could escape his keen eyes. As he dropped from the tree, he landed in a patch of bushes. Just as he was about to land, a dagger shot out from the shrubs. Lin Ke twisted his body to adjust his direction and kicked the dagger away. This kick carried immense force, and a dull grunt echoed through the forest as a dark-skinned girl with short hair emerged from the bushes. Red marks appeared on both sides of her cheeks, and her eyes were as terrifying as a wild beast. Her movements were extremely quick, and seeing that her dagger attack had failed, she immediately discarded it and drew her bow to shoot at Lin Ke. The distance was very close, and 3 arrows flew towards Lin Ke from different directions. Just as he steadied himself after landing, Lin Ke threw a punch into the void. The huge pressure from his punch caused the arrows to change direction, breaking and falling to the ground.
Who are you, and why did you ambush me?
Faced with Lin Ke's question, the dark-skinned girl rushed in like a leopard, and Lin Ke then noticed a necklace made of fierce beast teeth hanging on her chest.
Is this a native of the monster cave?
The girl raised her fist, her arm showcasing powerful muscle tone. This punch could kill any beast. Lin Ke did not dodge or evade, he raised his fist and met her head-on. He was not afraid of a strength contest.
Boom!
A loud explosion echoed through the mountains and forests. The girl was sent flying into the bushes, while Lin Ke curiously examined the mark on his fist.
Where did this little girl get such strength? This must be over 8,000 kilograms. Lin Ke did not expect that an ordinary girl could unleash such terrifying power. Want to escape?
Noticing movement coming from the bushes in the opposite direction, Lin Ke swiftly chased after it and blocked the girl's path.
Can't win, so you're trying to run? Leave your life behind.
Linko wouldn't be merciful just because she was a girl. Those arrows she shot earlier were meant to kill him. He ruthlessly launched another punch. Seeing she had no way to retreat, the girl let out a low growl, and a red glow of blood energy began to swirl around her.
This is bullish strength?
Linko immediately recognized the technique the girl was using as bullish strength. This familiar feeling suddenly gave him a certain guess.
Force me to kill you.
The girl finally spoke. You have some strength, but not much.
I can kill you.
The phantom of a wild bull clung to her body, and the girl instantly became arrogant. Judging by her aura, her wild bull strength should be at the 7th level.
Damn it, is this a beginner dungeon?
If Linko hadn't come in to open the source, the other 3rd level beast masters would surely have died. Linko couldn't help but question the real difficulty of this dungeon.
Where exactly had he descended? Die. The girl gathered the wild bull phantom and threw a full power punch. That punch alone was enough to instantly kill all enemies.
Linko let out a low roar, activating his wild bull strength to respond.
Your 7th level wild bull strength is indeed strong, but in front of the founder, it's still not enough.
Spikes grew continuously from his spine, wild bull blood energy filled his body, and Linko's eyes were carved with blood red.
At this moment, he looked more like a fierce god descending.
The black-skinned girl's pupils suddenly shrank, and her swinging fist lost all strength like cotton. Under Linko's overwhelming aura, she stopped resisting, spread her hands, and knelt on the ground.
Beast. Beast god.
The girl was extremely devout, her eyes full of worship and deep fear, her body trembling non-stop. All her earlier fierceness and coldness disappeared without a trace.
Beast god?
Linko raised his hand, grabbed the girl's hair, and lifted her in front of him. Strangely, not only did the girl not resist, but she was extremely obedient. Completely different from her earlier self.
Beast god, please spare me. Linko decided not to strike yet.
He withdrew the wild bull strength and let go of the girl's hair. The girl knelt on the ground, looking up at Linko with longing eyes. Those were a pair of wild, dark green eyes. Her features were sharp, always igniting a strong desire to conquer.
To tame a fierce lion into a dog, that would be a very satisfying thing.
Obviously, the girl now was as obedient as a dog, her round but twisting endlessly, as if hiding some secret pain.
Why do you call me Beast God? Beast God is Beast God. The girl seemed not to understand Linko's question. Linko changed the topic. Here, besides you, is there anyone else?
Just as the girl was about to speak, chaos erupted in the dense forest. After several sharp wind-breaking sounds, several girls with equally explosive bodies appeared beside Linko.
He was instantly surrounded. Chapter 92, Lord Beast God. There were 12 native girls in total surrounding Linko from front, back, left, and right.
Each one stared at him with a fierce and evil look.
Ababa.
A short-haired native girl spoke urgently, in a native language Linko couldn't understand. Hearing her words, Linko was fully sure these were natives of the demon pit.
So there really were humans in the demon pit.
The women surrounding Linko were shouted back by the short-haired girl, but their eyes still held deep caution and hatred.
Lord Beast God, we offended you. The short-haired girl continued in broken words, you came here to take us away?
The girl's eyes were very special, pale green, and glittering like gems, wild and full of hope as she looked at Linko.
Are all the demon pit natives this curvy?
The chest wrapped in tiger beast skin was almost about to burst out. That explosive yet not bloated muscle was also rare.
Ababa. ABA.
The women around burst into fierce discussion, seemingly unhappy that the girl had stopped them. One of them, with American-style black braids, suddenly struck out, her wild bull strength at level 5 surged toward Linko.
Courting death.
Linko raised his hand and grabbed her neck, showing no mercy as he snapped it directly. She stared wide-eyed, her face filled with disbelief. Even in the moment before her death, she never imagined she wouldn't have a chance to resist.
ABA.
The short-haired girl blocked the crowd. At that moment, those women were filled with fear towards Linko. One move actually took down the warrior ranked 3rd in their squad. Lord Beast God, please calm your anger. The woman knelt again, sincerely saying, I apologize for my offense.
You may do with me as you please.
Linko had a feeling that if he asked this little tiger girl to strip, claiming it was for the Beast God, she would probably comply. Unfortunately, Linko had no interest in that at all. He wanted to understand exactly where he was. I ask you, why do you have the bull strength? Who taught you? Seeing Linko's lack of anger, the woman secretly breathed a sigh of relief and replied, it was passed down by the Beast God. We are unskilled in our training and have been unable to transform into God. If it were not for the blood and flesh saint tablet, I might never grasp it. The woman explained vaguely, and Linko couldn't understand. Her accent was quite poor.
Transform into God? Referring to the special state of the bull strength's 9th level? And the blood and flesh saint tablet, Lin Kuo had seen it once in the cave. He continued to ask, "Take me to see the blood and flesh saint tablet?" "Yes." The woman immediately stood up excitedly, and the guards beside her quickly made way, fearing offending Lin Kuo and losing their lives. As for the woman who had died earlier, they didn't even have the courage to move her body. "My lord, I beg you for one thing. Can I take Aya's body back?" The short-haired girl spoke with trepidation. "She offended you, but I want to bring her back." "As you wish." Lin Kuo finally remembered Lu Dezhuang, saying, "Fatty, come here." After a while, Lu Dezhuang pushed through the bushes and walked over with his head down beside Lin Kuo. "He is my friend." After Lin Kuo spoke, the short-haired girl's gaze softened a bit. "Let's go, take me to see the blood and flesh saint tablet." "My lord, please take a seat." "There is actually a palanquin?" Lin Kuo discovered a palanquin placed in the open space of the dense forest, more like a transportation tool for the powerful in ancient times. It seemed that the civilization level of this demon den was still in ancient times. Lin Kuo sat on the palanquin. 6 women took their positions in various ways. He closed his eyes, appearing to rest, but actually considering the strange nature of this dungeon in his heart. These female natives should be the original inhabitants of the demon den. Would the dungeon refresh if he killed them all? Or is this dungeon special? At least in the school textbooks Lin Kuo studied, there was no mention of humans existing in the cave. Only Lin Changsheng had told him before that the people in the cave are like madmen. Old Lin. Old Lin. Lu Dezhuang followed beside the palanquin, not daring to meet the eyes of those women. "Why do they respect you so much?" "I don't know either." Lin Kuo shook his head. "Let's take it step by step." "Then why are you sitting while I'm walking?" "What? Do you want to sit too?" Lu Dezhuang was about to speak when he caught the short-haired girl's glare that could kill, and immediately swallowed all his words. "Walking is great, walking is great." The palanquin moved smoothly, and Lin Kuo almost fell asleep while sitting. After leaving the dense forest, a primitive tribal village appeared ahead. The small village was built against the mountain, with just over a dozen households, simple beast-skin tents, and a few households practicing archery at the edge of the camp. These natives seemed quite strong. Lin Kuo initially thought this camp should be filled with the scent of cooking smoke, but upon closer observation, he found almost everyone was armed. Strangely, all were women, with no men in sight. Riding in the palanquin drew everyone's attention in the camp, and they all picked up their bows and arrows, ready to shoot. "ABA." The short-haired girl raised her arm and shouted, and everyone lowered their bows, looking at Lin Kuo with shock and disbelief. "Lord Beast God, we have offended." "No problem." Lin Kuo shook his head, his gaze drawn to a towering black stone monument. The monument was very high, reaching about 20 meters, and from a distance, it looked like a giant black chimney, standing amidst the camp, completely out of place. A woman approached, holding a dagger, skillfully removing her clothes from her shoulders to reveal a proud figure, then using the dagger to cut open the flesh of her arm, blood flowing continuously into the holy monument. It seemed like she was completing some kind of ritual. The blood-flesh monument acted like a bloodsucker, greedily consuming the blood within the girl's body. Ah! The girl's lips continually opened and closed, her body gradually becoming weaker. After several seconds, she stopped moving, her fearful gaze darting back as she returned to her clothes in the camp. "Go!" The short-haired woman raised her hand, and the carriage landed steadily. Lin Kuo was just about to walk towards the monument when the woman stepped forward immediately. "Beast God, it's dangerous." "What's wrong?" The woman clasped her fists and knelt. "Beast God, if the blood-flesh monument does not receive blood offerings, it will collapse the body." "Collapse the body?" Lin Kuo immediately became interested. His healing ability was not something common people could compare to, and he always felt something indescribably strange about this stone monument. "Yeah." The holy light dragon responded in his mind. "Little White? Do you recognize this object?" "Yeah." The holy light dragon informed Lin Kuo that it sensed a familiar feeling from the blood-flesh monument. Lin Kuo no longer hesitated. Under the horrified and fearful gazes of the crowd, he climbed over the railing and came to the base of the monument. Lin Kuo reached out his hand and touched the blood-flesh monument. The monument began to tremble, and Lin Kuo's arm instantly felt a strong tearing sensation that spread throughout his body. As the tearing continued, tiny wounds began to appear all over Lin Kuo's body, and a wave of energy was continuously surging into him. Chapter 93, The Origin Place, from the Demon Cave. Beast God. The short-haired girl was about to step forward when the blood-flesh monument, standing there, unleashed a terrifying pressure of energy. The entire camp and all the surrounding people were swept away by this force. Even the girl with the strength of a barbaric bull at the 7th level could not withstand this terrifying power, her body being pushed back repeatedly, blood appearing at the corners of her mouth. In a panic, she wanted to rush to Lin Kuo's side but realized that bone spikes had grown from his back. The people who were just screaming in fear a second ago saw the changes happening to Lin Kuo's body and immediately chose to kneel in worship.
They were continuously chanting something.
What a strange monument.
Lin Ke felt clearly that his body was continuously being torn apart, as if that energy wanted to burst his body. Unfortunately, it picked the wrong person. Lin Ke's body was extremely terrifying, and even under such fierce energy, it could not destroy him. Energy continuously surged into Lin Ke's body from the monument, a sticky, moist feeling appearing in his palm. He looked up and found blood oozing down from the top of the monument, leaking crimson down. As the blood flowed down from the top of the monument, more and more blood appeared before Lin Ke, and the so-called blood-flesh monument seemed to truly be made of piled flesh and blood. Roar! Roar! The monument emitted a strange beastly roar, a mass of bloody energy gathering above the monument, transforming into a bloody skeleton shape, rushing towards Lin Ke. Yeah! Just as the blood skeleton was about to succeed, a dazzling milky white light erupted from within Lin Ke, shooting straight into the sky and piercing through the blood skeleton. The winds and clouds changed, and the world turned pure white. The barbaric girl stared blankly at the giant beast shadow surging in the sky, kneeling once again on the ground. The shadow of that giant beast continuously rolled in the sky, and as it tore through the clouds and pure white light barrier, it unveiled its holy side. It was the holy light dragon. Wow! A dragon! Lu Dazhuang rolled his eyes, almost fainting. This kind of shock. Indescribable. Lin Ke discovered that his body was greedily absorbing the blood from the sacred monument, while flesh and blood continuously solidified, and the bone spurs on his spine instantly turned red. His breath became unusually strange, fierce, desolate. Such terrifying energy. Lin Ke clearly felt that this energy completely solidified his flesh, and in a short time, his body welcomed another round of enhancement. Boom! When all the blood flowed away in thirst, the massive blood and flesh sacred monument shattered and collapsed. The fragments from the monument continuously transformed into rotting corpses that fell around him, and a foul smell instantly surged. The holy dragon in the sky rolled in the clouds before disappearing, and a raindrop fell from the clouds, perfectly landing on the tip of Lin Ke's nose. Is it raining? Splash! A sudden crimson blood rain fell without warning, completely dyeing the earth red. Lin Ke stood in the blood rain, continually enjoying the pleasurable sensation brought by the earlier power surge. Although he did not know exactly what this blood and flesh sacred monument was. But it was definitely a good thing. His body, under the tearing of the blood and flesh sacred monument, welcomed a new round of evolution. How to describe this feeling? Lin Ke felt more like it was a gamble. If his body could not withstand the tearing of the blood and flesh monument, then he would be devoured by it. If he successfully endured the monument's pressure, then all the energy within it would belong to him. Of course, this was just Lin Ke's speculation, which could not be verified. The blood rain disappeared in an instant, and the short-haired girl looked at Lin Ke with an extraordinarily fervent gaze. Great Beast God has saved us. Great Beast God. Great Beast God. This time, not just the short-haired girl, but all the women in the tribe were sincerely raising their arms in cheers, their respect for Lin Ke deeply rooted. What is your name? Lin Ke approached the short-haired girl. Great Beast God, my name is Tuoba Ing. Tuoba Ing. Lin Ke nodded and asked, what exactly is the purpose of this blood and flesh sacred monument? Sir, we are not clear either. Tuoba Ing said fearfully, it needs to absorb blood, and once activated, it cannot stop. If it is not allowed to absorb blood, terrible things will happen. Those ferocious beast corpses around, are they all because of the blood and flesh sacred monument? They were killed by our hunting. Tuoba Ing revealed everything, explaining that their tribe originally hunted beasts to nourish the monument. The monument could feed back energy to the tribespeople. This was supposed to be a mutually beneficial situation. But the demand of the monument grew larger and larger, and it didn't even look at the blood of ordinary beasts, so they could only use their own blood to nourish it every moment. Tribespeople died one by one, drained of life, and if they rebelled against the monument, the final outcome would be immediate destruction. Listening to Tuoba Ying's account, Lin Ke realized that this blood and flesh sacred monument was indeed an evil object. Could it be developed by high-level humans in the human world, using this to eliminate the population of the demon lair? Are there others here besides your tribe? Tuoba Ying's eyes dimmed, shaking her head weakly, they are all dead. Then, what about the blood and flesh sacred monument? Lin Ke recalled the monument he saw in the cave, perhaps there were still many here. Great Beast God, I do not know. Tuoba Ing honestly spoke, we do not dare to approach the monuments that have not been activated. After understanding the situation clearly, Lin Ke had a general grasp of this instance's situation. He became even more curious as to why Tuoba Ing called himself the Beast God? Was it simply because his strength in the Mammoth Bull technique had reached the 9th level? Or was it that the so-called Beast God was actually the founder of the Mammoth Bull technique? Tuoba Ing, where did you learn the Mammoth Bull technique? Do you have other skills? Great Beast God, please see. Tuoba Ing excitedly clasped her fists. We discovered a boundary wall left by Great Beast God, and we copied the techniques from the boundary wall.
Indeed.
Lin Ke's heart was filled with joy, just as Xian Xinghai had guessed before. The origin of the barbarian bull's strength may not come from the human world, it comes from the cave of magic. Moreover, besides the barbarian bull's strength and the golden tiger's strength, there should be other martial arts.
Take me to see it, Lin Ke sighed. You people are foolishly gifted. If I give a little guidance, you might rise to greater heights. Thank you, Beast God.
Tuoba Ing knelt and bowed deeply, not caring at all that his chest was exposed.
Fatty, stay here, I'll be back soon.
Oh, got it. Tuoba Ing led Lin Ke to the boundary wall, while Lu Dazhuang scratched his head uneasily, wondering if, as Lin Ke's brother, he wouldn't be bullied by these locals? Speaking of these locals, why are they all so beautiful? As Lu Dazhuang kept swallowing, he heard the maggot beside him say, Fatty, take me to the toilet quickly, maggot grandpa wants to eat dung.
Wah wah wah, how lucky I am to be your companion beast, it feels so good.
P.S. Writing this while slacking off at work, wait for me to finish eating after work, and then I'll update one or two more, full of sincerity, everyone, come on, give me some free little gifts, see you later.
Chapter 94, Am I a breeding stallion?
Lu Dazhuang rolled his eyes, looking around but could never find the toilet, so he had to thick-skinedly ask, where is your toilet usually?
Toilet, what is that?
The women whispered to each other, seemingly not understanding the word. It's, Lu Dazhuang squatted down to demonstrate. Before he could pull down his pants, he was kicked over to the ground.
Shameless. Beat him.
Tuoba Ing took Lin Ke away from the camp alone. The area where the camp was located was right at the foot of the mountain, and the rocky wall above had continuous excavation marks, looking like huge Buddha niche caves. There were walkways built on the rocky walls. At a glance, there were at least dozens of cave dwellings. Are all these places for martial arts?
Not all of them, Tuoba Ing explained softly. Many of the cave dwellings are companion rooms. Companion?
Tuoba Ing rarely lowered his head and said softly, yeah, for the companion of the beast god. Lin Ke coughed and said, I'm not any beast god. He was not afraid of revealing his identity. The women in the entire camp were not enough to tear him apart and could not pose any threat to him.
No. Tuoba Ing was unusually serious. You are indeed the beast god.
Legend has it that the beast god will come to save us.
Many years ago, he had appeared. More than 100 years ago.
Lin Ke remained silent, only thinking in his heart, did someone already cultivate the barbarian bull strength to the 9th level 100 years ago? The strength of the cave martial artists is so terrifying? By the way, how can you understand what I'm saying? Before entering the cave dwelling, Lin Ke curiously inquired. This is inherited from the beast god.
Lin Ke frowned. Could it be that the beast god came from the human camp?
Lin Ke stopped asking and followed Tuoba Ing into a cave dwelling.
Master, this is the companion room.
Tuoba Ing placed his hands on the tiger skin armor on his shoulders, gazing at Lin Ke with wild eyes, like a little wildcat.
I want to see martial arts.
Lin Ke frowned and walked out, but his heart kept beating loudly. Are these barbarian girls this direct? Furthermore, if you want to be a companion, at least wash up, right? Just because you are beautiful doesn't mean you can act recklessly, covered in dirt, can't you see? And there's a strong bloody smell, it's not appealing at all.
Tuoba Ing hurriedly adjusted his clothing and followed Lin Ke out.
The beast god indeed looks down on girls like me. If only my sister were here, she should be able to win the favor of the beast god. Lost in thought, Lin Ke walked into a new cave dwelling, and on the wall was a smooth surface brushed with lime from grass and wood, clearly displaying the contents of the murals.
Ox, tiger, dragon, sheep, monkey. The 12 zodiac signs?
Lin Ke turned his head and asked Tuoba Ing, are there 12 martial arts?
Not just that.
Tuoba Ing shook his head obediently, the contents here have all been imprinted by us, there should be 24 in total.
Lin Ke's face darkened, since you have imprinted it.
What did you bring me here for?
I thought you wanted to sleep with me, my lord. Hunyo is indeed Hunyo.
Lin Ke shook his head, take out the martial arts for me to see, and by the way, we can spot any flaws in your training.
Thank you, beast god.
Soon, Tuoba Ing returned to the cave with a pile of martial arts manuals, while Lin Ke was carefully examining the contents of the murals. He found that apart from the 12 zodiac animals, he could also see shadows of other creatures in the murals. Some fierce beasts looked extremely terrifying, with 3 eyes like a lion and others resembling night demons. In the murals, all the fierce beasts were kneeling in one direction. Only one creature, similar to a human, stood in the corner of the mural. My lord, these are all the martial arts we have recorded.
Let me take a look.
Lin Ke casually opened a scroll and indeed found it full of ancient characters he couldn't understand, it might even be the language of the demon cave.
I'll take these with me, is that okay?
Of course.
This is your right, beast god. Tuoba Ing said without hesitation, then asked. Beast god, are you sleepy? I should be a bit sleepy? I want to have a child with you. Tuoba Ing said unabashedly. What the hell? Do you take me for a stud?
Lin Ke left the cave and strolled around the remaining caves, finding that the mural contents were mostly similar, filled with incomprehensible monster illustrations, and the martial arts had already been copied once, rendering them indistinct.
Let's head back.
When Lin Ke returned to the tribe, he found Lu Dazhuang squatting quite a distance from the camp.
Seeing Lin Ke come back, he approached. Old Lin, you're back? What happened to your face? Just a little accident.
Lu Dazhuang was embarrassed to admit that he was beaten up by those women. He still had some dignity.
Alright, it's about time for us to head back.
Lin Ke had gained a lot this time, getting many martial arts manuals in one go. Although he could not understand the Demon Cave script, let's not forget he was a top student. If he really wanted to study for a while, he should be able to decipher it. And let's not forget, he was now financially strong, using his brain should not be a problem.
Beast God, are you leaving? Tuoba Ing seemed a bit reluctant. Can't you stay just one more night?
No. Lin Ke felt that the women in this tribe looked at him like they saw prey, and he was afraid that if he stayed one night, he'd end up with a dozen kids a year later.
If this rumor spread about him mixing with the Demon Cave natives, would he still be able to survive? I will come again if I have the opportunity.
Lin Ke thought for a moment and said.
I'll guide you then.
Lin Ke felt that he had explored enough of this dungeon, the only danger being the super strong underground humans and the blood and flesh sacred monument.
He thought about investigating thoroughly once he got back. Beast God, may I escort you?
Stop. Lin Ke put on a stern face. I will come again next time.
Let's go, fatty. Roar, coming. As Lin Ke and Lu Dazhuang left the Tuoba tribe's camp, Lu Dazhuang spoke up. Old Lin, there are actually humans in the Demon Cave? I just found out today. Lin Ke thought for a moment and said, by the way, where's your maggot?
I put it away in my space. It wanted to please those tigresses and almost got mistaken for a worm on a fishing hook.
Lin Ke laughed. Dazhuang, I didn't expect your maggot to have mutated.
In the future, you might consider venturing into the Demon Cave's dung piles. It might actually work out.
Hee, right? That's what I was thinking too. Lu Dazhuang was equally excited.
Old Lin, I think it won't be long before we can fight side by side.
At least, when you need me, I finally have the ability to step up. Chapter 95, The Truth of the Demon Cave.
The two returned to the vicinity of the dungeon barrier. Lin Ke discovered that entering the previous cave entrance was in complete shambles, and as he got closer, he realized that the blood and flesh sacred monument was shattered.
Was it affected by the earlier commotion? Or did it cause a chain reaction? Lin Ke didn't think much and left the mouth of the cave after saying to Lu Dazhuang, fatty. Don't make up nonsense about what happened today, understand? This includes the matter of your mutated maggots. Understood.
Lu Dazhuang chuckled. In short, we are really awesome.
Fengyang Mountain.
At the branch of the Beast Companion Association, Bai Yuntian kept checking the images on the light screen.
Lin Ke and Lu Dazhuang indeed entered the formation and disappeared. They should have entered the instance. Why did the headquarters send incorrect information? Strange, could it be that there is a problem with the formation? This was sealed personally by Lord Zhou, there shouldn't be a problem. As Bai Yuntian's mood grew heavier, a phone call came in. Lin Ke is back? Okay, I'm coming right now. Bai Yuntian hung up the phone, first notifying Bai Shuang, then quickly left the office. Lin Ke, you guys are finally back. When Bai Yuntian saw Lin Ke, he immediately confirmed that he was safe and sound. Old Bai, why are you all so excited?
Lin Ke was a bit puzzled, and the guarding guards shared the same expression.
You don't know what happened? Bai Yuntian smoothed his chest. You little brat, were you teleported to another place? Bai Yuntian informed Lin Ke of the headquarters message.
Upon hearing this, Lin Ke fell into deep thought. Next to him, Lu Dazhuang said nothing, as if he hadn't heard anything.
Impossible. Lin Ke blinked. We were teleported in. Is there a problem with the headquarters detection? Forget it, as long as you are fine.
Bai Yuntian sighed in relief. The miss is already on her way. She rushed over as soon as she heard you were in trouble.
The senior is coming?
Lin Ke didn't explain too much and returned to the branch with Lu Dazhuang, who then took the initiative to find an excuse to leave.
He wanted to see if anyone was selling monster dung at the stall. The stronger the monster, the better.
10 minutes later, Bai Shuang pushed open the door to the private VIP room and walked in, her forehead glistening with fine sweat, clearly having rushed over.
Senior, you're here? Bai Shuang asked with concern, are you okay?
Bai Yuntian at the back smiled knowingly and closed the door.
I'm fine, I can eat and drink. Lin Ke joked, Senior, I have something I want to ask you. Go ahead. These magic cave instances shouldn't only have monsters, right? Besides monsters, are there also native indigenous people in the caves?
Bai Shuang suddenly stood up, looked around curiously, and asked, "Who told you that?"
Sure enough, this wasn't public information.
Lin Ke said in a deep voice, "I encountered natives in the unexplored magic cave this time."
They didn't do anything to you, right? Almost got eaten.
Seeing Lin Ke still smiling relaxedly, Bai Shuang walked in front of him with a serious expression. "Lin Ke, if you encounter those cave natives in the future, run immediately, without any hesitation."
Do you understand? Why? Lin Ke asked curiously. They are indeed a bit stronger than normal people, but they shouldn't pose a threat to me for now, right?
That's just your luck. Bai Shuang shook her head. "If you had encountered those powerful cave natives this time, you would have been dead."
Do you know why we've been crazily researching the Beast Emperor weapon armor these years?
It's actually not just to prevent against the ferocious beasts in the caves, but more to deal with those natives.
So, the cave natives are not only strong, but there are also quite a few of them, right?
Bai Shuang nodded, but cave natives rarely appear in such low-level instances. Generally, we only encounter them in mid to high-level instances. Some natives can even disguise themselves as beast masters. By the time our people realize, it's already too late.
Then, could these natives possibly come to our world through the formations?
Bai Shuang fell into silence.
For the time being, they don't have that ability.
Bai Shuang shook her head. "Over the past 10 years, our formation seals have become much stronger, and the natives can't come through for now."
Lin Ke nodded and then asked, "Senior, do you know about the flesh and blood sacred steel?" Flesh and blood sacred steel?
Bai Shuang shook her head.
I haven't heard of it. What is that thing?
It's something I encountered in a dungeon. That thing can greatly enhance my physical strength.
I see.
Bai Shuang said, "I'll take responsibility to help you investigate. Remember our conversation today, be careful of the natives."
Understood.
Lin Ke did not tell Bai Shuang that his strength was far beyond 10,000 kilograms. Anyway, she would know in due time.
Are you going back? I can see you off, Bai Shuang asked.
I came with De Zhuang, I'll go back with him later. The two left the private VIP room. Bai Yuntian handed over the data at the door. "Miss, I sent someone to search inside."
The environment is completely different from what Lin Ke's little friend described.
Bai Yuntian said very seriously, "To be exact, our people went in, and it's just an ordinary beginner dungeon difficulty, but after Lin Ke went in, we don't know what place it is anymore."
Such things can still happen. Lin Ke was surprisingly shocked. Doesn't that mean I won't be able to find that dungeon again in the future?
Bai Shuang briefly looked over the data and said, "In a way, the dungeons of the demon cave may be interconnected. You will still have the chance to enter again."
Bai Lao, please seal this dungeon entrance for now. Bai Shuang said, "We might find more clues in the future." Understood. After Bai Yuntian left, Bai Shuang finally spoke. "All right, there's one more important thing I need to tell you. They decided to test you ahead of time. The time is within these few days. I will take you.
Don't be too nervous, the test shouldn't be too difficult. Once you pass, you will receive abundant resources and information.
When you become stronger, I will not stop you from entering this dungeon." Thank you, Senior.
After Bai Shuang left, Lin Ke remembered the martial arts techniques on the animal skins. He thought he should study them first. Who knows, he might find other clues besides the techniques.
As for the trial of judgment, Lin Ke did not take it too seriously.
Joining would be best, but if he couldn't, it didn't matter, he had his own mature cultivation system. After saying goodbye to Lu Dazhuang, Lin Ke returned home alone.
Before opening the door, Lin Ke sensed an unusual aura.
Chapter 96, Ouyang Qing comes to visit, the judgment trial begins.
The judgment trial has come?
Still. Lin Ke slowly opened the door.
Clap, clap, clap. Finally, we meet, Gao Zhongwang, Lin Ke.
In the living room, Ouyang Qing sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine. Behind him stood applauding attendants and Zhang Tian. "Get out," Lin Ke ignored Ouyang Qing and the others and was about to go upstairs. "Is this the quality of you rich people? You're trespassing, and if I kill you, it wouldn't be a crime." Seeing the fierce light in Lin Ke's eyes, Ouyang Qing put down his wineglass. "My manners are ingrained in my bones. Just now, I encountered your father and gave him a 100 million red envelope.
I believe he should be heading to the bank soon. You think this little bit of money, less? 100 million? No, does he understand? This old man has always dealt in billions. If he sees his savings in the billions, wouldn't he be incredibly arrogant? Is it still too little?" Ouyang Qing shook his head self-reproachfully. "No worries, next time I will add more." "Are you rich with nowhere to spend it?" Lin Ke cautiously asked. "Why not just smash me with money?" "I can't bear to smash you to death." Ouyang Qing didn't buy this, picked up his wineglass and sniffed. "I've heard you joined the Spring Sea Academy?" Lin Ke remained silent. "Ha ha, you do have a temper." Ouyang Qing said leisurely, "If you seek me now, I can still force the Imperial Academy to take you."
Lin Ke walked up to Ouyang Qing, raised his hand and was about to grab his collar. Kid, stop. Zhang Tian grabbed Lin Ke's arm and said coldly, in the smart brain world, you can command like a king. But here, it's reality. My strength is not any less than yours. Get lost. Lin Ke waved his hand, and he saw Zhang Tian being thrown against the wall, so fast that even Ouyang Qing couldn't react in time. So strong. Zhang Tian gritted his teeth and got up, his heart racing. How could this guy's strength be so great? It's even more terrifying than last time. How is this possible? It's only been a short while, why has he improved so rapidly?
Earlier, Zhang Tian still somewhat disagreed with Ouyang Qing's evaluation of Lin Ke.
He always felt that losing to Lin Ke last time was due to his own carelessness. Now it seems, Lin Ke's strength far exceeds his own. Just from that one blow, his spine nearly broke. Damn, which brand of potion did he take? That was my mistake earlier, kid.
How about we go again? Zhang Tian still refused to back down. Seeing Lin Ke about to make a move, Ouyang Qing stepped between the two.
Lin Ke, the guest is here. It wouldn't be good for us to behave like this, right?
Here's a check for 100 million, consider it a welcome gift.
Lin Ke pulled the check back, his tone relaxing a little.
Have a seat. Change your tone. Ouyang Qing took out another check.
Lin Ke took it over, finally squeezing out a hint of a smile, as expected of a genius from a prestigious school. Your demeanor is truly ingrained in you. Please sit, I'll get you some water.
No way, is this really happening?
Zhang Tian watched in shock. Clearly Lin Ke's eyes were almost murderous just moments ago. How did it turn so gentle in the next second? This kid is like a book, flipping so quickly. Receiving the water personally poured by Lin Ke, Ouyang Qing handed it to his attendant to test for poison, then said, don't mind this, it's a family rule. I generally don't drink water given by outsiders. Since you've accepted my money, it means you've joined the Imperial Academy. Lin Ke feigned innocence. What money? Who are you? How did you end up in my house? Trespassing, is it? Seeing Lin Ke about to act again, Ouyang Qing calmly took out the check. Here. So it's President Ouyang. Lin Ke happily accepted the check. This is awesome, really awesome. A money printer can't earn money as fast as I can. In the blink of an eye, I've already made 3 billion. Rich people are really adorable. Lin Ke, can we chat now? Ouyang Qing asked. One sentence, 1 billion. Lin Ke said firmly, smiling, President Ouyang won't make it too difficult for me, right? It's a bargain. Ouyang Qing shook the check. As long as you join the Imperial Academy, not just 1 billion, 100 billion, 1,000 billion will also be fine. You have to let me think about it, right? Lin Ke said with a troubled expression, frowning, this matter cannot be taken lightly. If I agree right now, wouldn't that give the impression I joined the Imperial Academy just for the money? What I said makes sense, right? The attendant secretly laughed, isn't that the case? In his eyes, Lin Ke was just an unprincipled gold digger. Saying he didn't like money while craving it at the same time. Zhang Tian kept rubbing his spine, still wondering how this kid had such great strength.
Zhang Tian was stunned, and Ouyang Qing smiled faintly, that makes sense. When will you give me a reply? Give me some more time to think. Just wait for my news. Okay. Once the attendant finished testing for poison, Ouyang Qing took the water and took a sip. I'll be waiting for your good news. Take care, no need to send me off. Lin Ke stepped aside. Ouyang Qing put his hands in his pockets and left. President, why do I feel like he's cheating you out of money? The attendant frowned and analyzed, this guy is just like a gold digger, all he thinks about is money. I have more than enough money. If he was thinking about other things, that would be a problem for me. Ouyang Qing smiled slightly. What a pure genius. Zhang Tian's expression turned cold as he spoke. President, how much chance do you think I have if I go all out against him? 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10? Zhang Tian's hope rekindled. Ouyang Qing sneered. 3 punches for him, 7 for you. The attendant and Zhang Tian looked at Ouyang Qing in disbelief, clearly not expecting him to think so highly of Lin Ke. Do you think that's why I'm so polite to him? Ouyang Qing's gaze turned cold. This kid has become stronger, he is clearly just a high school student, why has his strength improved so quickly? Go investigate what brand of medication he is using, and observe his daily diet and habits. If his speed of improvement continues, he may indeed have the potential to battle me. President, you are number 1 in the grade. The follower said in disbelief, how could it be him? I said may. Ouyang Qing suddenly felt a sense of relief in his heart, even if it meant letting him join the Spring Sea Academy, he absolutely could not fall into the hands of other higher academies. Otherwise, the Imperial Academy could really be threatened. Having gained 3 billion without reason, Lin Ke logged into the smart brain and directly withdrew the money.
With 3 billion deposited into his account, the 150 million from the last auction also arrived.
Lin Ke's account now had 500 million. I'd never been so rich in my life.
Lin Ke felt a strong sense of security and directly paid for the house in Jin High Imperial Courtyard. Lin Ke did not immediately log out of the Smart Brain, but instead activated the Smart Brain computer.
Smart Brain, help me search for information on the beast, Azure Phoenix Crystal Steel Dragon.
Received, querying.
This was the second remnant soul of a legendary beast he encountered in the Black Sea. He wanted to check if it belonged to the human world.
Azure Phoenix Crystal Steel Dragon belongs to the legendary beast Master Chung Guangwei who fell 10 years ago. It is a rare dragon attribute beast. Sure enough, the beast souls encountered in the Black Sea are formed after the fall of legendary beast masters. With the Qigong Xuanwu and the Azure Phoenix Crystal Steel Dragon, it means there are more. Perhaps the remnant souls of legendary beasts in the Demon Cave can also be encountered.
Smart Brain, I need to analyze a text.
Lin Ke tried to have the Smart Brain analyze, but found that the Smart Brain could not recognize the text within the Demon Cave at all.
Even the powerful Smart Brain could not decipher the text content? Or was it restricted in some way?
Lin Ke gave up on the idea of deciphering it himself. Just before leaving the Demon Cave, he did ask Tuoba Ing, but unfortunately, Tuoba Ing was not familiar with human civilization's writing and only had a vague understanding of the contents on the remnants. Hence, even after so many years of tribal development, they only practiced the barbarian bull strength. Lin Ke could only pin his hopes on the so-called judgment trial, seeing if he could find a clue to use.
Just as Lin Ke was thinking, an unfamiliar phone number appeared on his phone screen. Lin Ke answered the call. Come downstairs, I am waiting for you downstairs.
On the other end of the line was a rather magnetic male voice. Although I don't know why she recommended you so quickly, but you will fail the test when you encounter me in the first round.
Chapter 97, You Lost the Face of Judgment.
Lin Ke had just hung up the phone.
Bai Shuang sent a message.
Lin Ke, be careful, your opponent is just like you. Bai Shuang did not reveal too much, but Lin Ke already understood, his opponent was probably also a physically strong beastmaster.
I finally found someone who can fight.
Lin Ke felt inexplicably excited. He couldn't find anyone among his peers who could make him use all his strength.
Now, he finally found a suitable opponent. Lin Ke was naturally thrilled. Lin Ke went downstairs, the elevator door opened, and inside was a pure white mask and a piece of paper. Once you put it on, my test will begin. Lin Ke picked up the mask. It's quite mysterious.
In the judgment, both sides do not know each other's identity, which is also a kind of protection for oneself.
If one day an opponent wanted to attack during the judgment, there would be no way to take them all out.
But the founder of this organization is a legendary beast master. It's hard to imagine who would dare to attack.
Wearing the mask, Lin Ke went downstairs. Just as the elevator door opened, a scruffy middle-aged man stood at the entrance. He looked at Lin Ke, and Lin Ke looked at him. Let's go to your house. The middle-aged man stepped into the elevator, unable to suppress a yawn. I'm afraid of splattering blood on others outside. Lin Ke did not answer. Wasn't it agreed not to reveal identities? Why wasn't he wearing a mask?
Lin Ke constantly used his senses to measure this person's physical strength. His figure was thin, he didn't seem like someone who practiced physical combat. But Lin Ke remained cautious. The trial of judgment would not be that simple. The two arrived at home, and Lin Ke led him to the training room. The spacious area was very suitable for a battle between two people. Let me introduce myself. I am your mentor for the first round of testing. You can call me Team Song. None of this matters anymore, because we will only meet this once. Almost no one can pass my exam.
Song Danqing pressed the camera at his chest. Recording starts. Click. He leisurely lit a cigarette and scratched his head, saying, according to the data, you have about 8,000 kilograms of strength, so I'll fight you with the same strength. That shouldn't be unfair, right? Sure. Lin Ke's body tensed, ready for battle. Then, let's begin.
Song Danqing tossed the cigarette towards Lin Ke and charged out like a leopard. He had already imagined the act he would put on next, a punch that sent Lin Ke flying, then casually catching the cigarette to take a puff, and saying, you are far from enough. Bang! A solid punch smashed into Lin Ke's chest. As Song Danqing went to catch the flying cigarette, he realized Lin Ke stood firmly, unshaken in the slightest. You? Has it started? Lin Ke said in surprise. Before Song Danqing could react, Lin Ke punched towards his nose. What the hell? Song Danqing covered his nose and staggered back, continuously cursing, that damned one gave me wrong information. My 10,000 kilogram strength can't budge you. The cigarette fell to the ground, breaking into two pieces. Lin Ke took the initiative to attack, facing Song Danqing. He always felt something inexplicable. He looked so weak, yet his probing punch had failed to hurt him. All that could be heard was endless grumbling. Song Danqing didn't dare to take it lightly. He crossed his hands over his head to block Lin Ke's swinging punch. 20,000 kilograms of strength.
Song Danqing leisurely lit another cigarette. Kid, you've been hiding a hand. But it's still not enough to see.
Song Danqing tried to gain the upper hand, also using 20,000 kilograms of strength to face him. This was the first time Lin Ku encountered an opponent whose physical strength could break through 20,000 kilograms. His fighting spirit began to ignite. He didn't dodge or evade, and directly withstood Song Danqing's incoming punch. Today, the examiner teaches you one thing: all's fair in war. Song Danqing suddenly infused all his strength, as if a dragon or tiger roared with a punch, pouring all its might onto Lin Ku. This punch had a force of a full 30,000 kilograms. What the, you bastard? This time, Song Danqing called out in panic. Absolutely impossible. Lin Ku's figure was unharmed and remained standing against his attack. Song Danqing forgot all the cool phrases he had prepared, his heart racing wildly. There's a ghost. This was impossible. The intel clearly stated only 8,000 kilograms, and yet he was now using 30,000 kilograms, almost 4 times the strength, and still couldn't move Lin Ku.
Is this kid a monster? Is he even human?
Song Danqing chose to extinguish the cigarette and finally opted to face Lin Ku seriously.
I admit you have talent, you deserve my full attention.
Stop hiding it. As your mentor, my strength must far exceed yours. Use all your strength.
All right?
Lin Ku's body gradually ignited with the spirit of battle. Although Song Danqing liked to act cool, he had indeed withstood several of his attacks. Unexpectedly, this unremarkable bearded man actually had some strength. Stop talking, face me with all your might, or I won't let you pass. As soon as Song Danqing finished speaking, Lin Ku's body was surrounded by blood energy, his eyes turning fierce. His spine bulged, piercing through his skin, sharp bones evolving into a deep crimson color.
No.
Buddy. Song Danqing had just swallowed his saliva when the fierce Lin Ku appeared right in front of him. Wait. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ku's fist landed solidly on his face. Song Danqing spun in the air like a top, flying out in a heavy crash.
Sigma, A.
Can you still stand up?
Lin Ku felt even more excited inside. Sure enough, this was an evenly matched opponent.
Someone worth pouring his heart and soul into.
Wait.
Before Song Danqing could say anything, Lin Ku raised his leg and kicked him in the teeth. 2 bloody front teeth flew out, and Song Danqing was sent flying again. The situation took a drastic turn, as Song Danqing was almost completely beaten by Lin Ku. Stop. Finally, Song Danqing found a chance to raise his hand and struggled to get up from the ground, with 2 front teeth knocked out and blood continuously flowing from his mouth.
Little paper, you're a tough guy. Song Danqing lit a cigarette, exhaled smoke through his gaping teeth. A sneak attack, huh?
Hey, you wouldn't believe it, after taking a full power blow from a mighty opponent, Song Danqing could still talk. Indeed, he was also a strong practitioner of physical strength. You said to start.
Lin Ku eagerly asked, can we continue now?
Spit.
Spurting out a mouthful of blood, Song Danqing threw down his cigarette. When I say start, you can't suddenly disappear and then reappear right in front of me, do you understand?
You mean, you want to strike first?
Smart.
Song Danqing said softly, at least I'm an examiner. Have you ever seen an examiner being beaten like this?
Did you hit my face?
You hit the face of judgment.
Chapter 98, Loan.
So troublesome.
Then you come.
Lin Ku was really enjoying the thrilling exchange of punches with a similarly strong opponent. It was an addictive thrill.
Loan, 10 days.
As Song Danqing softly muttered, he disappeared from the spot. This time, he took the initiative to attack. Lin Ku also didn't hold back, facing Song Danqing in the 9th layer state. Their fists continuously collided, neither taking a step back.
40,000 kilograms. 50,000 kilograms.
Song Danqing's strength gradually increased, and his eyes were turning bloodshot. This wasn't a state of killing intent, but rather his body was crying out in agony.
Loan, 30 days.
Song Danqing roared again, his attacks becoming even fiercer. Lin Ku's physical strength exceeded his expectations. He thought 50,000 kilograms was the limit, but Lin Ku showed no signs of fatigue. Song Danqing suddenly understood that he had met a clever opponent. An even more cunning old fox than himself. His eyes turned blood red, his nose bled continuously, yet his punches remained fierce.
Comfortable.
In the demon lair, Lin Ku's body was strengthened on the blood and flesh monument without needing to activate killing intent or disaster. His physical strength reached nearly 50,000 kilograms. He didn't expect such a huge boost from the blood and flesh monument. What surprised him even more was the opponent Song Danqing. So tough. Bleeding all over, yet still maintaining stable strength. He only felt this sensation in himself before. In the blink of an eye, both of their strengths broke through 60,000 kilograms. At this moment, Song Danqing just wanted to cry. The source of his strength came at a cost. The last opponent who made him loan 30 days was now buried 6 feet under.
How could this guy in front of him still be exerting energy and getting stronger? Is his beast control also a special type like mine?
While Song Danqing was lost in thought, Lin Ke's strength increased again. Lin Ke activated killing intent, a violent, bloodthirsty aura surged through him, and his fist swung at Song Danqing like a rain of bullets.
70,000 kilograms. I'll borrow again. 3 months.
Song Danqing completely held nothing back, forcibly borrowing some kind of energy, instantly catching up with Lin Ke's strength. Both were in a berserker state, holding nothing back, unwilling to be the first to budge. At least that's how Song Danqing thought. I can't believe your body can remain unscathed after taking in such power. Song Danqing was extremely rational. He believed Lin Ke was also enduring tremendous pain right now.
Wait. What the hell? You started laughing. Where's the promised pain?
Seeing the twisted grin at the corner of Lin Ke's mouth, Song Danqing was filled with despair. This guy was even enjoying it.
Stop.
Song Danqing hurriedly called for a halt.
Monster. What the hell? This could be some kind of fierce beast, resembling a human form, but it definitely couldn't be a person. Song Danqing made his judgment. Have you ever seen a person's spine growing bone spurs?
Song Danqing had a premonition. If the fight continued, no matter how much power he poured in, Lin Ke would always be able to suppress him.
What's the point of playing?
He already feared that if they continued, Lin Ke might pull out the bone spurs and use them as weapons.
You passed my test.
Song Danqing trembled as he lit a cigarette.
I concede. Lin Ke cupped his fists and said, if you use your companion beast, you could probably defeat me in an instant, right? Good, you know. Song Danqing shot Lin Ke a glance. What kind of potions do you usually take?
Lin Ke fell into deep thought. Bai Shuang had also mentioned this, along with Ouyang Chang, who had secretly investigated. After all, Lin Ke's physical strength really couldn't be explained by common sense. Looks like I need to buy some muscle potions to keep on hand, also for more excuses.
I just eat casually. Lin Ke smiled and explained.
Freak. Song Danqing vaguely remembered the last time he saw Lin Ke. He was able to hold his ground against a flying centipede. If it were today's Lin Ke, the flying centipede would probably be gone the moment it showed up.
I'm off. Song, come again next time.
Lin Ke eagerly said, I feel like you haven't used your full strength yet. Song Danqing's mouth twitched, calculating this time, he had borrowed power for a month, and he would at least need to lie in bed for half a month.
We'll talk later. Lin Ke quickly received a text from Bai Shuang on his phone.
Congratulations, you passed the first round of tests.
Lin Ke curiously asked, how many rounds of tests are there?
It varies from person to person. Senior sister, today that Song's strength is pretty strong, his physical power is completely on par with mine. Lin Ke shared about the battle with Bai Shuang. After a long while, Bai Shuang finally replied, I thought you would be badly beaten today. If the dark underworld dragon hadn't broken through to level 20, Lin Ke's physical strength was indeed around 10,000 kilograms. According to Bai Shuang's predictions, it was not wrong. It's just a pity that Lin Ke had been encountering endless opportunities recently, whether it was killing intent or disaster. Along with the upgrade of the blood and flesh sacred monument, his current physical power was already infinitely close to 100,000 kilograms.
Senior sister, why is that Song's physical strength so strong?
Lin Ke had rarely seen a martial artist who could still look vigorous after a fight. Song Danqing was definitely a person of remarkable talent.
Impressive, right?
It's earned with his life. He must have had over a month without accepting any missions.
Why? Song's beast control is very special.
At lunchtime, Lin Chongqing finally appeared at home. He sneakily returned home, just about to head back to his room when he heard Lin Ke's voice from the sofa.
Old man, hiding money? Shoo shoo shoo. Lin Chongqing hurriedly covered Lin Ke's mouth. You little brat, don't you know riches shouldn't be exposed?
I must say, your friend is really righteous. He immediately gave me such a big red envelope. I just went and deposited it in the bank for a fixed term to earn interest. From now on, your dad can buy all the lifetime memberships for all the websites.
Dad, can you have a bit more ambition?
Of course I do. Lin Chongqing pulled out his phone mysteriously. Son, I checked. This money is enough to buy a top-grade A-level beast. Pick whichever you like, and I'll buy it for you.
I don't need a beast.
Lin Ke laughed and explained, I'm enrolling in the Spring Sea Academy. The school has already promised to arrange a beast for me.
Really?
Of course. The principal promised me in person, if I need anything, just go find him.
Midnight, just past 12.
Lying in bed, Song Danqing's body continuously swelled, as if Lin Ke's attacks hadn't stopped. His body felt like it was being crazily shot by a machine gun. He bit down on a piece of gauze, lighting a cigarette for himself.
Before he could take a puff, an endless wave of pain struck again.
A new round of attacks had arrived.
Damn it! Why the hell did I agree to be an examiner for such a freak? P.S. Seeking some free love-powered energy, thank you. Chapter 99, The Evil Object Contract, The Price.
As Song Danching twitched continuously, a phone rang from under the pillow.
Money is coming, money is coming, money is coming. Song Danching endured the pain to answer the phone. Just get to the point.
I'm busy, ugh, it hurts. On the other end, a mature female voice said, I already told you to give up that evil companion beast, but you didn't listen, it serves you right for being in pain.
What do you know?
Song Danching gritted through the pain and said.
How was I supposed to know that guy's body was so abnormal?
I thought borrowing for 3 to 5 days would be enough.
Humph, serves you right.
It's just a test, why go all out? Song Danching took a puff of smoke and intermittently blew out clouds, confidently saying, You're not wrong, it is just a test, if I had taken it a bit more seriously, he would have died long ago.
Don't think he's all calm when facing me. Now he's probably suffering.
I've endured so much pain, I don't believe he can stand it either. Yeah, he's feeling pretty miserable right now, eating hot pot with his family, 3 beautiful women, and a guy with weak kidneys. The meatballs are scalding his mouth, it's torturous.
Damn. Song Danching hung up the phone in frustration. How can there be such strange things in the world?
He could use the special nature of the companion beast to advance strength and loan out pain.
Could it be that this guy also signed an evil object contract? No, his evil object doesn't backfire. Burn, burn, burn.
Linka kept huffing, feeling the satisfaction bursting from the beef tendon meatballs in his mouth as he gasped heavily. It was a rare lively day at the Imperial Garden Villa, with Bai Shuang, Zhuge Duo, and Mu Hongyu also arriving. Zhuge Duo and Mu Hongyu had disappeared for a few days. Linka thought the two would never see each other again. The script should have unfolded that way, both were young ladies from prestigious families with completely different worldviews, and they both had sharp tongues. Yet, they were actually sitting at the same table eating hot pot. The 3 women surrounded the table, making the food look even more delicious.
So, how did you two make peace? What's it to you? Mu Hongyu acted like a lively little pepper.
Yeah, what's it to you?
Zhuge Duo quickly echoed. How did these two become allies?
Lin Ke was puzzled. On the side, Bai Shuang placed instant noodles into the hot pot and smiled. They must have found a common topic. What topic could have such magic? Lin Ke was still curious.
Zhuge Duo secretly glanced at Lin Ke while Mu Hongyu snorted coldly. Mind your own business, eat your beef balls.
The passionate hot pot ended, and the 2 women wanted to borrow a room for the night to chat privately. Seeing Bai Shuang voluntarily help Lin Changsheng clean up the table, Zhuge Duo hesitated but decided to lend a hand.
You can wash dishes too?
Lin Ke asked curiously. I couldn't before, but learned later with friends, Zhuge Duo softly said.
Besides, if the goddess of war can wash dishes, I can too.
Mu Hongyu chimed in, at home, there are servants to take care of everything, I'm just experiencing the life of common folks today. This made Lin Changsheng feel helpless. The kitchen was occupied by 3 women, so he could only sit on the sofa, glancing at the kitchen out of the corner of his eye.
Son. I think Xiao Shuang is nice, Xiao Yu is also nice, that Duo is okay too. Are you trying to find me a stepmother? Am I that kind of person?
Lin Changsheng's face turned red. I love your mother the most, this heart can be proven. Allnet member, performance can indeed be checked.
Get lost. That's 2 different matters.
Lin Changsheng quietly added, you work hard, and strive to let me hold a grandchild soon.
I'm afraid you'll hold my child while watching a movie.
Lin Changsheng.
He couldn't argue back.
After dinner, Mu Hongyu and Zhuge Duo secretly returned to their room to rest. Lin Ke went to the training room alone, intending to practice the golden tiger power.
Lin Ke, has your body fully recovered?
Bai Shuang entered wearing a silk pajamas, her hair slightly wet, her delicate figure softly reflected in the sheer fabric. I can eat and sleep, I've recovered, Lin Ke clenched his fist.
I recover quickly.
Bai Shuang looked down, her fair little feet gently drawing circles on the floor.
Lin Ke, I've wanted to ask you about your companion beast.
What's up?
You haven't signed some sort of contract with a special type of companion beast, have you?
Contract?
Lin Ke blinked. What does signing a contract mean?
Lin Ke had never heard of such a thing.
It's good if you haven't signed.
Bai Shuang sighed in relief, then I'll assume your companion beast is strong enough.
Lin Ke asked, Senior, what do you mean by signing a contract? Isn't the companion beast hatched from an egg or genetically altered to coexist in the body?
Lin Ke now understood that it seemed there were only these 2 methods, one for commoners and one for the privileged.
Actually, there's one more way.
Bai Shuang said, many talented people who are stranded will choose risky paths, their original companion beasts are weak and can't satisfy the host, so those people choose to bind contracts with evil things, becoming the wretched servants of those evil entities. Of course, this way comes with a price. The more you gain, the more you must give.
Lin Ke forced a smile. Isn't this something only the evil path would do? Not entirely.
Bai Shuang shook her head, speaking seriously. Talented individuals who are poor often do this. The final results are rarely good.
So Juga Duo also belongs to the evil category? She doesn't, hers is innate, which is fundamentally different from the evil things contracted later.
She won't suffer backlash, but may endure the pain of her companion beast.
It is quite painful.
Senior, don't worry.
Lin Ke stepped in front of Bai Shuang, sensing a unique fragrance. I won't do that. I trust you.
Bai Shuang smiled slightly. The second round of the test should be starting soon, so prepare well. This time, there may be an audience, looking forward to your performance. After Bai Shuang finished speaking, she left the room.
The test is about to begin again? Lin Ke curiously looked around. It can't be at home again, can it?
Correct, little brother, you got it right. The sultry voice made Lin Ke shiver, as if Juga Duo had released her illusion companion beast again.
I'm the examiner for your second test, you can just call me Big Sister.
Lin Ke turned around, and a girl in a purple cheepa with a cat mask appeared in front of him, wearing black high heels with red soles, her long legs gracefully displayed, and the cheepa's slit reached her hips.
This was the most stunning girl Lin Ke had ever seen.
Big Sister.
Lin Ke scratched his head. Could it be that this test is a beauty trap? Do you want it?
The girl's voice was mesmerizing. Lin Ke wouldn't believe that such good luck would come again.
He replied calmly, what's the content of the test? We can begin. Not bad for your composure. The girl laughed. My test isn't about physical strength, but brains.
Now, the test begins. P.S. 3 chapters updated together, thanks to all the readers for the free gifts.
Chapter 100, Who Wasn't Once a Top Student?
Test, start. Behind the long-legged cheapo lady, a tall shadow materialized, resembling a jester in a long black robe, wearing a tall top hat, holding a deck of cards in his left hand and a scythe in his right. In the domain, your appearance will change. Don't worry, the sister will not let your identity be exposed.
Domain, unfold.
By the time Lin Ke reacted, he had already appeared in a small room.
Where is this? Why have we been transported here? Quickly let me out.
People keep crying and pleading for mercy.
Tungsten filament light, cough cough cough.
Under the warm yellow chandelier, flies swirl, the warm light adds a bit of warmth to the cold room. After Lin Ke appeared, he became just an ordinary member among the people in the room. Some were terrified, some were crying, some were cursing. Lin Ke silently observed his surroundings.
Another illusion.
This was Lin Ke's second encounter with the ability of an illusion beast master, and compared to Juga Duo, this long-legged woman was at a higher level of illusion.
It felt like being in the real world, the familiar touch, the rotten smell in the air, the curses and unease echoing in the cramped room. Welcome to the judgment chamber.
The woman's voice appeared in Lin Ke's mind.
Only brainless warriors think about destruction every day. If you really want to join the judgment, show me your insight. There are 10 people in this room, one of whom is a native of the demon cave. You have 10 minutes to find and kill him. The shorter the time, the better. If it takes longer than 10 minutes, the test will fail. Simple enough, right?
Lin Ke curiously asked.
Just find and kill as fast as possible, right?
Correct.
Now, start. 10 minutes? Isn't that too short? I remember this test used to take half an hour, right? Hey, is it a bit too much to have her test a newbie?
She requested this, maybe this newbie has something special. Old folks, you have a lot of time today, even coming to watch a newbie's test.
Wow, this crazy woman's test?
Then he's finished. In a place outside the room where Lin Ke couldn't hear, whispers arose. In the room, Lin Ke looked at everyone, then raised his hand to grab a crying woman beside him. The woman, her hair disheveled, covered her face and cried, "What are you doing? It's bad enough to appear in this cursed place, and now I meet a crazy person." The woman beat Lin Ke's body, and the next moment, Lin Ke twisted her head off.
The first corpse appeared in the room. Is it over? That was only 10 seconds, how did he find it? No, he didn't find anyone, he's planning to kill them all. Have another interesting guy joined? After Lin Ke killed the woman, the room fell silent. Did I kill the wrong person?
Lin Ke looked at the others, then I'll just kill all of you.
Anyway, one of them should be right.
Lin Ke moved like a human meat grinder, striking continuously in the room, with cries and pleas echoing in front of him. A violent madman, this way of breaking the deadlock is meaningless. After killing the last person, a voice rang out in the room. It's over, within 10 minutes, you killed the native of the demon cave.
What about the others you killed? The woman retorted.
The rules didn't say I couldn't kill, as long as I killed the native, that's enough. Lin Ke looked up at the tungsten filament light.
Did I pass? Not counting. Violence solves nothing, this test would be meaningless. The woman's voice was filled with emotion. What I want to see is your intelligence. If you resort to violence, you won't pass. Lin Ke frowned. Then there should have been limits added at the beginning, passing quickly and then reversing. Is this judgment? You. The woman gasped, her chest rising and falling. This time, you can only kill the native of the demon cave. Killing innocent people isn't allowed. The room condensed again, still 10 people, but this time, there was a round table under the tungsten light. On the round table, there was a pure white tablecloth, with a medieval candelabrum burning its flames. The dark gold, tall candlesticks flickered under the candlelight. Clearly, this illusion had changed its nature, becoming extraordinarily real, making Lin Ke feel as if he were truly there. The second illusion was even more realistic than the first, and it was obviously carefully prepared. This person is interesting. I thought of this method at the time too, but always felt it wasn't right to kill innocent people. I didn't expect he actually implemented it. Just a warrior who knows how to use force. What is worth praising? In the judgment, there cannot only be warriors, there should be more smart people like me. Where is this? I clearly was at work. Is this a movie set? Why is there no door in this room? Let me out quickly, or I will call the police. The characters in the room shifted from initial panic to fearful complaints. It always feels like something is still missing. Lin Ke murmured as he got up, missing the goat-headed man. While everyone was discussing, Lin Ke stood up from his seat and walked over to the table across from him, where a man with gold-rimmed glasses was observing the room. Hello, I suggest we should join forces, only then can we hope to escape this room. What do you think? Seeing Lin Ke approach, the man smiled gently and extended his hand. My name is Qin Lang. I'm Lin Ke, goodbye. Bang! Lin Ke punched like lightning, shattering the man's skull. Blood erupted, splattering the walls, soaking the man's white shirt. Test, over. How did this kid do it? Why could he feel the presence of the underworld natives at a glance? Interesting, this person is interesting. He is both brave and cunning. Is it luck? I thought this would be a fierce debate, but it ended so quickly? An elegant woman appeared in the room, the scenery changed, leaving only her and Lin Ke. You succeeded. She asked. But I'm curious, how did you figure it out? The heartbeat. Lin Ke did not hide anything, saying, I must say, your illusion is very real as reality. The heartbeat? The elegant woman nodded and said, that was indeed my oversight. Lin Ke had seen the underworld natives. The reason he could quickly sense Tuoba Ying's presence in the dense forest was due to the unique heartbeat frequency. The underworld natives had heartbeats twice as fast as those in his world, and the illusion released by the woman was highly realistic, restoring the traits of the cave natives. She just didn't expect that Lin Ke's hearing was sharp enough to easily catch it. If it weren't for the heartbeat, you wouldn't have passed so easily. The woman's words carried some complaint. I prepared for this test for 2 days. Prepared by reading novels, right? How do you know? Lin Ke smiled, and by the time he realized it, he had returned to the training room. The elegant woman fiddled impatiently with her phone, feeling like her carefully prepared banquet was devoured in a gluttonous rush. You passed, but I do not admit you are a smart person. What were your grades in school? Lin Ke suddenly asked. I used to do well, always in the top 10 of my grade. Lin Ke smiled and said, then do you think it's difficult to be first in every exam from grade 1 to 3, with only one time getting second? Definitely, only smart people can. Not at all, I was just like that. The elegant woman. But didn't you also get second place? The elegant woman said coldly. Lin Ke beamed, because the guy who came in second originally gave me $500 to fake my score. The elegant woman was left speechless. Then why are you so violent now? Lin Ke's gaze was sharp as he raised his fist and declared loudly. Because reading can't save the world, only fists are effective. Chapter 101, Senior Sister's Reward, Success. The elegant woman added a label to Lin Ke in her heart. Thug. Just like a suit-wearing thug. Wearing a suit, supremely elegant, but when it's off, wild and untamed. What a proud little guy. She crossed her legs tightly, her voice charmingly say. Little brother, remember me, my name is Z. When Lin Ke reacted, the elegant woman in the room had already vanished. Z. Lin Ke left the room, Bai Shuang was waiting at the door. Congratulations on passing 2 levels. Bai Shuang extended her hand. Here you go. What? Lin Ke reached out curiously. A big white rabbit milk candy fell into his hand. Reward. Bai Shuang skipped back to the entrance of the room, her hands clasped behind her, turning around. Good night, study master. So sweet. Returning to the room, Lin Ke held the white rabbit milk candy in his mouth,
as if it was Bai Shuang's embodiment. Why didn't I discover this candy was so delicious before? This was a rare moment for Lin Ku. The time spent sleeping in the room, tasting the candy personally handed to me by Senior Bai Shuang, sleeping soundly, I wish I could dream of Senior Bai Shuang. Ah. Oh whoa. I opened my eyes, and a fierce, terrifying giant creature appeared in front of me. Black question mark. Lin Ku stiffened his face, confirming that he had fallen asleep. At least have a good dream. But as soon as I fell asleep, I saw this dark, scary thing, and my good mood was completely gone. A what? Little Black, question mark. Ahem, Little Black, I didn't mean it like that. Lin Ku explained with a wry smile. It's just that I've been participating in some tests recently and am a bit tired. A what? Little Black told Lin Ku that it would handle the devouring alone tonight, and Lin Ku should rest well. Silly boy, it's been days, why haven't you improved? Not leveling up, no upgrades, LV, 20. Forget it, I'll lead you. Since we're here, we might as well settle in. Lin Ku pushed aside his unnecessary fantasies and started leveling up again with Little Black. Little Black, now huge, stirred up whirlpools every time it swam in the Black Sea. Have you been slacking off recently? Why haven't you broken through level 21 yet? Oh whoa. Little Black was very aggrieved. It told Lin Ku that it had just woken up, and only a few minutes had passed since Lin Ku arrived. Has your sleeping time increased? Little Black explained that it had eaten too much, so it needed to sleep a little longer to digest. The next day, the Chaos Underworld Dragon successfully broke through level 21. Lin Ku noticed the terrifying nature of the Chaos Underworld Dragon. Now, every time it leveled up, its strength and agility increased by 50, which was more than twice as fast as before. Lin Ku had a feeling that as the Chaos Underworld Dragon leveled up further, its evolution would become increasingly terrifying. Little Black, will a blue star even be able to carry you when you grow too big? Lin Ku murmured to himself, who will I show off to then? Setting aside these thoughts, Lin Ku left the Black Sea. Yeah. The voice of the Light Saint Dragon came as soon as it woke up. Little White, you've leveled up too? Lin Ku opened the panel. Companion Beast, Light Saint Dragon, Young. Level, LV5, 23%. Strength, 70. Bone structure, 90. Agility, 140. Talent, 100. Element, Light. Rank, World-Destroying level. Skills, Prayer, Basic, /Immortal Body, Basic, /Light Forbidden Zone, Basic. The Light Saint Dragon reached level 5. Although it wasn't as fast as going inside and helping it level up, it's better than nothing. Little White, keep it up, strive for the first transformation as soon as possible. Yeah. Little Black's first transformation brought such a terrifying improvement. If Little White also succeeded in its first transformation, how terrifying would Lin Ku's physical healing power be? Top-tier tank, top-tier healer? Lin Ku enjoyed the hand-to-hand combat more and more, especially the feeling of not being afraid of getting hurt. Son, Teacher Xian is here to see you. Lin Changsheng appeared at the door. Coming. As soon as Lin Ku opened the door, Xian Xinghe bowed, foster father, oh no, boss. Lin Changsheng was shocked and stared at Xian Xinghe. No way, bro. Are you stealing my business? You saw my son has become great, now you want to be his father too? Then you better line up. After all, I'm my son's real father. What's wrong? Lin Ku didn't care much about these details. I've investigated some things, and I just wanted to show you. I recently crossed 3 provinces and visited more than a dozen villages. You've traveled so much? Hee hee, my legs are quick. Xian Xinghe patted his thigh, I feel like I'm incredibly strong now. Old Xian, take it easy. Lin Ku started checking the information Xian Xinghe had left behind. The invasion of the Abyssal natives? The document recorded that 100 years ago, 52 years ago, the Abyssal natives had invaded the real world. They used some unknown method to silently escape from the seal and took root in the deep mountains, quickly adapting to the local customs. Xian Xinghe explained, I heard that this village was once very famous, known as the Longevity Village, and also the Strongman Village. Even a TV station once came to interview them. Later, someone provided information that these people were underground monsters. Then, the village disappeared overnight. Xian Xinghe smiled and said, I feel this report should be unfounded, I specially went to the village nearby, and it's already a restricted area. Lin Ku remained silent, continuing to flip through the documents. This is a sculpture of a savage bull, right? In the photo, there was a bull's head that was unlike any ordinary bull, with a human body and strong muscles. Yes, take a look at the back. Lin Ku continued to flip. A strange sculpture appeared before them, a dragon head with a human body, its left arm a dragon's claw, its right arm a rocket launcher, the right leg a metal prosthetic, the left leg twice as developed as the right, thigh bulging. Its spine extended like that of a sword-backed dragon. What is this creature? Lin could deeply remembered the appearance of this object, took a deep breath, and said, was this all once worshipped by that village? Yes, I took a photo from afar, and then under the sculpture, I saw writings resembling techniques. Shooting long flash. Is this also one of the techniques belonging to the savage bull strength? Xianxing has scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and said, I've only been to these places for now, I haven't found much. This isn't much? Lin Ke shot Xianxing a glance and said, by the way, do you know anyone familiar with the language of the evil abyss? Ancient language? Xianxing said, if it's ancient language, I know one person, he almost got caught as an evil abyss spy for this. Take me to find him, I have something I need him to help me with. How about I just go by myself? Xianxing hesitated, that place is pretty dangerous. P.S. 3 chapters updated, I'll try to write more tomorrow since I have to go to work. Thank you all for your rewards. Good night, hugs. Chapter 102, The Beastmaster's Slum. Can it be more dangerous than me? Almost forgot you're also a freak. Xianxing no longer hesitated, then shall we leave now? Okay, drive my car, do you have a driver's license? Lin Ku asked. I do, but it's not far, just about 25 kilometers, we can run there. Seeing Lin Ke's murderous gaze, Xianxing forced a smile, driving is fine, I like driving the most. Lin Ke planned to take the driving test after participating in the judgment test, anyway, he could use the smart brain to test. If he was fast, it would be done in a week. By then, he could enjoy the giant beast that Lu Pengfei gave him. Old Lu, wait for me, we have a long time ahead. Achoo! Someone in the office of the Quan Hai Academy sneezed. That bastard is cursing me. Dare to curse me, I won't spare even the director. After speaking, Lu Pengfei naturally knelt down again. What a great car. Boss, this car really matches you. Xianxing had carefully started the beast, and a roar from the engine erupted, a sound even more terrifying than a V12 echoing throughout the garage. Even though his body had recovered and he could earn money now, such a car was something he had never dared to hope for in his life. Let alone Lin Ke's car, which couldn't simply be bought with money. This was a car that Lu Pengfei, after kneeling for 3 days and nights at the Education Bureau, with tears dried up, personally got from the director as a special supply. Since then, driving this car, Lu Pengfei felt full of confidence. Now, however, it was transferred to Lin Ku. 20 minutes later, in the southern part of Quan Hai, in a barren urban village. Boss, there are alleys behind us, we need to go in. All right. As soon as the two got out of the car, a few children came over, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Lin Ke's vehicle. Uncle, is this car very expensive? Can I sit in it? So cool. I also want to buy such a car when I grow up. Lin Ke didn't respond, and Xianxing frowned and said, get lost. Only then did the children reluctantly leave, their thin bodies hiding knives and rusty pipes. The atmosphere here isn't too good, Xianxing explained, if we let them in, we might get robbed. It was precisely because they were children that Xianxing felt it hard to take action. You seem to know a lot. I moved here after I became disabled. It's quite cheap. Xianxing said casually. The people living here are a mixed bag, not many ordinary folks. Basically, they're all broken beast masters, some have ruined their bodies, some have lost their companion beasts, with high ambitions but unwilling to join society and become a cog. After a long time, it becomes this way. Lin Ke did not reply, following Xianxing into the narrow alley. The entrance of the alley was cramped, with tangled piles of wires like coiling pythons covering the sky, and a terrible stench of sewage filled the entire alley. A middle-aged man with rotten legs leaned weakly against the wall, constantly shaking a broken bowl in his hand. They were clearly beast masters, how did they end up like this? Xianxing sighed. It's hard to go from wealth to poverty, once you've lost your power and position, if you want to live like before, you can only fall into a vicious cycle. The walls were plastered with various advertisements for usury, including organ trade, prostitution, and everything in between. Everything had a price tag, including human lives. I also heard that the old master of the Zheng family who died not long ago hired the strongest killer brothers here. It's a pity he met tough opponents, he was killed before he could complete his mission, and it has now become a cold case. As Xianxing spoke, he walked to the end of the alley. At the bottom of an old, moss-covered house, there were steps leading underground, lit by a new warm-colored 3500K wall washing lamp illuminating a mottled blue wooden door. Old Xian, I brought you some business. Xianxing knocked twice on the door. Creak. The wooden door opened slowly with a moan, revealing an old man with messy hair tied with a red string. It's you. The old man smiled, missing 2 front teeth. Where are your front teeth? Xian Xingha had no intention of entering. In his view, Lin Ku might not be able to adapt to the environment inside. They were stolen, those beasts. The old man shook his head helplessly. You said you'd introduce business to me. What do you need me to do? Aren't you good at ancient languages? Help my boss take a look. The old man turned his head to look at Lin Ku and then burst into laughter. A kid, is this your boss? Don't be rude. Xian Xingha was about to speak, but Lin Ku stopped him. He took out an A4 paper that he had copied, with 3 obscure characters he had transcribed. Elder, can you help me see if you understand these characters? Lin Ku couldn't possibly bring all his martial arts techniques, after all, they were his secrets. Moreover, he didn't know if the old man had the ability, so he naturally had to give it a try. I can understand the first 2 characters, as for the third. The old man picked up a magnifying glass to examine it, then looked up and said. You made this up, right? Yes. Lin Ku smiled slightly. Old Xian, found the right person. Glad to be of help. Xian Xingha smiled lightly. Old Xian, translate it well, our boss won't let you down. If the translation is good, at least you can get $100. Are you insulting me? The old man raised a finger angrily. I want that amount up front. 10,000? You're asking for too much. Just give me a hearty meal. Lin Ku then noticed that the old man's eyes were sparkling with hunger, ready to eat anyone. Old Xian, take him with us, let's go eat first. All right. Under a relatively clean residential building, the old man Su devoured meat buns, oil dripping from his mouth, and without waiting to swallow, he bit into another one. Xian Xingha couldn't help but swallow hard. You're a glutton. And and Yuan. Old Su mumbled, and after finally swallowing the bun down with the soup, he wiped his hands. Show me what you've got, I'll help you translate here. Lin Ku took out one of the documents. Old Su glanced at it. This is an explanation about the human meridian system. We have this here, nothing unusual. What about the others? This is a guide on how to modify the human body, nothing special. This is a method on how the body merges with the beast, nothing much. Old Xian looked carefully. Even the lower part can be transformed? Old man, can you be a bit more serious? Xian Xingha said with a gloomy face. What can I do? All this talks about are strange things, swallowing wild beasts' raw meat, drinking beasts' blood, and even eating crystal cores. What can I do? Lin Ku smiled and said, Old sir, take a look at these. All right. Old Xian took it and his gaze was fixed. P.S. Today, 4 chapters are updated together, please give a 5-star review to get the rating out sooner. Chapter 103, Evil Thing. Book 8? Second update. This content is a bit interesting. It talks about becoming a god through blood and flesh. Old Xian focused on the text on the scroll, his head slightly shaking, and as he read further, his pupils became wider. Crazy, lunatic. Old Xian trembled and put it down, saying, This is a forbidden book, how could it be circulated? Old sir, what exactly is written on it? It says, to clash against deities with a mortal body. Based on the contents above, these ancient scrolls talk about tales that are utterly absurd, with no research value. Then you help me translate it all. I said, there is no translation value. Old Xian picked up another meat bun. Translating it would also be a waste of time. I'll give you 10,000. Old Xian sneered, you are insulting the dignity of a scholar. Then forget it. Lin Ku stood up to leave, and Old Xian hurriedly grabbed Lin Ku's arm. Shouldn't he raise the price? His attitude changed instantly, the concept of dignity falling to the ground. 10,000 it is. Compared to the dignity of a scholar, filling one's belly is much more important. Give me 1 hour, and I will translate it all for you. Deal. Boss, how about I wait for him here, and you go back first? Xian Xingha suggested. After all, it's really not safe here. It's fine, I'll stroll around. In the past, the teacher would always scold those students with poor grades, saying with such poor results, if their accompanying beasts ended up releasing a pile of dung, what would they do? You can only go live in slums, I do not want to see you in prison in the future. Lin Ku thought the teacher was exaggerating. Today, in person, he found out the teacher had been conservative. In this mixed-up place, just while he was grabbing a bun at the alley entrance, he could feel many eyes from the surrounding windows, whispering, secretly calculating if they could take down this big fish. Lin Ku's aura and dress were completely out of place here, naturally attracting attention. This is offering to an evil object, right? Under a utility pole, there was a small niche. Lin Ku squatted down to take a look. Inside was a burnt scarecrow, lacking a head, wrapped in a bloody long robe. Outside the niche were many offerings, rotting fruits, incense candles, and in such a poor place, surprisingly, no one dared to steal the offerings to the evil object. It seems they really believed in this. Oh hey, young man. You want to consult the evil object? A man with a dogskin patch on his face, with a mole by his lips and sharp features approached Lin Ku. You look like a student, don't think of doing something foolish.
I'm just looking. Lin Ko replied casually. Looking is not allowed, it's too dangerous. If you want to get stronger, I have something more reliable than evil objects. I see you're a rare talent in cultivation, interested? Then what can you get from it?
Lin Ko became interested.
Me? Everyone for me, and I for everyone.
The man with the mole said vividly, I can't stand seeing young people like you downcast and aimless.
Oh right, what's your name, brother? Ouyang Chung.
Brother Ouyang, at a glance, you seem to be a person of great wealth. The mole man cozily put his arm around Lin Ko's shoulder. Come upstairs with me, let me show you something. Lin Ko wanted to refuse, he could tell with his gut that this guy meant no good. But the luminous dragon within him emitted a sense of longing.
Xiao Bai, are you very interested in evil things?
Yeah. Lin Ko suddenly remembered that Xiao Bai is the holy dragon of light that heals everything, representing brightness. Simply put, it is the nemesis of darkness, feeding on darkness.
For these evil things, wasn't it like inviting their natural enemy?
Let's go, I want to take a look.
Lin Ko said with a smile, you really know people well. Hee hee, so easy to fool, another one in the bag.
Chang Maoji thought to himself, taking out his phone.
Wait a moment, I've contacted someone else, just right for both of you to go together. This way, you can look out for each other on the way, right?
The call connected, and Chang Maoji put on a smile. Lin Ko, come to the street corner, we are heading out.
Lin Ko? The other person is also called Lin Ko? Surely, they can't be a familiar person, right? To be safe, Lin Ko took out the judgment pure white mask he always carried and put it on. Oh no. You scared me to death, bro. Chang Maoji turned around to see Lin Ko wearing the mask. You look quite professional.
About 10 minutes later, a long-haired man wearing a golden mask appeared in front of Lin Ko. The two exchanged glances, lost in thought.
Is this Jean Tian? Lin Ko recognized this guy at a glance. Great, using my name to deceive is it? How shameless. Jean Tian clearly did not recognize Lin Ko. He cautiously walked to Chang Maoji's side. Didn't we agree that I'm the only one coming?
Chang Maoji turned off his phone calculator and said with a smile, today, the righteous lord is in a good mood, so he's willing to host too.
Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied.
Jean Tian stopped speaking, carefully examining Lin Ko beside him, feeling that he looked somewhat familiar.
Ahem, I am Lin Ko.
Jean Tian proactively extended his hand.
Are you also going to meet the evil, righteous god? Yes, just call me Ouyang. Lin Ko lowered his voice. Alright, let's catch up inside.
Chang Maoji hurriedly led the two into a small alley and turned to enter a two-story small building. The sky above this small building had turned dark, with black mist continually spilling out from the second-floor windows, thick clouds gathering with rolling thunder. What a righteous scene. On the second floor, Chang Maoji carefully opened a shabby door. Okay, come in with me. Remember, when you see the righteous lord, do not make eye contact, kneel on the ground and express your inner requests, your wishes will naturally be fulfilled.
Then let's hurry in. Jean Tian said, a bit excited.
Ever since he lost to Lin Ko at the Tianjia battle, he had suffered a huge blow. Even though he diligently practiced and got injections to improve, progress still seemed bleak. Especially when seeing Lin Ko in person, he realized just how great the gap between them truly was.
After much inquiry, Jean Tian learned that there are legends of evil things here.
It is said that as long as one adheres to the bottom line and does not become greedy, one will not become a lackey of evil things. Jean Tian felt that he was a man with a strong willpower since childhood. A mere evil thing must surely become his plaything.
No matter what the means are, as long as I can defeat Lin Ko again, it will be worth it.
Compared to Jean Tian's inner turmoil, Lin Ko was silent, observing the scenery of the room. In the center of the living room, there was a huge Buddha shrine with a pure white sculpture inside it, the electronic candlelight casting a bloody glow on its body. Lin Ko didn't bow his head, but after seeing clearly, he found out.
What the hell, this offering is just a banana. Righteous Lord, 2 believers are brought to you, please enjoy.
Chang Maoji replaced his expression with one of cold severity, his gaze sharp with a sneer and said.
Hurry up and kneel.
Insulting the righteous Lord, beware it kills you.
A wise person knows how to adapt.
Jean Tian followed the instructions, bowed his head without speaking, not even seeing what was being worshipped above. He was just about to kneel down when he heard Lin Ko beside him speak.
You want me to kneel for a bastard? Jean Tian, why did this guy suddenly change his temperament? Hey, if you're not satisfied, go find another evil, righteous god, don't interfere with my ceremony.
The tall, hairy mole with a fierce gaze walked in front of Lin Ko and coldly said.
Did you see that?
So what if I saw it? Lin Ko coldly retorted, I could chop off a piece from my pants and put it there, and it would be bigger than this thing.
This thing dares to call itself a righteous god?
Jean Tian felt conflicted after Lin Ke said that. He also wanted to look up and see what kind of evil thing could make the other so angry.
It can't be a fucking JB, right? Baka.
The tall, hairy mole looked terrified and quickly knelt down. Master, I didn't think that. Please bestow your endless power to kill this person. It seemed like something in their bloodline suppressed them, as Lin Ke and Jean Tian simultaneously unlocked a certain genetic lock within them.
Both shouted in unison. Your grandpa is here.
Immediately, they pushed the tall, hairy mole to the ground, kicking it fiercely, kicking it until it smoked.
I'll kick you to death, you son of a dog. You dog day ghost. Jean Tian shouted angrily.
Even if I worship evil things, I worship my country's evil things. You, a dog day little place, are worthy of me kneeling? Lin Ke reacted even more fiercely and raised his hand to break the tall, hairy mole's arms and legs.
The mole kept wailing on the ground. Baka. Baka. Baka your mom's head.
Lin Ke viciously slapped him, and his head fell to the ground like a ball.
The room immediately fell silent.
Inside the shrine, that porcelain white evil object finally reacted, and black gas burst out from the top, rushing towards Lin Ke and Jean Tian.
Oh Yang, hurry up and run.
Jean Tian was just about to escape but found Lin Ke standing there, having no intention of leaving. The evil object's gathering black mist had already engulfed Lin Ke, while Jean Tian hesitated at the door, struggling internally, ultimately stopping his steps.
Last time I lost to Lin Ke and retreated. This person can be fearless in the face of evil objects, while I ran away from him? Wouldn't that mean I lost to someone again? No. Jean Tian's strong desire for victory wouldn't allow him to run away. Oh Yang, I will save you. Get lost, roll.
Lin Ke kicked Jean Tian out of the house, and Jean Tian fainted.
This fucking evil object is mine.
Lin Ke said fiercely, noticing the evil object's thick mist had completely invaded his body. Got it, such terrifying physical power, Gaga, become my running dog, be the nourishment for my clan. The evil object continued to invade, not just Lin Ke's body but also his spiritual world. Baka, why doesn't such genius descend upon my Yamato? But it doesn't matter, it will soon be mine. As the evil object continued to invade, it peeled away layers of clouds and mist, heading straight into Lin Ke's spiritual world.
Got it.
A pale white energy illuminated the world, black gas rushed in. As long as it could completely shatter Lin Ke's spiritual world, he would become its slave. Symbolizing purity, the white touched the black mist, a piercing, agonized scream echoed throughout Lin Ke's spiritual world.
Search it. Baka Nai. What, impossible. Ah.
This healing energy was seen by the evil object as the most terrifying poison. Just a bit of it would weaken its power by decades. What kind of ghost place is this? I want to escape. The evil object was about to flee, but in the pale white lit world, a claw reached out, slapping it back down to the ground. I am the great black sky god, dare you. The black mist went into a frenzy, just as it was about to fight to the death, when it saw the huge claw and the bright sacred dragon in front of it.
It wilted. GG Great One, spare me. Yamit.
Spare me, spare my life, I can offer beautiful obedient women from Yamato, they can do anything for you. The bright sacred dragon grabbed it, playing with it in its hand as if it were as simple as handling an ant. Shabai, stop playing. It's bad luck. Lin Ke spoke, torment him to death, let him experience the taste of being unable to live and unable to die. Eek. The holy dragon of light, although not understanding why Lin Ke was so furious, still followed his orders. A bone-chilling cold fire enveloped the evil object, and the desperate pleas for mercy instantly disappeared. He jumped wildly in the white flames, but had nowhere to hide. The holy dragon of light gained experience plus 1,000. Damn the ghostly bastards, it's bad luck. Even after the holy dragon of light leveled up, it didn't excite Lin Ke much. Lin Ke spat and shattered the box, while smashing all the decorations in the room to smithereens. I'll eventually ride my dragon and wipe out your filthy bunch.
Senior sister, this is Lin Ke. Lin Ke called on the phone. What's wrong, Lin Ke?
Bai Shuang could hear Lin Ke's voice suppressing his anger. I'm in the Spring Sea slum, and I found a sculpture made of evil objects by the Japanese.
Now I want to burn this cursed place to the ground. Is that okay?
Burn it, I'll take the blame if something happens.
Okay.
Lin Ke spat again, feeling unlucky, then turned and walked into the kitchen. A sudden great fire engulfed a building in the slum. Strangely, by the time people noticed, it had turned to ashes, and no other houses were affected.
Meanwhile, in a certain hall in a tiny place. Baka.
The soul of the dark sky god has been destroyed. In the room, all young Japanese genius simultaneously spat blood, their powers greatly diminished. Losing the protection of the evil god, their years of efforts were in vain.
The Japanese man kneeling on the cushion wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. We clearly chose young students who wouldn't be a problem.
Who ruined my plan to restore the country? Inform everyone to hide, the most important one must not be discovered. Find the murderer and let him have no place to be buried. Jean Tian woke up slowly, he was being carried by someone walking. What happened? Evil objects. Ghosts. Damn you. Fragments of images appeared in Jean Tian's mind. Oh Yang. Are you okay? Oh, you're awake? Lin Ke set Jean Tian down and said, I didn't expect the young master of the Jean family likes to use other people's names to do bad things, huh? The dizziness completely faded away, Jean Tian's face turned red, but he shot back, what are you talking about? I am Lin Ku. You are Lin Ku? Then who am I? Lin Ke slowly took off the mask. Chapter 105, Deception, the Cursed King wants to see me? Lin Ke took off the mask. Lin Ku. Jean Tian was frightened and kept retreating, so you are also a dog of the evil objects. Damn you. Look carefully, I am a righteous beast master here to eliminate evil objects. Eliminate evil objects? Jean Tian recalled that in the last moment, Lin Ku indeed did not run away. Could it be that he really came to eliminate evil objects? Did I misunderstand him? But you, how did you end up here? Lin Ke teased as he looked at Jean Tian, the young master of the Jean family dwelling in the slum, you can't be here to find your biological mother, right? Shut up. Jean Tian's face turned pale with anger, I am also here to eliminate evil objects. Ah yes, I almost kneeled down for that, and you're even eliminating a curse. Jean Tian's old face turned red. The thought that Lin Ke had caught him in the act made him want to find a hole in the ground to hide in. That's right. I came to find evil objects, so what? Jean Tian yelled in madness, I just want to become stronger, is that wrong? You can be so strong, also because you worship some kind of powerful evil object, right? Jean Tian sneered, Lin Ke, name your price, share the evil objects on you with me. Lin Ke remained silent, only looking at Jean Tian with some pity. What? Am I wrong? Lin Ke sighed and said meaningfully, Jean Tian, do you know why you can never surpass me? Why? Lin Ke smiled as he rubbed his hands, knowledge costs money, the next words will require a fee. Jean Tian, though angry, still threw a card at Lin Ke, there's about 80 million in it. I hurried out today and didn't bring much. If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you later. Damn rich people. Carrying 80 million and spending money when going out, you'd think it was 800 million. Lin Ke put away the card and continued to deceitfully reason. You have received the best etiquette, the best resources, and the best education since childhood, just like a pitiful flower in a greenhouse. Any storm is enough to make you bow down. What kind of skill is it to dominate in a prestigious school? If you have the guts, come to a regular school, only those who stand tall in the harsh environment of a regular school can be considered true strong ones. Jean Tian was half convinced, skeptically asking, but the number of times prestigious schools enter the devil's den is far greater than that of regular schools. What use is there in those lower-level schools? Of course it's useful. Lin Ke smiled slightly. I didn't know before, but I will go in the future, and the transformation will begin. If you want to surpass me, come to admire me. If you don't dare to face me, how can you talk about defeating me? Jean Tian's body trembled slightly. If you don't dare to face me, how can you defeat me? So, this is the crux of the issue. Jean Tian understood. Completely understood. Lin Ke, I will go to the Spring Sea Academy to find you, for sure. Before I defeat you, you mustn't lose. It's good that you woke up early, boy. After Jean Tian left, Lin Ke finally took out his phone's notes. Old Lu, today you owe me one. Going out again, earned another 80 million, just simple as that. Humming a tune, Lin Ke returned to the shop where old Xian was. Boss, he has finished writing. Xianxinghe, seeing Lin Ke return, said worriedly, I heard there's a fire nearby, I was just about to find you. Alright, I will transfer the money. No need, boss, I've already transferred it. Xianxinghe smiled slightly, consider it my repayment to you. Repayment? Lin Ke thought for a moment. Old Xian, are you currently unemployed? Yeah, I plan to look for a job later. Xianxinghe waved his hand, don't worry, I won't delay helping you, I'm available anytime you need. Then I'll arrange a job for you, with your martial arts skills, being a mentor at a regular school should be more than enough. I'll have old Lu give you a higher salary. All according to the boss's order. Lin Ke secretly wrote another note. Old Lu, you owe me again. Young man, wait a moment. After taking the money, old Xian didn't go home right away, instead, he chased after Lin Ke and the others to the alley's entrance. Old man, is there something you need? Old Xian said, young man, though I don't know where you got these materials, I advise you not to waste time. They are ineffective. The contents inside are all empty and grandiose. There is no way to succeed, remember that, remember. Got it, I will be cautious.
Lin Ko closed the window and signaled Xian Xinghe to drive.
Boss, don't blame old Xian, he is just stubborn like this. I couldn't stand it when I met him. Besides, this guy loves to sleep, at least 20 hours a day in sleep, Xian Xinghe said with a smile. I always tease him, why sleep long in life, when you must sleep long in death? At the Golden Sea Imperial Garden, after Xian Xinghe parked the car, he left alone, while Lin Ko returned home with the translated materials.
Regarding old Xian's translation, he wouldn't fully trust it.
He decided to wait until he completely entered the judgment before seeing if there were resources to confirm it and ensure accuracy before practicing.
Physical body becoming divine. Quite arrogant.
This was naturally Lin Ko's ultimate goal, he had long been prepared not to be human. As soon as he got home, Bai Shuang, who was browsing magazines on the sofa, walked over and praised, Lin Ko, you performed very well today. It was okay, just average. Lin Ko shyly scratched his head, oh right, senior sister, that evil thing was actually a little ghost from the Malar Gobi.
Guessed it.
Bai Shuang's gaze suddenly turned cold, only those scum would sneak around secretly. Last year in the Devil's Den, we killed hundreds of them, it's still not enough lessons. Lin Ko eagerly said, senior sister, why don't we directly kill their homeland, and you lead the judgment? We don't need to be too cruel, just kill them all. At this moment, Lin Ko's desire to join the judgment reached its peak.
It's not that easy. Bai Shuang chuckled. But it can be considered. After the two finished chatting and laughing, Bai Shuang got serious, by the way, someone wants to see you.
Who? The Curse King.
Lin Ko?
In this world, those who can be called kings are all, without exception, the strongest. There is only one person in Hua country who can be called the Curse King.
Who? Lin Ko almost thought he misheard. A legendary beast master, Curse.
Bai Shuang smiled and said, I just reported your location of eliminating the evil entity, and the judgment has a high opinion of you.
Well, the legendary master wouldn't meet me in person, right?
Lin Ko swallowed hard, to be honest, he felt a bit nervous. Many years ago, he was just in the crowd, looking up at the elegance of the old and the vast sky of the Xuanwu. That scene stuck with Lin Ko until now, and he secretly vowed to have such a spirited day himself. In his youth, he had such great ambitions and feelings, he only envied that feeling of being admired by others. Since then, a seed was planted in Lin Ko's heart. Legendary beast masters, what a powerful existence.
Now they actually want to meet him?
Lin Ko couldn't help but feel excited in his heart.
P.S. Update completed, Manhwa. Chapter 106, Brother Curse Protects Me, Uniting the Academy. Connecting to Smart Brain.
Welcome, Master, to the Smart Brain world.
What service do you need from me?
Help me enter the private room number
9572. Detecting your entry into the private room, do you want to enter?
Yes. Data streams flickered continuously, and the scenery before Lin Ko gradually changed. I wonder what kind of demeanor the Curse King has.
Lin Ko appeared in a small room, the layout somewhat similar to the room from last night's purple assessment.
In front of a round table sat a person dressed in a custom-made black striped suit, thin, with a huge yellow round headpiece on their head.
That head looked quite funny. Expression pack. But
the fantasy Lin Ko had in his mind instantly collapsed.
Even a legendary beast master enjoys being silly?
Upon careful thought, it seems Curse is adept at surfing the internet, a hardcore netizen.
Hello, Master Curse. Lin Ko tried to appear a bit polite. Curse remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard, keeping his seated posture. Is this the calm of a legendary beast master? I heard you wanted to see me? Lin Ko continued. A full 15 seconds passed.
Curse still had no response.
No, buddy. Can a legendary beast master really ignore a person?
Lin Ko stood up and walked in front of Curse.
Master Curse, isn't this a bit impolite?
Just as Lin Ko was about to speak, he heard continuous snoring and ZZZ patterns flying out from the funny head.
Sleeping, asleep? Snap.
The bubble burst.
Curse finally reacted, oh dear, I accidentally fell asleep.
His voice was soft, like a warm spring breeze.
Sorry, I hadn't slept all night, I snuck in a 2-minute nap. You are Lin Ko, right? What did you just say?
I said, Master Curse, you care for the nation and the people, you should sleep a bit more.
Curse pondered for a moment. Don't call me Master Curse, just call me Brother Curse, or Curse Song is fine.
Okay, brother.
Lin Ko's eyes lit up, did I just become buddies with a legendary beast master? Calling you brother is pretty good.
Curse took out his phone and speedily scrolled through posts on the forum. He spent only a short time on each post, liking and respecting each one he clicked into.
Sorry, just doing a daily task.
Curse said apologetically, it's interesting to see all kinds of lives on the forum, look at this post.
Hello, I am a cute maggot.
From birth until now, I have never eaten anything good.
Are there any beautiful goddesses willing to send me a few pounds of warm poop? I'll cover the shipping. My address is Kwanhai. Lin Ku. Haha, even maggots can go online now. The mental state of contemporary netizens is really fascinating.
Kirsch shook his head and put down his phone, speaking a bit flustered.
Oh, sorry I got sidetracked. My brain isn't functioning well. Wait a moment, let me like this post first, then I will continue to look. Lin Ku, if you want to see, I can take you to the scene. Then there might not be a chance left.
Shu shook his head regretfully.
Let's get to the point.
Xiao Lin Ku, sorry our first meeting is in the virtual network, I really can't get away.
If I could, I would love to meet you in real life.
Brother, I would really like that too. Lin Ku spoke as if he had found a long-lost brother. Unfortunately, this wish is hard to achieve.
Shu's voice was a bit low. My companion beast is special. It must suppress all the seals in the whole Huagua at all times. Even my body cannot move.
Right now, I can only upload my will to communicate with you, but my spirit must constantly monitor the movements of the demon cave, haha.
It's not that I, Brother Zhu, am boasting. If one day I collapse, then it's all over.
Oh, carrot, oh.
Even though Zhu's tone was relaxed, Lin Ku heard the endless fatigue in his voice.
He spoke with respect. Brother, I will also work hard. One day I will contribute to Huagua and humanity.
You can do it.
Zhu said with a smile, I look forward to the day you soar. However, before that, I want to hear your opinion on higher education institutions.
Zhu changed the topic. What do you think of the ecology of higher education today?
A distorted ecology.
Lin Ku spoke bluntly. Money shouldn't die, but the problem is the money-first system.
The higher the education institution, the more pathological it gets, to the point where many talented individuals lose their way to advancement. Those talents in higher institutions seem to be ill, carrying an invisible high mountain on their backs, worried about being surpassed by their peers and simultaneously guarding against offenses from lower institutions. The way to evaluate students' talents is money. With money, one can enter elite classes. Without money, only ordinary classes.
If it cannot be addressed at its root, the situation will only worsen.
Well said.
Shu clapped, waving his hands like a seal. I deeply agree.
Shu acknowledged, in fact, it's not just higher education institutions, there is also a chain of contempt in mid and lower level institutions.
Some things can only be destroyed to bring about rebirth. If we don't uproot it, the name of the institution will ultimately become a joke. Lin Ku pondered.
Shu made sense. He, who surfed the internet at high speed every day, had observed the talents battles and understood best how Lin Ku was insulted and questioned back then.
Xiao Lin Ku, do you have thoughts on changing all of this?
Shu suddenly asked. You don't need to answer me right away, after all, this heavy responsibility is difficult. Before Zhu finished speaking, Lin Ku smiled slightly.
It would be my honor. Lin Ku walked slowly to Zhu and patted his chest heavily.
I am willing to exhaust my heart and energy, to rectify the order, and bring the institution back to a bright day.
My inner sense of justice doesn't allow me to hesitate.
Clap, clap, clap.
Zhu clapped wildly.
Good, I look forward to your performance, to put the institution back on the right track, creating a good environment for beast tamers.
I don't have much time left.
I have to go back to being a wooden stake again, oh.
Finally. Lin Ku, welcome. Join the judgment.
I look forward to you using the sword of judgment to break open the mountains of prejudice in people's hearts.
By the way, I might also watch the National Talent Battle live. See you, moi.
Lin Ku took off the smart brain and left the smart brain room with high spirits.
Finished chatting? Bai Shuang asked curiously, what secrets did you talk about? Is there anything I can hear?
Lin Ku sat on the sofa, summarizing. We talked a lot, simply put, it's the star of judgment for the future. The hope of humanity's future. My brother said he would protect me with his life, so I can boldly unite all the higher education institutions in the country.
Lin Ku? Bai Shuang. Sigma?
P.S. Today there are still 4 chapters updated, I am going to upload.
Chapter 107, Joining the Judgment, Have I Become a Billionaire? President, I want to drop out of school and go to Kwanhai Academy.
Late at night, Zhang Tian hesitated for a long time and still sent a message to Ouyang Qing.
Have you lost your mind?
Lin Ku was right, I want to go to Kwanhai Academy, only this way can I surpass him. Ouyang Qing looked at the text that appeared on his phone, so angry he felt like spitting blood. No way, dude. You are in the capital's Beast Academy, the top university of Huagua, and you couldn't surpass Lin Ku. Why would you think you could surpass him just by going to a mediocre university of low prestige?
Are you kidding me?
Who gave you the courage? Ouyang Qing was about to reply, but he found himself blocked.
Shit. Ouyang Qing had never been so humiliated, being blocked by someone whose family background was far inferior to his. Furious, he called Zhang Tian. Add me back. Ouyang Chang said without a doubt, even if you want to go, can't we still be friends? I got it.
Zhang Tian added Ouyang Chang back, feeling that he was a bit abrupt just now, so he sent a message.
President, I'm sorry. A red exclamation mark popped up. He had been blocked. The president's style is still so domineering. Zhang Tian laughed bitterly.
Lin Ke had no idea that his teasing led Zhang Tian to actually consider coming to Quanhai Academy.
If he knew, he would definitely have written it down more prominently in his notebook.
And this was only the beginning. On a certain day in the future, watching the number of people in the academy continuously decrease, Ouyang Ching gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. At this moment, Lin Ke was at home studying the beast skin books translated by Old Xian.
Damn, so perverse. Wow, I really like it. Can it be like this? This is too freaky.
Every time Lin Ke turned a page, he couldn't help but exclaim, his reaction similar to watching an adult film. No wonder Old Xian would have such feelings and concerns. There was only one truly useful technique in these ancient texts.
Bone Emperor Wings.
After reading it, Lin Ke discovered that this should be an advanced technique of the bull strength technique, with the premise of needing to condense 9 levels of bull strength. Only after growing bone spurs could one meet the cultivation conditions for Bone Emperor Wings.
Flying combat skills, does it rely on bone wings to fly? For humans to fly, they either need a flying companion beast to carry them or use a beast emperor device, combat gear, to fly. Lin Ke had seen a few flying beasts. The large ones would stand on their companion beasts' backs, ruling over the world, while the smaller ones would grab the companion beast's ankles to fly. But flying with a companion beast ultimately isn't the best strategy, as it limits mobility. Combat gear also needs to consider energy consumption issues. Growing bone wings from within the body to fly agilely is the best approach. Clearly, this does not belong to the realm that humans can understand. Lin Ke began to dream. I will strive to succeed in my training before school starts. Money can be earned again, but if I lose my bee, I can't pretend anymore. Besides Bone Emperor Wings, the rest of the techniques mainly introduced how to complete body modification and how to become a god with a flesh and blood body. TSK. Cooking crystal nuclei, preparing fierce beast flesh. I should try it if I get the chance. Lin Ke was afraid to eat raw for fear of diarrhea, but cooked wouldn't be bad. There were also materials on bone reformation, which Lin Ke didn't plan to study at the moment. He was relatively satisfied with his current body. In battle mode, he could unleash his blood energy and turn into a muscular giant, but in human form, it was better to stay normal. Is Lin Ke in? I'm coming in. Bai Shuang knocked on the door, and as soon as she opened it, she saw Lin Ke hiding something under his butt. Bai Shuang blinked and silently closed the door. Senior sister, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Lin Ke chased after her. I understand, your blood energy is far beyond ordinary people. I'm sorry, I should have knocked first, Bai Shuang said awkwardly. I'll wait a bit longer next time. I was researching techniques. Lin Ke said very seriously. I usually don't look at that kind of stuff. I know. Bai Shuang smiled and said, this is the identity token of the judgment, keep it safe, it's very important. As for the mask of judgment, you can customize it however you like, or even use a human skin mask. Bai Shuang explained, you asked me last time why Team Song dared to show his true face to assess you. Is there a possibility that this is not his true appearance? The last time I saw him, he was still an alluring jerk. I understand. Lin Ke took the token, which was a bright silver identity badge made of mysterious iron, resembling a shield, with an engraved dragon from Hua country on it, and with the word judgment on the back, along with a number. Lin Ke's number was exactly 38. Only 38 people in judgment? Lin Ke asked curiously. Anyway, it's not many. Bai Shuang shrugged and said, usually, we refer to each other by numbers in the organization, except for some old teammates. As for how judgment takes on tasks, it could be notified via phone, through SmartBrain, or offline. Tasks are not fixed, you can choose to refuse, and judgment won't force you to complete them. At the same time, if you have a task, you can post it on our website, and if someone sees it and accepts, you need to pay a reward. So I can issue tasks and accept tasks myself? Lin Ke murmured, no wonder you said, judgment kills, cutting before reporting. You can kill without posting, as long as the other party deserves to die. This was indeed a terrifying power. By the way, your 10 judgment points have already been transferred to your account. But I didn't execute any tasks? Lin Ke asked curiously. That little demon from yesterday, I posted the task before you dealt with it, and then received it in your name. This is what Chief Zhou asked me to give you, considered a newcomer reward, only allowed once. As expected of my brother. Lin Ke happily accepted, 10 judgment points is too little, right? At least 100 would be better, otherwise, it's not enough. It's already a lot.
Bai Shuang said with a bitter smile, I'll give you the website, you can check it out in the smart brain world yourself. The extent of judgment is beyond imagination. As long as you have enough judgment points, you can buy anything you want. When your judgment level increases later, you'll unlock more resources.
After Bai Shuang left, Lin Ku excitedly entered the smart brain room. Log in. Dear 38, welcome. This number sounds unlucky.
Lin Ku thought it was a bit harsh, then opened them all.
What the hell?
Just the categories alone had hundreds of them, including beast materials, companion beasts, material types, luxury cars, mansions, famous watches, and all kinds of luxury goods. And the prices were shockingly cheap. Some items could even be bought for just 0.1 judgment points, costing millions for luxury cars and mansions.
S-class companion beasts can be bought too?
Lin Ku curiously clicked in, with elements of the 5 elements, flying types, sky types, twin types, and special types.
The cheapest S-class companion beast can be bought for 10 judgment points? Lin Ku gasped.
That was an S-class companion beast, a rare resource that many people dreamt of having.
How much purchasing power does one judgment point really have? Lin Ku opened the conversion system to try converting judgment points into beast coins. Lin Ku input 1 judgment point. Converting to beast coins? 1 judgment point equals 1 billion beast coins. Conversion complete. 1 judgment point can be exchanged for 1 billion beast coins. Would you like to exchange? Oh my god. Lin Ku's blood surged instantly. Chief Joe is generous.
He just gave himself 10 billion beast coins.
In one night, I became a billionaire? Chapter 108, Judgment Mall, Senior Sister's gift worth 8 billion? The shock of 10 billion beast coins quickly faded a bit.
People are most excited just before they are about to gain something.
Once they possess it, they feel it is tasteless. When everything can be bought, interest is lost.
Lin Ku was not foolish and would not easily exchange judgment points for beast coins. Clearly, this was the least stable behavior. He browsed the countless items in the mall curiously and eventually focused on a specific section.
Beast sovereign devices. Battle gear type, weapon type, agility type, defense type.
There were 20 types of battle gear. Lin Ku first clicked into the basic battle gear type, which was a balanced battle gear, meaning all aspects were balanced, with nothing outstanding. The Beast Mastery, Black Azura 190 Battle Gear. Lin Ku was excited to find this battle gear that had once captivated his dreams.
Price, 0.1 judgment points. This price makes me feel like it's very cheap.
Lin Ku swallowed his saliva. After all, he had 10 judgment points.
Spending 0.1 for a taste, to buy a set of battle gear he once longed for didn't seem wrong?
Sigh, the battle gear I once dreamed of, why does it now feel so insignificant? The senior sister was right, the resources of judgment were beyond his imagination, too advanced, too terrifying. The level of Black Azura 190 battle gear, in the battle gear list's introduction, was actually classified as Special Forces Supply, rated as basic level.
Basic, doesn't that just mean it's the most ordinary type of battle gear?
Sigh, it turns out that what I once desperately wanted is actually just junk that no one cares about here.
The bicycle you can't bear to ride, someone will stand up and pedal, and it doesn't even qualify to be pedaled. Let me look at higher level battle gear.
Lin Ku decisively gave up on the Azura battle gear and immersed himself in better options.
Attack type. Bone Dragon, Dragon Claw gloves, sold out?
Lin Ku found the gloves given to him by the senior sister in the advanced category. Most attack type battle gear enhances weapons. Lin Ku glanced roughly, the judgment points were all above 3.
So, what about the Dragon Claw gloves points?
Lin Ku curiously clicked in.
8 judgment points. Lin Ku fell into silence. Without even thinking, he knew that the buyer of the Bone Dragon's Claw was the senior sister.
Worth 8 billion beast coins. Lin Ku's expression became vague. This was given to him as a gift before the senior sister even mentioned judgment. So, even if he ultimately chose not to join judgment, he could still get this Bone Dragon's Claw. After realizing the importance of judgment points, Lin Ku suddenly felt a little overwhelmed.
If I don't promise myself, how can I repay the senior sister's feelings?
Lin Ku felt a bit troubled.
Should he sneak through the window tonight?
Lin Ku instantly thought of Bai Shuang's sharp methods, and immediately abandoned this idea. A girl as outstanding as the senior sister, if she doesn't want it herself, no one can get it. After giving up on wild thoughts, Lin Ku found a history book about the language of the Demon Cave in the historical language category. He discovered that as long as it was about materials and writing, all the books were free except for battle skills. It seems the founder of Judgment hopes everyone can read more.
Lin Ku chuckled, borrowing 3 thick books in succession. Tip: to read this book, you must meet the conditions.
You must fully read through the content of the book, including but not limited to exams and pop quizzes.
If the inspection fails, 1 judgment point will be deducted. Damn it!
Lin Ku cursed, which bastard set this rule?
How shameless.
If Lin Ke wasn't a top student, he really wouldn't have the courage to take this on. Confirm. After aggressively clicking confirm, another prompt sounded. Ding. Dear 38, you are the first judgment member to borrow a book from the underground languages category. The system determines you as a reader. Since it is your first borrowing, if you pass the exam, you will receive a reward of 3 judgment points. As you are the first member to borrow this book, an additional reward of 1 judgment point. Which great creator of judgment set these rules? I want to praise K. So fragrant. So wonderful. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled with excitement. 1 judgment point. He was the best at exams. Not to brag, but when it came to written exercises, he wouldn't accept defeat from anyone. The prompt sound quickly completed a round of announcements throughout the entire judgment system. What the hell? Why? I've worked hard to complete tasks just to earn 0.1 judgment points, and you borrow a book and earn 10 times that. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. I want to borrow a book too. If I had known borrowing books could earn judgment points, who would go execute tasks? If you don't speak dirty words, you can't talk? You vulgar person, I said, judgment needs readers. Don't be a brute. Number 18, are you trying to act cultured? If you were cultured, why wasn't the first reward yours? Damn it, you. I'm going to your. The legendary number 18 went all out, and was immediately silenced. Lin Ke had no idea that a first-time book borrowing reward would cause such a huge uproar. He happily placed the book on the virtual shelf before logging out. The senior sister gave such a heavy gift, he naturally had to thank her in person. Finished browsing the shop so soon? Hee, there are just too many types, I'll take my time to study them later. Bai Shuang was cooking instant noodles and saw Lin Ke holding the black box, smiling as she said, I thought you didn't like it since I hadn't seen you use it much. Like it? I like it a lot. If this thing had a price, Lin Ke wished he could stick a price tag on it. Every time he fought, he wanted to shout. Have you ever seen an 8 billion weapon? What killed you is a weapon worth 8 billion. Ahem. Lin Ke awkwardly scratched his head and said, Senior sister, I see the value of this thing, isn't it a bit too expensive? Not expensive at all. Bai Shuang stared at the boiling noodles, turned off the heat, and looked at Lin Ke, saying, You have an extremely high talent for physical training, and I can see that you plan to pursue this path to the end. Yes. Lin Ke nodded, since he didn't plan to be a person anymore, he naturally had to pursue it to the end. Then this path has just begun for you. Bai Shuang looked at the bone dragon claw, do you remember I told you that the limits of physical training do exist? To fight against the monsters in the underground cave with a human body is ultimately too difficult. Take the power of beast tamers as an example, the 1 point of power value for a beast tamer can roughly translate into a weight between 50 to 300 kilograms, depending on the talent. The companion beast of S-class talent can have an initial value close to 1 ton, not to mention, as the power value continues to increase, the gap will keep widening. This is why the wealthy never touch the path of physical refinement, because even the body that others painstakingly refine might not withstand the claw of a tier 4 or above companion beast. This was Lin Ke's first clear understanding of values. If an S-class companion beast's growth talent is at the 300 kilograms level, then Xiao Hei's growth ceiling must be at least doubled. Doesn't this suggest that the power of the chaotic underworld dragon has reached at least 320 tons? No wonder this world is always dominated by beast tamers. Senior sister, why do you support my physical training then? Lin Ke pulled up the bone dragon helmet and smiled self-deprecatingly. After all, I've only just touched 100,000 kilograms of strength, roughly around 100 tons. I'll take that as you being humble. Bai Shuang blinked and continued. Considering your strength, even a companion beast at the same level, no, even one that is 3 tiers above you could be torn in half when meeting you. And your speed is beyond my understanding. When you finished the newbie dungeon, it wasn't due to absolute strength, but absolute speed. It was almost like flying. Even with the blood infusion method of the top-tier beasts, their bodies can't handle much, so they can't assimilate the power attributes of the companion beasts. Bai Shuang said solemnly, I feel that your physical limits are far beyond this. At least I see in you the potential of an underground cave native, no, even more terrifying physical potential than that. Lin Ke chuckled and didn't explain much. Not only do his physical limits go beyond this, but he also had a terrifying world-ending level companion beast still developing. If it comes to fists and kicks, I can beat you in an instant. If it comes to beast taming, you are even more outmatched. Chapter 109, Bone Emperor Wing, Ripping Bone Spikes for Flying Techniques? Senior sister, why is the power of the underground cave natives so terrifying? Lin Ke asked curiously. The girl I encountered last time looked delicate but could unleash at least 1 ton of physical strength. Those guys obviously look like humans. Perhaps it's thanks to their unique growing environment and genetic changes. Bai Shuang said. We have also studied the corpses of the native creatures from the dungeon and found considerable differences in structure compared to us humans. The distribution of kidneys, hearts, and other organs is different, their sizes are much larger than ours, and even their bones are incredibly hard, comparable to alloy. Their growing environment has endowed them with a strong physical advantage, combined with their ability to tame fierce beasts, they are indeed tough to deal with. As Bai Shuang spoke about this topic, her brows couldn't help but knit together, and after a long while, she gradually relaxed and said, "However, they still have quite a gap compared to you. At least at your age, approaching 100 tons of strength from the dungeon natives, I've never seen before.
You are the only one. If I keep improving, won't I throw research away like a knife?"
Lin Ku asked with a shy smile.
That won't happen.
Bai Shuang shook her head. Once you join the judgment, no one is allowed to touch you. Whoever dares to touch you, I'll kill them.
Maybe I'll consider having you have a few more children, perhaps they can inherit this talent.
Bai Shuang joked. I don't even have a girlfriend yet, this is too early to say. Lin Ku shyly scratched his head. Senior sister, actually, I am still a little virgin.
Do you want me to have children for you?
Bai Shuang looked into Lin Ku's eyes, curious as she asked.
Well, actually, I thought of it this way.
Lin Ku showed off the weapon worth 80 billion beast control coins in his hand. Senior sister, you gave me such a precious gift, and I have nothing to give you in return.
How about I give you a hereditary chromosome? Bang!
Bai Shuang closed the door without looking back, and a constant giggle echoed from within the room. Fool, so you are ungrateful. Lin Ku rubbed his nose and snorted coldly, little brat. One day, I'll win you over. Bai Shuang leaned against the door, listening to Lin Ku's departing footsteps, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her heartbeat betrayed her. He is clearly younger than me, why do I feel this way? Bai Shuang murmured. A pool of spring water was somewhat difficult to conceal. Lin Ku returned to the intelligence room and began to learn the basic dungeon language borrowed from the Judgment Mall. He studied while comparing it with the translations done by Elder Xian. The proofreading work proceeded quickly, and after 2 hours, Lin Ku completed all the correction work. This old guy is something, all correct. Now Lin Ku could confidently start cultivating the special combat technique, Royal Wing of the Corpse. As Bai Shuang said, Lin Ku's greatest reliance is not absolute strength, his speed and terrifying physical healing ability are his biggest trump cards. If he could successfully cultivate the rare flying combat technique, Royal Wing of the Corpse, Lin Ku couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be. Soaring freely in the sky is a dream that almost everyone has had. Lin Ku spent the whole night reading 3 books on the dungeon language and hurriedly left the intelligence space. Having a rough understanding, if judgment really tested at that time, he would be ready for a last-minute effort. Lin Ku was now even more interested in cultivating the Royal Wing of the Corpse. In the deep night, he went alone to the training room, closed the alloy door, and sat down cross-legged. First, activate the Bull of Fury Ninefold Realm. Lin Ku closed his eyes, and the bones along his spine continuously bulged, forming bone spurs that also extended from his forehead and shoulders. Then, split the bone spurs. Lin Ku tried to start cultivating an important aspect of the Royal Wing, needing to constantly guide the energy to the bone spurs on his spine, using the energy's resilience to split the bone spurs, creating branches and leaves. Once the bone spurs bloomed, extremely precise control of the energy was needed to ensure the energy could move and flow normally within the bone spurs. Crack! Crack! The training room was filled with the sound of bones tearing. Lin Ku cautiously manipulated the energy to split the bone spurs, realizing that achieving this precision was still quite difficult. It seems that having the Bull of 9 Realms is not enough, I also need to refine my Golden Tiger skill to increase my control over Qi. Lin Ku felt that tearing apart the bone wings wasn't difficult, but making the Qi flow like threads, with his heart following his intent, was not so simple. He continuously used Qi to tear apart the bone spines on his lower spine, spending a full hour just to properly allocate the bone from one spine. Looking at the chaotic wings, as messy as scattered chicken feathers, Lin Ku directly removed the bones. It's too messy, not cool enough. Let's do it again. He activated the bull strength again to grow brand new bone spines. What others found hard to understand came to life in Lin Ku, and even he wouldn't find any strangeness in this matter. The endless healing energy of the holy light dragon filled and surrounded his body. As long as he wanted, he could even pull out bones from the ground. This one looks good. After completing the first bone modification, Lin Ku was very satisfied. Using Qi at a high intensity made his mind somewhat fatigued. After the healing energy was injected, Lin Ku once again restored his full combat power. Perhaps relying on a higher-level Golden Tiger skill could indeed achieve control over Qi, but Lin Ku's clumsy attempts had plenty of room for trial and error. All night long, Lin Ku finally completed the extension and modification of the 33 bone spines on his spine. He even took the time to change their shape. Now, who can tell the difference between me and the zombie Tyrannosaurus? So cool. Lin Ku gave himself a thumbs up for his transformation. In the future, as long as I strengthen the Golden Tiger skill, achieving precise control over chi and injecting it into the bone wings will allow me to fly.
He controlled the bone wings to flap once, very satisfied.
In his mind, the cute voice of the Holy Light Dragon came through.
Consciousness entered Lin Ke's mind. Xiaobai, did you say I was locked onto by an evil entity? Lin Ke put away his bone wings and stood up from the ground.
His gaze suddenly became chillingly cold. Yesterday he exterminated that little devil's evil entity, and today he was being targeted. You could guess without thinking that the opponent must also be a devil.
Xiaobai, can you lock onto his location?
Good job. Lin Ke put away his bone wings and walked out of the training room, hesitating whether to tell the senior sister to help him post a task again.
Is the senior sister not here?
Downstairs, Lin Changsheng said while smoking. Early this morning, 3 girls went shopping together.
I said, kid, you always know about the senior sister. Haven't you noticed there's another son of yours sitting on the sofa?
Boo, 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 your father. Lin Changsheng shouted so smoothly that he momentarily forgot to change his words. By the time he realized, Lin Ke was already rushing out the door. P.S. Thanks to everyone for generating power for love. Please contribute a bit more, thank you. If there are any typos, feel free to point them out, and I'll fix them.
Chapter 110, Baka Dad?
1. Hey, you, where are you going? As soon as Lin Ke left the Gold Sea Empire community, he saw Song Danqing standing there wearing sunglasses and with a cigarette in his mouth. He was dressed in a black leather outfit, changing his outer appearance, but his raspy voice and sly grin remained unchanged.
What business is it of yours? Your number should be silly 8, right?
Lin Ke shot Song Danqing an eye roll and was about to leave.
I am 19. Song Danqing naturally followed him. Silly 8, got a mission? Going to kill some dogs.
Kill devils?
Song Danqing understood right away.
How did you know?
Lin Ke was shocked.
Aren't devils just dogs?
Song Danqing flicked the ash off his cigarette. Someone is afraid you are being targeted, so let me protect you.
By the way, help me post a task, it's just right to gather a reward.
Lin Ke spoke up.
Kill devils?
What reward is needed for that? Song Danqing blew out a puff of smoke. Do they even deserve a reward? Damn, that's a good point, I've been thinking too small.
Lin Ke decisively abandoned that idea. Song Danqing didn't leave but kept pace with Lin Ke. If you need my help, just speak up, I'll be right behind you.
Lin Ke frowned, and then remembered, is your body all better now? No more nonsense, I was just messing with you on the assessment day.
Song Danqing spoke lightly. If I were serious, you would have been taken down long ago.
Alright, then don't drag me down.
The two disappeared one after the other into the bustling street, blending into the crowd. In the presidential suite of the 5-star Mingzhu Hotel, a bald man in black ninja attire sat cross-legged on the bed, with a snake-shaped sculpture in front of him, constantly shrouded in black mist.
The black mist twisted and turned within the room, appearing and disappearing intermittently. I found you.
The bald ninja opened his eyes and sneered coldly. Dare to disrupt my clan's great plan, you will beg for death and cannot die. And those proud ones, one by one have become puppets of my clan, ha ha ha.
Knock knock knock.
A sharp knocking sound came from the door.
Turtlefield Kojiro frowned and said, didn't I say, don't disturb me, you idiot. Knock knock knock.
The knocking at the door grew more urgent.
Don't rush. I'm opening the door now, please don't kick it down. I can't afford it.
There's a devil in your room, a devilish devil.
Then hurry up and kick the door, what are you waiting for?
I don't need my salary anymore. Turtlefield Kojiro remained calm, raised his hand, made a seal, and a yellow talisman on the door glowed. Fortunately, I foresaw this. With this talisman, you cannot enter. Seeing the seal at the door gradually being attacked, Turtlefield Kojiro cursed as he stood up. You barged in where there's no entrance to hell, how dare you come looking for me? As soon as he finished speaking, the exquisite European wooden door was kicked down, and the talisman turned to dust. Search him.
No way.
Lin Ke walked into the room, expressionless, and spoke, you're the one, devil?
No way.
Turtlefield Kojiro shot out a shuriken from his waist, the speed incredibly fast. Lin Ke tilted his head to dodge, and the shuriken hit Song Danqing in the forehead. You bastard! How dare you shoot at your father? Song Danqing gritted his teeth, about to confront, but Lin Ke had already disappeared. As if crossing through the void, he appeared right before Turtlefield Kojiro. The sudden change caught Turtlefield Kojiro off guard. Hurriedly, he drew his sword to slash, but Lin Ke kicked and shattered his knee. Humph! Turtlefield Kojiro grunted, surprisingly not screaming. Despicable. If you have the guts, let's fight properly with real weapons. Turtlefield Kojiro shouted angrily. You're damaging the spirit of the samurai. To hell with your mother. Lin Ke gave Turtlefield Kojiro a fierce kick. His head still stubbornly turned back to face Lin Ku, he gritted his teeth and said. I'm a professionally trained warrior, this kind of pain means nothing. No way. Lin Ku again lifted his foot and crushed Turtle Field Kojiro's other leg, also kicking apart his pride. No way. Turtle Field Kojiro laughed crazily, it doesn't hurt, I'm a dead servant, I don't know what pain is. Oh? Lin Ku sneered, raised his hand and unleashed the golden tiger energy wave that chopped off Turtle Field Kojiro's arms, turning him instantly into a human stick. Ah, kill me. Turtle Field Kojiro was full of arrogance, even with a shattered knee and lost arms, he still showed no sign of weakness. Smack. Lin Ku gave Turtle Field Kojiro another slap, the force was so strong, it sent him into a dizzying reel of life experiences. Finally, he could bravely face his death. Want to die? Not so easy. Lin Ku sneered, his fingertip touching Turtle Field Kojiro's forehead, his injuries healed slightly. Smack. 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 Lin Ku continuously slapped Turtle Field Kojiro's cheeks, each slap filled him with a sense of despair that his head was about to be smashed. Why couldn't he die? He clearly wanted to dedicate himself to the country, yet he couldn't even achieve death. Turtle Field Kojiro was continuously cursing. No way. No way. No way. Damn. Dad. Dad, I was wrong. Only 10 seconds, and you become dad? Looks like all devils are spineless. Lin Ku slapped Turtle Field Kojiro again. You even dare to be my son? Have you asked my father? The extreme torment makes Takeda unable to live or die, endless pain surging in waves. Even with professional training, Takeda Kojiro simply cannot bear this suffering. His already chubby face is slapped by Lin Ku, turning it into a steaming braised egg. Father, Odiyu-san, spare me, spare my life. Takeda Kojiro cries like a child. Song Danqing walks over with a dart in hand, extinguishing his cigarette on the braised egg's head, his eyes shining brightly. 3-8, you might consider joining the punishment department, you really know how to bully the weak. Then I'd be better off finding Pan Hong. Lin Ku grabs the braised egg with a fierce smile. Speak up, do you have any accomplices? Kill me, kill me. Takeda Kojiro is determined to die, his head already damaged by Lin Ku's blows. Are you out of your mind? Lin Ku frowns, this is too weak, I actually wanted to interrogate you. Let the Fairness Punishment Department handle it. Song Danqing takes out his phone, I'll call them over, we should get quite a few clues. He turns to the snake-like sculpture by the bed, quietly walking over. Just as he's about to reach for it, Lin Ku quickly grabs it first. What are you doing? Song Danqing yells, that's an evil object, very dangerous, how can you touch it directly? Lin Ku's hand glows with milky white light, the snake sculpture continuously screams, transforming into a wisp of black flame vanishing before Song Danqing's eyes. Holy Dragon of Light gains experience plus 2000. Comfortable, Xiaobai leveled up again. LV7. The Holy Dragon of Light's power attribute is not as strong as Xiao Hei's, but its agility is very high. How do you have the means to eliminate evil objects? Song Danqing thinks and smiles maliciously, walking up to Lin Ku and raising his hand to slap him. Lin Ku, wake up. You are being controlled by the evil object. P.S. For chapters updated in a row, don't worry about keeping up, the author won't let the readers feel inferior, let's go for 4 updates. Chapter 111, watch closely, this kick will hurt. Smack. Lin Ku catches Song Danqing's hand, noticing the trace of a smile in his eyes, biting the weak, you are going too far? I'm 19. Song Danqing pulls back his hand, it's not biting the weak. What's the difference? Lin Ku finishes tidying up and plans to leave, but Song Danqing speaks again, wait for the punishment department people to come, since you broke the door, at least give my informant some benefits. Why don't you just provide it? What money can a newbie like me have? Lin Ku whistles, completely unwilling to take out money. With money in my pocket, there's no reason to go out. You are ruthless. Song Danqing hands a few hundred to the hotel staff, then turns back into the room. 3-8, I find you very arrogant, do you really think you're invincible? Just average. Lin Ku sits down on the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, crossing his legs. Anyway, it's better than biting the weak. Shall we compare? Song Danqing squints, let's not go by fighting, let's see whose physical endurance is stronger. How do we compare? The game that real men dare to play, kick in the balls. Song Danqing says seriously, as if about to perform some kind of ceremony. So, are you afraid? Boring. Lin Ku sneers. You, biting the weak, could be a grandfather at your age, still playing such boring games, I feel ashamed for you. How could the judgment let in someone like you, who has an unchildish heart? Lin Ku shakes his head helplessly. Can't you be more mature? If you win, I'll give you a judgment point. But that brings us back. Linka stands up from the sofa. As a newbie just entering the judgment, I should really consider the emotions of the old veteran. Since you want to play, I will willingly accompany you.
Elder 19, please guide me. Despicable.
Song Danching has long seen through Linka's true nature. He is just a cunning and profit-seeking fox. Every time he thinks about that day when he was bullied by Linko, screaming on the bed, Song Danching grits his teeth in rage. He must make Linko understand, who is the big muscle king of the judgment.
Then I'll go first?
Song Danching tentatively speaks. After all, it's my judgment point, no problem, right? Of course. Linka stands in a ready stance, adopting a horse stance. If you don't give, I'm going to make you cry very badly.
Not giving me is your son. Song Danching gritted his teeth and kicked fiercely towards Linka's groin. Bang!
After a dull thud, Linka's face turned pale, feeling suffocated. If it hurts, don't hold it in, let it out.
Song Danching grinned. So, you can feel pain too?
But Linka's heart remained unfazed. As soon as Song Danching kicked, he used Little White's healing ability, so Song Danching's attack was almost completely neutralized.
The reason for feigning pain was to confuse Song Danching.
Otherwise, in rock paper scissors, if you play first and I play second, wouldn't you be anxious?
Is it my turn?
Linka's voice was hoarse, his eyes red.
Stand still. Come. Song Danching also took a horse stance.
Linka gathered his strength and kicked towards Song Danching.
Ouch.
Song Danching's eyes turned nearly white, his head shaking violently, sweat soaking his whole body. In that moment, he felt his butt was splitting into 4 pieces, or maybe 8.
Kid.
Song Danching gasped for breath, his bloodshot eyes said in a deep voice.
Watch closely. What? This kick will hurt a lot.
Song Danching lifted his foot and kicked towards Linku again. Linku let out a soft grunt, his expression pained.
Are you cheating?
Song Danching couldn't believe it, reaching out to release some kind of energy conversion. Whoa, that hurts. The intense pain kept surging from below, causing Song Danching to roll madly on the ground. Turns out this kid can endure so much.
He's quite a man.
Song Danching wiped the sweat from his forehead and got up from the ground.
You go. Bang. Bang. Bang.
The room echoed with the sound of collisions. That was the men's desire to win. Just as the famous poet Maupassant once said, no need for stakes, just a simple phrase. If you can do it, you're amazing would drive the creatures known as men crazy. This is the greatest praise. After being severely injured and unconscious, Kamayama Koji only heard the word Shin-Shin-Si, and when he woke up, he saw the duel between the two. His ghostly eyes widened and he fainted again. He kept moaning internally, Shin-Shin-Si, Shin-Shin-Si, come quickly.
Anyone can come, I can't fall into the hands of a pervert. 20 minutes later, 2 men wearing black and white masks entered the room.
Song Danching's eyes were bloodshot, holding a cigarette that was almost burnt out, yet he hadn't taken a puff. Drops of blood stained the carpet. It seems the battle was intense.
One of them spoke. Egyo, are you okay? I'm fine. The 2 members of Shin-Shin-Si exchanged looks. Why does your voice sound so effeminate?
Rubbish. Song Danching's tone was sharp. That's blood spilled for battle. Why the hell did you come now? I'm in so much pain.
The Shin-Shin-Si members ignored Song Danching and asked, wasn't it said that the newcomer was also here? Where is he? Dead.
Song Danching limped out of the room, the area near his jeans back end still bleeding.
The fortune teller said I would have tremendous wealth coming in.
Linko hummed a little tune home and checked his account on his phone.
Another judgment point earned. If only all the people in the judgment were as simple-minded and strong as Song.
Linko fantasized. That night, in the judgment, a certain branch of Shin-Shin-Si.
Kamayama Koji slowly woke up from the interrogation chair.
This guy should be a ninja, trained in special techniques. I should be able to pry his mouth open using beast control.
I'll confess. I confess everything.
As soon as the 2 Shin-Shin-Si members walked into the room, Kamayama Koji could not wait to spill everything. 2 masters, if I tell you everything, please kill me, I don't want to live anymore. The interrogation went surprisingly smoothly, something the 2 members of Shin-Shin-Si did not expect at all. Lin-Ku, you have achieved merit again.
That night, after Bai Shuang returned home alone, she was a bit surprised. Did you and Team Song catch a Japanese ninja today?
Lin-Ku asked curiously.
I got it, very smoothly.
Bai Shuang chuckled, the people from the Judicial Punishment Department want me to thank you. That brat seemed to be so shocked, he didn't want to wait even a second. They also asked me to find out what method you used.
Is that so?
Lin-Ku blinked, senior, to prevent that brat from hiding anything, I'll take another step forward. Kamada Kojiro, who was completely exposed, sat dejectedly on a chair, still holding on to the last bit of his pride.
Lord Amaterasu will understand me, who can bear this kind of blow.
As soon as his words fell, a masked member of the Judicial Punishment Department walked in, his face plastered with a photo that was exactly Song Danqing's likeness.
It seems you still have some concealment. I confess. I confess. Kamada Kojiro shouted hoarsely, get him out. I beg you. Chapter 112, The First Joint Operation, Possible Great Enhancement of the Radiant Sacred Dragon?
Hiss, it hurts. Song Danqing lay in bed, having smoked all night, his fingers stained yellow, struggling to understand why Lin Ko could withstand his attack.
No way, pal, why is that?
The more Song Danqing thought about it, the angrier he got, trying to get up from the bed, only to hear a ripping sound from his pants.
Damn.
Screw this.
In the following days,
Lin Ko rarely went out, aside from Lu Dazhuan calling to complain about losing face, and his father wanting to sever ties with him, nothing significant happened. It was said that at Lu Dazhuan's doorstep, someone kept sending fresh warm dung, which had once become a popular check-in spot online.
Lu's father was so furious he almost hung himself. He couldn't understand, how could the Lu family's ancestral grave be full of smoke not long ago, but now suddenly be filled with dung again? This led Lu's father to choke Lu Dazhuan by the neck, questioning if he was fathered by the old Wang next door. How the hell did my Lu family give birth to such a freak? Then Lu's father was beaten up by Lu's mother. It turned out, don't mess with women. These past few days, Lin Ko did not enter the Black Sea for training, completely allowing Xiao He to practice on his own. He called in Xian Xinghe and trained hard in the Golden Tiger Force. Boss, it's already 3rd level, right? Xian Xinghe wiped the sweat off his forehead. Your progress is really fast. Still a bit slow. Lin Ko felt somewhat unwilling. At this rate of training, he wasn't sure if he could fully master it before school starts. Focus. Lin Ko made a sword finger, and a wisp of invisible sword chi coalesced at his fingertip. The interweaving sound emitted by the sword chi resembled a laser sword, constantly vibrating. So cool. Xian Xinghe admired. I can't even step into the 1st level, the gap is too big. Let's go again. Lin Ko dispersed the sword chi and started training with Xian Xinghe again. Time flew, and a week later, Lin Ko successfully stepped into the 4th level of the Golden Tiger Force. Lin Ko, a mission has come. Bai Shuang, who had disappeared for a few days, appeared at Jinhai Di Yuan, dusty and hurried. During Lin Ko's retreat, Bai Shuang had also vanished. Senior, what mission is it? With less than a month left before school starts, calculating the progress, Hollow King Wings should be stable. Last week, that Kamada Kojiro you captured, after using your method, revealed the locations of a few evil objects. The other locations are fine, but there is one evil object located at a higher education institution, which is a bit tricky. Doesn't the higher education institution have the capability to handle this? Lin Ko curiously inquired, if they can't even deal with evil objects, what kind of higher education institution is that? Bai Shuang smiled bitterly and explained. After getting the news, the judgment sent word to the Magic Capital Higher Education Institution. But the school self-checked for a whole week and found nothing. Not only that, but 2 members of the search team formed by the school also died. This undoubtedly lost face for the higher education institution. The incident quickly reached the ears of Sujiang and the imperial capital's 2 academies. Did that Kamada Kojiro not provide specific information about the evil objects? Bai Shuang shook her head. He suddenly passed away during the reporting process. Now, the higher education institutions in Magic City are full of fear, and have entered a lockdown state. The judgment means that you and Song, along with me, will infiltrate the higher education institutions in Magic City to investigate secretly. Their evaluation is that this evil object is at least of Lord level. But would the higher education institutions in Magic City be willing? Lin Ko scratched his head and said. Aren't they people who value face above everything? If we really find something, wouldn't we be slapping their faces? They have no choice. Bai Shuang said. Judgment holds supreme authority, and moreover, this time the Ministry of Education of Magic City has also applied pressure. If the problem is not resolved before the new students start school, they will have to cut next year's educational resources. I see. Lin Ko understood and thought for a moment before saying, Senior sister, there shouldn't be any rewards for this, right? Those who kill the enemy don't need a reward. Of course there are. Bai Shuang explained with a smile, if you don't want it, that's fine. Judgment encourages this kind of selflessness. Obviously, I am not a selfless person. Lin Ko changed the subject. I am in urgent need of resources, gaining a bit is better than nothing. I suggest that Song Danqing doesn't go and gives his score to me. Your grandma's leg. A cold voice came from outside the door. Lin Ko almost thought Bai Shuang's brother, Bai Runan, had come. After opening the door, he found it was Song Danqing. It's Song Qing. Lin Ko greeted him with a smile and gave him a hug. I was just telling senior sister that this task can go on without anyone, but it can't go on without you. Where's my Dan?
Song Dan-ching was so angry he could almost grind his teeth to dust.
This matter, only he could get it. So frustrating. It was eaten by a dog. Lin Ko whispered.
Your mother. Bai Shuang was a bit surprised. She didn't know when the relationship between Song Dan-ching and Lin Ko had become so good.
You two get along very well. Who gets along with him? The two said in unison. Don't you dare learn to talk like me. They echoed again. Get lost. X2. Truly very harmonious.
Bai Shuang laughed, then after retracting her smile said, this time, Old Song will be the captain, while Lin Ku and I will be members, and another member is already waiting in Magic City.
We'll set off tonight, is that alright? No problem.
By the way, senior sister, should we drive or fly? Song Dan-ching sneered, Judgment members always use a special teleportation array for action, and will arrive in a few seconds.
This is efficiency, understood? Got it, dog captain.
This action involves a total of 4 Judgment team members.
Lin Ku, Bai Shuang, Song Dan-ching, and another member in Magic City. Lin Ku was very much looking forward to this trip to Magic City.
In high school, one can always hear legends about the higher education institutions, and even the teachers passionately spoke of how entering the higher education institutions would be an honor that would bring glory to their family. For Lin Ku, he had once hoped. Although the students of the institutions have a hierarchy, it didn't hinder the longing for the higher education institutions in Lin Ku's heart. Since we're not going to the higher education institutions, why not develop Quan Hai Academy into a higher education institution instead?
Lin Ku thought to himself, eagerly anticipating the trip to Magic City. If the evil object hidden in the institution is powerful, wouldn't it quickly enhance Xiao Bai's strength? That is the most important thing. Chapter 113, Initial Exploration of the Higher Education Institutions in Magic City, 4. Core Area of Magic City.
On top of the 468-meter high Pearl highest space capsule, there is a hidden floor that is not open to the public. Tourists can only overlook the night view of Magic City from the space capsule, with lights dazzling and the air filled with the scent of money.
Highest floor. The alloy inscription formation made a sound, and Lin Ku, Bai Shuang, and Song Dan-ching walked out from the formation. Welcome to Magic City, everyone.
Dressed in a purple qipao, Z wearing a fox mask approached and warmly hugged Bai Shuang, saying,
Long time no see. Bai Shuang patted Z's back, complaining. You'll suffocate me.
Ha ha ha, how could that be possible?
Z laughed joyfully. The giant object trembled continuously. Such a deep wound.
Lin Ku hesitated whether to open his hand, but Song Dan-ching had already opened his hand voluntarily. TSK, little Zizi, it's been a long time.
Whoosh.
Zizi's smile froze, and she lifted the sharp heel of her high-heeled shoe to pierce Song Dan-ching's head. Her snow-white long legs and graceful scenery slowly vanished beneath her cheongsam.
Only then did she speak gently to Lin Ku. Sanba, do you want a hug? Just a gentleman. We're not doing this. The mission is important. Lin Ku had a serious expression. Let's get to the main topic. Little thing, you clearly want it.
Zizi covered her mouth and smiled, okay, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go to my house first, I'll update you on the situation.
The few of them got into Zizi's private car, a black Lexus LM. After joining Judgment, Lin Ku was clear that people in this gang didn't lack money at all.
Driving such a car was simply low-key to the extreme.
Is this your house?
Lin Ku looked through the car window at the vast green grassland, with occasionally appearing villas that were grander than the Golden Sea Emperor Garden.
I seldom come back.
It's just my family's dog and the nanny who live here.
Zizi, sitting in the front passenger seat, said. Do you like it? Shall I gift you a set? I'll rely on my own efforts.
Lin Ku retracted his gaze and opened his phone, checking his heart's breaking. The average price is 200,000, adding up to over 100 million, not expensive at all. Even though Lin Ku was worth 100 billion now, spending this amount to buy a house would still make him feel distressed.
Are you kidding? Isn't it better to freeload? It seems I need to find an opportunity to look for Captain Song for a showdown between men.
Song Dan-ching sitting next to him frowned slightly.
I won't come again, don't even think about it. Lin Ku blinked, I clearly said nothing. Go look in the mirror, see the expression on your face. Is it that obvious?
Looking at the noisy duo in the backseat, Zizi was surprised. It's strange that someone can get along with old Song.
I think the same.
Bai Shuang smiled, proudly saying, he is naturally suited for Judgment. Upon entering the villa, Zizi made iced Americanos for everyone and then led them into a screening room. Our target this time is a cursed object from Japan, hidden within a prestigious academy in Modu. Zizi pressed a switch. The prestigious academy in Moto covers an area of 150,000 acres, ranking second in China for beast taming, with a 120-year history and 80 years of offering beast taming majors, making it one of the earliest higher education institutions in the country. The cursed object we are to investigate has unknown information, unknown abilities, and is likely at the Lord level.
If mishandled, the entire academy could be affected, resulting in massive losses. Zizi swayed her hips and walked slowly to Lin Ku. Brother, did you understand? Do you want to sit on sister's lap to listen? Lin Ku focused intently on the screen, deep in thought, then looked up and asked, Sister Zizi, with 150,000 acres, even carpet searches will take a long time, do you have a plan? Stinky brother, you actually look somewhat serious while working. Zizi teased with a smile. I went to the scene to investigate, could only feel some traces. The cursed object seemed to sense the movement and hid itself. So we must find a way to flush it out.
Song Danqing stroked his goatee. I propose that Sanba disguise as a genius from the academy. That cursed object stated its goal is to destroy geniuses.
With Sanba's talent being so strong, the cursed object will definitely be excited like a dog seeing shit.
Bai Shuang was about to refuse. But Lin Ku waved his hand. I have no objections.
Isn't that a bit risky?
Zizi put away her smile, frowning. After all, little brother is still a newcomer. If anything goes wrong, it'll be hard for me to explain to the master.
Well, since Sanba has agreed, what are you all hesitating for? Song Danqing stood up and said.
Come on, the captain believes in you. Acting alone, Lin Ku was eager for it. The little Bai in his body was the nemesis of cursed objects.
Even if he didn't need to use Bai's abilities. The black beast was indeed an evil creature's ancestor. The more powerful the evil creature, the more excited Lin Ku became. Let me consult the higher-ups.
Z spoke, now we really need a strong bait to lure it out.
Z opened the film room. Song Danqing lounged on the sofa, stretching lazily. Are you scared, Sanba? Not really. Lin Ku blinked, just make sure to credit me properly later. Wait a minute. Song Danqing felt something was off. How did this troublemaker suddenly become so docile? Could it be a trick?
Song Danqing originally just wanted to scare Lin Ku a bit, thinking it was a bit reckless for Lin Ku to act alone.
But when it came down to it, he didn't say anything. At worst, I could protect him secretly, with me as the evil creature expert. Could a mere evil creature from Japan turn the tide?
A few minutes later, Z came back in after finishing the call. First, he glanced at Lin Ku, then at Song Danqing. The higher-ups have agreed to this plan.
Lin Ku will enter as a genius student, and Song, you will accompany him as a house servant. Ha! Song Danqing cursed and stood up from the sofa. This face of mine, to be a house servant? With my style, do you think that's appropriate? Z said, the higher-ups said if you don't want to be a servant, then go to the academy as security, responsible for cleaning up messes. You choose. This is so bullying.
Song Danqing shouted in anger, I've contributed to the organization, shed blood, and achieved great military feats.
How could I be a servant to Sanba? Absolutely impossible. Z whispered something in his ear.
Song Danqing slumped in the chair, as if losing all strength.
Lin Ku smiled slightly and got up. Old Song? What the hell?
You've worked hard, it's all for the decision. I'll be the young master, and you'll be the servant, it's the same. Song Danqing felt a burning anger inside. Let me tell you, even if I jumped down from here and died, Song Danqing, would never be your servant.
Young master, we're at school.
Song Danqing, dressed in a formal suit, looked like he had just eaten something terrible, standing at the grand and boundless gate of the Magic City's prestigious academy.
Lin Ku sat in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, rolling down the window and smiling. Can't even open the door? Do you believe I can toss you out? P.S. For chapters updated, thanks for everyone's tips, mwah. Chapter 114, The Shock of the Prestigious Academy.
The gate of the Magic City's prestigious academy was built with pure white jade. It is said that this gate was brought back from the magic cave by the academy's principal, a treasured mountain stone.
Above, 6 large characters Magic City Prestigious Academy were inlaid with real gold.
On both sides of the mountain stone were dragon columns, signifying the academy's young prodigy turning into a dragon. On both sides were pairs of 30-meter-high couplets made of real gold.
Upper line, who can dominate the 8 wastelands from the depths of magic?
Lower line, in the academy, I am the champion, howling through the 9 heavens.
Horizontal inscription, Beast Soul Celestial Dome. Wow, even the couplets are made of gold? Song Danqing still wore a face as cold as Sima, completely ignoring Lin Ku.
Instead, the security guard at the school gate was very attentive, quickly running over with a smile to help Lin Ku open the car door. The reason was simple, he had a special ability to see the number above everyone's head. This number represented wealth. Lin Ku sat in the car, but above his head shone golden light. It took him 2 full minutes to count the number.
Hundreds of billions. At this age to have hundreds of billions, doesn't his family have trillions? He had seen many wealthy families at the prestigious academy. Many had more zeros than Lin Ko, but mostly they were the elders of the family. It was rare for a student to have this amount of wealth on their own. Using this superpower, he had flattered many rich young men at the Magic City's prestigious academy, living comfortably. A housekeeper servant can't even do the basic task of opening the door. It's best not to serve, the security guard complained, looking at Song Danqing's head, his pupils instantly shrinking. The number above his head was actually negative. A pitch-black negative number was emitting dark smoke. This is definitely a black slave. Just a glance is bad luck. Hey, spit. What are you looking at? Song Danqing had a worried face. Alright, get off. I'm busy. Disguised as Xiao Zhuang, Lin Ke walked down from the car with a smile, tightening his college suit jacket, and said to the security guard. You are very good. There's a chance for you to guard the gate at Quanhai Academy. I believe in you. After saying this, he secretly glanced at the genuine gold and jade at the gate, wondering if there was a chance to steal it back. I have to say, the higher education institution is indeed wealthy. Thank you, young master. The security guard stood straight, quietly wondering, what kind of place is Quanhai Academy? Young master, the school is under lockdown for inspections recently, most of the students have gone home to practice. Why are you here? I came to take a look, Lin Ke replied fluently. You go ahead and be busy, I will wander around by myself. Yes. The security guard kindly signaled to his subordinates to arrange a sightseeing car for Lin Ke to use on campus. After all, the prestigious university in the Magic City is very large, relying only on walking would be exhausting. What are you stopping me for? Just as Song Danqing was about to get in the car, the security guard raised his white-gloved hand to block him. House slaves don't have the right to sit, you can just run alone. Your mother. Song Danqing was about to get angry, but seemed to think of something, took a deep breath, and said, Your mother must be very beautiful. Humph. The security guard looked up and down at Song Danqing, then turned his face, smiling warmly at Lin Ke and said, Young master, take care. All right. Lin Ke secretly sighed, the security personnel in this higher education institution are so polite and cultured. Wow. Even the sightseeing car has a refrigerator? And wine, all Romani Conti? Lin Ke felt the huge gap between the rich and the poor just from the refrigerator. No wonder commoners' top talents have no qualification to attend higher education institutions. This is more than a prestigious academy, this is simply a den of wealth. The common people simply have no money to practice. Sooner or later, they will all be mine. Lin Ke murmured to himself. What are you saying? Song Danqing was sulking while smoking on the side. I said, everything is for the mission. Lin Ke slanted his head cheekily. Housekeeper Song, thank you for your hard work. Humph, you better. Lin Ke crossed his legs and began to wander in the beautiful and luxurious academy. What a nice place. This Falling Moon Lake Academy has hundreds of different styled fountains, and what gushes out isn't water, but diamonds. Each diamond has significant weight, shining with colorful brilliance under the sunlight. Damn it, too rich. Lin Ke couldn't help but curse, damn capitalism. Song Danqing snorted and said, at the higher education institution, having money is like having power. Even if you want to eat rare delicacies from the demon cave, as long as you pay, they can help you catch it. In this academy, even the chef in the cafeteria is a high-ranked beast master. If only I could move everything intact to my Quanhai Academy, Lin Ke thought regretfully, only able to look on angrily. You want to steal, right? Song Danqing squinted and mocked. We are the judgment, you must not have such thoughts, otherwise, it would ruin the face of the judgment. Song Danqing spoke sternly. Then what were you doing at the fountain earlier? Lin Ke curiously inspected Song Danqing's pocket, which was full. That was something I picked up. Song Danqing said calmly. Picking it up isn't stealing. Old song. Lin Ke raised an eyebrow slightly. 50-50. Dream on. Then you just wait for me to report you. Lin Ke leaned comfortably in his seat, a distinguished judgment member, stealing from others. People would laugh to death if this got out. After seriously considering, Song Danqing said, then you help me get more. Deal. We've been in the same boat together for a long time, Lin Ke said, patting his bulging pocket. When did you? Song Danqing widened his eyes and said appreciatively. Didn't expect it, you kid are quite to my liking. Alright, let's handle the main business first. Lin Ke, focused on making a fortune, almost forgot he came to the prestigious academy to investigate the evil demons. One could only blame this school for being too wealthy. Xiao Bai, have you found the other party? Lin Ke secretly communicated with Xiao Bai. The bright holy dragon, as a world-destroying beast, has an extremely keen sense of smell for evil creatures. Lin Ke originally guessed that Xiao Bai should be able to easily find the evil entity. Are you saying that the evil creature is no longer here? This guy is too sensitive, it actually managed to escape silently? Can you sense where the evil entity went? Lin Ke continued to ask. Eek. The bright holy dragon informed Lin Ke that it needed time to search. It's okay, search away. I'll take you wherever you want to go. Strange. Song Dansheng also sniffed something sharply. It seems the evil creature has run away? Eek. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Bai made a noise. Xiao Bai, did you find the evil creature? The bright holy dragon told Lin Ke that the aura of the evil entity was very complex, scattered everywhere. It would be hard to catch it in one go unless there was a way to make the evil creature gather together. Scattered everywhere? Has the evil creature broken into pieces? Just as Lin Ke was thinking, Song Dansheng answered a phone call while holding a cigarette and said, "The dean of the Magic City Beast Academy is looking for us. Let's go take a look, I have some ideas." Did you find the evil creature? Lin Ke asked. Almost. Song Dansheng scratched his hair. We need to find the dean for cooperation. Lin Ke blinked. You mean, is the evil creature scattered on the students? What the? Song Dansheng's eyes widened, clutching his chest. Can you read minds? Peeking at my delicious body, right? Chapter 115 Cooperation. Idiot. Lin Ke rolled his eyes. Old Song, stop being vain. Let's see the dean first. Call me Captain Song. Got it, Old Song. In the distance, Z and Bai Shuang were observing Lin Ke and Song Dansheng's every move through a telescope. Z, looking through the telescope at Song Dansheng fishing for diamonds in the pool, was furious. This guy is really poor to madness. I can't understand it. With judgment being so profitable, how can he be so broke? After watching Lin Ke steal diamonds, Bai Shuang put down the telescope, holding back laughter and said, I find it quite cute. Ha? Z looked at Bai Shuang in disbelief. You think Song stealing diamonds is cute? That's definitely not okay. Bai Shuang deliberately put on a stern face. So what were you saying just now? Bai Shuang turned her head, not answering anymore. The office of the president of the Magic City Higher Education Institute is located on the top floor of a building called Duong Tower, the highest point in the central core area. This is also the largest landmark building in the entire Magic City Academy, with its rounded exterior seeming like a giant steel banana from the outside. At a height of 350 meters, it overlooks the entire Magic City Academy. Under Duong Tower, an elderly man in a black business suit, wearing a lens on his eyes, stood there holding a staff. Lin Ke immediately noticed the golden pocket watch pinned to his chest scarf. Judgment is present, it's an honor. Xiang Ding Tian proactively stepped forward inside. I didn't expect such young juniors in your organization. Just a rookie novice. Song Dansheng smiled and shook hands with Xiang Ding Tian. Old principal, long time no see. Yeah, it's been more than 10 years. Back then, you stole my golden watch, it feels like it was yesterday. Hey, where's my watch? Song Dansheng shyly scratched his head and returned the golden watch. Sorry, my hand was too quick. Xiang Ding Tian helplessly took back the golden watch. This was given to me by a previous principal, I can't give it to you. Let's talk about the situation. Song Dansheng laughed awkwardly. We came here specifically to help. Xiang Ding Tian's expression became serious as he said, this evil entity has been lurking in our academy for a while, it's shameful to say I had no idea. If it weren't for Judgment's notification, our Magic City Academy would become a laughingstock. Xiang Ding Tian couldn't help but feel afraid. Being laughed at is one thing, but if the little ones suffer harm, I can't die enough times to atone for it. Song Dansheng smiled lightly. Old principal, don't blame yourself. Most of you have focused your energy on underground monsters, and you probably haven't dealt much with evil entities. This kind of thing still needs professionals like me to handle. This is best. Xiang Ding Tian said with a smile. Can we solve it quietly, without making a big fuss? Of course. Song Dansheng patted his chest and promised. I have no problem here, it's just... Just what? Oh, principal, you have no idea how powerful this evil thing is. The moment I entered the campus, I could feel how tricky it is. If we want to eliminate it, I fear it will seriously injure my soul. Yes, 2 teachers from our law enforcement team have already been killed by that evil thing. Xiang Ding Tian pounded his chest in anger. What I mean is, we need more money. Xiang Ding Tian, a sly fox, immediately smiled and said, if you can solve it before the new students enroll, I will give you a generous reward. Sounds good. Then please let the students return to school first. Song Dansheng lit a cigarette. Return to school? Okay, I understand. Although he didn't know what kind of scheme Song Dansheng had, the higher-ups had already pressured him, and he had to cooperate with the decisive action no matter what. All consequences would be handled by the decision-makers.
Xiang Ding Tian, free from heavy burdens, only needed to cooperate with the work. As night fell, the students of the sealed magical capital's prestigious academy gradually returned to campus under the cover of darkness. Sitting on a park bench, Song Danchang and Lin Ke watched the incoming students, their faces showing different emotions. They are really rich. The cheapest cars are worth 5 million. Lin Ke's eyes sparkled as he stared at the students walking proudly into the campus. That companion beast is probably wearing golden armor, right? Lin Ke asked curiously. Flashy. Song Danchang sneered. It should be alloy with a layer of gold plating, pretty and defensive. Those wings behind are battle armor, right? Lin Ke asked again. Song Danchang only showed disdain and refrained from expressing any further opinions. With a cigarette in his mouth, Song Danchang leaned back on the bench, his legs shaking impatiently. You seem to have a good way to deal with evil things. Do you have any ideas? Song Danchang had clearly sensed the presence of the evil thing, but it was too dispersed, and he found it difficult to handle. It dwelled evenly among the students of the magical capital's prestigious academy, too many in number and not dense enough. If he attempted to take action himself, he could not resolve the fight within a short time. If he scared the evil thing away, that would lead to an even worse outcome. I have. Lin Ke withdrew his gaze, constantly calculating in his heart, we need more money. You won't be left out. Song Danchang shot Lin Ke a glance. How come at your young age you're so obsessed with money? Isn't that a good thing? Lin Ke smiled and retorted. Song Danchang felt a bit frustrated. If I understood this at your age, I would have been successful long ago. The geniuses of the prestigious academy took less than 3 hours to return to school, each student looking hurried, eager to start training with the next moment. What new drug did you take on your trip home? You seem to have gotten stronger. You don't understand? It's a new product from Special Dragon Company. One shot allows me to go a month without sleep, and it's very cheap, only 80 million. Then I need to get my family to buy it too, and give one to my companion beast. The national battle decision is coming soon. My parents said if I don't stop spending, they will have a second child, and they scold me for being a waste that won't spend money. Sigh. Listen. Is this even human talk? Even the girls no longer discussed cosmetics and clothing, but how to enhance their physical strength to ensure they wouldn't hold back their companion beasts in the magical cave. Is this the inner competition of the prestigious academy? The principal said there are almost enough people, just 3 haven't arrived yet. Song Danchang put down his phone and confirmed again. Lin Ke, can you really solve this? What a waste of words. Just gather them together, and leave the rest to me. Lin Ke didn't explain too much, the little white beast inside him had long expressed its desire countless times. In Lin Ke's eyes, this is all naked experience. Xiaobai, remember, never let any of them escape, completely destroy this damned evil thing. Eee. The bright holy dragon let out a series of low roars. Chapter 116, the excited bright holy dragon, the evil being appears. The sun set in the west, and night fell. Located in the bustling and prosperous area, the prestigious Academy of Magic City shone brilliantly under the neon lights, with all the lights in the academy turned on, resembling a golden city living in a steel forest. All students, please gather at the main playground, complete the gathering within 10 minutes. A broadcast echoed across the campus, and at first, people thought it was just a simple assembly. The voice on the broadcast again rang out, those who exceed the time will lose 10 credits, and if you are more than 5 minutes late, you will be expelled. Students, who were initially relaxed and even indifferent to leaving, all suddenly stopped their training and rushed madly toward the playground. What's wrong with the school? I was in the toilet. Expelled? If my parents find out I got expelled, won't they rush to have another child tonight? Hurry up, run, gather at the playground. A sea of black heads gathered towards the central playground, except for those fighting in the magic cave. About 90% of the students from the prestigious academy were all gathered here. What dazzling golden light! Security guard Sun Buzhan was at the booth and, from afar, saw numbers of money floating above the playground, converging into a brilliant golden glow. In his eyes, this golden glow was as hot as the sun. One day, Sun Buzhang will also become a rich person. Xiang Dingtian, along with the heads of various departments and teachers, appeared simultaneously on the central stage of the playground. The head of the elite class, Lu Dei, was somewhat confused and spoke up, "Principal, why the sudden urgent notice? What has happened? Whether we can save the school's reputation depends on tonight." Xiang Dingtian squinted his eyes, tightly gripping his scepter and said, "This is not a drill. Except for fourth-year internships, any absent student will be expelled." Understood. Lu Dei continuously wiped his sweat, fearing that his precious elite class students would be affected. This would directly impact his bonus. Elite class, charge. We are the richest students in the school, we should be at the front even for an assembly. Don't lose our elite class's face. Charge! Lu De shouted wildly in his heart.
What do they want to do?
Z put down the binoculars and summoned her beast. A humanoid figure with a top hat appeared, purple light flashed, and an invisible sky curtain slowly descended from the heavens, gradually enveloping the playground of the Magic City prestigious academy.
No matter what, it's better to take extra precautions.
Bai Shuang held a battle knife in her right hand and a telescope in her left hand. In the image was Lin Ke wearing a white mask. She lightly clenched her fist, feeling a vague worry inside. After all, this time the evil being's assessment level is Lord level, too dangerous for Lin Ke.
Z, I'll trouble you with the barrier. Don't worry, leave it to me.
After saying this, Bai Shuang disappeared from the spot. The playground was densely packed with people. The 50 students of the elite class stood at the forefront, each sitting in their own designated spots. Only the school's most outstanding students have the right to sit in the VIP seats.
Principal, gathering at night, could it be a danger from the magic cave? Xian Dingtian was drenched in sweat, a drop of barely noticeable sweat trickling down his forehead, constantly looking towards the approaching Song Dancheng and Lin Ke. It's your turn to perform now.
Song Dancheng felt uncertain inside. He thought he had gone crazy for believing a high school graduate. He was ready, no matter the outcome, he would prepare to back up Lin Ke.
You dog, cooperate with me later. Cooperate? Cooperate with what?
Before Song Dancheng finished speaking, a milky white light surged in Lin Ke's hand.
Little White, it's your turn. Eek. The holy dragon of light broke free, a terrifying dragon roar echoed above the Magic City University. What is this? Oh no, monster invasion?
Above the sky, outside the purple illusion barrier, a milky white light curtain suddenly appeared.
The light curtain showed, as if daylight had returned. The white light curtain continuously extended, gradually covering the entire land of the Magic City University.
Song Dancheng looked up at the sky, whispering softly.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. What kind of creature is this? Seeing its light, but not its shape. Is this truly the power that a boy under 20 can unleash?
Xiang Dingtian tightly gripped his staff, praying with closed eyes. He did not expect the one who carried out the judgment could create such a scene. Sitting in his position, he understood the mystery and terrifying power of the judgment. He could only say, judgment is truly judgment. It's just a pity that the conditions to join the judgment are mysterious, and can only be selected from within. He wanted to have the talents in the university join, but it was too difficult.
Sanba, are you okay? Song Dancheng asked with concern.
Roar! In the sky, the low roar of the holy dragon of light came again. The milky white holy light shone upon all the students of the Magic City University. Little White, just force out the evil thing, don't let these rich people enjoy too much. Lin Ke watched painfully. The holy dragon of light's holy light healed better than any medicine in the world. Thinking of these damn rich people getting to enjoy it for a few seconds for free, his heart bled. Eek! The holy dragon of light let out an excited roar. With the continuous blessing of the holy light, the students' faces revealed expressions of enjoyment. What kind of energy is this? All the fatigue in my body has completely disappeared. Oh my god, this healing effect is even scarier than the medicine I bought for billions. Could it be the school's welfare? I feel like I've been standing my whole life, and just sat down. Regardless of gender, everyone's faces flushed red. It was a pure impulse. I want more. I want it too. Holy light, don't go. Give it to me. Holy light. Hurry, give me holy light. In the center of the playground, the outstanding students of the university were in a frenzy, especially when they saw the holy light bathing on them was slowly fading, that sense of despair and helplessness. Ah. Don't disappear, can't I buy it with money? I have money. Me too, I'll pay, let me bathe again. Ants are crawling. Ants are crawling. Masked Lin Ke watched as the formerly elegant and poised students turned into eager fans. A wicked smile danced at his lips. Yes, just like that. Just wait. Above the Magic City University, dark clouds piled high, an invisible black fog was continuously gathering. Its size was enormous, almost swallowing the entire university. Not good. Purple sensed the breath of the evil being forming, summoned her companion beast, and began to crazily reinforce the barrier she had set up. Crackle. Crackle. The barrier made a sound of thunderous clash, cracks began to appear, the spider web-like patterns kept expanding. Can't hold it back. Purple gritted her teeth resisting. She did not expect this evil being not only had a huge body, but also strong power. Roar! A gust of wind swept through the Magic City University. In an instant it was as if the apocalypse was here. The evil being formed from the black fog was like a giant snake, crashing through the sky continuously. What is that? Finally, a student noticed that there seemed to be some existence in the void. Who has disrupted this god's plan? On their bodies, threads were snapping and disappearing. The evil being's questioning voice echoed throughout the university. Chapter 117, The Holy Dragon of Light breaks through continuously, the White Flame Great Wall. The evil being had been sleeping within the Magic City Beast Academy for several years. To be exact, it was born in this academy. The exchange student from the Kingdom of Japan had buried itself secretly in the soil of the Magic City Academy while studying for a year.
Days and months accumulated.
Relying on absorbing students' resentment, it continually grew into a sinister being. The sinister being came into existence. It is not a righteous god, it does not receive incense offerings, and it survives by devouring resentment. The stronger the resentment, the larger the sinister being. Ordinary sinister beings cannot be detected. The slightest breeze may cause strands of hair to quiver, each a possible sign of its passage. And this sinister being, nurtured among the prestigious schools in the Magic City, has already been deeply grounded for many years. In these years, it has devoured and absorbed too much resentment and unwillingness. In just 10 more years, the sinister being will complete its acquisition and control over this generation of prodigies. The beast masters of the Yamato nation will then use special methods to rob these prodigies of their fortune and energy.
And all this will happen without anyone knowing. Not only that,
the bodies and consciousness of these prodigies will be gradually separated, and in the end, their lives and deaths will hinge on a single thought. To accomplish this plan, the Yamato nation sacrificed a great Onmyoji-level summoner. The beast masters of the Yamato nation are not worthy of being called legendary. At this cost, the seed of this sinister being was buried in the High Academy of the Magic City.
If the plan succeeds, the legacy of this generation in the Magic City Academy will be cut off.
Damn Yamato, such a wicked sinister being. Lin Ku's mind kept flashing with the message from the Holy Light Dragon. It informed Lin Ku of the attributes and uses of this sinister being, causing Lin Ku to curse repeatedly. Xiaobai, this thing is too big, can you destroy it? Eek. The Holy Light Dragon was exceptionally excited. No matter how big the sinister being was, it looked like a giant, delicious meal to it. Even if it can't be finished in one go, there will always be a time when it is finished.
Look! There really is something moving in the sky.
What the hell is that?
Damn, the magic cave really is attacking. This is a heavily guarded magic city, how is that possible?
The looming body of the sinister being, like a celestial python, made the prestigious academies in the Magic City anxious. At that moment, Xiang Ding Tian and the deans of various combat academies summoned their beast companions. The air trembled as enormous beast companions continuously emerged from the void, first protecting the students below.
Stay calm.
Xiang Ding Tian stood on the back of a massive golden war eagle, looking down with an incredibly imposing voice, carrying an aura of authority. Students of the Magic City Academy, remember, even in the face of great danger, do not panic. We, as students of the Magic Academy, should be this way. We will follow the dean's teachings. Although the students of the Magic Academy did not know what was happening, seeing Xiang Ding Tian and others summon their beasts and wear serious expressions, they could not help but grow serious too. Magic Academy, fight. Magic Academy, fight. Magic Academy is invincible. The students shouted in unison toward the sky. Ha! This is the spirit of my Magic Academy students.
Xiang Ding Tian's heart settled, but his gaze anxiously turned to Song Danqing's direction.
When he found that only Lin Ku was making an impact, his heart instantly sank. Could a rookie, a newcomer, defeat this sinister being? Beast masters are not good at dealing with sinister beings. Only some special type beast masters may have a chance to harm the sinister being. As for traditional battle type beast masters, completely eliminating a sinister being is extremely difficult. In the sky, the sinister being completely stripped the energy from the Magic City students and gathered together. A thick black mist completely enveloped the Magic Beast Academy. The sinister being was originally shapeless but, at that moment, transformed into a giant python, continuously coiling in the air above the barrier. No, it's going to break. Ziki's face turned pale. She was a powerful illusion-type beast summoner, but she was not good at field control, excelling more in one-on-one battles. The strongest illusion-type beast master in Huagua, capable of unparalleled field control, is only Zhua.
Master, you should be keeping an eye on this.
Ziki murmured to herself. She couldn't bear to imagine how catastrophic it would be if this sinister being breached the Magic City. Bang! Bang! Like a giant chimney, the massive python continuously slammed against the barrier, and tiny cracks finally revealed weaknesses. In the next moment, it shattered into pieces and vanished. Ha ha, a mere barrier thinks it can stop me. The sinister being began to show its will. It knows that having caused such a huge disaster, the legendary figures of Hua country must have already taken notice and are on their way. At this moment, it must leave first. As long as it returns to Hua country, it can enjoy the admiration of thousands and then retire in success.
There's another barrier?
This object has pulled this deity out from the puppet's body. The evil being sensed the existence of the light barrier, and its heart was immediately ignited with rage, wishing to tear Little White into pieces. Master Evil Being, before you leave, you can kill this creature to vent your anger. A voice from the distant Onmyoji of Hua country whispered in its ear.
Exactly what it meant to do. The evil being let out a low roar and dashed towards the light barrier, its massive mouth of black mist biting down on the barrier set by Little White. In just an instant. The moment it made contact with the light barrier, the evil being, with a body as thick as a giant python, began to gradually collapse, suffering endless pain at the slightest touch. No! Look, there's white flame in the sky. What is that thing? All the proud students looked up at the sky. It was a white flame rampart extending over 100 feet, burning endlessly. The continuously blazing white flames, like gasoline ignited, spread all over the body of the evil being. At this moment, the students finally saw the true form of the evil being. The gigantic python covering the entire sky was being roasted and burned by the white flames, crying out and struggling. Holy flames, purging the evil being. Once contaminated with the energy of the holy light dragon, an evil being born from resentment would instantly turn to ashes. Is it a huge white python? So terrifying. This is a lord-level monster from a dungeon. The oppressive feeling from the white flames on its body is so strong. No wonder the principal and others acted. I've never seen such a horrifying beast. Oh my god, one day I also want to stand in the sky, enjoying the admiration of thousands. As the students discussed endlessly, Linka's mind was bombarded with frantic notification sounds. The Holy Light Dragon gained experience plus 1000. The Holy Light Dragon gained experience plus 1000. The Holy Light Dragon gained experience plus 1000. The continuous notification sounds were deafening. Linka's heart also throbbed non-stop. How is this different from Little Black devouring the legendary beast companion? So satisfying. Blissfully exciting. With each low roar, Little White's level kept rising. LV8. LV9. LV10. LV11. The continuously rising levels also brought about subtle changes in Little White's body. In the next moment, in the sky, in just 0.1 seconds, the full image of the Holy Light Dragon emerged, then instantly vanished. Along with the disappearance was that enormous body of the Lord-level evil being from Hua country. The companion beast under Xiangding Tian let out a low growl of fear, seeming to tremble in fear and beg for mercy. All the companion beasts beside the deans of the Battle Academy were the same. What just happened? What was that in the sky? P.S. The 4th chapter is updated, please continue reading without worry. As long as there are no pressing matters, it will basically be guaranteed 4 updates. Please consider giving a small gift for encouragement, thank you. Chapter 118, The Tragic Judgment of Newbies. Yay! The Holy Light Dragon kept sending excited messages in Linka's mind. It informed Linka that it would bring the evil being into its realm and slowly digest it. Well done, Little White. Linku hurriedly opened the Holy Light Dragon's panel. Companion Beast, Holy Light Dragon, Juvenile. Level, LV11, 11%. Strength, 130. Bone structure, 90. Agility, 200. Talent, 100. Element, Light. Grade, World-Destroying Level. Skills, Divine Prayer, Beginner/Immortal Body, Beginner/Light Forbidden Zone, Beginner. Experience 14%, 18%, 27%, 38%. The experience points were still continuously rising. Just have to see if finishing off this evil being can touch the edge of level 15. So it turns out that as long as there's an evil being, Little White can level up this quickly? Linku felt his body also being enveloped in a milky white energy, becoming more solid. Alright. Evil being is collected. What remains? Old song. Damn, you leave nothing for me. Song Danqing was still in shock from the earlier sight of the Holy Light Dragon's phantom in the sky, looking as if it were a giant dragon. Linka's weak voice came from beside him. Linka's body was like a candle fluttering in the wind, constantly trembling in place before crashing into Song Danqing's arms. Song Danqing was silent for 3 seconds. No. Song Danqing's eyes turned red as he half sat on the ground, holding Linku. No. Xiangding Tian and others were rushing over. Song Danqing was brewing emotions again. Sanba, don't you die. You can't die. You are the #1 meritorious person in this battle. You are the best newcomer in the judgment. If you die, how will I explain it when I go back? Xiangding Tian quickened his pace, and when he got closer, he saw that Linka's breath was gradually weakening. What's wrong? Xiangding Tian crouched down. Is he okay? Song Danqing's eyes were red. Sanba, answer me. Linku trembled and raised his hand. Ijo Senior, you are right. I am the greatest meritorious person in this battle, but all of this is not worth mentioning. The Academy can recover, although it is because of me, but it's not worth mentioning. I would die for it. I don't care about life or death at all, although I am the greatest meritorious person, but dying for a cause.
I, this greatest meritorious person, only hope that before I die,
I can, cough cough cough. San ba.
Song Danqing hugged Lin Ku and cried loudly, which made Xiang Dingtian, who wanted to check Lin Ku's condition, fall into an awkward situation. Judgment is not easy to provoke, and Lin Ku was hanging by a thread to save the prestigious Magic City Academy.
If not handled properly, it might provoke the wrath of Judgment.
Judgment is known for being protective, and every member inside is a once-in-a-lifetime talent, a freak among freaks. Agio, hurry up and take him to the infirmary, I will go get the school's healing teacher. Song Danqing choked up and shook his head, almost unable to hold back a laugh, suppressing the laughter to avoid shaking his body, he said. Old principal, my brother Sanba grew up in a poor family, he dreams of becoming a rich person.
Can you fulfill this wish of his? Just a little help, just 10 billion. No problem. Xiang Dingtian replied without hesitation. Isn't it just money? I will personally pay. If this little brother unfortunately passes away, I will give him a grand funeral. Right here in my Magic City Academy. Gold, gold. Lin Ku trembled and pointed to the gold watch. Song Danqing silently pressed Lin Ku's hand down, cursing inwardly, damn it, the gold watch is mine. Don't even think about it. Seeing that the act was almost done, Song Danqing was about to carry Lin Ku away when Lin Ku's hand, which had just been pressed down, suddenly shot to Song Danqing's lower region and squeezed tightly. The water balloon deformed under the pressure. Aha! Song Danqing howled to the sky, feeling heart-wrenching, as if he had lost his own father. Xiang Dingtian's eyes also turned red. I have heard that Judgment is merciless, but I didn't expect Izhou to be such a loyal person. You two must have a great relationship, right? We are brothers by different fathers and mothers. Song Cheng said in a strained voice, hurry, send the money. Although this matter felt strange, after all, the one who had died was a person from Judgment, so Xiang Dingtian still instructed his subordinates to transfer 10 billion to Song Danqing. Izhou brother, if there's ever a need in the future, come find me anytime. Woo, I will, definitely will. Song Chang hugged Lin Ku, legs trembling, and walked out of the campus. Until they disappeared from the academy site, Song Danqing suddenly grabbed Lin Ku, wanting to throw him on the ground. But Lin Ku was quick-witted and caught his lifeline again. You want to throw me? Try it. Come on, bro, what kind of joke is this? Song Danqing smiled and let go of Lin Ku, took off the mask and wiped his tears. How was my acting just now? Average. Lin Ku made a clawing gesture. If it weren't for me to stir the pot a bit, you would have broken character long ago. So I should thank you, right? Song Danqing said through gritted teeth. Alright, let's talk money. Lin Ku rubbed his hands expectantly. This time besides 10 billion, there was a big handful of diamonds, plus the Judgment task rewards. It was a day of abundance. After Song Danqing reluctantly divided 5 billion to Lin Ku, he complained, if I had known it was this easy to make money, I used to borrow loans before. If only you had met me earlier. Song Danqing frowned, if I had met you 10 years earlier, you were just a little brat, what use would you have been? Lin Ku lazily stopped arguing with Song Danqing, happily glancing at the phone account with over 5 billion, then said, by the way, those damn little Japanese devils are doing this to us, are we just going to turn a blind eye? Turn a blind eye? Song Danqing sneered, just wait, they will pay 100 times the price. Exactly. Bai Shuang and Z quietly walked in, and Z raised her hand, punching Song Danqing on the head. Shameful thing, stealing from others' schools. Sanba is just a newcomer, following an old fox like you, she'll be ruined sooner or later, don't spoil the newcomers. Song Danqing? I spoil her? Bai Shuang stood beside Lin Ku, gently reaching out to touch Lin Ku's forehead. Are you alright? I'm fine, senior. Lin Ku staggered slightly, and accidentally fell into Bai Shuang's arms. Oh, seems there's something wrong again. Bai Shuang smiled, patted Lin Ku's shoulder gently and said. Let me rest for a bit. Song Danqing, oh. I'm feeling a bit. If you feel bad, go eat shit. Z didn't bother giving Song Danqing a good face, took out her phone and said. My master just sent me a message, saying he will handle this matter. So fragrant. So sweet. Senior really smells so good. Lin Ku rubbed against Bai Shuang's body, weakly asking. Zijia, who is your master? The Curse King. Song Danqing, feeling frustrated, lit a cigarette and explained. The one standing in front of you is the Curse King's youngest disciple, this is a secret within the organization. Song thought to himself, and also the biggest one. So it's my brother. Lin Ku seemed thoughtful. But didn't my brother say he's busy with work, guarding the demon cave, and doesn't have time to act personally? Your brother? Z looked surprised. So now I should call you Master Uncle? Zijia, you're too polite. Lin Ku asked curiously. So how would my brother handle it? Do you need my help? Bai Shuang gently tapped Lin Ke's head. Have you rested enough? Cough cough cough, much better, thank you, senior.
Lin Ke smiled, though he seemed somewhat unwilling to leave Bai Shuang's arms.
Z smiled gracefully, swaying her body, walked to Lin Ke's side, and whispered in his ear. Little guy, do you know?
Just now, when I saw you fall, Xiao Bai was so worried.
Jie.
Bai Shuang suddenly spoke. Even if it were Song Danqing who fell, I'd be a little worried too.
Song Danqing? Why is it always about me?
Alright, the mission is complete, so I'll leave. The decision points should be credited later, I need to go to my next job. Song Danqing said, then hurriedly left.
Old Song still working? Z snorted coldly.
This guy has a lot of part-time jobs, from being a rich bodyguard to being a night market king, he's all about being flexible. Lin Ke said, oh, a bit surprised. The decision points are clearly so profitable, why does he still bother with all that?
Could it be that rich people like to experience life in that way? Song Danqing rode his bike alone, muttering curses. I know, didn't you see I repaid 5 billion today?
Wait till I sell the diamond, I can repay a few billion more.
A voice echoed in his mind, diamonds aren't worth anything. Your mom.
Take it or leave it. Song Danqing coldly said. I pay my debts based on what I have, not what you want. You still owe me 9,990 years. If you can't repay, get lost.
I'm trying.
In a dark and eerie palace in the country of the Japanese devils, white candle flames flickered on crystal columns, the entire hall was eerily silent.
The evil creature that great god Yamamoto condensed with his life has been destroyed. Baka. Who is it, time and again, breaking our great plan? No matter what, we must capture the person and make them pay. Send people to China to investigate.
The great god's life cannot have been sacrificed for nothing.
Angry roars and questions echoed in the dark hall.
The lingering sound vibrated, causing the candlelight to flicker endlessly.
Sir, will Hua country launch a retaliatory action? Retaliation?
A cold laugh came from the darkness. Do they have evidence? Everything requires evidence, they wouldn't. Before the words finished, several black-clothed ninjas rushed into the hall, rolling and crawling before kneeling at the front seat. Sir!
Not good. Not good. What are you panicking about? One at a time. The largest dungeon in Sakura Town has collapsed.
Monsters have emerged, causing countless deaths and injuries.
Next.
The voice in the darkness carried a hint of anger. The seal of the Moonview Slope dungeon also suddenly collapsed. For high-level Onmyoji went to stop it and all perished, resulting in over 10,000 deaths.
Next.
The voice gradually became frantic. The dungeon in the flower capital also collapsed. The great Onmyoji went to fight, killed countless enemies but couldn't stop it.
The number of casualties is unimaginable. The voice in the darkness finally fell silent. The flower capital has fallen.
The flower capital was the largest developed city in Yamato, with a population of around 40 million, and the seals of 3 major dungeons had never shown any signs of loosening. Sir, we've just received news that the 2 major dungeons in the flower capital have also been breached.
Baka! Hurry to support. What are you still standing here for? The hall was thrown into complete chaos. In just one night.
In Yamato's flower capital, rain capital, and moon capital, all dungeon areas were broken open by a mysterious force, and packs of ferocious beasts surged into Yamato, unleashing a merciless slaughter. Various ferocious beasts took over the skies of Sakura country, buildings were destroyed and collapsed, countless died, like the end of the world, and to make matters worse, Mount Fuji erupted. This news surged to the headlines of news around the world at dawn.
Good to die.
Lin Changsheng watched TV at home, while Lin Ku and Bai Shuang, each holding a bucket of instant noodles, were also watching the content. It would be best if their country was destroyed. Lin Changsheng, feeling excited, sprayed a noodle out of his nose.
Uncle, please don't be so excited.
Bai Shuang stood up to get a tissue from the kitchen. Lin Changsheng's old face flushed red, while Lin Ku, curious, spoke up beside him. Dad, how about you stop watching TV at home every day?
Why not go to Yamato for glory once?
If you need money, I can cover your ladyboy fees, go find your favorite teacher Bodo.
Shao, oh Shao. Such strong filial piety. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Lin Changsheng laughed and scolded, am I that kind of person? Besides, teacher Bodo is getting old, now I prefer. Just as he was saying this, Bai Shuang returned with the tissue in hand. What are you two talking about?
Oh, I'm telling my dad to go for national glory. Lin Ke grinned, causing Lin Changsheng to blush furiously. That night, Lin Changsheng was continuously scolding teachers in his dreams, while Lin Ke stealthily knocked on Bai Shuang's room.
Senior, are you asleep? Not yet, wait a moment, let me put on some clothes.
Lin Ko couldn't help licking his lips, and not long after, Bai Shuang opened the door, wearing a pure white silk camisole nightdress.
What's up? I want to ask you, is this incident in Yamato caused by Brother Joe? Bai Shuang smiled and nodded. Besides Zhou Wang, no one has this ability. It seems he is truly angry this time. How on earth did my brother do it?
Lin Ko asked curiously. This ability is too terrifying.
Does it mean that whenever he wants, Yamato could disappear?
There will be a price to pay. Bai Shuang shook her head. It's not as simple as you think. Just know that Zhou Wang is a really good person, and his burden is indeed very heavy.
I understand. Senior. Yeah, I'm here.
Bai Shuang answered softly. Is there anything else?
Bright peach blossom eyes gazed intently at Lin Ko, extremely gentle. I completed my mission so well, is there another big white rabbit reward?
Lin Ko spontaneously extended his hand. The last one you gave me was very sweet, and I wanted to eat it again.
There is, and this time it's even sweeter. Bai Shuang's delicate waist slightly leaned closer to Lin Ko, cherry-like shiny lips gently brushed against Lin Ko's cheek.
By the time Lin Ko reacted, Bai Shuang had already closed the door.
Hey! No, senior, open the door. I didn't react in time. You hurry and open the door, I have ants crawling all over me.
Chapter 120, Senior Sister Leaves, I will wait for you at the Spring Sea Academy. Lin Ko tried to act spoiled in every way possible, but after nauseating even himself, Bai Shuang still didn't open the door and he had no choice but to leave. The sneak attack from Senior Sister was sweeter than eating a big white rabbit.
Lin Ko, oh Lin Ko, are you still not being human? Where is your quick reaction? When Senior Sister leaned in, why didn't you move your mouth closer? Careless. Didn't dodge. Next time you're not allowed to react so slowly. With a sweet smile on his face, Lin Ko did not return to his room but entered the training room to continue cultivating. He didn't want to sweetly fall asleep in bed only to see Xiao Hei's gruesome face again. Annoying. At least today, he did not want to see it. The Golden Tiger skill has improved greatly, and the bone wings are also nearly fully developed. Now, as long as I focus on training my chi, and can control it freely as I wish, I can cultivate the Bone Emperor wings. Rise. Lin Ko's spine blossomed like a flower, the bone wings unfolded behind him, and that oppressive feeling was like that of a demon. Lin Ko was very satisfied with the shape of his torn open bone wings. There was a kind of transcendent artistic beauty. If this scene appeared in the demon cave, would I be treated like a local? In Lin Ko's agenda, learning the language of the demon cave was also of utmost importance. If one day he really encountered an unbeatable opponent, he could still disguise himself. The road to world annihilation is meant to be invincible, with many languages and many paths. The next morning, Lin Ko finally walked out of the training room, and the outside world always carried the intermittent sounds of fireworks being set off. The TV was reporting on the news about the beast disaster in the land of the rising sun. The blood of the land of the rising sun flowed all night. The cherry blossom trees were dyed red. The people of Huagua said nothing, just kept setting off firecrackers. The streets of Huagua were also stained red with firecracker scraps, filled with pride and festive cheer. It was said that in the end, it was the beautiful country that sent experts overnight to assist and barely managed to suppress the ferocious beasts into the caves. After this battle, the land of the rising sun completely lost its arrogant air. The emperor of the land of the rising sun held a press conference, only able to apologize and said nothing about the reasons for the broken seal of the demon cave. His bowing caused him to faint. As expected of my brother. Lin Ko looked at the images on the TV, filled with excitement. He fantasized about the day he could stand shoulder to shoulder with the curse on the battlefield. I hope that day comes soon. At this moment, Song Danxing called Lin Ko. Sanba, congratulations, you have died in action. What do you mean? The literal meaning, you gloriously sacrificed in the battle at the Divine Beast Academy in Magic City. Your ID has been cancelled. The organization said they will reissue your identity badge. Isn't it all just acting? Lin Ko said, they don't know anyway. Do the whole act, to avoid suspicion. By the way, do you have any requirements for your identity number badge? Lin Ko smiled and said, I want number 88. 88? Ah. Lin Ko responded loudly. Good son, well done. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Lin Ko put away his phone. This is pretty good. He felt the number Sanba was unlucky, but even Sanjo was okay. Of course, Lin Ko's favorite was still 88. When it came to taking advantage in this matter, he never suffered losses. Lin Ko, why are you so happy early in the morning? Bai Shuang came out of her room, dragging a suitcase. Senior sister, do you have a mission? Bai Shuang smiled and shook her head. I am moving back. Going back? Isn't this your home? Lin Ko blinked. You can stay here if you want. Silly.
Bai Shuang put down her suitcase and said, I was supposed to leave earlier, but I got delayed, now I really can't stay, I need to go to the Spring Sea Academy.
Go to the academy?
Bai Shuang nodded, school is starting soon, old Lu asked me to go back to help, this year the Spring Sea Academy might welcome a terrifying explosive surge, and now the entire Spring Sea Academy is expanding its faculty and rebuilding the campus.
Then should I go take a look too? Lin Ku instinctively spoke. School hasn't started yet, a few more days won't matter. Bai Shuang walked in front of Lin Ku and said,
I'll be waiting for you at Quanhai Academy.
If luck is on your side, you might be able to attend my class. That would be great.
Although Lin Ku felt some reluctance in his heart, he understood that Bai Shuang had her own path to take. No matter now or in the future, as long as the Devil's Den exists, humanity will never find peace. At least in the face of a greater cause, personal feelings seem less important.
Feeling a bit disappointed? Bai Shuang asked gently. We will see each other soon. While I'm gone, work hard and aim to shine in the national talent competition.
Senior sister.
I'm listening. What if I win the national championship?
Bai Shuang closed her eyes and smiled slightly, the scar on her eyelid seeming softer for a moment, the Valkyrie smile was so moving. I will consider it carefully. Bai Shuang stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Ku. Thank my uncle for me, this has been the most relaxed and happiest time of my life.
Okay.
By the way, Zhuge Duo will also join Quanhai Academy.
Bai Shuang said.
It was her own request.
Though it's a bit unethical, I didn't force her.
Lin Ku, even Jiantian, I just mentioned it casually, and he took it seriously.
The two exchanged knowing glances and laughed.
If Bai Shuang is the queen of Quanhai Academy, then Lin Ku was destined to be the little king.
With these two around, the future of Quanhai Academy is worth looking forward to. A legend begins to be written from this moment.
Without Bai Shuang at home, it seemed to lose its soul for a moment.
Lin Ku and his father returned to a life of instant noodles together. Why does it feel like this instant noodle doesn't taste as good as before?
Lin Changsheng said sternly.
Son, will Xiaoshuang come back? Lin Ku finished the noodles and wiped his mouth with a tissue. Of course, once she becomes my wife, she will come back. Then go for it.
Lin Changsheng said excitedly.
Let me hold a grandchild soon. I'm working on it. Lin Ku hurried back to the training room and continued practicing the Golden Tiger technique.
After frantically training, he successfully broke through the 6th level. His sword pointed was more solid and sharper. He had a faint sense that he could become a sword cultivator. Kill one in 10 steps, leave no trace in 1,000 miles. If he practiced to the 9th level, the control over energy in the Golden Tiger technique could reach a terrifying level, even sword flight would not be impossible. There are many ways to show off, and flying with a sword is quite nice. In recent days, Xiaobai had been devouring the evil creatures of Japan in the pure white space, ultimately leveling off at level 14, just one step away from level 15. As for Xiaohei, without Lin Ku's supervision, he spent his days just eating and sleeping, showing no significant improvement in level. Lin Ku wasn't too anxious about this, he could see that he was about to break through to 100 tons of strength, it was a good time to rest, and he planned to close the last gate before school started. Then on the first day of school, Lin Ku's plan would officially begin.
Chapter 121, Awakening, Breath of the Furnace, Dragon's Breath? The quiet and deep Black Sea.
The chaotic dark dragon opened its eyes, lazily yawned, casually grabbed a few stray fish nearby and sent them into its mouth, feeling still not full. Helpless, it could only move its body slightly, using the dragon's breath to suck in hundreds of fish and swallow them in one go. In the interval of a big burp, a few fish slipped out of its mouth, which it didn't care about. Full and satisfied, it was about to close its eyes and continue sleeping. Xiaohei, are you raising fish? Lin Ku's slightly complaining voice appeared in the mind of the chaotic dark dragon. Just as Xiaohei was about to sleep, it suddenly widened its dragon eyes and pretended to be exceptionally diligent, starting to hunt. Roar!
Stop pretending, I can see you. Lin Ku entered Xiaohei's body, smiling helplessly. Why are you getting lazier as you grow up? How about I help you think of a way to make all the creatures in the Black Sea line up to feed themselves into your mouth? The chaotic dark dragon excitedly wagged its tail, nodding vigorously. That would be wonderful. Dream on. Let me take you to practice instead. Is there anything delicious nearby? As soon as this was mentioned, the chaos dark dragon deflated like a sad balloon and pitifully complained to Lin Ku. Are you saying that the delicious scents have vanished? Lin Ku immediately felt something was off. Could it be that someone got there first? Oh, whoa. The chaos dark dragon continued to explain that in this Black Sea area, aside from itself, no other creature should have the strength to devour legendary remnants of souls. Are you saying that the energy of the remnants has become too thin over time, and thus returned to the ocean? Oh, whoa. No wonder the blood cores of the ferocious beasts caught in this ocean are so valuable.
If there were legendary companion beasts to nourish them, there would indeed be treasures everywhere.
So, these things rely on opportunities.
Linka wouldn't feel too disappointed. If there were any, that would be great, but if not, the rich Black Sea had many creatures, enough for Little Black to devour and cultivate.
You brat, have you been sleeping every day while I wasn't around?
Linka found that Little Black's level had been stuck at LV21 for quite a few days, with only a tiny bit of experience gained. If this little guy had put in a little more effort, it probably would have already broken through level 22.
Oh whoa!
The Chaos Dark Dragon kept whining and complaining to Linka, saying it was because the master hadn't come to see it for so long that it felt so listless.
Really? Now that I'm here, show me your training.
Oh whoa! The Chaos Dark Dragon seemed to be fired up, but after 2 minutes, that energy faded, and it collapsed on the ground and became motionless again.
Let me take over. Linka took control of Little Black's body and planned to return to the colorful sea.
The colorful mysterious stones there have a great enhancement effect on one's root bone. Linka could feel that the enhancement of the root bone was extremely important for his extreme body type and had almost foundational effects. To make the physical strength stronger, a powerful root bone is absolutely indispensable. Back then, to obtain the remnant soul of the Qinghuan mysterious iron dragon, Linku had traveled for 5 days. Now, Little Black had shed its juvenile phase and its speed had increased significantly, taking less than a day and a half to return to familiar waters. Colorful fish were foraging in the Black Sea, and Linku immediately began his crazy leveling journey.
Oh whoa! The Chaos Dark Dragon quietly told Linku that it wanted to take a rest. After Linku agreed, its consciousness fell into sleep.
I feel like after this breakthrough, Little Black's sleep time has increased, or has it just become lazier? Linka didn't think too much and manipulated Little Black's body to frantically gather colorful mysterious stones in the colorful sea. If Little Black's claim was true, then the colorful mysterious stones on these fish should also have come from the energy of a legendary companion beast as nourishment. I'll leave once this little guy wakes up. Linka frantically devoured for a day and night, successfully leveling Little Black up to LV22.
Physical strength plus 100.
So refreshing. Little Black had increased by 50 points in power, while his own physical strength had been enhanced by 100 points. This double enhancement was always incredibly addictive, no matter how many times one experienced it. As long as Little Black continues to break through, the physical strength values I gain will keep increasing, and it shouldn't be hard to push toward higher levels of strength. If only there were a power modifier, or a deep blue point system. 15 hours later, Linku was training while controlling the Chaos Dark Dragon, but found that Little Black had already woken up. It was writhing in place as if something was stuck in its throat. This action startled Linku. Little Black, did you choke on water? As soon as he asked, Linku felt stupid. Little Black had lived in the Black Sea for so long, if it couldn't coexist with water, it would have died long ago, so how could it have survived until now?
Are you saying that something has grown inside you? Linka curiously opened the Chaos Dark Dragon's panel.
Sure enough, in the passive column, there was an addition named Breath Furnace.
Breath Furnace? What is this thing? Cough cough cough.
The chaotic dark dragon kept coughing, as a large amount of seawater flooded into its body. Just when it was about to reach its critical limit, it let out a huge sneeze. In front of Linko, a spectacular black flame erupted from the little black creature's mouth, piercing through the dark sea and smashing down onto the buildings on the ocean floor. The black flame burned fiercely in the decaying and crumbling steel structures, and even in the water, it could not be extinguished. The colorful fish began to scatter in panic. As long as they were touched by this black flame, they would perish in an instant. Little Black, this is dragon breath, right?
Linka's eyes lit up.
From the very beginning, he had been thinking about why Little Black didn't possess this dragon breath ability. It now seemed that it was because of growth, its body was gradually evolving and transforming with its upgrade.
Roar! The chaotic dark dragon returned to normal, filled with rage. As its golden eyes sparkled, it once again unleashed waves of black flames from its mouth.
The fish around it fled in all directions, but their speed could not match the chasing speed of the black flames.
Experience plus 200. Experience plus 100. Experience plus 100. Experience prompts appeared in Linka's mind. This is quite convenient and quick.
Linka looked at the scene before him, a certain idea unconsciously rising in his heart. Little Black devoured the Black Beast, gaining the ability of Disaster Black Beast. Although the abilities he could currently develop were only Berserk, Amplification, and Desolation Breath, he still possessed them. So can I also share this breath furnace? Bone wings flying are very cool, but to condense dragon breath with a human body is even cooler.
Without hesitation, Linka first exited the neural space. P.S. The 4th update is complete. Thank you all for your love and support. Manhwa. Chapter 122, Attempt to Devour the Crystal Core, Tyrant's Prototype.
Little Black, you keep practicing, and I'll go out and take a look first.
Lin Ku hurriedly instructed and then left the dark sea. He wanted to see if the breath furnace was also integrated into himself. Taking off the neural helmet, Lin Ku first felt the surge of power from the upgrade of the dual dragons of light and darkness. Every enhancement felt like it was washing his body anew. Lin Ku, however, had no time to think about how much his power had grown. He took off his clothes and constantly explored his abdomen for something. It hasn't hardened at all. There's no foreign object sensation from having something extra in my body. Lin Ku left the bathroom somewhat disappointed. Could dragon breath only be the ability of dragon-type creatures? Such a dignified human, not worthy of possessing it? Perhaps. I need some kind of opportunity to unleash it? Lin Ku returned to his room, opened the safe, and took out the content translated by Old Su to start reading. Regarding body transformation and beastification. Lin Ku carefully flipped through it and found that this material also recorded the possibility of fusing human and beast bodies. However, most of the recorded content was about the transformation of limbs, with very few descriptions regarding internal organ modifications. Lin Ku guessed this was because the organs of fierce beasts differed too much from human organs. Some massive fierce beasts had hearts so large that they could fit Lin Ku's entire body inside. How could they possibly be implanted into a human? He had heard from his senior that wealthy elite people would undergo organ transplants to prove their wealth, with the modifications mostly being crystal organs or golden organs. In Lin Ku's eyes, this was purely a waste of money. With that kind of money, he could buy how many bowls of instant noodles or how many marinated eggs? I just want to breathe fire, is that wrong? Lin Ku left the room feeling a bit depressed and returned to the training room. Maybe the breath furnace has already appeared in my body, but it just needs some kind of opportunity to activate? Lin Ku kept thinking. He was unwilling to give up. Yes. It must need some kind of opportunity. The more Lin Ku thought about it, the more reasonable it sounded. So what exactly do I need to eat? A fierce beast's blood core? Should I eat the meat of fierce beasts instead? Lin Ku continuously made hypotheses, instinctively pulling out a crystal core that had burst from the Black Sea. The translucent crystal core looked like a blood diamond, constantly emitting light under the refraction of the light. The crystal core can be used to create gene-altering serums, so in a way, it could be eaten raw. Lin Ku took out his phone and searched online. Can the crystal core be eaten raw? Cherish life, stay away from madness. Lin Ku pretended not to see it, feeling a bit expectant. Then am I not the first person to eat a crab? He felt a little excited. Let's give it a try. He brought the crystal core to his mouth, unable to resist swallowing. He first stuck out his tongue to gently taste it, and it was cold like a stone. He opened his mouth and gently bit down. So hard. Lin Ku gradually increased his biting force. The hardness of the crystal core was beyond his imagination. Even with his strong body, it was somewhat difficult to bite off a piece of the crystal core to taste. He certainly didn't know that the Beast Companion Association and the pharmaceutical companies had to roast the crystal cores in a furnace for 3 days and nights at extremely high temperatures to extract the core's energy. Crack. Cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal core. Lin Ku suddenly exerted force, biting off a chunk. Crunch, crunch. The crisp texture kept coming from his mouth, and Lin Ku's first feeling was that he was chewing glass. Colorless and tasteless, it could hardly be called anything with flavor. Gulp. Lin Ku swallowed the crystal core and closed his eyes to begin feeling changes in his body. A burning sensation surged in his throat. It's happening. Lin Ku opened his eyes, feeling a bit excited. Wait a minute. Lin Ku took a moment to feel again, finding that this inexplicable burning pain seemed to be because the crystal core fragments had cut his throat. Damn it. Spit, spit, spit. Lin Ku spat out the crystal core fragments, but a strong bloody taste filled his mouth, as if it were the taste of beast blood. Eating it raw cuts my throat. Is there a better way? Lin Ku looked at the crystal core fragments on the ground, clenching his fists. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists colliding with hard objects echoed in the training room, continuing for a full half-hour before finally stopping. Lin Ku smashed the blood core into powder with his fists, planning to take it directly with water. I'm truly a genius. He poured the powder into his mouth and downed a large cup of water. The powder slipped down smoothly. This could work. Lin Ku closed his eyes and carefully savored it, feeling a gradually increasing burning sensation in his abdomen. It's coming. Lin Ku opened his mouth to expel the hot gas from his body. Puff. A wave of hot gas burst from his rear. Damn it. Lin Ku was furious, feeling the burning sensation in his abdomen gradually transform into pain. His organs weren't made of iron, they couldn't withstand such turmoil. He activated his healing energy while rushing to the bathroom. Is it because the type of crystal core is wrong, or did I eat too hurriedly?
Once his stubborn donkey temperament kicked in, nothing could stop him. He hadn't even considered if the blood core was edible.
This was Lin Ku's first time having diarrhea since refining his body, and it was almost exhausting. Is the beast blood core that toxic? Lin Ku remained undeterred, still wanting to try other ways to consume the blood core. Brute bull. Lin Ku activated the ninefold realm, bone spurs grew into bone wings, and he simultaneously turned on the killing intent switch. If the generation of breath melting couldn't be realized in human form, then surely this body could achieve it now, right? Lin Ku grabbed another blood core, putting it in his mouth and chewing like it was candy, without any difficulty. After consuming the entire blood core, Lin Ku let out a big burp. Ha! Lin Ku clearly saw that his burp contained traces of blood flame. It can't be an illusion, right? Lin Ku took another bite of a crystal core. Just as he was about to swallow, the burning sensation returned in his abdomen, a rolling pain surged from below. Lin Ku kept dry heaving, his body bent over with his hands on his abdomen. Cough. 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 With each cough, a wave of blood-red flames erupted from Lin Ku's mouth. This condition was exactly the same as Xiao Hei's condition just moments earlier. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. I have become. While laughing wildly, Lin Ku's mouth spewed forth a large amount of blood-red flames again. The scorching crimson flames were roasting the alloy walls of the practice room, and before he knew it, they had burned a hole through, with the edges melting and dripping. Does the breathing furnace need to consume crystal cores, then combine with the beastified state? Lin Ku channeled the energy of the golden tiger fist into the skeletal king's wings, and as the wings flapped continuously, Lin Ku's body gradually lifted off the ground. Blood flames kept surging from his mouth. At that moment, he was like a terrifying tyrant descending upon the world. P.S. Tonight, for chapters together, don't miss out. Chapter 123, The Blood Chi Flame, Why is my head so pointy? The destructive power of the blood flames is quite horrifying. Lin Ku dispelled the bull's might state and walked to the hole in the alloy wall. His punch should not have the power to break through the special alloy wall, yet the blood flames managed to do so. Why do I really want to tear something apart right now? Lin Ku noticed his heartbeat accelerating, his mind extremely exhilarated. His eyes were bright red, seemingly still under the state of killing intent, but Lin Ku had clearly turned off the killing intent switch. It must be because I swallowed the blood core. The bloodthirsty blood core flowed down his throat into his body, and that burning sensation felt like drinking a bottle of strong liquor, followed by the bloody smell that plunged Lin Ku into a state of extreme excitement. If I use this state to practice killing intent, maybe I can step into the second level, or even more. The fierce beast blood core, crystal core, is truly a good thing. The way he practiced and the resources he used were completely different from normal people, and held no reference value. Normal people wouldn't even dare to gnaw on a blood core, let alone tear the bone spurs growing from their spine into wings. The skeletal king wings can only allow me to hover in place for now. If I want to control them freely, I probably need to elevate my golden tiger fist realm. Just standing in midair is already shocking enough. Lin Ku's lips curled into a slight smile, growing more excited for the new school term. Dinner was still instant noodles shared between father and son. Lin Ku ate quickly, finishing his noodles in 3 or 5 bites, when he suddenly felt an itch in his nose. Achoo! With the sneeze, Lin Changsheng felt a wave of heat rising from his head. What is burning? Dad! Your hair! Hey, why did you hit my head? You ungrateful son! Ouch, my hair? I'm bald. Don't move, don't move. After struggling for a good 10 minutes, Lin Changsheng managed to save half of his hair. Lin Ku returned to the practice room with a guilty conscience. Before dinner, he couldn't resist and ate 2 more blood cores, not expecting the intensity would last until now. It seems I still can't eat too much in a non-combat state, it's likely to cause trouble. After that incident, Lin Ku continued to train the golden tiger fist. For a period of time, Lin Ku basically followed a 2-point line, either battling with Xian Xinghe in the practice room or training with Xiao Hei in the Black Sea. It wasn't until the eve of school starting that Lin Ku finally stopped training. Big boss, your golden tiger fist has successfully entered the 8th level, how does it feel? Xian Xinghe was extremely envious of Lin Ku's martial arts talent. Just reaching the 2nd level realm took him more than half a month, and the 3rd level was unknown when it would come. Old Xian, your guess was correct, there must be powerful connections between these martial techniques. Lin Ku activated the bull's might at the 9th level while secretly channeling the golden tiger fist. Don't come near! Lin Ku shouted at Xian Xinghe who wanted to approach him. With the golden tiger fist at the 8th level, the pores in my body can release an invisible wind tunnel. If you're not careful, you could get severely injured. The bull's might and golden tiger fist formed a tacit pairing between them. Xian Xinghe secretly wiped a sweat. Boss, then aren't you using swords all over your body? Using my body for what? Do you think I'm a hedgehog? Lin Ku rolled his eyes at Xian Xinghe and said dreamily. A true sword cultivator surely uses their hands to control the sword. Have you ever seen someone use their legs to control a sword? That's true.
Xianxing has shyly scratched his head and asked, Boss, school starts tomorrow.
Should I go with you?
Yes. Just go to the main office to check in, and I will talk to old Lu. Lin Ke relaxed, not realizing that he had reached the eve of school starting.
Time really flies. He wondered how senior sister was doing.
After Bai Shuang left, Lin Ke rarely chatted with her. She seemed very busy, taking a long time to reply to messages. The last conversation they had was after the task in Magic City, where Bai Shuang reminded him about the judgment points earned. In that task in Magic City, Lin Ke earned 0.5 judgment points. According to Bai Shuang, he had the highest in the team because of his significant contribution, and he had even fallen. So it was only natural for Lin Ke to accept this 500 million income. Now, Xiao Bai successfully broke through to LV15, and the evil being from Japan was completely devoured by Xiao Bai. As for Xiao He, with the breathing furnace, the cultivation method became much easier during this time, and his level continuously rose by 3 levels, reaching LV25.
Now, the Chaos Dark Dragon's data panel was quite impressive. Companion Beast, Chaos Dark Dragon, Growing Phase. Level, LV25, 14.1%. Strength, 850. Bone Quality, 500. Agility, 850. Talent, 100. Element, Dark. Grade, World Destroying Level.
Skills, Dark Dragon Absorption, Beginner, /Sky Split Claw, Beginner, /Dark Dragon Might, Beginner. Passive, Blood of the Dark Beast, Passive, Unmoving as a Mountain, Beginner, Xiongwan Mysterious Bone, Passive, Breathing Furnace, Passive. According to the calculation formula from Senior Sister, now Xiao He conservatively estimates that his strength has reached at least 425 tons, or even higher. After all, Xiao He cannot be confined to traditional A or S level categories, he has maxed out talent, and every level up significantly increases his strength points far beyond an ordinary S level companion beast. As for the subsequent improvement of the Holy Light Dragon, Lin Ke was in no hurry. He planned to use the resources from Judgment after going to school to look for traces of evil beings, whether from Japan or local ones, as nutrients for Xiao Bai. If Xiao Bai also sheds his juvenile label, then he would welcome another huge leap in strength. He has always been looking forward to Xiao Bai's divine invocation skill, wondering what kind of dragons he could summon. Perhaps after shedding the juvenile label, he could summon 2 dragons at once. I wonder if I can summon Xiao He. Leaving the training room, Xian Xinghe went to the caretaker's room to take a shower. School was approaching, and Lin Ke asked him to stay home, acting as a driver for tomorrow. Lin Ke had successfully obtained his driver's license, he always found it easy to solve exam-related matters. Dad, what's for dinner? In the kitchen, Lin Changshang, who was making instant noodles, snorted coldly and did not respond. His head was completely bald, without a single hair in sight. Dad, why is your head so pointy? Isn't it because of the trouble you caused? Lin Changsheng angrily said. I can't even dare to go out now, until my hair grows back. I'm afraid people will think I'm a male adult film star. Lin Ke held back his laughter. Actually, you still look quite handsome like this. Get lost, get lost. After a hurried dinner, Lin Ke drove the beastly war vehicle to Lu Dazhuang's house, as school starts tomorrow. Lin Ke promised Lu Dazhuang that they would set off to Quan Hai Academy together. Ever since their last meeting in the cave, Lin Ke hadn't seen Lu Dazhuang again and didn't know if he was still alive. Chapter 124, Ouyang Qing's Final Ultimatum. At the entrance of Huida Huaiwan, Lin Ke stopped the beast. The terrifying engine noise startled the old ladies chatting under the banyan tree, making their dentures almost pop out. As soon as he parked the car, a strange number appeared on his phone. Wow, a string of 8s at the end? Without looking, the owner of the phone was definitely a rich person. Lin Ke guessed who it was right away. Hey! School starts tomorrow, you need to give me your answer. Ouyang Qing's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Before you answer, I need to tell you that the choice is very important. How important? This relates to whether we can become friends or enemies. Lin Ke leaned back in his comfortable chair, smiling as he asked. Ouyang Qing, you're quite overbearing. I always am. Ouyang Qing said in a deep voice. You have already touched the taboos of the Imperial Academy by taking Zhang Tian from my hands. If you insist on joining the Quan Hai Academy, you will inevitably become just like everyone else, and there will be no difference from an ordinary beast master. Lin Ke secretly murmured in his heart, if everyone were as ordinary as himself, it might not take 10 years, but 3 years, to clear the demon cave. I believe you already have the answer, right? Ouyang Qing was silent. I am waiting for your response. I will think about it. I will message you later. After Lin Ke finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone. Ouyang Qing? What the heck? Tomorrow is the start of school, and you're thinking? What are you thinking about? Do you know how many people are begging to get into the Imperial Academy? Realizing he had been played by Lin Ku again, Ouyang Qing gritted his teeth and put down his golden phone. A subordinate immediately handed him a report.
President, this is Lin Ku's daily routine that I found in the trash can.
Absolutely detailed. The subordinate brought a summary of nearly a month. July 1st, sunny. Breakfast, big bucket of braised beef instant noodles, 2 local braised eggs, 1 chicken sausage. Lunch, spicy beef instant noodles with a piece of flatbread. Dinner, hot and sour beef noodles. There were more tissues than usual, suspected to be a result of indulgence. You just recorded this pile of nonsense? Ouyang Qing angrily threw the report on the ground. He built this physique by eating instant noodles? What? Is he soaking the noodles in Teflon? The subordinate felt wronged, but he really eats instant noodles every day. This is a disguise. Ouyang Qing immediately thought of something. After school starts, keep a close watch on him. He must be using some kind of drug I don't know about. Lin Ku, you will definitely regret rejecting me today. Ouyang Qing shouted. I will make you see the difference in strength during the National Hero Battle Finals. And Zhan Tian. You are also finished. As he spoke, Ouyang Qing picked up his phone and began to contact the other 2 top academies. He wanted not just the championship, but the difference. Old Lin, this car is really cool. Lu Dazhuang struggled hard to climb into the car, feeling like his vision had increased once he sat inside. Why didn't your uncle and aunt come to see you off? Lin Ku asked curiously. They can't wait for me to leave early. Lu Dazhuang said, looking gloomy, my companion beast embarrassed me, and I must regain that face in the academy. Lin Ku smiled and said nothing as he drove away. In fact, Lu Dazhuang's father had sent him a message asking Lin Ku to take care of Lu Dazhuang at school. The words sounded less like a senior speaking to a junior and more like someone begging for a favor. Lin Ku naturally replied readily to Lu's father. After all, he and Lin Changsheng were wartime comrades. Lin Changsheng was on the front lines while he was responsible for logistics. The 2 retired around the same time, so their bond was very deep. After bringing Lu Dazhuang home, with Lin Ku's permission, Lu Dazhuang took up the virtual combat device to experience it. Lin Ku then went alone to the brain space and entered the Judgment Mall. His judgment points had already reached 12.5. Lin Ku realized how rare and precious judgment points were at this moment. The senior could spend 8 judgment points to buy him a weapon, and he didn't know when he could repay this kindness. Speaking of, he would be seeing the senior again tomorrow. Lin Ku brushed aside distractions and returned the books he had borrowed on the language of the demon cave. Have you prepared for the knowledge exam, the deceased number 38? If you accept the exam and pass successfully, you can earn 3 judgment points. If you fail the exam, you will return the 1 judgment point previously granted, and the exam content will come entirely from the books you have read. Accept the exam, let's begin. Lin Ku had already intensely reviewed this knowledge, not because he was confident, but because he had memorized all the content in these few books thoroughly. Even the dialect of the demon den he could handle with ease. Lin Ku appeared in a classroom, sitting at a desk, momentarily dazed, as if he had returned to high school. Taking an exam in such an environment is simply overwhelming. A virtual examiner in a suit with a thick mustache appeared on the podium, smiling gently. Scholar, I will now communicate with you in the dialect of the demon den, and I hope you can translate what I say. Of course, you must respond in the demon den dialect. Abba Baba. Lin Ku replied in the demon den dialect. No problem. The exam begins. The examiner silently pulled out a Gatling gun. Lin Ku? Did you see the announcement? The guy who got 1 judgment point last time went to take the exam. As long as he passes, he can get 3 judgment points. He really has guts. What's the big deal? At worst, just give up the rewards gained earlier. If I were him, I would definitely take the gamble. You don't understand anything. As long as you keep the books without returning them, the judgment points will always be in your hands. By then, you can spend all the points, then return the books, and even if you refuse the exam, you won't have points to return. Am I smart or not? I think you're just a big fool. You bastard, what number are you? If you dare, come challenge me. Silence. We need scholars for the judgment, everyone be quiet. While everyone was chattering, a system prompt echoed in the judgment world. Deceased number 38, successfully passed the scholar test, received the title, Elegant Scholar, obtained 3 judgment points. I hope everyone works hard to become cultured people. Damn it! Did he really pass the exam? It must be a fluke? Was the exam question really simple? No way, I have to try it too, maybe I can pass instantly. I don't care, reading a few books can earn 4 judgment points, I want to take the exam too. Count me in. Lin Ku's successful exam news drew the attention and frenzy of the judgment members. In the Jin High Royal Court, Lin Ku took off his helmet, gasping heavily. Damn it, this damn exam, I will never participate again.
Chapter 125, A Perverse Trial, The Opening of the Spring Sea Academy. The difficulty of the exam exceeded Lin Ke's imagination. He initially thought he could calmly finish the exam in a bright and clean classroom with a shiny new desk. But the examiner directly pulled out a Gatling gun and launched an attack on him. The bullets crazily swept the entire classroom into a beehive. After enduring until the shooting ended, the examiner smashed the podium table towards him. If it weren't for Lin Ke's quick reaction, he might have been killed. That examiner was simply inhuman. While attacking, he kept forcing Lin Ke to communicate in the Demon Den dialect. Lin Ke could only defend himself while thinking of the answers. He was offered not a single moment to breathe. The scariest part was that this examiner didn't seem like a virtual character designed with numeric values, but a real member of the judgment, as strong as an ox, and agile. Lin Ke had several moments where he almost got killed. That kind of fear of death Lin Ke still remembers. No wonder passing the exam rewards 3 judgment points. This is simply not meant to let anyone succeed. Lin Ke keenly sensed that perhaps the judgment set things up this way to ensure that members could engrave the Demon Den dialect into their very bones in tense environments. This way, they wouldn't mess up at crucial moments, which would help better hide their identities, especially when facing real Demon Den natives. Unrecognizable. No matter what, getting 3 judgments was still extremely exciting for Lin Ke. As long as I pass, that's all that matters. As for whether the other members can pass, it has nothing to do with Lin Ke. Before going to sleep, Lin Ke sent a message to his senior. Senior, I'll be going to the Quan Hai Academy tomorrow, are you still at school? After a few minutes, Bai Shuang replied. I am here. This year, the number of students registered is far beyond expectations. There are probably many good candidates. The principal went to the Education Bureau to discuss the matter overnight. I think he might not be able to make it back tomorrow. Lin Ke replied, it's good that you're there. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The next morning, Lin Changsheng prepared egg noodles for Lin Ke and the others. In Quan Hai, it is customary for parents to prepare when their children are leaving home. At school, listen to the teachers and study hard. If there's no living expense. Lin Changsheng instinctively continued speaking, then rubbed Lin Ke's round head. If dad runs out of living expenses, I'll come to ask you. He almost forgot that his son was now incredibly wealthy. Moreover, the money that Ouyang Qing gave him last time had also been directly deposited into Lin Ke's account, and it was set for a fixed-term investment, earning interest every year. Got it. After finishing their meal in a hurry, Lin Changsheng took out a box from the room. Son, this is the peace charm your mother made for you back then. Although it hasn't been blessed, it's still a token of her heartfelt intentions. Then why are you only giving it to me now? Lin Ke asked as he took it. Lin Changsheng reminisced, at that time, you were not yet born. Your mother and I discussed that if you could become a beast master, we'd give it to you, hoping you'd be safe when you enter the demon cave. If you become an ordinary person, we'll protect you. Even if we're poor, it should be enough for you to live. Lin Ke held the peace charm. His mother was a seamstress, so the pouch was exquisite. After carefully placing it into his clothes, Lin Ke rarely hugged Lin Changsheng. Come back during the holidays. If you're bored, find me a stepmother. Nonsense. Lin Changsheng laughed and scolded, personally sending Lin Ke and the others out of the house. The Quan Hai Academy is not far from Quan Hai, only a little over 100 kilometers away. As long as Lin Changsheng wants, he can visit Lin Ke anytime, so he didn't feel too reluctant. Let's go. Xianxing has started the fierce beast, and Lin Ke sat in the passenger seat, closing his eyes to rest. Behind him, Lu Dezhuang couldn't help but speak when he saw Lin Ke with his eyes closed. Lin Ke, if you want to cry, just cry. Actually, I was crying under the covers last night. Lu Dezhuang scratched his head with some embarrassment. After all, this is our first time leaving home. Lin Ke's mouth gradually curled into a smile, rising almost to replicate the Dragon King's smile. Finally, school has started. Quan Hai Academy, your king has arrived. After preparing for a long time, Lin Ke can finally implement the plan. Old Lin, why do you smile so terrifyingly? Lu Dezhuang's mind instantly crashed. So you don't want to cry? Stop smiling, I'm scared. Xian Xinghe, who was driving, didn't dare to make any sudden movements, feeling uneasy as he swallowed hard. He couldn't even imagine how noticeable Lin Ke would be at Quan Hai Academy. With his talent, he could easily get into a prestigious school with his eyes closed, but he still chose a second-tier academy. No matter what, I must learn more from the seniors at school. Xian Xinghe thought secretly but forgot that he was the one applying to be a mentor. At Quan Hai Academy, on the first day of school, a sea of people gathered at the entrance of the academy. Compared to the luxury of the prestigious academies in the Magic City, the entrance of the Quan Hai Academy appeared rather ordinary, with red marble pillars and an old, peeling gate that seemed like two extremes.
Today, more than half of those gathered at the entrance of the academy were not new students of Quan Hai Academy but were there to wait for the high-ranking king who defeated Zhang Tian in the Tian's battle.
You guys said Gao Zhengwan will really choose Quan Hai Academy? Haven't you seen that poster on Quan Hai Academy's official website? It's been up for a month. Oh no, the academy took down the poster. Are we being played? I said it, a person like Gao Zhengwan will definitely choose the top 3. How could he pick a backward second-tier academy? Then it's over. I applied to the school because of Gao Zhengwan. Is it too late to regret now? As the crowd kept buzzing with discussions, 10 luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantoms stopped at the academy's entrance. The new students, brought by their parents to register, were left dumbfounded. Is this Gao Zhengwan?
Under everyone's gaze, the butler opened the car door, and Zhang Tian stepped out. As Zhang Tian appeared, cheers erupted around him.
That's Zhang Tian from the Imperial Academy. He came to wait for Gao Zhengwan? Looks like the intel was right. Gao Zhengwan is attending Quan Hai Academy. Wow, Zhang Tian isn't here for revenge, is he?
Zhang Tian ignored the attention around him and walked directly towards the new student registration area. The new students who were registering willingly stepped aside, because his aura was simply too powerful.
Gulp. The teacher in charge of registration swallowed hard. This student, what can I do for you? I'm here to register. Zhang Tian casually stated, help me get assigned to class Lin Ku. The teacher, student, what's your name? Zhang Tian. But, your name is not on the admission list.
As the teacher struggled to find a solution, a capable-looking girl gradually walked out of the academy.
It was Bai Shuang. P.S. Thank you all for your support with tips. Manhwa. Chapter 126, do you need a sponsorship fee to enter the academy? Wow, it's the Valkyrie, Senior Bai Shuang. Oh my, I finally saw Senior Bai Shuang.
I heard she rarely appears at the academy.
She's even more beautiful in person than online. Did Senior Bai Shuang come today because of Zhang Tian? After all, Zhang Tian is Juanhai's genius, second only to her. He's the only one worthy of having the senior come in person, right?
Bai Shuang, dressed in a black professional long dress with a sword at her waist, walked out slowly.
Seeing Bai Shuang, Zhang Tian slightly nodded before speaking up, where is Lin Ku? Bai Shuang looked around at the massive crowd and replied, he hasn't arrived yet. Are you messing with me?
Zhang Tian said unhappily, I was once a genius of the Imperial Academy.
Even if I settle for Quan Hai Academy, the principal doesn't come? He's not coming either?
But your arrival does give me some face. Zhang Tian consoled himself.
I'm not here to find you.
Bai Shuang didn't give Zhang Tian a good face. You, as a connected person, need to go through an assessment to join Quan Hai Academy. After the assessment, you need to pay a sponsorship fee, or else you won't qualify.
Zhang Tian? I'm not qualified to join Quan Hai Academy? Zhang Tian almost laughed in anger, am I not qualified?
With his strength, he was in the top tier of his cohort at the Imperial Capital's Beast Academy. If it weren't for encountering a monster like Lin Ku, he would still be enjoying the admiration of thousands. He had put days and nights of thought into coming to Quan Hai Academy, almost pulling his hair out. And now he was being made to laugh in anger by the words, you're not qualified.
That's not what I said. Bai Shuang comforted, it's what Lin Ku said. Alright.
Zhang Tian then said, only he can say that to me.
Others don't have this qualification. Actually, I think so too.
Bai Shuang ruthlessly added, if you can join now, it means you are lucky.
If it's next year, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. So angry. It was one thing to not be able to defeat Lin Ku, but Bai Shuang was not someone he could handle either.
Being criticized by someone stronger made Zhang Tian want to argue, but he found no way to do so.
He could only pout and say, we'll wait and see. He walked to the teacher and took out a black gold card. So, how much sponsorship fee is needed? 100 million.
Bai Shuang said quietly from behind.
100 million?
Zhang Tian's tone finally rose. He slammed the card onto the table.
Give me 1 billion. Who do you look down on? Zhang Tian snorted coldly. Am I only worth 1 billion?
Bai Shuang had a half smile, not stopping him, which shocked the teacher in charge of the registration.
What is happening? Since when did it cost money to come to Quan Hai Academy? How come I didn't know? I tell you, my sponsorship fee must be the highest. If anyone sponsors more than me, please let me know. In Quan Hai, I have never feared money. If I'm not first, I'm at least close.
Bai Shuang glanced at him and smiled with satisfaction. I suddenly find you much more pleasing to the eye. The crowd buzzed with shocked discussions.
Did I hear wrong? Zhang Tian is coming to Quan Hai Academy to study? And he's paying for it? Is this still the Quan Hai Academy I know? When I graduated, it was just a second-rate school. No way, am I dreaming? Young Master Jean is going to the same school as me. Then I want to go too.
I want to join young Master Jean's support group.
Stop.
Bai Shuang drew her battle knife, pointing it at a student sneakily passing by, ready to enter the campus.
The noisy surroundings instantly fell silent. Feeling the chill at his neck, Ouyang Qing's follower hurriedly raised his hands. I'm also here to join Quanhai Academy. Queue up to pay the sponsorship fee. Bai Shuang pointed to Zhang Tian's direction. Anyone transferring from higher academies must pay the sponsorship fee. The follower laughed in anger. Why should I? As a genius from the Imperial Academy, it's a great fortune for you to have me at Quanhai Academy. It's fine if the whole school doesn't honor me, but you want me to pay? Smack. Zhang Tian directly slapped the follower. Stop talking nonsense, pay up. Traitor, you dare to hit me. If you don't pay, I'll make you a eunuch.
Zhang Tian said cruelly, you should also donate 1 billion or 800 million.
Anyway, these years you've been following President Ouyang and made quite a bit. You don't want to lose face for the Imperial Academy, do you?
To complete the task assigned by Ouyang Qing, the follower could only painfully donate 100 million. This was his training fund for 3 days. This move left the other new students looking stunned. It seemed that Quanhai Academy wasn't a very good school, right?
Son, are they talking about the same currency, the beast coins? Why is it suddenly all about billions? Dad, I don't know. I'm a bit panicked right now.
The follower cursed wildly in his heart.
Damn it, a lousy academy dares to be so arrogant. Once I successfully infiltrate, I'll definitely make them pay. What's your name? The teacher asked the follower. Yang Weiwei, the follower declared proudly. Remember this name, Quanhai Academy will gain unmatched glory because of me. Got it, student Yang Wei. And don't forget the way.
As soon as his words fell, a fierce roar from a falcon engine came from a distance. Bai Shuang heard the familiar sound and couldn't help but smile a bit.
They're coming. Zhang Tian, Yang Weiwei, and the new students around all turned their eyes toward the sound. They couldn't ignore it, it was too loud. The registering teacher murmured, isn't that Principal Lu's vehicle? He's back from the provincial city? Wow, what kind of car is that? What a terrifying engine roar.
That's the exclusive vehicle of Lu Lao, the principal of Quanhai Academy.
Seeing the car is like seeing the person.
I heard it was personally given to him by the Minister of Education. The fierce falcon beast stopped at the entrance of Quanhai Academy, and the security guard deftly opened the school gate.
Xianxing had got out of the car, his gaze straight ahead. The principal of Quanhai Academy is so young? He looks quite handsome, but why is he bouncing down? Is he trying to be cute?
Xianxing had reached the passenger side without changing his expression, opened the door. Boss, we've arrived. Lin Ke said modestly, I told you not to stop at the entrance, you're causing unnecessary trouble for others.
Old Xian, it's not that I'm telling you. This is at the school gate. Even if we drive the car that old Lu gave me, we can't disrupt traffic here, right? Hey, how can everyone see me like this?
Lin Ke got out of the car, hands behind his back, looking up at the modest entrance of Quanhai Academy.
Ultimately still too poor, this facade is too lacking, it must be improved.
Oh dear, the grass is all yellow, if the students want a rest, they can't even do that.
If you didn't know, you'd think it was peed on by a dog.
The burden is heavy and the road is long. The burden is heavy and the road is long. Lin Ke sighed deeply, appearing worried for the nation and the people. While not far away, Bai Shuang smiled wider, her eyes only on Lin Ke. In the crowd, many were puzzled.
Who is this guy? P.S. Chapter 4 has been updated together at midnight. Thank you all for urging updates. Manhwa. Chapter 127. What? He is the king of high school. He is sitting in the vice principal's seat. He must be a relative of the principal, right? He looks pretty handsome. He's my type. When school starts, I might consider letting him chase after me. Look, Senior Bai Shuang is walking over.
Bai Shuang smiled and walked gently to Lin Ke, lightly tapping his head while everyone's gaze was focused on them.
Lin Ke, are you here? Ah, it's Senior.
Lin Ke saw Bai Shuang, whom he hadn't seen for days, and thought of her fondly, instinctively opening his arms. Bai Shuang looked at Lin Ke and noticed his outstretched hands. With a blooming smile, she stepped forward and gently embraced Lin Ke for a moment.
You'll be remembered with resentment by many, are you afraid? Bai Shuang whispered. Not afraid.
Lin Ke replied confidently with a smile, being scared is not what a Huagua person does.
Ah.
Just as Bai Shuang thought the hug was over, Lin Ke wrapped his arms around her waist and spun them in place. Bai Shuang did not resist, her right hand gripping the hilt of her sword, feeling a little nervous, a blush rising to her cheeks without her noticing. The whole place fell silent. Bai Shuang's popularity was not just in the virtual world, in fact, she had even more fans and admirers in real life. From the capital city to towns like Quanhai, no one did not know her, no one did not understand. If it weren't for her cold personality and ice-cold demeanor that kept people at a distance, she would probably have even more fans. The title of Ice Queen Valkyrie is not just for show. The Valkyrie is being hugged. The Valkyrie is smiling sweetly. No, dude. I'll bet my life against you. All gates open. I'll kick you to death. The crowd was in uproar, creating a sensation. After spinning for more than 10 seconds, Linka carefully set by Shuang back down, a bit shyly saying, "Sorry, senior, seeing you again made me a bit too excited." Couldn't hold back for a moment. "Not your fault, I was quite excited too." Bai Shuang smiled, "You are really bold." He, born bold. Linka's actions had turned all gazes into murderous intentions. If evil entities were to manifest, the grievances and negative emotions filling the sky above Quanhai Academy should be able to hatch a powerful evil being. Cough cough cough, "Hey, isn't that Zhang Tian?" Linka walked up to Zhang Tian with a smile, "You're here?" Zhang Tian gave a thumbs up, "You've got guts. If you dare to do that again in the Imperial Academy, you probably won't see tomorrow's sun." Humph. Yang Weiwei, standing behind Zhang Tian, snorted coldly, completely ignoring Lin Ku. As a top follower, his thoughts were very meticulous. He was all too familiar with the act of pandering. Just now, Lin Ku attracted attention with the sound of the engine, then got out of the car looking like he owned the place at Quanhai Academy, all for a setup. What was the setup for? To show off. To highlight that he was the king of high school. I, Yang Weiwei, have spent my life flattering the Emperor's realm, don't expect me to cooperate with you. Oh, follower, you are here too? My name is Yang Weiwei. Lin Ke thought for a moment and said, "If you come to participate in the Tianjia battle at Quanhai, you shouldn't be my opponent, right?" He. Yang Weiwei sneered, completely ignoring Lin Ke's words. "I absolutely will not give you the chance to show off. If you want to show off in front of everyone, dream on." Seeing Yang Weiwei unwilling to engage, Lin Ke. I didn't pay attention, and just as I was about to enter the school gate, a bulky figure suddenly rushed out and bumped into Lin Ke. "Classmate, are you okay?" Lin Ke stood still, politely helping the bumped student up. No problem. "I'm sorry, it was my fault." Lu Dezhuang blushed, stumbling on his words, but found Lin Ke was looking at him earnestly. You are. Lu Dezhuang hiccuped loudly, his voice booming. "Are you the legendary one? Gao Zhangwang. Damn it." Yang Weiwei was exploding inside, feeling like 1,000 frustrations were flying over. "You're setting this up, right? And you even hired a loudspeaker, afraid others wouldn't know? Is there anyone so showy like you?" "Classmate, whether I am Gao Zhangwang or not isn't important. What I care about is that you're okay, right?" Lin Ke knelt down with concern, patting the dust off Lu Dazhuang's trousers. "It's all just a false name, don't pay attention to it. Right now, I am just an ordinary college student at Quanhai Academy." "No!" Lu Dazhuang yelled with all his might. "Gao Zhangwang, I came to Quanhai Academy because of you. Can you give me your autograph? You are my idol. The moment I saw you easily defeating the student from the Imperial Academy, you became my idol." Lu Dazhuang was getting more and more into it. Lin Ke muttered that he was a pro. Defeated? Zhang Tian looked a bit unhappy. "What do you mean defeated? The person involved is right here." It was clearly a back and forth, narrowly lost. Slap. Lin Ke swiftly sent a shadowy punch that knocked Zhang Tian out. "Zhang Tian has heatstroke. Quickly, take him to the infirmary." "How careless can you be?" Then, he shot a murderous look at Yang Weiwei. "You don't want to get heatstroke, do you?" Yang Weiwei's hair stood on end. This terrifying sense of oppression was even scarier than Ouyang Qing. "You are Gao Zhangwang?" Yang Weiwei immediately joined in the praise team. "Wow. I felt an unbeatable aura gathering from 1,000 meters away, and my heart felt uneasy. What kind of extraordinary genius has descended? Now that you are here, I understand. It's Gao Zhangwang, who has defeated the genius of the Imperial Academy and taken the golden crown of Fushan. King, you are my idol, my lifelong goal." Enough. Lin Ke hurried to stop Yang Weiwei, clearing his throat. "From now on, we are all classmates, don't kneel, it's too embarrassing." "Yang Weiwei?" "I didn't want to kneel." The next moment, Yang Weiwei's knees buckled, and he actually knelt down. "What the hell? Oh no, I can't take it. Classmate Yang Weiwei, thank you for your admiration, please get up." "Yang Weiwei? Shameless. So shameless." Yang Weiwei trembled with anger. "I have never seen such a brazen person." Lin Ke kindly helped Yang Weiwei up. "From now on, we are all family, okay?" Yang Weiwei had no words to express his frustrations and could only walk into the campus with a dark face, vowing to remember Lin Ke's wrongdoings.
Just wait, the president will back me up. With Lu Dazhuan's clumsy performance and Yang Weiwei's reactions, the name Gao Zhengwan quickly spread within a few kilometers.
Is that Gao Zhengwan? Wow, he looks much younger than I imagined. He is really so polite. I like him so much. Refined and cultured, with an aura of knowledge. I want to attend Quanhai Academy too. Gao Zhengwan. I'm also your fan. Gao Zhengwan, I came for you, you are my god. Lin Ke smiled broadly, waving constantly at the crowd. It's just a false name, everyone has been too kind. From now on, we are all family, and I hope everyone can do their part for Quanhai Academy. I thank everyone on behalf of Old Master Lu. After saying that, Lin Ke bowed deeply to the crowd. In the crowd, Lu Pengfei happened to rush back from the Provincial Education Bureau, just in time to see Lin Ke bowing for him. Lu Pengfei's eyes instantly watered, and he couldn't help but clap. Well said. Principal? Principal Lu is here. Lu Pengfei clapped while looking at Lin Ke, feeling sweeter than eating honey. If it weren't for the crowd here, he would have wanted to kneel before Lin Ke. Everyone. Classmate Lin Ke is the real king of high school, who is extremely popular online, and he is also a new student at our Quanhai Academy. Lu Pengfei proudly spoke, personally verifying this indisputable fact. This made those who were still doubtful immediately dispel their concerns. For the next 4 years, classmate Lin Ke will be the pride of our Quanhai Academy and of all of you. I believe Quanhai Academy will become better and better with you all. What Director Lu said is right. Quanhai Academy will be better and better. Although I signed up for high school, now I feel that Quanhai Academy is indeed very good. Lu Pengfei looked at the excited and enthusiastic students, feeling a bit moved inside, and he deliberately cleared his throat and said, soon, classmate Lin Ke will represent Quanhai Academy in the National Talent Competition Finals. At that time, all students of Quanhai Academy can go to the venue to cheer for classmate Lin Ke. The school will cover the expenses. The principal is awesome. The principal is mighty. Quanhai Academy is invincible. Director Lu, you've made me, Lin Ke felt a bit shy and scratched his head, you've made me embarrassed. No need to be embarrassed. The more Lu Pengfei looked at Lin Ke, the more he liked him, with exceptional talent, handsome appearance, elegant demeanor, and well-mannered. He had investigated, and he was the top student with the best grades during high school. Such a talent was something Quanhai Academy never even dared to dream of before. Now that they have it, Lu Pengfei felt like he was dreaming. He was even more excited than when Bai Shuang enrolled. Bai Shuang's joining Quanhai Academy was just a formality, and she spent very little time in school. She just casually found a school to affiliate with, while Lin Ke was different. With Lin Ke's star effect, the reputation of Quanhai Academy would soar. Who knows, given time, Quanhai Academy might even become a prestigious school. This time, Lu Pengfei went to the Education Bureau, not crying or making a fuss, even the director was a bit curious to see. Why did he suddenly become so tough? After Lu Pengfei handed over the enrollment materials for this year to the director finally understood why he was so tough. This year's enrollment at Quanhai Academy had actually more than doubled compared to previous years. Director, you handle it, the academy must be expanded. This is difficult. Oh, Lao Lu, don't kneel, let me think of a way. Director, I won't make it hard for you. Not hard at all. Not hard at all. Then thank you, Director. Lu Pengfei walked out, overflowing with confidence. How he wanted to open the door and let those outside see how impressive he just was. Today he made great progress, only kneeling and not bowing. Given time, he would be able to stand and demand resources too. In Quanhai Academy, in the principal's office. Bai Shuang, Lin Ke, and the fainted Zhang Tian gathered together, along with someone Lin Ke hadn't expected, Bai Shuang's brother, Bai Runan. Director Lu, this year 2 excellent talents have joined the prestigious academy. If cultivated well, we might be able to compete for a spot in the national top 10. Lu Pengfei sat up straight, as if dreaming. A bottom-tier middle school could actually be discussing the possibility of competing for the top 10 in the national talent competition in the office. The key is that he felt there was a chance. Especially Lin Ke, he might really achieve this impressive result. Lin Ke, if you need any help, feel free to ask me. Even if I have to kneel, I will help you get the resources. Thank you, Director Lu. Lin Ke took a sip of tea, I will try not to bother you. Understanding, so reassuring. Lu Pengfei was deeply touched, you don't have to be polite with me, the future of the entire school hangs on you now. You've worked hard. I will do my best. Lin Ke shyly scratched his head, it would be great if I could avoid troubling everyone. Ha ha ha. Lu Pengfei was very happy, if you have any thoughts, feel free to discuss them with me anytime, whether it's about the academy's development. It's still a matter of student cultivation resources.
Thank you, old Lu.
Lin Ke first clasped his fists and bowed.
Well, old Lu, this is what you said. I didn't bring it up.
Lin Ke got up and sat back on the sofa, only to find Bai Runen always staring at him. This effeminate guy, who had vanished for nearly 2 months, was now impatiently sitting on the sofa, shaking his leg and occasionally snorting.
Since you all have finished chatting, I will leave first. Bai Runen stood up and was about to leave. Stop.
Bai Shuang spoke, and Bai Runen immediately stood still.
What do you want? Don't think I'm afraid of you. I'm just considering the fact that you are a few years older than me. Seeing Bai Shuang getting up and walking over, Bai Runen plopped down to his knees. Lin Ke was shocked. Could there be some strange curse in the principal's office? Does anyone who comes here have to kneel? Lin Ke.
Bai Shuang turned to Lin Ke and said, Bai Runen will be in your class from now on, please take care of him.
No problem.
Lin Ke said with a smile, I will get along well with him. Bai Shuang leaned close to Lin Ke's ear and softly said, if he needs to be beaten, just do it.
He responds better to toughness than kindness. Understood. After chatting for a bit, Lin Ke and Bai Runen left the principal's office first.
Once Bai Runen was out of Bai Shuang's sight, his behavior became arrogant again, clearly forgetting how decisively he had knelt in the principal's office earlier. Hey, let me tell you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because my sister is backing me up. Bai Runen said slyly, you're just my sister's pet.
Slap.
A crisp and loud slap sent Bai Runen flying, spinning in place before crashing heavily to the ground.
How did you fall? Lin Ke helped Bai Runen up. Bai Runen looked around in shock and asked, who hit me? No one hit you.
Lin Ke blinked, I just saw you fall by yourself.
It hurts.
Bai Runen stood up and pushed Lin Ke away, don't touch me, you pet.
Slap.
Another slap sent Bai Runen crashing to the ground again.
Oh no, why did you fall again? It was you. Even though Bai Runen didn't see Lin Ke strike, his effeminate intuition led him to lock onto Lin Ke as the target.
No kidding, there were only the two of them here.
You dare hit me.
Bai Runen scrambled up from the ground and saw Lin Ke raise his hand again. He quickly covered his face and stepped back.
Don't worry, I won't hit you anymore. I'm afraid you'll enjoy it.
Lin Ke said with a smile.
I'm a real man. Bai Runen snapped in frustration, rushing at Lin Ke as if he wanted to fight.
But when he saw Lin Ke raise his hand again, he immediately covered his head with both arms.
Brother-in-law. I was wrong. Chapter 129, Elite Class, Lu Chang's Breakdown. Ouch, that can't be done, that can't be done.
Lin Ke was thrilled and hurried to help him up.
Runen, did that fall hurt you just now? Let me see. Huh? Why suddenly does it not hurt?
Bai Runen was surprised to find that the moment Lin Ke touched him, the pain in his body disappeared, accompanied by waves of numbness.
Brother-in-law, this feeling is so comfortable. Get lost. Lin Ke kicked Bai Runen away, feeling a bit nauseous. How could an excellent girl like Senior Bai Shuang have such an effeminate brother? Brother-in-law, I was wrong. Bai Runen seemed to love this and immediately became warm towards Lin Ke.
I always thought my sister was the dominant one, but now it seems you are evenly matched.
No wonder you can subdue that tigress. Bai Runen winked crazily. From now on, we are classmates, brother-in-law, you have to protect me and not let that tigress, my sister bully me. Let's see how you behave.
Lin Ke refused any contact with Bai Runen, afraid this guy might fall in love with him.
Brother-in-law, I'm a real man. Bai Runen stood upright, I'm different from that dead eunuch, Zhang Tian, mine is still intact. Don't believe me? Look. Lin Ke kicked Bai Runen away again. He had a vague feeling that his life at Quanhai Academy would not be peaceful.
This class had all kinds of weird stuff, cut ones, effeminate ones, dual personality flat-chested lolas, professional lapdogs.
Here is a big muscle bully.
So spectacular. Lin Ke had a simple stroll around the Spring Sea Academy and then called Xianxinga. Compared to the elite academies in Magic City, this place was simply unspeakable. But because of this, there was room for growth.
Old Xian, is the house tidied up? Almost done, boss. Are you coming over now? I'm heading over to take a look.
Behind the Spring Sea Academy, there is a small villa area, nestled against the mountains and by the water. The scenery is pleasant. It was originally built for retired old officials of the academy, but unfortunately, it remained unused after its construction. Most of the old officials in the academy died in battle against the monsters. So, LV Pengfei simply gave it to Lin Ke to show his appreciation for him. Being a beast master is a glorious profession, respected by countless people, but it also carries a death risk 1,000 times greater than that of ordinary people. The world is fair, even if people despise the distorted educational system, they must admit that the casualty rate for students in elite academies is the highest in the monster dens.
Good and evil have no fruit, the universe surely has its hidden agenda, everything has two sides. Not bad, the environment is nice. This little pond can even raise fish.
Lin Ku arrived alone at the villa halfway up the mountain. The cleanliness had already been taken care of. Before Xian Xingha arrived, LV Pengfei had already sent someone from the school to handle it. Intelligent brain room, battle room, training room, everything is here. Lin Ku casually strolled around and found that this place was enough for his cultivation. I wonder where the senior sister lives, it would be nice to have some company here. Lin Ku muttered to himself. Boss, this house is so big, it won't be a problem even if we bring uncle over, right? My old man loves solitude the most, just let him guard the spacious place alone. Xian Xingha smiled bitterly and didn't know what more to say. Lin Changsheng really liked to share resources. Even he, who was once a family teacher, had been shared several stories about tutoring by Lin Changsheng. The films are exquisite, but they always feel a bit strange. Old Xian, do you want to live here with me or stay in the faculty dormitory? Xian Xingha thought for a moment. Boss, I want to protect you. Then let's stay in the dormitory. Lin Ku said. I don't need your protection. Xian Xingha nodded. All right then. Lin Ku, on the way back just now, I saw a few female teachers. Your faculty dormitory should be right next door. You're not young anymore, seize the opportunity to find a partner soon.
Boss. Woo woo. I love you. Get lost, get lost.
Later, Lin Ku arranged for Lu Dazhuang to move into the villa and hurriedly began his training journey. He didn't even get to see what his own room looked like. Since becoming a beast master, sleep was a waste of time for Lin Ku, especially after going to the elite academy in Magic City.
He realized that elite academies were indeed elite academies.
The management style of these lower-tier academies was too lax. Every day they were still thinking about sleeping.
If he didn't work hard, when would he be able to catch up and surpass the elite academies? In the blink of an eye, the next day.
Spring Sea Academy gathered a total of 50,000 new students this year, which was a full double the past number.
Spring Sea Academy covered 24,000 acres, far less impressive than the elite academies. 50,000 students gathered in the center of the playground. What a grand occasion. Why wasn't I accepted into the elite class? Lu Chang stared blankly into the crowd, his expression one of utter shock. He still couldn't understand why he hadn't made it into the elite class. Originally, with his grades, even if he couldn't get into the 3 elite academies, going to a lower-tier academy wouldn't be a problem. But Lu Chang believed, it is better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. He came to Spring Sea Academy to be the star here. He wanted to become the genius who attracted everyone's attention. Just like back then at Spring Sea High School when he awakened the B-class flying fire snake, surrounded by female classmates' admiration and worship. He still remembered those girls asking him if they could come to his room. Look at his little snake. That feeling of being admired, Lu Chang is still secretly pleased. He checked the information about Quan Hai Academy, and aside from Bai Shuang's class, the most powerful batch of new students only had B-level companion beasts, and their talent wasn't even as good as his flying fire snake. But when he confidently arrived at school, he found the sky had collapsed. This year, he couldn't even enter the top class. Damn it, how is that possible? Looking at the flying fire snake fluttering its wings beside him, Lu Chang murmured. Just wait, thick accumulation and thin release, I will definitely show you what true genius is. Hey! Is this snake yours? A sweet-looking female student frowned and spoke. Here it comes. Heh, women. Lu Chang feigned depth. Yes, are you also wanting to touch my little snake? Touch it? Can you not let it blow wind? Our hairstyles are all messed up. Lu Chang? Not? How is it that just one summer vacation later, everything has turned upside down? Whoa, I really miss Quan Hai No. 1 High School. Heh, bottom guy. The girl returned to her original position, unable to help but glance at Zhang Tian in the front row. If anyone should be touched, it should be the handsome Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian seemed to sense it, turned around, frowning, and said, I've already cut it, don't disrupt my training, or I'll kill you. The woman turned pale with fear and didn't dare to speak anymore. Zhang Tian, be more polite when speaking to your classmates. Lin Ku, standing nearby, reminded, we're all family here. Zhang Tian frowned, I don't have time to play any family games with you right now. When are you starting training? I want to continue challenging you. How about right now? Lin Ku said with a smile. Zhang Tian looked at the podium, there's an opening ceremony, don't mess around. Then shut up and wait for my speech. Lin Ku meaningfully said, if you come here, you must follow the rules here. P.S. It's my honor if I can make you smile, thank you for all your free gifts and paid gifts. Chapter 130 Who says only prestigious schools can produce dragons? Quan Hai Academy. Central main playground, green grassy field. Is Gao Zhongwang the one standing in the front? You guys move aside, I can't see his face. He looks so handsome, really a great figure, no wonder he is Gao Zhongwang. I don't understand why he chose to come to Quan Hai Academy.
If I were him, I would have gone to a prestigious academy long ago.
That's why you can't become Gao Zhongwang.
He came from an ordinary high school, belonging to our humble students. Coming to Quan Hai Academy is to help us break the shackles. Going to a prestigious academy, he would have no competitiveness. To be realistic, he really loses out coming to Quan Hai Academy. With Gao Zhongwang's talent, even if he goes to a prestigious academy, he would still be outstanding among people, but later he is destined to become a joke.
I'm not envious, this is the reality.
At the opening ceremony, students kept discussing, and the topic revolved around Lin Ku. Not only from Quan Hai Academy, many students from nearby schools sneaked in to catch a glimpse of Lin Ku, some even accidentally broke their legs. The new student ceremony is their best chance to see his true form. Many have already pulled out their phones, waiting for Lin Ku to step up and speak.
As the most outstanding representative among the new students, if Lin Ku doesn't speak, who else has that qualification?
Yesterday, the video of him spinning around with Bai Shuang at Quan Hai Academy caused a huge uproar on the virtual network.
Top talents from the Magic City and Imperial Capital went crazy. Some even couldn't help but declare they wanted to hunt Lin Ku down.
To this, Lin Ku wondered why this situation felt so familiar. Hugging you all got you so excited. If in the future we share a kiss, wouldn't you just explode on the spot?
Old Lu, congratulations. This year's new student quality is simply a qualitative leap.
At the podium's teaching building, the principal of the Magic City Academy, Xiang Dingtian, sat in the first seat.